Chapter 1 Opening Activation of Godly Hero System. On the 22nd floor of the Sunshine District, a few centipede natural enemies moved in, right next door to Mu Qingyang. They were very young, with heavy makeup, and spoke a not-so-fluent Mandarin. Every time it gets dark, the sound of that gruesome fight will continue until 3 or 4 in the morning. This made Mu Qingyang, who had been a brother for the beginning of the 25th year and had to get up early in the morning to deliver takeaways, very annoyed. It was suffocating irritation. The sound path is all roaring and inflamed, and you're still screaming, "I'll fight you all." Mu Qingyang will angrily knocked on the security door next door. Opened the door is a young woman in her 30s, permed with big waves, wearing a fiery red halter nightgown, chest also tattooed a rose. Seeing that it was Mu Qingyang, she opened her mouth and exhaled a mouthful of smoke into his face, flirting. "Yo ho, isn't this the little brother who often delivers takeout to us? Why, have you figured it out?" Mu Qingyang's aura suddenly shriveled up and stammered, Me what me? Come in and say it." The young woman ripped him inside the door with one hand. The next door was a large home, quite a bit more spacious than Mu Qingyang's one-room apartment. The first time he entered this kind of place, his heart was flustered and he secretly surveyed the interior. There were several women who were smoking and playing with their cell phones sitting on a worn-out sofa. They either had one leg on the couch or were just splayed out, with no grooming to speak of. On the ceiling was an old ceiling lamp with a weak and dim light source that made people think while hiding the dark complexion and flawed faces of the natural predators. There were 3 bedrooms in the house, all of which had their doors closed tightly at this time, and from time to time there were juvenile noises coming out from inside. Mu Qingyang's throat rolled. "Sister, I just knocked on the wrong door. I want to go home." The big wavy young woman took his arm. "Come all the way here. Pick one. The girl's service is very good. Definitely make you satisfied." Mu Qingyang felt the softness on his arm and was a bit distracted, but he still forced his arm out and mumbled, I don't have any money." Just as he was about to force his way out of the room, the door to the bedroom room on the far side of the room opened, from which a man and a woman walked out. Mu Qingyang subconsciously glanced at them, and his heart suddenly tightened into a ball, and even breathing became exceptionally difficult. He did not dare to believe to look carefully, to be really clear to see the girl's face. 2 feet stomped straight on the ground. That is his girlfriend Zhang Qianqian. Zhang Qianqian is Mu Qingyang's college classmates. At that time, in order to chase her, Mu Qingyang only eat 1 meal a day, save a semester's money to buy her a fruit 10. Zhang Qianqian happily accepted the gift, and in private told Mu Qingyang, as long as she has been good to her, after graduation will marry him. Mu Qingyang touched bad. His parents are dead, no car, no house, had no great expectations of marrying a wife, but Zhang Qianqian words gave him confidence. He secretly swore that he must be good to her. After graduation, with a bachelor's degree and good appearance, he entered a high-end real estate company as a property consultant. Because of respect for the elderly and hygienic, and their own very hard work, every month can get 30,000 or 40,000. He did not keep all of them to Zhang Qianqian, until last year, the real estate industry downturn. Their company also bankruptcy and closure. Mu Qingyang lost the source of income for a time. "Look at the rent is coming." He asked Zhang Qianqian to 5,000 to pay the rent, but Zhang Qianqian told him, "Your 3 mil in 2 dates has long been spent." Mu Qingyang did not blame her, only that he earned too little, and buried his head to find a job. But today's economic situation, the work which is so good to find, after a succession of walls, had to run up the first takeaway. Zhang Qianqian no, and then did not contact him. "But now we meet here. Thief god, you play me like this?" Mu Qingyang could feel his breath getting weaker and weaker. His heartbeat slowed down as if it had stopped, and he knew he was going to die. It was being vaporized to death. Just before the last breath was swallowed, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. There were 2 options on it. 1. Obtain the divine hero system, climb to the Sea King godhood, and become a super rich man. 2. Die immediately. Mu Qingyang was confused. Is this a novel that he has read too much to produce fantasy? Or is it finally his turn to be the protagonist? The previous 3 years of being a licking dog ended in a living, breathing death. If I can really start over, this time, I choose to be the Sea King. I want to become a human being. Mu Qingyang chose option 1 without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Divine Hero System. Recharge ratio 1 to 100. 000. System comes with function 1, scanner. System incidental function 2, increase the favorability of the opposite sex with a comprehensive face value of 90 points or more, and receive cashback and raid rewards. Mu Qingyang's consciousness gradually became clearer, and noisy voices came from his ears. What's wrong with him? It can't be dead, right? I didn't move him. It's none of my business. Seeing that he's convulsing and foaming at the mouth, he shouldn't be able to make it. Should I call the police? Call the police for what? Turn yourself in? Send him to the hospital first. Mu Qingyang felt that someone was assisting him. He directly a carp directly swindle up. No need. I'm fine. Then dashingly turned around and closed the door to leave. Inside the rental house, Mu Qingyang lit a huazi and shook his head and smiled bitterly. The language teacher honestly didn't deceive me. It's a blessing in disguise. Although I was cheated by that Zhang Shanshan for 3 years emotionally, but brother is now a man with a system. It's a good thing to see her earlier. A recharge ratio of 1 to 100. 000? Is it that exaggerated? I'll try the water first. Mu Qingyang opened WeChat, which had indeed automatically bound a bank card, and he tried charging $1 into it. Almost at the same time, the arrival text message came. He stared at the screen and froze. This can be a big ing mess. Back to God. He will only have more than $2,000 left to charge another $1,000 in, the same second to the account, which just a minute. He has assets of hundreds of millions of. Let me think about how this money should be spent. First pay the rent owed, and go straight out to live in a presidential suite. Mu Qingyang found the landlord's WeChat and entered 20,000 in the transfer amount. Transaction failed? What's going on? Divine Magnificence gold can only be spent for goddesses with more than 90 points. Mu Qingyang? Isn't it the Divine Magnificence system? How come it's still making me a lick spill? Raise the target goddess's favorability to 70 points, and the full amount of the spending amount will be returned. So there's still this layer of restriction. 90 points or more for the opposite sex? I have over 10,000 beautiful women in my shake favorites, so I can find dozens of them casually, right? Chapter 295 points of the very best. Mu Qingyang plugged in the data line to charge the used millet, opened the Shake app and directly clicked into my collection. This big wave of beautiful women has wasted a lot of paper on me. It should have 90 points. System, scanning, name, Wang Yan, age, 36, comprehensive face value, 47, 36, 47 points? Anima telecommunication fraud wouldn't even dare to be this outrageous, okay? Mu Qingyang had a vicious chill. He slapped his thigh hard, sinning it's really outrageous. Then look at this little waste spirit. Name, Zhang Shui, age, 25, comprehensive face value, 52. The internet is not a place outside the law. Won't your conscience hurt if you cheat consumers like this? Can you cheat others but not yourselves? Forget it, let's take another look. Mu Qingyang slipped for half an hour. A 90-point goddess was not found, and even the 80-point ones were pitifully few. Ugh, Mu Qingyang sighed painfully. The system is a contemporary demon shining mirror. These bloggers have knives on their faces, stuffed their bodies, some even have sponges padded in their underwear, and then painted with heavy makeup. Beauty face grinding skin pulling full. Each and every one of them has become a top beauty. It seems like trying to find goddesses with more than 90 points in the network is not an easy task. Mu Qingyang calmed his mood, cancelled all his favorites, and clicked into the recommendations to brush up on random videos. Watched for a while the criminal investigation cases that even perverts find perverted. Watched a few episodes of the awkwardly keyed Dragon King skit. Watched the latest situation in the Middle East, and studied stocks for a while. It could be said that the dabbling was quite extensive. Just when he wanted to turn off Jitterbug to try his luck with other social software, he swiped to a live broadcast that caught his eye. The girl in the cell phone had a beautiful goose egg face. Even if her eyebrows were furrowed, she was still very pretty. Her large almond eyes were filled with mist. Her small nose was red, so she should have just cried. She was wearing a national-style dress that wrapped her body tightly. This was the perfect oriental female image. It was simply beautiful. Mu Qingyang hurriedly scanned her information. Name, Li Zhili. Age, 23. Comprehensive face value, 95. Asterisk. An excellent 95 points. I'll take this one. Mu Qingyang directly clicked into the live broadcast room. Welcome Chongqing into the live broadcast room. There's still an anchor who greets me. A level 0 white horn number. It's really a rarity. Having never met yet, Mu Qingyang felt a lot more favorable towards this girl named Li Zhili in his heart. It seems like she's being bullied. She's talking with a twitch, but I don't know what's going on. Dive in and take a look first. Only to see the pop-up screen a level 61 viewer said. 61, just blame sister-in-law for being too charming, like a noodle beauty. My request is not too much, is it? It's just for you to call out brother Wu Ji. Is it that hard to do? 36, you're so beautiful when you pick your feet. That's right. That's right. If you can't fulfill this request, what kind of anchor are you? Get your attitude right. Lick the big brother of level 61 happy. Casually brush you some. Are more than your 1 month's base salary. 7. The king called me to patrol the mountain, estimated to be a newcomer. Has not let go. Such as the future broadcast familiar. She will be more than anyone else screaming happy. 12. Love smiling onion. The words can't be said so. Not all female anchors are like this. Lock-can noodle is so pure, not the same as that whiny, rubbing it in sultry. 27. Please call me pretty boy, what the do you want to fart eat? Since you chose to eat the bowl of rice of the anchor, you have to be ready to lick the consciousness of the big brother. Want to stand and earn the money? How in the world can that be so good? 61. Only blame sister-in-law is too charming. PK is connected again. If you do not call, I will go to the opposite side to beat you again. Oh, let me think about how I'm going to punish you this time. Li Jili reached out her small hand and wiped the corner of her eyes, still not saying a word. Let her do the punishment can be, but to so shamefully address a male that she has never known, she cannot do it. Li Jili had just been working as an anchor for a month, and only yesterday she received her salary, which was more than 9,000. She tried many jobs after graduation, but both leaders and bosses in the company would try to take advantage of her. She looked weak, but her temperament was very strong. She would rather lose her job than let them take advantage of her. Later, she applied for a job in a female-dominated company, and although there was less harassment, her salary was also less, with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, day after day. She did a boring job that was purely a waste of life. She felt that there was no hope in life, then brushed the circle of friends. See, the former university classmates posted a recruitment anchor ads. She held the mindset of trying to apply for the job. The results directly on the success. Base salary of 8,000 plus commission, 4 days off per month, by 5 insurance. Work time is also short, a day only to broadcast 6 hours. This kind of treatment for fresh graduates like her simply do not too good. Directly signed the contract. Li Jili cherished this job, so even if she was aggravated while broadcasting, she didn't think about leaving her job. PK was quickly connected. The live broadcast screen was split in two. A female anchor wearing a super short flesh-colored wraparound skirt appeared on the right. At first glance it was also quite pretty, with a pointed chin, high nose, and a convex front. But Mu Qingyang scanned it and it only had a score of 57. Probably another product of technology. Is Miss Sister playing? The anchor named Demon came up and asked directly. He should be a veteran of PK playing. Li Jili nodded. What to play? Before the demon finished speaking, a large white airplane suddenly crossed the screen. Wow! Thank you for the private airplane sent by Big Brother. Only blame sister-in-law is too charming. Love you, love you. Mua! 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 Demon kept throwing flying kisses towards the camera. A stark contrast to the serene Li Jili. Only the sister-in-law was too charming to snap a few lines on the public screen. Tell the female anchor on the opposite side that the punishment is to write the name of the other side's Pengji Big Brother on their necks, and they're not allowed to erase it for an hour. Chapter 3, Mu Qingyang, no bullying my Jili. Opposite young lady, have you heard the punishment clearly? Do we start now? Li Jili's eyes were full of tangles. She wanted to refuse, but she signed a PK contract with the live streaming company, and the content of the live stream was originally PK based. Moreover, there were internal employees of the company in the live broadcast room, so if they were seen, they would be fined if they were light, dismissed if they were heavy, and might even pay a huge amount of liquidated damages. There is a binding clause about this inside the contract. Moreover, this punishment was not excessive. Many female anchors were using it, and she couldn't find a reason to refuse. Li Jili knew that this level 61 viewer would definitely upvote his opponent, and he would definitely lose. The thought of writing his name on his body was more disgusting than eating a fly. Refusal is out of the question. Take the PK down first, and if you lose, you'll cheat and switch to other punishments, so that at best, you'll be fined a little bit of money. Thinking of this, Li Jili gently nodded. Start. PK time is set at 5 minutes. Just after the start of the only blame sister-in-law too charming to the demon painted a Porsche. Li Jili's blood bar instantly disappeared. Demon cheered in the screen, her voice shrill and piercing. Thank you Big Brother for the Porsche. Bishop, 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 bishop. Love you, love you, love you, love you. Li Jili immediately blocked the voice from the opposite side. She looked down at the pop-up screen, and a faint trace of comfort came to her heart. 8. Milky Yuko, everyone crowdfund the upvote. Don't let that level 61 pretender tarnish the body of Lu Dry Noodle. 15. Chasing wind in the wind, don't use such disgusting adjectives upstairs, okay? It's just writing a name. Say it like it's nothing. 22. Damn tenderness, you all have a point, but I don't want Lu Dry Noodle to lose. She's one of the few clear streams in Jiayin. I'll go first. Damn tender sends out a love you. Yo. 11. Uncle not handsome, I still have dozens of diamonds I snatched from other anchors. I'm giving them all to you. Go anchor. Uncle not handsome sends X34 little stars. Mu Qingyang had completely figured out what was going on by this point, but he wasn't going to make a move now. He was going to guard the tower at the last second. People only remember more when they grab a lifesaver in despair, and he wanted Li Jili to firmly remember his ID. Li Jili looked at the 100 plus votes above his head and warmed his heart. Although there were many disgusting people on the internet, there were also many lovely people. These few who sent pop-ups were longtime viewers who watched her live broadcast and gave small gifts every day, which was considered his spiritual support on the way to the live broadcast. I only blame my sister-in-law for being too charming. Entered the live broadcast room. A level 61 account has a special effect when entering the live broadcast room, and everyone tacitly remains silent after seeing this ID. 61 only blame the sister-in-law too charming, a few shrimp soldiers or some strength. Actually crowdfunded more than 100 diamonds, which is converted into cash can be a full more than $10, are enough for you to eat a bowl of rice in the internet cafe. Back to the meat. Ha 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 ha. Mu Qingyan couldn't look away. Is this person having a bad time in real life? Needing to find presents on the internet like this? He unceremoniously sent out a pop-up. Zero Shang Ching, I've seen those who pretend to be a pussy. I've never seen you pretend to be a pussy like this. If pretending to be a pussy is against the law, you'll be sentenced to at least 10 years. Look at your avatar, looks like a soccer ball. What? You owe a kick? 61 Blame your sister-in-law for being too charming. How dare a level 0 whiteboard number come out to show off? You've taken too much expired Viagra. You don't have the slightest bit of honor with me, so get the hell out of here. Zero Chang Ching, as a human, I can't understand your way of thinking. You still have a sense of superiority when you're high in rank? If I want to level up, I'll be at full level in minutes. Just blame your sister-in-law for being too charming. Ha 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 ha. This kid is already hallucinating and delirious. I don't even need to talk nonsense with a beggar like you who can only shoot his mouth off. Watch well. There is still 1 minute left. The anchor that you guard and accompany with all your heart will write my name on the body. I only blame my sister-in-law for being too charming. Return to the demon's live room and casually swipe 2 more Porsches. He wants to let the beggars in the Lugon Noodle live room know that there are many people. There is no use. Mu Qingyang looked at the PK countdown has come to a single digit. Know that the time has come. He first clicked on the gift icon in the lower right corner of the live broadcast room, and then slid to the bottom, found the value of 30,000 diamonds carnival. His thumb did not hesitate to click on the gift. The expected gorgeous gift effects and Li Jili's surprise cheers did not appear. A recharge page just popped up on his cell phone, prompting him that he didn't have enough diamonds. Mu Qingyan? What the hell? Don't I have more than 100 million divine gold in my card? How come I can't even give a $3,000 gift? Is the system bugged? Mu Qingyan closed the page and tried again. Still the same result. He looked at the phone screen in confusion, only to see the recharge entrance at the bottom a few seconds later. He who hadn't spent any pennies on the internet didn't think of recharging diamonds in advance at all. Mu Qingyan was so angry that he slammed his cell phone hard on the sofa, and the crack in the screen of the used millet that was already broken became a little bigger. Miss Sister, willing to bet to lose? Oh, now you have to write my list of big brother's name on your neck. Demon received an airplane and 3 Porsches from blame it on your sister-in-law being too charming in a matter of minutes. Of course she had to lick this big brother. Now that the live broadcasting industry was getting more and more rolled up, there were not many opportunities to receive big gifts anymore. This kind of tycoon had to be maintained properly. Who? Li Jili sighed depressingly and said to Demon in a consultative tone. I didn't prepare a marker here. Can I change the punishment? No way. I only blame my sister-in-law for being too charming. Immediately snapped words on the public screen. I only recognize this one punishment. The others don't count. Demon revealed a loving fake smile. My big brother won't let me. Let's just stick to the agreement. Bull asterisk 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 agreement. I'm still denying it if he doesn't allow it. Li Jili decided to just do a few squats and run away. Criticize or fine. Let him be. Just as she playfully stood up and prepared to do her moves, a gorgeous gift special effect suddenly appeared on the screen. Changqing has sent Carnival X1. My goodness. Are my eyes blurry? Li Jili's eyes widened with some disbelief. After confirming again and realizing that she hadn't misread it, she covered her small mouth and softly thanked. Thank you Changqing for the gift. Thank you. Chapter 4, A Bigger Bet. When Li Jili delayed, the viewers on the opposite side of the live broadcast room quit and ran over here to urge them on. 14. A lonely wolf in the wind. What's the point of dawdling? Hurry up and do the punishment. If you dare to cheat, we can point report. 36. You're so beautiful when you pick your feet. Just let you call my big brother Brother Wuji. You don't want to. Now you regret it? This way, I give you an idea. You immediately sweetly say 3 times, Wuji brother I love you. Maybe my big brother I happy. Let you go it. 19. Dr. Chu of the Marina Mental Hospital. You have to admit when you do something wrong, and you have to stand upright when you get beaten up. Since you lost you should do the punishment honestly. We're still waiting to see the next PK. 25. Soul Temple Grand Master. GGGGGG. Love to see beautiful things being tainted. The more she struggles, the more excited I get. Li Jili thin skin. See these pop-ups small face swish on the red. But compared to doing something as shameful and disgusting as writing her name, she was still prepared to carry out the original plan, to play tricks and leave. Just as she was about to squat down and do squats, the viewers who had just swiped the carnival called her back. 27 Chongqing, anchor, don't be in a hurry. I'll go across the street to see how it's going. Mu Qingyang had only gone over to Demon's live room when she saw the pop-up screen sent by only sister-in-law is too charming. Demon. No matter what conditions the opposite side proposes, it can't change the punishment. You do what I say, and I'll give you some more later. Demon covered her mouth and laughed. Cluck cluck cluck. I'll listen to Big Brother Charming. Mu Qingyang wanted to laugh at the dialogue between this pair of dogs. He knew it was this soccer ball that was causing trouble. Buying people's hearts with gifts? I'm sorry, I'm better at spending money. 27 Changqing, Demon anchor. Did you see the carnival I swiped in the opposite live room? Demon purses her lips and smiles lightly. I saw it, brother Chang. It's a good thing you swiped it after the PK ended, or else people would have been punished. 27 Changqing, keep your eyes open and watch. I'll go over and brush 10 more. Changqing exits the live room. Demon? Li Zhili live streaming room. Changqing enters the live room. Changqing sent Carnival X1. Changqing loose out Carnival X2. Changqing loose Carnival X3. Changqing sends out Carnival X10. Changqing exits the live stream. Li Zhili? Demon live streaming room. 37 Changqing, see it clearly? See clearly, Ching Chang Dove. But why did you make me watch you give gifts to other anchors? Demon's small mouth pouted as she shook her body in front of the screen. This was being pouty and cute to him. If it were before, Mu Qingyang would definitely have an adrenaline rush, but now he only felt his stomach vaguely flip a little. He forced himself to hold back his nausea and knocked down a few words. Want it? Aha, aha. The demon's head nods rapidly. 37 Changqing, then let's change the punishment. If you're obedient, I'll brush you off some. After Mu Qingyang finished speaking, he returned to Li Zhili's live room. He sent an OK pop-up. Li Zhili was skeptical and looked sideways at the demon. She was really moved, and she was weighing the pros and cons in her mind. The kind of person who dares to swipe out 10 carnivals in one breath is definitely a big tycoon. And if he can get along with this kind of tycoon, he will have endless gifts. If it can be developed to meet offline, it may be able to fly on the branch to become a phoenix. The girl on the other side is pretty, but a bit stupid, and will not be able to please Big Brother List 1 at all. My face value is not lower than hers. Licking the Big Brother is my specialty. I am confident that Chongqing to snatch over. As for the sister-in-law is too charming. I can only give up on him for the time being, although he is also a bit strong. But compared to the tens of thousands of gifts that are sent to the god of luxury, it's too much difference. Demon ignored the crazy tirade of blame it on your sister-in-law being too charming and showed a sweet smile towards the camera. Miss Ligan Noodle, I've decided to change the punishment. How about you just do 5 squats? Li Zhili's hanging heart instantly relaxed. She glanced at the ID Chong, stood up and happily did the punishment. Li Zhili's favorability plus 5. Current favorability 5. A system beep came, and Li Zhili's details automatically appeared before Mu Qingyang's eyes. Name, Li Zhili. Age, 23. Profession, anchor. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Favorability, 5. Comprehensive face value, 95. All external factors such as makeup and plastic surgery do not add to the comprehensive face value score. Rater reward, King's fighting technique. The host will receive a rater reward if his favoritism reaches 90. Fighting arts. It's still king level. This is simply a life-preserving skill. What do rich people fear most? Fear of death. The most painful thing in life is when people die and the money is not spent. How many rich people's annual security costs are counted in billions? If one has the king's fighting technique, then one doesn't have to worry about security anymore. Taking a step back, it could also be used to protect the goddesses around him from being harassed by little yellow hairs. No, this skill, I must get it. Mu Qingyang secretly swore in his heart. When he turned his mind back to the live broadcasting room again, I only blame my sister-in-law for being too charming, and you're so beautiful when you pick your feet had already chased him over here to scold him. 61 blames sister-in-law too charming, asterisk 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 little brat. You're playing dirty tricks with me here, aren't you? You can bluff, that's stupid. Can you bluff your grandfather me? Is not just online loan out of the money brush finished, so run away? No strength and still come out to pretend to be a big brother. Have the guts to pretend to finish, don't run. I set a good punishment. Buy you this stick spoiled. If I let me catch you in reality, I want to remove your arm. 36. You're so beautiful when you pick your feet. So damn convinced of this kind of cutie. A level 0 account also dares to brush carnival in a row. It looks like it's jacked up on an online lending platform. The jumping clowns have their intestines repenting now, don't they? Hurry up and go to the backstage to apply for an underage refund. Maybe you can even get it back. Mu Qingyang felt that it was a bit redundant to scold with this kind of people. He directly said dare to PK again. This time the loser learns to bark like a dog. 61, just blame sister-in-law for being too charming. Ha 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 ha. Fun fun fun. You're still being stubborn with me, aren't you? Okay, I promise you. There's also an additional clause. If you lose, you'll make up for your punishment from last time. 37, Chang Ching, fine. Chapter 5, Little Dog. Bark for your brother Ching. Li Jili looked at the pop-up screen, good-looking eyebrows knit together. It was so hard to avoid the punishment of writing a name. Why is it coming again? But since it was Chang Chang who agreed to it, he shouldn't lose, right? He had just swiped 10 carnivals for himself at once. In the past month of live broadcasting, the most expensive gift Li Jili received was a hot air balloon worth 520 diamonds, and the highest value of a single PK game was only 800 diamonds. All of these achievements were less than half of a single carnival, so she was still very confident in Changqing and had some hidden expectations. One carnival is worth $3,000. 10 is $30,000. Even if the platform draws half and the company draws half, you can still get $7,500. If he did it again, would his salary break through 20,000 next month? Thinking of this, Li Jili's eyebrows stretched. The audience in the live broadcast room has a different opinion. They are unanimously down on Changqing. 17, Shark Chile, the still fight what fight ah. Not clearly Pit Lu dry noodles it. The other side of the big brother of 61 levels. Real recharge more than 2 million. If seriously, on a million votes easily. This Changqing, 0 level white horn number. Account inside there is no drill. I am very skeptical. Let alone win. Still losing people learn to bark like a dog. I think it's you don't bark like a dog. 31 Meng to a bowl of soup. It is estimated that the force is too big to pretend to get off the stage. This kind of person is to clean up a little bit, or do not know the sky and the earth. 5. Huang Laolu. An enthusiastic citizen, already recorded the screen. If Lu Ganmian loses, we'll cyber violate him. 8. Zhuan Man, let's get started. I can't control my hands. Demon has a big grudge against Changqing for not returning. Years of experience in live broadcasting told her that this person was most likely the real big brother. But why would he lie to himself? Could it be that I looked away? But also good. The charming big brother not only did not get angry, but also let me even the opposite side to play PK once again. This wave down. Today will be enough for 1000 it. I can go to the bridge in front of the door under the little brother again. PK even on. Only blame sister-in-law too charming up to send a rocket. The demon's blood directly to 10,000 points. Demon in front of the screen crazy screaming, crazy discharge. Mouth has been called charming brother. With go like. Mu Qingyang also did not talk nonsense. His thumb tapped 3 times in a row on the carnival. Li Jili's blood bar miso pressed over, and could not even see the color of the other party's blood bar. After about 20 seconds or so, Charming once again sent out 10 rockets, and Demon was narrowly ahead. Mu Qingyang thought nothing of throwing another 5 carnival out. Li Jili looked at the screen full of gift special effects, her big round eyes squinting into the shape of a half-moon. A smile pursed around her mouth. Thank you Changqing, big brother, thank you for supporting me. This was the first time she addressed the audience as big brother in the live broadcast room, and was still strangely embarrassed. However, this Changqing was quite polite, and didn't say anything excessive to her, nor did he make any excessive demands. Calling him big brother wouldn't be so awkward. Li Jili's favorability +5, current favorability 10. The corner of Mu Qingyang's mouth curled up slightly as he changed his sitting position again. In fact, he could have given Li Jili a fierce brush of gifts to quickly increase his favorability. However, if he started off too high, it would be very difficult to raise it later. His goal was to brush Li Jili's favorability to over 90 points, so being too hasty would be counterproductive. Just keep a steady pressure on the opposite side, and a close victory would only emphasize the difficulty of winning. An office of about 50 square feet with fairly luxurious decoration. Wu Bo's feet were resting on the desk. His back was leaning on the boss chair. Both hands were holding his cell phone. His eyes were very focused. 24,000 points now. This kid should be a bit strong. If I continue on now, he will definitely follow right away. This demon looks a few moments of color, but is definitely plastic surgery. It's not cost effective to spend so much money on her. I'll brush another wave in the last 10 seconds, and let him win if he can overtake. Anyway, the one who learns how to bark is this stupid. It's not bad to make a fool out of her. I haven't settled the score I just made with her yet. Families, last 20 seconds. All of you, go on me. Beat the female anchor on the opposite side. Charge. Demon's live broadcast room had already put up a stirring battle song. She roared so much that her audio channel was a bit inflamed, still shouting at the top of her lungs. Ah, thank you for the 5 carnivals from my charming husband. I love you husband. I'm going to give you monkeys. Demon completely broke her voice, like a male duck learning how to crow from a chicken. Wu Bo was so shocked that he almost fell off his chair. Mu Qingyang kept his eyes on the blood bar, and when he saw the opposite side trying to steal the tower, he immediately replenished another 5 carnival. In the end, Li Jili won this PK. She stood up and bowed slightly. Thank you Chongqing big brother, I really appreciate it. The picture of the pop-up screen also changed. 17, Shark Chile, heh, I didn't expect this kid to be quite a tiger. To win against a level 61 big brother. Count him lucky this time. 31, Mona comes with a bowl of soup. Chongqing is quite powerful. He scored 390,000 points by himself. Together with the 11 carnivals in front of him, he has already swiped big tens of thousands of points. It's very good. 19, he stepped on my leg hair. That's not what you guys just said. With the gifts, Li Jili made it to the top 20 of Tianfu City's hourly list, and the live broadcast room was flooded with many visitors. The number of people online had already broken 1,000. Demon's popularity was about the same, and she was manipulating her inflamed voice to get viewers to click follow and join her fan club. Seeing that the opposite side was slow to mention the punishment, Mu Qingyang was ready to discuss them, so he entered Demon's live room. Chang Cheng had only blamed sister-in-law is too charming. Puppy dog, bark for your brother Cheng. Wu Bo was so angry that his liver ached, and he strained to key down a few words. Did Demon hear that? Let you learn to bark like a dog. Demon not only didn't get angry when she saw it, instead she responded with a joyful smile. Good at charming husband, people this will bark. Woof, woof, woof. Wu Bo now eggs are beginning to follow the pain. This stupid dog stupid girl, you do not mind shame old son also mind shame it. He dropped a sentence I'll wait for you on the other side and exited the live broadcast room. When Mu Qingyang saw it, he was happy. Is there still a follow-up? That's just right. Anyway, I'm bored, so I'll play with you. Chapter 6, not to make things difficult for you, just call your husband 3 times. Mu Qingyang had just followed him when someone at him. That PK game just now doesn't count. I happened to have a phone call and didn't have time to brush gifts. Dare to do it again. Whoever loses this time will be cancelled out of their Shakeology account. Originally, losing a PK is nothing, but Wu Bo just received a few private messages from a few level 60 friends who usually play better. They were all teasing him about why he lost PK, whether he needed help or something like that. Wu Bo was willing to swipe money on the platform and had some popularity in the live circle. The bosses of all the major MCN companies and some of the big anchors knew him, and if this matter got out, then how would he still be able to mix in this circle in the future? So this scene must be recovered. Mu Qingyang smiled. Take it. Why not? He didn't believe that someone watching a live broadcast could brush out hundreds of millions of gifts. But he can. And it's also a cashback. Rating Li Jili is as difficult as it gets. This is a battle of dignity. Absolutely no wimping out. Just blame sister-in-law for being too charming, okay? Whoever wimped out is a grandson. Wait for me for a few minutes. I'll call for someone to even the dry noodles. Wu Bo exited the live broadcast room and dialed out a call. Mr. Zhou, I'm Wu Bo. I'd like to support your anchor, but you have to return half of the votes I swiped out. Okay, we're all friends. Thanks for what? The MCN company couldn't wait to have this kind of good thing. In the past, in order to traffic, in order to increase the powder, it is the company to pay money to do this kind of thing. Now there is a boss to help for free. Why not? Wu Bo hung up the phone with satisfaction. This time, he wants to beat that Chongqing kid's own mother did not recognize him. Blame sister-in-law too charming. Lu dry noodles. Hurry to turn off the PK connection. I now see that woman is disgusting. Only the sister-in-law is too charming to send out Shake 1x1. Thanks for the gift. Li Jili hated this person, but live broadcasting was her job, and even if she didn't like it, she had to perfume it. The anchor on the opposite side called Demon did scream a bit pervertedly, causing her to get upset. Li Jili smoothly turned off the connection. I only blame my sister-in-law for being too charming at Chongqing. Do you know all the rules? I hope that when the results come out you follow them on your own. Don't force me to come over and arrest you along the net. Wu Bo already felt like he was going to win, and that latter remark wasn't just a threat. Nowadays, in this age of flooding information, it wouldn't be difficult to find someone. 61. Just blame sister-in-law for being too charming. Little anchor Gaolang, how about you add some color too? It's not hard for you. Just call the winning party 3 times husband. This PK is because of you. It's not possible for us to fight with real money and blood down below while you watch the show up there, right? What do you all say, right? 21. Tootsie Monster. Charming brother, why don't I do it? I know the clip sound. I can scream 100 times. 16. Patty cake is sweet and sticky. This is too easy, isn't it? The stakes of this PK are so high that it will surely hit a super high score. So it's not too much to ask the anchor to call each of the 1,000 plus brothers in the live broadcast room a husband, right? 33. Crab boss without a name. Let's attach another sledgehammer dance. This anchor looks so pure. A rubbing dance would definitely be exciting. Li Jili's lips were tightly bitten. Calling someone a husband was a condition he wouldn't agree to no matter what. Even if she didn't want this job, She wouldn't do something so shameless. Just when she was about to balk, WeChat rang. Clicking it open, it was from the company's boss. Gilly, promise him. This PK will hit at least 1,000,000 points. It will definitely be on the top 3 of the same city list. Maybe it will rush to the national list. You look so pretty. You might be able to become a hit. Everything on the internet is virtual. You just think of it as screaming into the air a few times. But the money is real. Just this wave of earnings will exceed your entire year's salary. This is also the company's requirement. If you don't do as you're told, you know the consequences. Li Jili's eyes reddened. Helplessness, fear, anger, shame and other various emotions crawled up to her heart for a while. She so wanted to stick to her bottom line and say no loudly, but she hesitated. She thought of her mom who was alone and had worked hard to bring her up. She thought of her not-so-wealthy family. She didn't want to let her mom down. She wanted to be her mom's dependence instead of a drag. Li Jili faltered. For the first time, she was going to compromise with this society. Her lips gently opened. The word good was already in her throat. At this moment, a pop-up from Chongqing made her swallow back this word. 40 Chongqing, I won't lose, and I won't force you to call your husband, so don't worry about connecting. N. Li Jili nodded heavily. Li Jili's favorability plus 10. Current favorability 20. Blame your sister-in-law for being too charming. Snort. Who wouldn't know how to brag about being powerful? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you right now. You'll just have to watch when you lose. Anchor, pick up the connecting line. At this time, a female anchor named Rabbit Bunny connected over. Li Jili shook her eyes and looked at the information. More than 1,000,000 fans. The number of people online in the live room more than 2,000. She was a little weak, but still accepted the connection. Hello, miss, is it you who wants to play PK? Bunny opened the door. Yes, Li Jili spoke in a small voice. Then let's start straight away. How long of a fight? Li Jili looked at the pop-up screen. Chongqing said a 15 minutes. Okay, I'm closing my mic. Mu Qingyang remembered that the maximum time limit for PK was 15 minutes. He chose this time because he wanted to give Blame sister-in-law for being too charming a lesson. Isn't it great to have a high level? I'll see how much money you have to brush. When PK started, Mu Qingyang threw 10 carnival directly, and Li Jili's points instantly reached 300,000 points. Wu Bo had anticipated this and followed up with 10 carnivals without any hesitation, and after a 2-second pause, another 10 carnivals. He and MCN had negotiated terms in advance. Brushing 20 would be equivalent to the opposite side brushing 10. With such an advantage in place, he didn't know how he could lose. However, what he never expected was that the bloodline he had just pressed over was countered in just a split second, and he couldn't fight his way past it. The live broadcast screens of both anchors were all filled with carnival effects, and with such an intense bombardment of gifts, the live room was miserably moving in, and in just over a minute, it had already come to 10,000 plus. 41, 10,000 young women's dream. What's going on? How is it that my family's anchor just went to number 1 on the hourly list and then was seconded to number 3? Doesn't the carnival here cost anything? 23, I'm short but I can spin. Is it the union hyping up the new anchor again? But this girl is really good. Paying attention. 12 Liang Shanbua and Pig Hard come. Where is Chongqing from? Carnival X246? Still up. Righteous father. This is my righteous father. Chapter 7 Brothers help me. And afterwards I'll invite you to play with flowers. Mu Qingyang rested the hot used millet on his lap and shook off his sore left hand. I didn't realize that this smashing money is also a physical job. If it wasn't for the fact that my left hand has been exercised from time to time, I really wouldn't have been able to brush past the opposite side. In 2 minutes or so, Mu Qingyang had sent out more than 300 carnivals, an average of 3 per second. If converted into cash, it had already swiped out 1,000,000 out. What's the opposite side's origin? The bloodline is biting me so tightly. This is joy beans for me. But he's spending red banknotes. No matter what, this PK absolutely can't lose. My Jili little baby can only call me husband. Mu Qingyang's thumbs were frantically connecting blows on the shattered screen, already pointing out phantoms. Li Jili's blood bar also slowly pressed past at a slow pace. Wu Bo lowered the temperature of the office by another 2 degrees, but the sweat on his forehead still couldn't stop pouring out. Less than 1/5 of the time had passed, and the amount he had prepared was already at the bottom. This 1,000,000 or so was last quarter's profit, and if he brushed it down again, he would only be able to utilize the company's cash flow. Damn, bumping into an iron-headed waif has flustered old me, but when Grandpa came out to mix, you are still wearing crotchless pants. Old man today no matter what to do you. Wu Bo had already gone to his head. He used his public account to transfer 5 million to his private account and then cashed it all in for diamonds. Even if he swiped all of this money, along with the 1 million from before, he had only invested 3 million. It would only take half a year for him to earn this money back. Moreover, With this wave of PK, he was bound to become the center of attention in the live broadcast circle, and would also get a lot of traffic along the way. According to past experience, a part of this traffic will be converted into a source of customers for his offline stores, and it won't take long for the money swiped out to be transferred back in a different form. Yourself as a big brother on the live platform can also drive the physical business. What do you take with me to play? Wubo's ring finger and middle finger are battle-hardened and not slow. He alternately clicked the screen with his 2 fingers, and the blood bars of both sides slowly returned to the same starting line. Bunny thanked her big brother vigorously, and her vocal cords had a tendency to break. She was just making a show earlier, but now it was definitely from the bottom of her heart. 100,000 plus popularity. Top 5 on the national list. This kind of data could only be done by those few 10 million netizens who stood at the very top of the live broadcast chain, but at this moment, she was one of them. This was her crowning moment in her several years of live broadcasting. Her name would surely explode the live broadcast circle in the coming days. Li Zhili was oblivious to the 100,000 plus popularity of the live broadcast, neither thanking her big brother nor interacting with her aquatic friends, but only staring at the numbers above the blood bar and muttering, 15 million diamonds, converted into cash is 1.5 million. The platform draws half of the remaining 750,000. The company draws half of the remaining, and less than 400,000. Ha! Already? She longed to make money with her own hands through formal means. She wanted her mom to retire early, wanted her to have a good life. After today, it might just happen. A whopping $400,000 was enough to make their lives less urgent. All of this is because of this viewer called Chongqing. What kind of person is he? Li Zhili favorability +5. Current favorability 25. 17. Shark Chile, Master Tion. What do I see? I'm afraid this is the fiercest PK battle this year. I apologize for what I said earlier. Changqing righteous father, please accept Bu's bow. 31 Meng to a bowl of soup. Today I witnessed Chongqing big brother helicoptering from level 0 to level 60. Big brother, I'm following you. Please forgive my ignorance and rudeness. 11 Specializing in kicking cripples in that good leg. Does big brother have pets? Bite whoever you let. Bite and don't let go kind of thing. 13 Yao Young Milk Big brother, I am a 5-star general of Bai Gui Yuan, proficient in all kinds of fighting and grappling techniques. Do you think our manners still lacks a janitor? Mu Qingyang looked at the pop-up screen with an anti-smile. This session of netizens were quite naughty. However, he didn't have the time to interact with his water friends. The fact that the blood bar kept failing to press through made him vaguely worried. Even if he had a strong enough capital, the PK time was only 15 minutes. According to this situation, it wasn't certain who would lose and who would win, so he couldn't afford to slack off in the slightest. Mu Qingyang changed his hand, tirelessly and frantically clicking on the gifting icon. Wubo people are going numb. Less than 10 million of the 50 million diamonds remained, but there were still more than 5 minutes left. At this rate, in 2 minutes at most, his balance would be at the bottom. The company's funds can't be diverted. Otherwise there would be problems with the operation. That kid on the other side, he's playing pig in a poke here. This has me stumped. Wubo pondered for 2 seconds, while then clenched his teeth and took out his other cell phone to send a voice in a group chat with only a few people. Brothers, come to the Rabbit Bunny live room to help. Brush how much to remember the account. I will give you after the transfer to go. Immediately will ascend to the top of the mountain. If you choose to give up at this time, it will be a loss of muggle. Obviously Wubo will not do this kind of loss business. Not long after, Rabbit Bunny Live suddenly came in a few 60-something leveled big brothers, who came up to send carnival without saying a word. In less than a minute, the bloodline countered the opposite side. Wubo had a smug look on his face, to come out and mix, then the connections and resources. Now what do you take to play with me? But the next second, his smile froze on his face. The cell phone popped up a window. The remaining diamonds are insufficient. Whether to recharge? His cash has been recharged. Borrowing money is casually a few hundred. But is it too late? Asterisk 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 you asterisk. Wubo slapped his cell phone hard on the table and picked up his other cell phone to send another voice. Brothers, hold steady. This game must not be lost. Afterward I'll be the host and treat you to some fancy games. After saying that, he hurriedly picked up his cell phone to check the real-time battle situation. This look almost led him back over the gas. The carnival special effects in Rabbit Bunny's live broadcast room only appeared for a few seconds, and at the back it was even directly absent. A few level 60 friends they often gathered offline. After each of them brushed dozens of huazi, they all silently stopped. In these people's cognition, it doesn't matter if you spend tens of thousands of dollars to hold up. Even if you don't return it, it doesn't matter. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes and 10,000-year-old demons. No one will be so stupid as to charge forward with a real sword. The 15-minute PK is over. Le Dry Noodle has more than 78 million votes and Bunny Bunny has more than 65 million votes. Li Zhili won. Rabbit Bunny was waving goodbye with immense joy despite losing. Mu Qingyang's lips were white as he lay on the sofa, and white foam was still faintly visible in his mouth. Chapter 8 Adding partials will make it look euphemistic. Wu Bo angrily got up and slammed his cell phone hard on the ground, which didn't relieve his anger, and stomped his feet 2 more times. Today is really the day of the dog. Grass. He swiped so much money out for the sake of powder, for the sake of traffic, for the convenience of doing business in the future, to end up with the fate of pinning his number and withdrawing from the network. This was unacceptable to him. This PK battle was too big. So many people had seen it. Maybe it would even be on the hot search of the live board tomorrow. If he didn't abide by the bet, he would definitely become the object of ridicule of the whole network. From 10,000 people liking to 10,000 people disliking. This was even worse than killing him. Li Zhili was the happy party. She had already calculated out the proceeds of this PK, and it could be more than $9 million in her hands. This was an astronomical figure for her. This live streaming job was the highest paid of all the jobs she had ever had. Even if there wasn't any change for her to go on live for a while, it would take more than 10 years to earn that much money. In one afternoon, she had earned the earnings of the next 10 plus years. Li Zhili was still a bit confused while being excited. All of this was because of the audience called Chang Ching. I have to thank him. Thinking of this, Li Zhili stood up and bowed deeply towards the camera. Thank you Chang Ching, Big Brother's support. The anchor is unable to repay. Just give you another bow. 17 Yukiko of Milk White, just this? This doesn't honor me with your body? Forget it, you come down. I'll go up and broadcast. Chang Ching brother, I'll marry you. 22 Uncle Unhandsome, even if you don't give your body in marriage, you can always call your husband a few times, right? Wasn't that the bet just now? 5 I live next door and my name is Juan. Yes. Anchor, call your husband, even though it's not me who's calling. I'll associate myself in that direction. Call hubby, call your husband. The pop-up screen was clear of these 3 words, and Li Zhili's ears turned red. As things had developed to this point, she wasn't very resistant to calling Chang Ching her husband. After all, it wasn't a request from him, so it was just like shouting it into the air. This will also be able to cope with the live broadcast of the Water Friends, the scene of words, perfunctory on the past. Just as she sat back in the chair ready to gently call out when the words to the mouth but how can not speak, or not, there is always a lump in the heart. Chang Ching, this ID has a kind of uncle model as soon as you hear it. I guess he himself is at least 50 years old, older than my mom. Ask him. If he's only in his 20s, I'll give a shout out. Otherwise I'll cheat. Li Zhili cleared his throat. Chang Ching, big brother, why did you pick this name? Is it of any special significance? 69 Chang Ching, because adding the partials would make it seem more euphemistic. Li Zhili looked puzzled. Partial side? Chang removing the radical is hang, and Kyung removing it is. Ah, Li Zhili exclaimed. Her small face swished and turned red. The pop-up screen exploded. 666,666. 999. Why 9? Because 6 flipped. This wave I can only give you 82 points. The remaining 18 points in the form of 666. What a sparrow pecking a cow's ass, a sparrow eating a cow's bee. Rejected. Does everyone look good with my new name change? A sense of anticipation inexplicably grew in Li Zhili's heart after his shocked shyness. Those who could take this kind of not-so-serious name definitely wouldn't be very old. Maybe they were still students. No. A student couldn't have this much money. Then he should be about the same age as himself. Same age. And treat himself so well. If he is a bit taller and more handsome, and doesn't have a girlfriend yet, Li Zhili did not dare to think down. And then think down. Should think of what the child's name. Li Zhili favorability plus 20. Current favorability 45. Mu Qingyang bounced up from the sofa. This is 45 favorability? Is it that easy? Could it be that Li Zhili likes big ones? That's not right. Her number of relationships is 0. She shouldn't have any experience in this area. Could it be that he was impressed by the banknote ability? Also not right. She won't even cheat on gifts. Not a gold-digging woman. Then there is only one truth. He was impressed by the temperament of the despicable person. Yeah, that must be it. Today I am her superhero. She must be worshipping me now. In that case, let her call her husband, she shouldn't refuse. Mu Qingyang snapped words on the public screen. I've always been truthful. There's no need for the anchor to be surprised. Let's leave the ID matter aside for now and respond to the concerns of the brothers in the live broadcast room first. The matter of calling your husband. I'm actually neutral. It's mainly up to you. But if you want to call, then call. I won't reject you. Call your husband, call your husband, call your husband, call your husband. The pop-up screen began to coax again. Li Zhili's small face was still flushed as she slightly glanced sideways at the clock on the table. 21 hours 59 minutes and 55 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hubby. A crisp voice came out and the live broadcast room went black. The netizens were collectively confused. Off the air? Asterisk 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 100. 000 plus live room said off the air? Don't you want this sky-splitting traffic? Or is it that we don't deserve you? Disperse. The anchor went home to count the money. Is there anyone to go together to the Rabbit Bunny live room? Cyber violence or Big Brother? Inside a room with a small and fresh decoration style, Lee Ji-lee, whose face was red and humped, covered her breasts with her small hands and was panting heavily. The simple word husband seemed to have drained all of her strength, and she felt dizzy, threatening to fall over at any time. After a while, she slowly regained her strength, only to realize that inside the room, there was her university classmate and boss standing. Ji-lee, it's the time when popularity is at its peak. Why did you go off the air? Lee Ji-lee was a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, Frost. I saw that it was time, so I, by Shuang sighed. Hey, well, you are now the company's celebrity. Everything is based on your preferences. Let's go look at today's data. In front of the computer, Bai Shuangxiang sucked in a breath of cool air. Although she had already known in advance from the staff that Lee Ji-lee's data today was very good, she hadn't expected it to be this good. Number of viewers, 480. 000 plus. Number of likes, 1. 000 plus. Number of gift givers, 1. 324. Sound waves harvested, 79 million plus. Number of new fans, 72. 353. Ji-lee, you received over 7.9 million gifts today? Which godly man likes you so much? This is lower than the chance of winning the lottery. I don't know. I'll tell you. If you send it, he'll definitely still give it a brush. Maybe he'll ask you to meet offline soon, so you have to take advantage of it. This kind of to go? Definitely want to go. This is a chance to change fate. Let's talk about it then. After Lee Ji-lee went off the air, Mu Qingyang also lost interest in watching the live broadcast. He gave her a follow, and then sent a private message. Give me a micro signal, and then locked his cell phone. Chapter 9, Appointment with University Flower Qin Chiwen. It was still early, and Mu Qingyang had little desire to sleep. He suddenly had a flash of insight and thought of the university's school flower. Mu Qingyang took out his cell phone and found a photo in a locked folder. This was the ID photo of Chen Chiwen, which he had saved from the posting of the school flower selection when he was browsing the school's forum. Chen Chiwen had been named the top of the 4 school beauties since her freshman year, and it hadn't changed until she graduated. She definitely had 90 points. System, scanning, name, Chen Chiwen, age, 25, comprehensive face value, 94. Chen Chiwen's figure and face value were both superb, and Mu Qingyang, a bloodthirsty teenager back then, certainly liked her. However, he knew how much he weighed, and only used her as an object of desire, occasionally doing something out of the ordinary in his dreams. In reality, he wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts. But now with the system, it was a different story. Mu Qingyang exited the folder, opened WeChat, clicked on the magnifying glass in the upper right corner, typed Jiangnan University classmate group in the search field, and then pressed the enter key. After a moment of lag, a group chat with 469 people appeared in the first column. He hurriedly clicked into it, and among the many familiar names, he found Chen Chiwen. Since this is a group of classmates, everyone's group nicknames are their real names. Mu Qingyang clicked on her avatar to enter her WeChat homepage, and her WeChat nickname was Charming Dance Club Teacher 11. Is the schoolgirl's current job a dance teacher? That flexibility must be very good, right? Mu Qingyang hesitated for a split second before gathering the courage to press his thumb on Add to Address Book. Reason for application. Fill in dance counseling. I went to college in obscurity. The schoolgirl definitely doesn't know me. She probably won't agree to the friend application without finding a better gimmick. That's it. Send. Chen Chiwen was wearing cartoon pajamas and was staying home to catch up on dramas. WeChat suddenly popped up a friend request. She clicked on the message to take a look. Alumnus Mu Qingyang from Jiangnan University? I'm a bit impressed. I remember he's a bit handsome. What kind of dance is he counseling a big man? Who cares? If there's a member, there's money to be made. So let's agree first. Chen Chiwen clicked accept. Charming dance club teacher when past your friend verification. Now you can start chatting. Mu Qingyang looked at the chat box with Chen Chiwen. His palms were sweaty. Can't be a wimp? Now that I've added the schoolgirl's friend, as long as I can ask her out, I don't believe that 100 million won't be able to smash her favorability to 70 points. Mu Qingyang didn't even think about it and directly initiated a transfer of 88,000 to the schoolgirl. Success! It's true that divine magnificence gold can only be used on goddesses. Teacher one of the Charming Dance Club. Student Mu Qingyang, I haven't borrowed any money from you. Right, what does this mean? Mu Qingyang, A little counseling fee. Charming dance club teacher 1-1. Student Mu Qingyang. You're pressing the wrong button, aren't you? Where does the consultation fee need to be so much? Mu Qingyang. Consider the extra as tuition. I've suddenly become very interested in dance recently. Chen Shiwen stared at her phone hesitantly. Past students who enrolled in classes had paid thousands and thousands of dollars. Where else would they transfer nearly $100,000 right off the bat? Did he have something else in mind? Not necessarily. What if he is enrolling for his girlfriend? It's possible. There are very few adult men who learn dance. Take it. You get a 50% commission on members you recommend. That's $44,000 bucks. You can buy a Chanel bag. If his intentions are not pure, return the money. MS. When one of the charming dance club received your transfer. Chen Shiwen favorability +5. Current favorability 5. The moment the transfer was received, Chen Shiwen details appeared before Mu Qingyang's eyes. Name, Chen Shiwen. Age, 25. Occupation, dance teacher. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Favorability, 5. Comprehensive face value, 94 points. Rate or reward, super strong physique. Mu Qingyang smiled. Super strong physique? The male main character's standard divine skill. The corner of his mouth hooked up as he knocked down a few words in the chat box. Then we'll see you tomorrow at the dance club. Closing the chat box with the schoolgirl, Mu Qingyang directly sent a message to the station chief. Hello leader, my life has suffered a major change. I can't continue the takeaway job. By the way, the salary don't reply. Don't miss it. This sleep, Mu Qingyang sleep than the previous 25 years of any night, are at ease sweet. Chapter 10, being slighted by the schoolgirl. No rush, I'll get it all back. The next day, Mu Qingyang woke up refreshed. He washed his face haphazardly and sent a message to Chen Shiwen. Big beautiful Chen, what time does your dance club open? At which location? I'm getting ready to go over. Charming dance club teacher 1-1, you got up really early. Mr. Mu, I just woke up and I'm still in bed. The address of the dance club is on the 6th floor of the IFS International Center. Hey, how about this? You drive over and pick me up. How about we go over there together? In Chen Shiwen's mind, someone who could casually take out $88,000 to learn dance couldn't possibly not have a car. Mu Qingyang's heart thumped. Oh no, I have a car, but it's a battery car. It's not much of a problem to pick up someone in the back, but this is too damn awkward. Who rides a bike to pick up a schoolgirl? Even if I did ride over, she wouldn't necessarily get on. It might even be a crazy drop in favorability. But yesterday's pussy was all mine, so if I refuse now, I'll be slapping myself in the face. It's not too late to rent a car, but I've only got about $1,000 left in total assets and I can't afford the deposit. What to do? There you go. Go over there first, and then use the dog-licking money to get a top-end car. This money is spent on the commute of the consumer object. It's not a violation. It's reasonable for me to take a ride, right? Mu Qingyang, okay, you send me the location. I arrive to drop you. Mu Qingyang put on his helmet, whistling, riding an electric donkey happily set off. Chen Shiwen sent the location from the suburb where he rented more than 10 kilometers away. If the taxi to the past will have to spend a large dozens. Now the job resigned, no income. WeChat that the only remaining more than 1,000 is to stay alive. The province still have to save. After arriving at the place, Mu Qingyang found a remote corner to park the battery car, then sent a message to Chen Shiwen. I'm here. You come downstairs. And then he walked towards his destination on foot. Although this place is right next to the city center, the house price in this area is only around 20,000, and the schoolgirl isn't a lady from a rich family. It's better this way. The more ordinary the schoolgirl's family is, the more powerful my ability to use banknotes will be. Mu Qingyang walked around. He was very familiar with this place. He used to come here often for delivery. He just didn't realize that Jiangnan University's school flower actually lived here too. Walking along, his eyes suddenly glanced towards the bus stop pavilion in front of him. There stood a pretty and slender figure. Dum 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 dum. Mu Qingyang's heart suddenly beat wildly. Even though he hadn't seen her for a few years, he still recognized Chen Shiwen at a glance. She was still too pretty to look directly at. Hello. Mu Qingyang boldly greeted her. Chen Shiwen turned her head to look. Beside her stood a strange man with long hair, a scraggly beard, a white shirt washed yellow, and leather shoes with wrinkles all over them. She tentatively asked, Mu Qingyang? Mu Qingyang nodded. He saw surprise in the schoolgirl's eyes. Mu Qingyang himself was aware that this outfit was a bit of a drop. The shirt and leather shoes were uniformly customized by the company when he worked as a real estate consultant, and although they were a bit old, they were still much better than the short sleeves that he had bought for a few dollars a piece on pieces of CC. Hair long is in order to save money, do not spare to cut. beard pulling because used a few years of razor and a month ago broke. Chen Shiwen was surprised, and she gazed at Mu Qingyang with her eyebrows. The shape of the eyebrows is very nice. The eyes are also very clear. The bridge of the nose is quite straight. The lips are dry and cracked but very colorful. The overall features are not bad. The height is also quite tall. My 165 height is only up to his ears. There should be 180 upwards it. Although a bit scruffy, but a handsome man embryo. Cough. Chen Shiwen coughed dryly to hide her embarrassment. Student Mu Qingyang, are you alone? In her opinion, Mu Qingyang's outfit looks like he's selling insurance, and it doesn't look like he would come to learn dance in any way. Maybe he was paying the tuition for the girl he liked. It's also strange and pathetic. They are like this, but still spend so much money to pursue girls. Just myself. Mu Qingyang straightened his back a bit more. Ever since he started pursuing Zhang Shanshan, he had actively avoided contact with the opposite sex, mainly because he was afraid of her jealousy. In the long run, when he encountered a slightly prettier girl, he was a bit flustered. So when he saw Chen Shiwen just now, he was instinctively a little nervous. But once he thought of the 9 digits lying alone in his card, his self-confidence immediately rushed from the soles of his feet to his head. Okay, did you drive? Let's go to the dance club and talk about it in detail. Chen Shiwen no longer entangled. Who cares if he has money or not? We are just ordinary alumni relationship. He spends money on lessons I just teach seriously. The car is temporarily lent to someone else, but the car I called is almost here. It's that one. Let's go. A Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan came on the road. Mu Qingyang gentlemanly helped the schoolgirl to pull open the rear door. Chen Shiwen squeezed out a fake smile and catapulted herself into it. Mu Qingyang himself sat in the front row. It wasn't that he didn't want to sit next to the beautiful schoolgirl. In fact, he wanted to batch explode. But now in this situation, being too proactive would look obscene. When the time came to show the ability of the banknotes, he would get all the venues back. After a long journey without words, the car stopped at the IFS International Center. This was the most luxurious shopping center in Jiangnan City, selling all the luxury goods inside, each of which cost a lot of money. Mu Qingyan was dragged by Zhang Chanshan to come here once when he handed out his year-end bonus, and just bought a few simple short sleeves for her and spent thousands of dollars. If you don't get the system before, Mu Qingyang himself is killed or unlikely to come to this kind of place. But now, he only hopes that the things inside can stand up to the word international. Chapter 11, Kiwi Chen, 9 figures? It's good that you're happy. Chen Shiwen walked ahead to lead the way, and after entering the elevator, she played with her phone by herself, treating Mu Qingyang on the side as air. Ding! The elevator door opened, and Chen Shiwen turned into a nearby store with a light luxury decoration style with her small broken steps. Sister Wang, this is the new member I told you about last night. You enter his information and I'll go change my clothes. Sister Wang didn't respond to Chen Shiwen, but kept nudging her mouth towards the rest area, and blinked her eyes vigorously. A frivolous voice rang out. Yo, Big Beauty Chen finally came to work. Ha, my waist is sore from sitting. Mu Qingyang looked sideways, and a dry, thin man with greasy hair and heavy dark circles under his eyes, who had obviously been emptied of his body by alcohol, stood up. Immediately following him as he stood up, there were also 2 followers who appeared to be lapdogs. Chen Shiwen furrowed her eyebrows. Zhao Mangan, what are you doing here? The man named Zhao Mangan leaned over with a flimsy step. Learning to dance? What else can I do? I just charged $10,000 for tuition and enrolled in your class. MS. 1-1. When do we start? Ha ha ha. Chen Shiwen met Zhao Mangan at a drinking game. At the time, he was attending as his best friend's boyfriend. Upon seeing her, he stalked her like a dog's skin. Her best friend had been messing with her for a long time because of this, but fortunately, Chen Shiwen had never given Zhao Mangan a good face, which preserved this plastic sisterhood. Listen to the girlfriend said. Zhao Mangan family is open logistics company, assets of tens of millions of dollars. She is also the strength of Zhao Mangan agreed to do his girlfriend. But now what to do have done. But the money did not get much. Very reluctant. So she begged Chen Shiwen to stay away from Zhao Mangan. And when she made a fortune, she would do whatever they wanted. Chen Shiwen is too lazy to explain. Zhao Mangan, this kind of short winter melon fine dog philandering man, she cannot see from the heart. Only what Chen Shiwen didn't expect was how he found his way here. Sister Wang, is what he said true? Chen Shiwen's pretty face was cloudy. It was obvious that she was very unhappy. Sister Wang nodded her head. Yes, I'm not teaching him. Chen Shiwen capriciously twisted her head away. What do you mean by that? MS. 1-1? Zhao Mangan leaned closer and closer. I also spent real money to enroll in the class. What kind of attitude is this? Does your charming dance club still want to make a distinction? In that case, I'm going to expose it on the internet. Sister Wang's face immediately sank upon hearing this, and she hurriedly gave Chen Shiwen a wink. Chen Shiwen knew what Sister Wang meant. It was for her to endure it, but she felt awkward no matter how she thought about it. The thought of dancing in front of Zhao Mangnang was as disgusting as eating a fly. When the atmosphere was deadlocked, Mu Qingyang pushed mighty man Zhao away. What's wrong with you? You have to be first in everything you do. Learning to dance is the same. I've already bought out all of Ms. Chen's lessons yesterday. She's now my private teacher. Zhao Mangnan staggered back 2 steps, and his little brother hurriedly held him up. He looked up at Mu Qingyang, followed by a sentence of nationalism spewing out. Where did you come from, farmer to non-farmer? You dared to push your grandfather? Mu Qingyang's attire was indeed a bit rustic, and Zhao Mangan, who had always been domineering, didn't put this tall man who appeared to be a property officer in his eyes. Chen Xiwen didn't expect this college friend to be so rash, daring to push someone without asking. Zhao Mangnan was someone that Mu Qingyang couldn't afford to mess with, and there was no guarantee that he would be retaliated against in the future. She hurriedly stopped Mu Qingyang to the side. Alright, I'll teach both of them. You guys go wait in the 7 dance room. I'll change my clothes and come. Slow down. Zhao Mangnan was not happy. This kid said he bought out all your classes. Why don't I believe him? If it's true that he paid before me, then I abide by the rules of the first come first served game, and can forget about him pushing me. If this is just an excuse he made, then I'll have to settle this account for him. Zhao Mangnan's character was vindictive, and he was a lord who wouldn't take a loss. The reason why he said this was because he had eaten up this poor boy blowing awesome. Look at him. He said he came to check the water meter. He believes. Learn to dance? I don't think so. Besides, he was waiting here before the dance club opened. Who could pay faster than him? He wanted to let this dilettante know that there is a price to be paid for heroically rescuing a beauty. Chen Xiwen was relieved to hear that. Sister Wang, show him the chat records I had with you yesterday. Sister Wang flipped the computer screen. The computer was logged on WeChat. She nimbly found Chen Xiwen's avatar and clicked in. The above sentence of dialogue and a transfer stood out. Sister Wang, I've taken in a new student. Guess how much tuition he paid in one go? Charming dance club teacher Wen initiated a transfer of 88,000 to you. Zhao Mangnan skimmed his head after seeing it. Weird. This agricultural transfer Murphy is the old home demolition. Take the demolition money to stay here to pick up girls? Damn Dudon Moncler. 88,000. Then my handwriting is still big. But unfortunately, Uing met me. I want to let you know. What is the real strength? Sister Wang, right? Zhao Mangnan glanced at the young woman in front of the computer. I'm a person. Everything is good. Just a little bit of cleanliness. Learning to dance with strangers in the same room. I get goosebumps just thinking about it. You guys who open your doors for business, what you demand is the highest bidder gets it. In this case, I'll charge another 100,000. And you guys give this non-mainstream long-haired brother a new teacher. Mu Qingyang was happy to hear that. How come there are still people bumping into guns? I also have the exact same intention. In this way, bamboo pole, I won't bully you. As long as you charge more than me, I will immediately get out from here. On the contrary, you get out. Listen up. It's Rolu. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Mangnan looked at the 2 doglegs around him and laughed with a cackle. Did you guys hear that? He wants to compete with me in recharging. I can recharge up to 7 figures playing a game. What are you going to compare with me? Don't lose your family's demolition money just to act tough. Chen Xiwen was shocked after hearing this. It was really possible that Mu Qingyang had gotten a resettlement payment from the demolition of his old home. Otherwise there was no reason for him to suddenly become so rich. This stupid kid. This is resettlement money. It's to be used to buy a house and decorate it. How can you mess around like this? Alright Mu Qingyang, stop being childish here. If you keep this up, I'll refund you the money from before. Chen Xiwen favorability -5. Current favorability -5. Mu Qingyang, what's going on here? I'm helping you clean up the flies, okay? She must have been misled by the bamboo stick's words. But how can I wimp out in this situation? Mu Qingyang put his heart on the line and tapped out that text message from yesterday when the dog-licking gold arrived. While holding the screen across Chen Xiwen's eyes, Chen Xiwen's pupils were dilating little by little, while her heart was silently counting. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 100 million, and then she turned her head to look at Mu Qingyang. It's good that you're happy. Chen Xiwen favorability +15, current favorability 10. Chapter 12. What is the effect of the schoolgirl wearing pink yoga pants? Surprisingly, the favorability went up. Mu Qingyang was delighted in his heart. Ancestor, you're right. Money is for girls to see, not for girls to spend, but I belong to a special case. I have to both show her and spend it fiercely. Mu Qingyang looked at the bamboo stick. Don't you care if this is a demolition payment or something? I've already charged $88,000. It's your turn. He was ready to give the bamboo pole a little lesson. Little by little, he would excite his money out. Save him from taking it to scourge women. Fine, bring the POS machine. Sister Wang handed it over numbly. 88,000. Right? I'll charge another 100,000. A total of 1,100,000. After swiping the card, the bamboo stick looked provocatively at Mu Qingyang, while cursing in his heart. Fake you continue to fake it for me again. Mu Qingyang snorted and aimed the WeChat payment code at the POS machine. Sister Wang, I'll swipe another 100,000. When the white thermal printing paper slowly spat out from the machine, Zhao Mangnan's expression looked like he had eaten poop. Damn, meta cutie. He usually had a lot of living expenses, a full $100,000 a month, but put in his hands, this amount of money was simply not enough. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just gotten his living expenses at the beginning of the month, he wouldn't have been able to afford to charge that 100,000. Inside the game rushed close to 1 million is not false, but that is how many years accumulated. And the equipment of the fantasy westward journey is very valuable, can be realized. Zhao Mangnan hesitantly touched out a card from his pants pocket and said through gritted teeth, charge another 100,000. This was a credit card with a limit of $500,000, but it had already been used almost as much as he had, so he was still able to swipe out $100,000. Zhao Mangnan's heart was dripping blood as he signed the small check. In order to pretend this in front of Chen Qiwen, he couldn't go out for the next few months. If this couldn't take this special thing down, it would be a big loss. Mu Qingyang looked at the bamboo stick's constipated expression in his heart. You're rich, right? I'm ing hung. Sister Wang, I'll charge another 200,000. If he can still follow, I'll admit defeat. When Mu Qingyang sold houses, he learned to read people's words, and he could tell from Bamboo's micro-expression that his wallet had bottomed out. The reason why he said this was to deliberately provoke him. Wait, I'll make a call. Things had come to this point. How could Zhao Mangnan admit defeat? He dialed his old man's phone. Dad, there's something on my side. You transferred $200,000 over to me. The growl coming out of the receiver could be heard from a long way away. You have your mom's chicken thing. I just gave you $100,000. How many days has it been? You're out there shagging behind my back? Zhao Mangnan thought everyone couldn't hear him. He was still tense. Don't give me this bull ********. I have an emergency. If you don't turn it over to me, I'll tell my mom about Secretary Liu. ********Q. Retribution. Sooner or later, you're going to die in my hands. Zhao Mangnan had just hung up the phone when he received a notification that the transfer had arrived. He gave Mu Qingyang a provocative look, but realized that both Chen Qiwen and this tall man were holding back their laughter. He immediately felt his face burning and took his anger out on Sister Wang. What are you still dumbfounded for? Swipe your card. As the printout was spit out, Zhao Mangnan rediscovered his confidence. What are you looking at? Why don't you get out of here? Mu Qingyang spread his hands. Coincidentally, my dad just transferred 2 million to me as well. Sister Wang, this time lose an extra 0. Sister Wang was already confused from receiving money. She nodded mechanically and pressed 6 zeros on the POS machine. Zhao Mangnan had lost his ability to think and stood frozen in place. A few seconds later, he disbelievingly stepped forward and snatched the printing paper on the POS machine. But when he looked at it, his hand shook uncontrollably. Want to continue? Mu Qingyang looked at him harmlessly. Zhao Mangnan swallowed his saliva, his face full of unwillingness. Count yourself cruel. Then please honor the bet and get out of here. Mu Qingyang didn't want a bull ***** with him. Get out of here? How could that be possible? When had he, Duke Xiao, ever been humiliated like this? Moreover, the goddess Chen Qiwen was right in front of him. If he did this, he was afraid that he would never have the face to see her again in the future, as long as he kept his honorable image. When this pig-disguised kid got tired of playing with her, he would still have a chance, wouldn't he? Brother, just now I was just joking with you. We are all hanging out in Jiangnan City, raising our heads and not seeing each other. There's no need to make things worse. Mu Qingyang sneered. I can casually spend a few $1 million to recharge my card. Cleaning you up is just a matter of words. You weigh it yourself. Zhao Mangnan's eyebrows wrinkled together, and after struggling for a few seconds, he disheveled and crouched down. Although he was a dude, he wasn't stupid. This time, he had really kicked the iron plate. At his level, he understood better than anyone else that someone who could smash money to pick up girls like this, stepping on him was like playing 3 meatballs curled into a pile on the ground or rolling toward the gate. Also, don't come back to harass Chen Qiwen in the future. If I see you again, I want you to look good. Zhao Mangnan was on the ground nodding his head repeatedly. His movements were very comical. Yes, I know. When Chen Qiwen looked at Mu Qingyang again, there were more indescribable colors in her eyes. She would never have thought that this male classmate, who she hadn't had much interaction with, would throw away more than $2 million in order to help her get rid of the flies. She didn't dare to look directly into Mu Qingyang's clear eyes and said weakly, "How about, I'll let Sister Wang return this money to you." Mu Qingyang was happy. "Refund what? This is my tuition for learning to dance. Sister Wang, I'll buy out Wen's lessons in the future. No one else is allowed to enroll in her classes, and the cost will be deducted from the money I charged just now. Is there a problem?" Sister Wang usually liked to read overbearing president articles and would often substitute herself into the plot of the novels. How she wished for such a valiant man to appear by her side, caring for her and protecting her. However, today she saw it in reality, but the heroine was not her. Sister Wang looked at Mu Qingyang with winks and cast an envious gaze towards Chen Shiwen. "Okay, whatever you say." Mu Qingyang gave a wicked chill and curiously checked Sister Wang's information. Name, Wan Jing. Age, 38. Comprehensive face value, 54. Piss off. Chen Shiwen favorability plus 20. Current favorability 30. Mu Qingyang was secretly happy in his heart. At this rate, it wouldn't be far from withdrawing cash. "Student Mu, what are you thinking about?" Chen Shiwen cocked her head to look at him. He, nothing. Can I start learning dance now?" Mu Qingyang didn't really want to learn. He mainly wanted to see the schoolgirl dancing in front of him. Wouldn't that be 100 times more exciting than watching a live broadcast? "Yes. Do you have a type of dance you want to learn?" "I mainly teach jazz dance. I can do anything. Look at you. Watch me." Mu Qingyang sat dumbfounded on the floor of the 7th dance room, with an entire mirror affixed to the wall. The person in the mirror had bangs covering his eyes, and looked indeed like a non-mainstream. "When I have money, I'll go cut a chestnut head again. When I sold the house it was this hairstyle. At that time there were still a lot of female owners who wanted to submarine me." When the thoughts wandered, there was a more slender figure in the mirror. Mu Qingyang twisted his head to look, and suddenly his nose was hot, only to see Chen Shiwen wearing a set of light pink yoga pants, with a high ponytail tied on her head. The whole person was pretty and valiant. The knot in Mu Qingyang's throat rolled. Extremely good nah. Chapter 13, Maybe Beggars Don't Deserve Love. "Hi." Chen Shiwen reached out her slender hand and waved it in front of Mu Qingyang's eyes. "What are you gawking at?" Mu Qingyang woke up as if in a dream and hurriedly wiped the drool at the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. "No, just quite surprised to see you in this outfit." "Humph." Chen Shiwen snorted, her small head raised, her expression somewhat haughty. This outfit was only worn when she took female trainees. She always wore loose sportswear for classes with male trainees present. If it wasn't for Mu Qingyang's good behavior just now, she wouldn't have given him this benefit. Don't look. Let's start today's lesson. Do you have a dance foundation before?" Mu Qingyang shook his head. "Then let's teach from the simplest warm-up moves and stretching." Chen Shiwen finished moving herself. Mu Qingyang, however, remained in the same coiled sitting position. "What are you doing? Stand up. How can you learn just by watching? Follow my movements." Mu Qingyang was so embarrassed that his socks buckled through. He wanted to stand up, but his body was a bit uncomfortable. "How about, let's forget about it today. I see that this mall is quite luxurious. How about you accompany me for a stroll?" If it was before recharging the card, Chen Shiwen would never accompany Mu Qingyang to the mall. For one, she was afraid that acquaintances would see her with a man of this caliber and lose face. Secondly, the clothes and bags here are all very nice. She wants them so much that she's afraid she won't be able to control herself to chop off her hands. But now, she's happy to do it. Since I know Mu Qingyang more wealth and billions of dollars, how to look at him a man with a bit of connotation in a low profile is also quite charming, isn't it? Alright, I'm quite familiar with this place. I can help you avoid the pit. Do I need to change my clothes? Mu Qingyang pondered for 2 seconds. I still think the set you have for work is better. Actually, both sets were good, each with their own style, but the yoga pants were too thought-provoking, and Mu Qingyang didn't want other men to see them. Alright then, wait for me here. I'll be ready in a minute. Chen Shiwen, who had rechanged into stockings, was pure and lustful, making people want to hold her in their arms and give her a good heartache. At this point, his body had already returned to its original state. Mu Qingyang stood up from the ground without blushing, and walked out of the dance club's door side by side with Chen Shiwen. Chen Shiwen intentionally leaned her body towards the side of Mu Qingyang, and a fragrance that only belonged to a young girl was drilled straight into his nostrils. When Mu Qingyang waved his hand inadvertently, he could occasionally touch Chen Shiwen's warm and smooth skin, which made him feel a bit flustered for a while. Student Mu, Chen Shiwen tentatively asked. I remember you seem to have a girlfriend in college. Right, we are like this. Will it not affect not so good? Oh, split up. Mu Qingyang's tone was flat. Split up? Why? It can't be said to be a breakup. Technically speaking, she's not my girlfriend, because she never publicized our relationship to the end. Even her best girlfriends only think that we're merely friends. Chen Shiwen frowned slightly. This is too that, isn't it? Past experience told her that Mu Qingyang had met a scum girl, and it was the scum kind of scum. However, she didn't say it explicitly, since it was all broken off. There was no need to rub salt in the wound. Speaking of which, she also had to thank that woman. If it wasn't for her blindness, how could she meet such a quality man? It's convenient to ask, how did you guys separate? Ha! Mu Qingyang laughed to himself. Maybe beggars don't deserve love. Chen Shiwen spat out her tongue and didn't say anything, but she probably guessed the reason. As the duo passed by the Parisian house counter, a surprised voice called out to them. Hey, Wang, I guess I caught you groping at work. Why don't you stay at the dance club and run outside? Chen Shiwen laughed and scolded. You think I'm you Fifi? This is my college friend Mu Qingyang. He signed up for my dance class. I'm accompanying him for a stroll. After saying that, she looked at Mu Qingyang. Fei Fei raised her eyes to look. The fake smile on her face was worse than crying. Has Wenwen liked men to this extent lately? How can she even look at this kind of goods? At a glance, you can tell it's a beggar whose pockets are cleaner than his face. Except for his height and features. I don't see what's so good about him. I guess he wants to get close to Wenwen in the name of learning dance. Not to find a mirror to look at their own a few kilograms. Dare to come out to learn others to pick up girls. I'll teach you a lesson. Hello classmate. Fei Fei greeted politely. Mu Qingyang checked her information in passing. Name, Huang Fei. Age, 28 years old. Comprehensive face value 72. Hello, Sister Fei. Mu Qingyang returned a sentence in a salty manner. Huang Fei's face instantly collapsed, and she spat in her heart. Am I that old you just call out sister? Do you have manners you? This girl doesn't look any different from Wenwen. Right, both look like they are in their early 20s, but she still forced out a smile. Mr. Mu, let's take a look at our store. There are a lot of new styles lately. Maybe there's something Wenwen likes. Don't you want to pick up girls? I'll show you what you're made of right away. No. Chen Shiwen waved her hands. We're just taking a casual look. You go and get busy. She knew what Fei Fei had in mind. She definitely wanted to ruthlessly slaughter Mu Qingyang, but that would make her look too gold-digging. Yeah, Mu Qingyang agreed. He was worried about licking his dog's gold with no place to spend it. There was still more than 90 million lying in his card. Don't let Chen Shiwen's favorability reach 70 by then. But he didn't brush much out. That would be a loss. Wow. Do you really want to go in? Chen Shiwen was still a little hesitant. In case Mu Qingyang really wants to give her something at that time, should she accept, or not to accept it? Just go in and take a look. You don't have to buy it. The Paris family counter is a minimalist style decoration. Bright lights in the store. Looks transparent atmosphere. But a closer look at the various seemingly ordinary decoration materials reveals luxury everywhere. Mr. Mu, this is the shoes and hats section. We have a lot of seasonal new models in our store. Do you like any of them? Entering the store, Huang Fei immediately changed into a professional smiling face with a much more modest attitude. Mu Qingyang secretly nodded his head. Worthy of being a guide in a luxury store? The professional quality is still worth recognizing. The Paris family's pop shoes have been very hot lately, and Mu Qingyang often sees female bloggers wearing them when he brushes Jitterbug. He glanced down at Chen Shiwen's beautiful feet, wearing a pair of pop shoes as well, but compared to the ones on the shoe rack, they were obviously a few notches behind. Chen Shiwen noticed this detail of Mu Qingyang looking at her shoes. She used her index finger and thumb to pick up a corner of Mu Qingyang's sleeve and said with some embarrassment, Mr. Mu, I have a lot of shoes. Let's look at the others. Actually, Chen Shiwen really liked these shoes, but the price was too expensive. Any pair of them would cost a few thousand, almost catching up with her 1 month's salary. The reason why she said that was because she wanted to hurry up and lead Mu Qingyang away, so she could just turn around and make a show of it. Mu Qingyang, however, stopped like a stubborn donkey as he waved at Huang Fei. Give her these pairs to try. Chapter 14, Zheng Qianqian. Who is that uncle next to you? Mu Qingyang had said so. It would be bad if he refused again. Chen Shiwen knew that men loved face the most outside. She immediately sat on the shoe-changing stool and tried on one pair after another with the assistance of Huang Fei. Mu Qingyang didn't know where he had wandered off to at this time. Seeing his absence, Huang Fei quietly gave Chen Shiwen a tip. Seeing your classmate like this, he should have some goods in his pocket. Sis, I'll let him buy you a pair later. Chen Shiwen hurriedly shook her head. That's not good. What's wrong with that? Silly girl, look how pretty you look in these shoes. Leave this matter to me. Chen Shiwen couldn't greet this BFF at all. She had already walked to Mu Qingyang's side with a six-parent stride. Mr. Mu, Wenwen has already tried it out. Do you want to take a look? Sure. Mu Qingyang walked straight towards Chen Shiwen. Good looking. Just these pairs, how much? A trace of surprise flashed across Huang Fei's face. Could it be that I looked away? Could it be that this dude is really rich? Okay, I'll do the math for you. Mr. Mu, the total is 15. 780 yuan if 3 pairs. Do you think it's cash or credit card? Mu Qingyang shook his head and walked away. Huang Fei was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? You don't have any money. Why are you acting like a wolf? You want it all together. It's more like you're going to die. What happened to your previous demeanor? Continue to pretend calm. Why did you run away when you heard the amount? What a shrimp head. Just when Huang Fei was about to tell Chen Shiwen how bad this classmate of hers was, Mu Qingyang suddenly turned his head. Just over $10,000? Don't you have anything more expensive here? Gah, what's the situation? Did the reversal come so quickly? Huang Fei didn't react for a moment, and her speech became stilted. There are more expensive ones. Mr. Mu, this way please. Mu Qingyang brainlessly bought 7 or 8 dresses for Chen Shiwen, using less than $100,000 in total, and his expression was a bit unhappy. It wasn't that he was heartbroken about the money. It's smacking of money being spent too slowly, but it had to be said that a top beauty with a score of 90 or above looked good no matter what she wore. Mu Qingyang's eyes were looking straight. This skin. It's worth buying. Chen Shiwen looked at the large shopping bags in front of her and looked anxious. Mr. Mu, I can't take this much. Why did you buy all of them? Mu Qingyang waved his hand indifferently. Thousands of gold can't buy me happiness. I'm very happy today. That's as far as it goes. You didn't even show it to yourself. You just bought it for me. Where am I good enough to receive? Mu Qingyang awkwardly pinched the bridge of his nose. Cough. I don't really care about these, but you must accept it. Otherwise I will be very sad. Where is the baby not wanting to buy it? The baby's heart is bitter, only he knows. Chen Shiwen hesitated for a few seconds and finally nodded. Mu students have only just been slagged by a slag woman, and his emotions are precisely the time of vulnerability and sensitivity. If he still breaks his heart at this time, he will definitely be very sad. But is it possible? He is fond of me then. Chen Shiwen often surfed the internet, and she knew a lot of terriers. Nowadays, the male circle preached something about money being only for the girl to see and not for the girl to spend. Mu students are willing to pay so much for themselves. More or less there is so much meaning, right? If he pursues me, do I agree? Or do I not agree? Chen Shiwen favorability plus 10. Current favorability 40. Let's go shopping somewhere else. Mu Qingyang walked out of the Parisian house counter after saying that. After Chen Shiwen asked Fei Fei to keep the clothes and shoes she had just bought safe, she took a step and chased after her. 1. Are there any better stores in this international shopping center? I want to give you something better. Chen Shiwen inwardly. Enough is enough. Brother Mu, one is satisfied. So satisfied that it's overflowing. On the surface, Mr. Mu, you've already given away enough. Let's just stroll here. How can that be? Mu Qingyang's tone was not to be trifled with. I have to give you a bag no matter what. 1. This is a little bit of my heart, so don't push back anymore. Besides, this amount of money is nothing to me. You know. Alright then. Chen Shiwen couldn't argue with him. Plus she had plans to buy a bag herself, so she let him go. However, she was playing a little game in her mind. Mr. Mu must be interested in me. There's no such thing as forcing someone to give something away. But don't say, this persistence of his is so cool. But is he really just an obsessive guy who has had his feelings played with by a scummy girl? Why does he feel like he's got something? Mu Qingyang has a fart of a thing. He just wanted to spend the money as early as possible and raise his good feelings as soon as possible so that he could turn the dog-licking gold into cash. The reason he wanted to send Chen Shiwen a bag was because bags were expensive. Especially the brand he swiped online called Hermes. A random bag was tens of millions. Is there a Hermes counter here? Let's go there and take a look. Chen Shiwen's head shook like a rattle. Forget about Hermes. I can't hold it. Actually Chanel is quite good. Mu Qingyang did not insist. It's better to send her something she likes. This is conducive to rising favorability. Chanel counter and the Paris family counter is not far away from each other. Turn a corner to the... Mu Qingyang just entered the store door and heard a familiar voice. But he didn't dare to be sure. This is also 2 Clip. And just turned 18 years old is the same. But he still took a curious glance. Damn, really Zhang Qianqian. Only to see Zhang Qianqian holding a balding greasy uncle whining and pouting. Aya Wang. You just give people to buy a well. People like this bag for a long time. If you buy me, tonight reward your favorite that action. Zhang Qianqian this. In front of me pretending to be like the Virgin Mary White Lotus flower. Said what before marriage cannot have intimate behavior. Lousy pursued her hard for 3 years and didn't even kiss her mouth. Behind my back. I'm either selling or being a mistress. Zhang Qianqian. Mu Qingyang's voice was cold. That fat guy next to you. Is that your father? Hearing someone shouting. Zhang Qianqian twisted her head in confusion. Seeing that it was Mu Qingyang, she said disdainfully. Yo, who do I think it is? Isn't this the Meituan writer Mu Qingyang? What are you doing here if you don't go to deliver takeout? Mu Qingyang's voice was even colder. I said, That uncle on the side, is he your father? None of your business. Zhang Shanxian's fire came up when she was spoken to like this. It's not your turn to care who I'm with. You've already embarrassed me enough. My friend laughed at me for having a delivery liquor. Do you know how embarrassed I was? Chapter 15 Mu Qingyang. You are a scum. The greasy fat man also figured out what was going on when he heard this. He touched his rounded stomach, making a serious look. Young man, this society is very complicated. It's more than just love affairs, feelings in front of material things. It's fragile and scary. This isn't the place for you to come either. Stop when it's appropriate. Mu Qingyang, momentarily speechless, do not know what to say. At this time a soft arm gently held his arm, and Chen Shuan's sweet voice came from his ear. Brother Mu, don't be angry. Fatty's eyes went straight. He had thought that this girl on the side just happened to come in with Mu Qingyang and was standing on the sidelines watching the fun. He didn't expect it to be this poor kid's date. This kid's luck is too good to be true. I've been in love for many years, but I've never played with such a great girl. Although it is someone else's girlfriend, but the fat heart can be happy bad. He pinched this kind of little girl can be too experienced. As long as he gave them a little sweetness and brought them to see the beauty of the upper class, they would know that being young and handsome was the most useless thing. And in the end, they would all take the initiative to throw themselves into their arms. Fatty smiled and pulled out a business card from within his wallet. Hello beautiful, I'm Wang Jian, the chairman of Happy Property. Nice to meet you. Chen Shuan's hand holding Mu Qingyang did not move. There was no intention to strike up a conversation either. The fat man resentfully retracted his hand and said towards Zhang Qianxian by his side, Qianxian, don't you like this bag a lot? I'll buy it for you. He wanted to show strength through the simplest and crudest way, like buying. He reckoned that Mu Qingyang was just bringing his girlfriend here to shop around for a while, and spending should be impossible. After all, the most ordinary bag here would cost $40,000 to $50,000. It wasn't something that a freshly minted college student like them could afford. Chen Shiwen was unmoved, and even her line of sight never glanced at the fat man even for a second. On the contrary, the resentment on Zhang Shanxian's face disappeared cleanly when she heard these words. Originally, Wang hooking up with other women in front of her had made her lose face, but a bag was enough to offset all her unhappiness. She gently pecked Fatty on the cheek. Brother Wang, you're so nice. Mu Qingyang looked straight to his stomach, nor did he want to say anything more to this kind of person. Pulling Chen Shiwen, she went to the other side. Student Mu, Chen Shiwen asked in a low voice. That one just now, is that the girl you've been chasing for 3 years? Mu Qingyang nodded. But now, we don't have any relationship anymore. I don't think he's worthy of you. Forget about her. Let's look at the bag. Chen Shiwen tried 7 or 8 of them one after the other, but her dyslexia kicked in and she didn't know which one to buy. This was a simple question. Mu Qingyang would do it. He waved at the guide. Wrap all of these up and swipe your card. Zhang Qianxian had already had her eye on a bag, but she was purposely dawdling, picking and choosing as if she couldn't decide, and looking towards Mu Qingyang's side from time to time. When she heard such pretentious words from Mu Qingyang, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. All wrapped up? And swiped the card? A beggar who is so poor that he can't even afford to pay the rent. How dare you talk big in a luxury store? Do you think you're buying vegetables in a vegetable market? She has turned on the cell phone video function. This is simply the perfect material to send a friend circle. Mu Qingyang, I'll see how you end up. The guide smiled politely. Okay sir, do you want all of these? Mu Qingyang nodded. Calculate how much. Sir, the total is 356,008. Please pay over here. Scanning the code, spitting out the ticket, and signing it all in one go. Mu Qingyang's mood was finally a bit better. It's not bad. In such a short while you made more than $300,000. You still have to be fast to buy a bag. Zhang Shanxian was so surprised that his mouth could stuff a whole donut. He could not understand or accept it. When Mu Qingyang was with her, he was simply an iron rooster. Never bought a gift for her, and even the number of times he went to the movies for dinner was pitifully low. How could he spend so much money at once for a strange woman? She herself had worked hard to accompany an old man and served him to the best of her ability, and she only got a few tens of thousands of dollars every month. This is not fair. All of this money should clearly be spent on me. Zhang Shanxian's eyes turned green as she ran to the cashier in a rage, stopping the guide who was packing. No packing, and then angrily looked at Mu Qingyang. Mu Qingyang, what do you mean? Buying bags for other vixens in front of your girlfriend? You double-minded dead scum. Mu Qingyang? Zhang Qianxian, you magic cloak, ha? Who is your boyfriend? Who are you insulting? Don't spit blood here. Mu Qingyang, I kind of see through you, pretending to be poor and pathetic when chasing me. Now that you met one prettier than me, you're here bracingly pretending to be a big spender. Can you afford to treat me right? Mu Qingyang was amused by her ghostly logic. Zhang Qianxian, you don't disgust me here. Do you want me to say those things? Be your lover, We no longer have any relationship. Zhang Qianxian, like a cat that was stepped on the tail, all of a sudden exploded. Xin Mu, who are you calling a mistress? You fatherless, motherless, uneducated thing. Mu Qingyang took a deep breath and forced down his anger. This woman had gone crazy, and it was useless to reason with this kind of person. She would only stand on her own position and moral high ground to accuse others. To say any more words with her at this point would be to cross yourself. You orphan, heartless man, speak up, you're speechless. Mu Qingyang was enraged. Say one more word. You 10,000 people writing. Zhang Qianxian was still going to spill her guts, and the fat man asked suspiciously, what writing, what goods? Zhang Qianxian instantly wilted. She can ride on Mu Qingyang's head too and piss, according to the previous way to bully him, but these words could never be heard by the Golden Master. She cut a glance at Mu Qingyang spitefully, and immediately changed her face to reveal a sweet smile. Brother Wang is fine. I've already broken with this man. I'll only love you from now on. I don't want to buy a bag today. Let's go. Zhang Qianxian pulled Fatty and fled the Chanel counter in a panic. Chapter 16, 1-1. Don't be a love brain. Student Mu, are you okay? Chen Shiwen asked worriedly. Me? I'm fine. Today is the best day of my life. This was what Mu Qingyang had in his heart. Not only did he swipe a few $1 million of dog-licking gold today, he rose a few dozen points of goodwill, and he also had some more unspoken ambiguous feelings with the schoolgirl. The most important thing is to completely see Zhang Qianxian as a woman. He felt all relaxed and the future was promising. Really? Chen Shiwen didn't really believe it, and even blamed herself a little. I didn't even do anything to help just now. You didn't need to do anything. Mu Qingyang naturally cupped Chen Shiwen's soft little hand in his hand. It's good that you don't misunderstand. A blush appeared on Chen Shiwen's face and disappeared in an instant. She didn't pull away her small hand and just let Mu Qingyang squeeze it. Mu Qingyang was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was already so cool. The soft and boneless little hands written in the book turned out to be true. The schoolgirl's kakin was simply softer than a boneless chicken claw. Guide, are we packed? All packed, sir? Do we need to take it away now? Mu Qingyang looked at Chen Shiwen. No. I work close to here. Just come and take it yourself when you have time. All right. Mu Qingyang nodded. Do you want to pick one on your back? Sure. Chen Shiwen jumped and ran over to pick a bag that suited today's outfit and stood on her tiptoes to straddle Mu Qingyang's neck. When we go shopping, it's usually the boys who help the girls with their backpacks, so it's hard for you. Mu Qingyang begged. The school flowers bag. I don't know how many lickspittles want to carry it but don't have the chance. And this was also a sign that Chen Shiwen's favorability towards him had increased. A girl who hated a boy would not want him to touch anything of his. As expected, immediately in his mind came the system prompt. Chen Shiwen favorability +5. Current favorability 45. Walking out of the Chanel counter, Mu Qingyang asked undeterred. 1-1. Still need a watch, jewelry or something? I'll send you some more. Chen Shiwen hurriedly shook her head. No. You've already given me too many things. I really can't take any more. Are you hungry? Let's go eat. There was another benefit to dog-licking gold, and that was the ability to dabble in food. As long as there was a goddess with more than 90 points around, Mu Qingyang didn't have to spend money on meals. In the past, when he was selling houses, the company's food was quite good, and he could eat 3 bowls in one meal. But after losing his job and having no financial resources, he ate fast food that cost 10 yuan a person every day, and he had been craving for food for a long time. We're not hungry yet. Let's find a place to eat at night. I'll take you to a place. Chen Shiwen winked playfully. What place? You'll know when we get there. Chen Shiwen pulled Mu Qingyang's big hand and darted in front. Mu Qingyang giggled and followed behind. The two looked like a couple in love. A professional styling salon? You brought me here because you want me to get a haircut? Actually, my hair isn't that long. I'm planning to grow it again. This barbershop is only a block away from its international center and is very luxuriously decorated. It's not cheap at first glance. His humble $1,000 or so wouldn't even necessarily be enough to perm and dye at once. Mu Qingyang used to brush jitterbug and often saw men spending thousands of dollars on haircuts and not having the money to pay, and then calling the police to say they were being extorted, and then finally being sent to the internet. He didn't want to make a fool of himself. Brother Mu, I think you'll look a lot better with a short haircut. Ooh, do you believe me? This barbershop has good skills and the price is not expensive. I usually wash and do my hair here. I have a membership card here. There's still a balance in it. Just deduct mine after you get your haircut. I don't have much money. I can't send you expensive things, but this is also a little bit of my heart. I hope you don't dislike it. This niece is also really early said it is you please me well. Bother so much effort why? Mu Qingyang took the membership card and agreed in one mouthful. I believe you. How could I dislike your piece of goodwill? I'll go now. Wait a minute. Chen Shiwen shoved over another card. I'm also a member of the Skin Management Center upstairs. You can go up and wash your face after you get a haircut. I might be delayed for a few hours. I'll come find you after I'm done. Mu Qingyang nodded. We'll see you tonight. To be honest, it was the first time Mu Qingyang had entered such a high-end barber store. On weekdays, he wouldn't spend more than $20 on a haircut, and sometimes he would even fix his own bangs if it was too much trouble. Today, it was a bit of Chen Shiwen's favor. As soon as he entered, there was a sweet-looking welcome guest who smiled and said, "Hello handsome, perm or haircut?" Mu Qingyang took a look at the price list on the wall. Washing, cutting and blow-drying from 88. Perms and dyes start at 888. Just cut it short. Okay handsome, may I ask if you have an appointment with a hairstylist? No, whoever is available. Okay. The welcome guest pressed the Bluetooth headset in her ear and inclined her head. Mr. Tony, one haircut for men, put in a fine point. A white-haired hairdresser 2 meters away made the same gesture. Roger, coming right away. Mu Qingyang, what kind of operation is this? It's quite chic. Doesn't it cost electricity to shout from just 2 steps away or what? Or is the Huanglongjiang faction all with Bluetooth? After bidding farewell to Mu Qingyang, Chen Shiwen first returned to the charming dance club to find Sister Wang to get an advance of $100,000 in wages, then once again came to the Paris house counter. Trying on those clothes and shoes just now were too good looking. She couldn't wait to wear them on her body. One more thing. She wanted to buy 2 sets of men's clothes for Mu Qingyang. Maybe he himself didn't care about dressing up, but Chen Shiwen felt that if he changed into these clothes, he would definitely be super handsome. Fei, you saw him just now. He's close to 185 and his weight is estimated to be around 80 kilograms. Choose 2 fitted ones for him. Got it 185. 80 kilograms, just fool around you. Fei gave Chen Shiwen a grudging look and then said, "Is it a real golden son-in-law this time?" Chen Shiwen shyly nodded her head. Fei's tone immediately became sour. "I envy you. Your life is really good. I see that this one is quite generous to you, and his character is not that of a 250-80,000 kind, quite suitable for marriage. You can grasp. If you cannot grasp, sister can be on. Get lost you." Chen Shiwen gave Fei a glance. "We've only just gotten to know each other. I don't know anything about his specific situation at all. It's still too early to say this." Fei nodded. "That's right, take your time to understand first. Hey, I can remind you, don't do anything out of the ordinary before you finalize your relationship, okay? Don't get a silly love brain attack. P.S. Huang Fei, I advise you not to mind your own business." Chapter 17, Mannequin Mu Qingyang. Chen Shiwen stood in front of her home security door carrying several large Parisian family shopping bags. She pressed her ear against the door and listened for a while, and there was no sound. Only then did she gently and quietly take out her key and tiptoe around and unscrew the door. Luckily mom and dad are out. If they see me carrying so many clothes home, there will be no shortage of chastisement. Inside Chen Shiwen's boudoir, 2 black silks slowly faded from a pair of white tender thighs, immediately followed by another lace small short sleeve on the floor. After a rustling sound, Chen Shiwen in front of the mirror had already changed her set of skin. The feet were still wearing old dad's shoes, the pants were high-grade gray draped pants, and the top was a slightly loose black short sleeve, a full-on Parisienne. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, the whole person looks a lot more advanced. Chen Shiwen, who had transformed into a cool girl, changed into a casual satchel, stuffed a set of change of clothes inside, hesitated for 2 seconds and then unplugged the bedside charger and threw it into the bag. Only then was she satisfied and went out the door. Mu Qingyang looked at his clean and fresh self in the mirror and grinned. This kind of vigor is like young people. He opened his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Just as he was about to send a WeChat to ask Chen Shiwen where she was, he received a message from her. "Brother Mu, are you done? I'm in front of the barber shop." Mu Qingyang, just in time. Come down right away. When Mu Qingyang reappeared in front of Chen Shiwen, her eyes were filled with wonder and incredulity. Was this still a person? Just a haircut and a shave could make such a big change? Obviously something that could become handsome so easily. Why didn't he go for it? Student Mu's state of mind is so high that it's not even on the same level as mundanes like us who all have face value anxiety from time to time. Then put it this way, my greatest advantage of beauty is not that important in his eyes. Right. Thinking of this, Chen Shiwen instantly lost her confidence. What? Aren't you happy to see me? Why the sad face? Mu Qingyang naturally squeezed Chen Shiwen's small hand. He realized that the beautiful schoolgirl really had a kind of magical power. Every time he saw her, she could make his mood better. Mu Qingyang's intimate gesture immediately restored Chen Shiwen's confidence as she said sweetly, "Which is not, I'm just surprised at the change in you. This is too much." Mu Qingyang rubbed his chin. "Is it a big change? Isn't it just a little bit more refreshing?" "No way." Chen Shiwen glanced at him shyly. "The way you look now is the standard little wolfdog look. Very amusing to girls. Mu Qingyang smiled colorfully. Do you like it then? Disgusting. Chen Shiwen shook off his hand and turned around to walk on her own. We've only known each other for less than a day, right? What's there to like or not like? Mu Qingyang didn't dwell on it as he sprinted to catch up. Did you hear any sound just now? What sound? Chen Shiwen asked with her sideways headbutting. Mu Qingyang pointed to his stomach. The sound of a grumbling stomach. We haven't even eaten a meal today. Let's go find food. Chen Shiwen crossed her 2 index fingers. Wait for another 10 minutes, okay? I bought you a gift and left it at the dance club. Let's go up and have a look. Mu Qingyang was delighted in his heart. This niece can not the kind of fishing girl that the internet said, actually returned the gift so quickly. That must go and take a look. Mu Qingyang put his hand on Chen Shiwen's fragrant shoulder. Look, even if you starve to death, you have to look first. Charming Dance Club's 7th dance room. Mu Qingyang unbuttoned his yellowed shirt one by one. The slightly bulging pecs and smooth, natural muscle lines gradually appeared in front of Chen Shiwen's eyes as the shirt slowly faded away. Chen Shiwen was dumbfounded. Mu Qingyang, this person is toxic. Not only is he rich and handsome, he also has such a good body. I'll take off my pants soon. Do you still want to see? Oh. Chen Shiwen woke up like a dream and retreated in a panic. Mu Qingyang looked at the gangly and handsome man inside the full body mirror and shook his head with a bitter smile. Money is really something that nurtures people, even for a beggar like me. After wearing this luxury item, I still look presentable. When Mu Qingyang pulled open the door of the 7 dance room, a system prompt suddenly came in his head. Chen Shiwen favorability +5. Current favorability 50. Turning his head to look, Chen Shiwen was standing not far away looking at him blankly. Why this look again? Is it weird that I'm wearing this outfit? Chen Shiwen's small face flushed, and with her hands behind her back, she timidly walked over like a child who had done something wrong. No, you're like a different person in these clothes. I'm a little afraid to get close. Chen Shiwen really regretted persuading Mu Qingyang to get a haircut and buy him clothes. Isn't it good to just let him stay as he is? Now that he's turned into this appearance, she doesn't know how many vixens are going to rush to jump on him. As a female, she couldn't be more clear about how attractive Mu Qingyang was to girls with his condition. Isn't this a credit to you? I love this outfit. How should I thank you? Then treat me to a big meal. Chen Shiwen took the initiative to hold Mu Qingyang's arm. Right now, it seemed that Mu Qingyang was very fond of himself. Even if he was very flamboyant, he himself was leaning the closest, so there was no need to be afflicted. There was also the most important point. After Mu Qingyang changed into this outfit, what he wore with himself was simply a couple's outfit. Exactly the same shoes, pretty much the same style of dress pants. With this layer of buffs, even if those demonic ES no longer know better, they wouldn't dare to openly hook up with Mu Qingyang in front of them. Now, she is the fake queen mother. Chapter 18, Weld the door shut. No one is allowed in. Let's go eat a big meal. What do you want to eat? Mu Qingyang pinched Chen Shiwen's soft and white lotus root arm. This hand feeling, it's so comfortable. Chen Shiwen looked skinny, but rubbing it was very fleshy. She had a small bone structure and was the type of person who looked skinny and felt fleshy. Chen Shiwen didn't resent Mu Qingyang's physical contact in the slightest. Instead she smiled sweetly at him. I heard that Xin Rongji is quite good. It's just a bit expensive. It's okay to be expensive. Mu Qingyang's hands didn't stop, as long as it's delicious. Xin Rongji has branches in all major first-tier cities. It specializes in Taizhou cuisine. The seafood was done with a lot of flair. Mu Qingyang secretly nodded his head as he looked at the very zen Chinese decoration style in the private room. Worthy of being a high-end restaurant, the environment is not comparable to ordinary restaurants. Not to mention eating, just sitting here is a very pleasant mood. Mu Qingyang handed the menu to Chen Shiwen. Feel free to order whatever you want. Order more. I'm very hungry. Chen Shiwen took the menu and looked at it for half a day, hesitantly ordering 3 dishes: sand garlic bean noodles, stone pot pepper beef short ribs, and steamed water wave eggs with mapabai zi. Mu Qingyang people were numb. Feed the cat? This is not all I can stuff my teeth alone. He called out to the waiter who turned to leave. Wait, do you have king crab in the store? Mu Qingyang had long wanted to eat raw seafood. Every time he swiped Jane and saw those food broadcasts making big mouthfuls of these high-end ingredients, he secretly gulped his saliva. The most expensive thing Mu Qingyang had ever eaten in his first 25 years was the egg-steamed Poland at his college classmate's wedding banquet. If it wasn't for his quick hands, he wouldn't have been able to clip it. But the flavor wasn't as good as he thought it would be, and he felt that it should be because he swallowed too fast and didn't taste it. Now that he had the system, he had to taste all of these? The waitress turned around with a smile. Yes sir. Our king crabs here are all fresh. Would you like one? New Wing Tea has a 10% service charge. The more customers order, the more the waiter's commission. A king crab was worth a few $1,000s at least, so the waiter's attitude was surprisingly good. Have one. By the way, how much does a caddy of king crab cost? Mu Qingyang didn't care about the price. He was just curious about how expensive this thing was. Today's fish pool price is 858 yuan a caddy. Do you still want one? Sir? Gao, one of the biggest. Make it scallion oil flavored. Make it fast. Okay, sir. The waiter turned to leave. Mu Qingyang hurriedly called out. It's not over yet. Add me another home-roasted rhubarb fish, 5 sugar heart-rich shrimps, and an apricot juice and flour gelatin soup. Ugh. This red wine is also on a bottle. Mu Qingyang casually pointed out a 20,000 plus red wine on the menu. He usually drank the 6 yuan bottle of chilled state guest. These foreign things had never been tasted, and today he had to have a good time. Brother Mu, can the two of us finish ordering this much? Chen Shiwen reminded in a small voice. Although Mu Qingyang has $100 million, but also cannot stand him so spend. This is also too wasteful. Chen Shiwen has been brought into the hostess perspective. If you can't finish it, pour it out and feed it to the dogs. Mu Qingyang had wanted to say this, but it was just too pretentious and easy to get beaten up. I can eat a lot. These aren't necessarily enough. Besides, this is the first time I've invited you to dinner. Mustn't I make it hearty? That's good. The meal was quickly served. Mu Qingyang instantly transformed into a gourmand. A more than 10 kilograms of king crab was finished being dazzled by him in less than 5 minutes. Chen Shiwen nibbled on a crab leg and slurped. Brother Mu, your appetite is too good. I'm full after eating 2 pieces of crab leg meat this big. Looking at you, it seems like you haven't had enough. Mu Qingyang rubbed his still flat belly. It's alright. I'm half full. Come on, let's have a toast. Yeah, cheers. Chen Shiwen had just raised her wine glass when Mu Qingyang crashed over rudely. The bright red wine seized the glass and came out, drawing a beautiful arc in the air before splashing all over Chen Shiwen's neckline. Ah! Chen Shiwen shrieked in shock, scrambling to her feet and slapping her chest. Mu Qingyang knew something bad had happened. This was how he usually clinked glasses when he drank beer with his co-workers. How did he know that Chen Shiwen was just lightly carrying the cup? He panicked for a moment and was about to help Chen Shiwen wipe away the wine stains with his hands. It seems like he touched a place that shouldn't be touched. Chen Shiwen was confused. He looked at Mu Qingyang as if he was dumbfounded. Mu Qingyang was also confused. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? A few seconds later, a super high decibel scream resounded through the private room. A few seconds later, the door to the private room was brutally slammed open. The waitress who had just ordered the food rushed in a panic, only to see the 2 guests in the room looking at me and me looking at you. Unlike something was wrong. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while. Cough. Mu Qingyang dryly coughed. Then what? Trouble you to bring a hairdryer over. The waiter nodded and silently exited the private room. Chen Shiwen, who was clearly the victim, was embarrassed at this time. I'm sorry, I was a bit excited just now. Mu Qingyang waved his salty hand. It's okay, this belongs to your stress reaction. I was also in a hurry before. It's okay. Mu Qingyang was interrupted by Chen Shiwen before he could finish his sentence. I know you didn't do it on purpose. And there's an argument. Forgiving me so easily? Does that mean that she's not repulsed? Thinking of this, Mu Qingyang fattened up his guts. He drew 2 tissues on the table and pretended to wipe on Chen Shiwen's collar. I see that your clothes are still a bit wet. Let me help you dry off. Mu Qingyang frowned and stared with a serious expression that was so earnest. Chen Shiwen's pretty face flew up in 2 blushes. This is too shameful. She instinctively wanted to dodge, but was afraid that Mu Qingyang would misunderstand, so she was awkwardly in place. Fortunately, the waiter saved the day in time. Hello sir, the hairdryer you asked for. Mu Qingyang nodded and took it, and while looking for the socket, he didn't forget to remind. After you go out, weld the door shut. No one is allowed to come in until I call. Chapter 19, The Bar. Come, sit over here. Chen Shiwen sat over with a small red face, her heart beating fast. Just now Mu Qingyang's words were too ambiguous. What welded the door shut? What, no one was allowed to come in? Did he want to do it in a restaurant? If he really did such a nasty thing in such a place? Am I resisting it? Or do I resist? But Mu Qingyang's next action immediately dispelled her concerns. She only saw Mu Qingyang connecting the power supply of the hairdryer, and after trying the heat and wind volume of each gear in his hand, he then aimed the wind at her neckline. It's uncomfortable when it's wet. I'll blow dry it for you. Chen Shiwen's heart warmed up. She secretly poked and prodded, thinking that Mu Qingyang was simply the perfect template for a boyfriend. Not only was he handsome and golden, he was also gentle and sweet. If she could make it work with him, she would be willing to live for 20 more years. But as she was blowing, the picture changed. Mu Qingyang's hand unexpectedly touched her collarbone. These wine stains are not good for blow drying without rubbing a hand. You won't mind if I do this, right? No, won't. Chen Shiwen uttered these words very shamefully. Yes. Mu Qingyang silently cheered in his heart while being more daring. Brother Mu was already dry. No need to blow anymore. Mu Qingyang's expression was a bit awkward. Is that so? It dried really fast, he, so shall we go? Chen Shuan straightened her neckline. Let's go. This meal plus the service charge totaled over $40,000. A lot of people's yearly salary was only this much, but when converted Mu Qingyang only spent 40 cents. Where are we going next? Mu Qingyang was eating his words. Today he wouldn't let Chen Shuan go no matter what. At the very least he would have to give away his first kiss before saying anything. Whatever. Why don't we take a stroll? The night view on this side of the International Center is very good. Mu Qingyang shook his head. I've already strolled today. I've seen this night scene every day. I've long gotten tired of it. Just kidding. There are so many people on the street. How to do intimate actions? Definitely not. Mu Qingyang once again refused. I'm not really interested in movies. Sitting for hours at a time. My butt hurts. In fact, he kinda likes to watch. Usually when he's not doing anything, he looks for newly released movies on pirate websites, but movie theaters were crowded, so if he made a move on Chen Shuan there, he would easily be discovered. If it was then accidentally recorded and posted on Jitterbug, it would really be a social death. Chen Shuan pouted her small mouth. Then you say it. Mu Qingyang pinched the bridge of his nose in contemplation. Going directly to the hotel would be the best, but really saying it out loud would probably get slapped. In fact, KTV is not bad, privacy is also there, but also can drink to cheer up. In the event that the drink to the excitement may be able to take the schoolgirl in one fell swoop, but the consumption of KTV is too low, not conducive to brush-licking dog gold. Two people singing is also strange tired. If the school flower singing tired to go, I cannot stay. Not. The only way to drink and spend more money, and still play until late, is to go to a bar. I haven't been to a bar yet, so I'm taking this opportunity to try it out. Mu Qingyang rubbed his temples. Why don't we go to a bar and have some fun? A bar? Just the two of us? That's too boring, isn't it? Chen Shuan drank a small half bottle of red wine during dinner and was already 3 or 4 points drunk, but Mu Qingyang drank most of the bottle and was just like nothing. She was afraid that if she went to a bar and got drunk after 2 shots of vodka, she would definitely eat her after seeing Mu Qingyang's colorful look during dinner. Fei Fei had reminded her that she couldn't go to bed with Mu Qingyang before she saw him clearly, although she liked him a lot. This was too fast. If she let Mu Qingyang get herself so easily, he wouldn't treasure her and might even think she was casual. No, can't go to the bar. If you're bored, call a few girlfriends. I've never been to a bar. Can you accompany me? Chen Shuan looked at Mu Qingyang's handsome face and clear eyes. The ideological beliefs that had just been established. This was less than 5 seconds before they crumbled and collapsed. Under this man's deep gaze, she really couldn't get the words of refusal out of her mouth. Anyway, he said he could call his girlfriends, so when the time comes, it wouldn't be enough to let her girlfriends drag her along. Thinking of this, Chen Shuan immediately sent a message in the 4 Golden Flowers group chat. Come out, get high at the bar tonight. No need for a Fifi. Is it with the 185-80 kg guy? CC, what 185 handsome guy? What's the situation? How come I don't know? Tong Tong, why didn't you tell me earlier? I took off my makeup. When, it's still early, there's no rush. You guys pack up and come over slowly. I'll post the location in the group later. Several of the biggest bars in Jiangnan City were in the pedestrian street next door to the International Center, but the one with the most young people, the hippest, and the best decoration was Space Bar. Mu Qingyang often received orders from this place when he was delivering takeaways earlier. He often fantasized at the time when he would be able to enjoy life as recklessly as these people his age. I didn't expect this day to come so fast. Handsome man, singing, send fruit plates and snacks, order princesses and also send drinks. Beautiful woman, the Queen's Bar to understand. Today there are muscle fierce man show. Very save energy, very exciting. Along the way, non-stop marketing and Mu Qingyang accosted. He politely refused. The destination of his trip was space. Space was worthy of being the ceiling of a bar street. Less than 9 o'clock, the line was already long, and by the looks of it, there was no room left. Mu Qingyang was disappointed and ready to leave when a young guy with green hair and around 20 years old called out to him. Handsome guy, are you guys trying to go into play? But I didn't expect your business to be so good. It's already full before 9 o'clock. Green hair pointed to the huge poster plastered on the side wall. Today, we invited Jitterbug 10 million Netflix DJ Coco Heartheart. The regular seats were booked out a long time ago, but there are still 2 VIP card seats left. Oh, Mu Qingyang raised his eyebrows. Then can we sit there? Greenhair's eyes lit up as he pulled out a huazi and handed it to Mu Qingyang. Of course we can, brother. VIP card seat minimum consumption 38888. No problem SA? Lead the way. Okay Lu brother. Chapter 20 Brother Mu. Is she good looking? Mu Qingyang and Chen Shuan plugged their way through the security check under the leadership of Green Hair. In a place like a bar where fish and dragons mixed together, It was very necessary to conduct a security check. Neither controlled knives nor drugs were allowed to be brought in. Brother, this way. Green hair waved attentively in front. Mu Qingyang, however, stood under the poster of Coco Heart without moving. I can't believe it's 93 points. I don't know how many seemingly beautiful members of the opposite sex I've scanned along the way, but none of them have scored more than 85 points. This time, I randomly scanned and found a consumable object. This bar is really the right place. The more consumable objects there were, the higher the probability that Mu Qingyang would withdraw his cash. As the saying goes, the East doesn't shine in the West, so simple reasoning he still understands. And since he was severely hurt by that woman, Jiang Qianxian, a certain valuable thing in Mu Qingyang's heart had quietly shattered. Brother Mu, does it look good? When Chen Shiwen saw Mu Qingyang looking at the poster for a long time, her jealousy had already spilled over. However, right now, she was at best a friend with Mu Qingyang and didn't have the proper status to restrain him, so she could only ask the question in this way, hoping that he would be self-conscious. It's quite pretty, Mu Qingyang said without thinking. Chen Shiwen's eyebrows immediately furrowed. But it's still inferior to you. Humph. Chen Shiwen arrogantly raised her little head and followed Green Hair up the stairs. Mu Qingyang moved his eyes away from the poster and also followed up the stairs. Is this the best bar in Jiangnan City? It's really lively. Hormones are unconsciously secreted. Mu Qingyang's ears were filled with powerful music, and his eyes were densely filled with heads. This huge venue was filled with men and women of all colors and dresses who were smoking and drinking and bobbing their heads. Brother, our place is over there. Follow me. Green Hair pointed to the center of the venue. Mu Qingyang looked with his eyes. There was a high platform on the second level. There was only one card seat on the second level, and it was already filled with people. There were 4 or 5 card seats on the first level, and at this time, there were still 2 seats empty. Mu Qingyang protected Chen Shiwen tightly in his arms and pushed through the crowd to follow him. The leather sofa of VIP 888, the most luxurious seat in space, was occupied by several young men with unruly expressions. They were wearing Louis Vuitton, Versace and other luxury goods. On their wrists were international watches such as Rolex and Jaeger-LeCoultre. On the table were keys to luxury cars such as Porsche and McLaren. A bald man said in a lazy tone, "This scene is full of cutthroat old faces, looking a little sex-drive. Can we have some newcomers?" The short-haired man with a crocus necklace around his neck snickered. "What time is it? All the pretty girls are having dinner with their gold master dads and dog lickers at this hour. Just wait a little longer." The feminine man with long Korean boy band hair spat, "Space's manager is really ignorant. We have to spend a little $2 million here a year. Let a female DJ come over to toast, can't do it. I really don't know what he's doing for food." The bald man laughed lustfully. "This Coco Shinshin video is really beautiful. I do not know how the real person. I'm not going to lie to you. I've done it several times to my cell phone. I must get her contact information after today's end." Ha 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 ha. Long hair laughed his ass off. Bald head. "You're a ing talent. Look." Short hair's eyes glistened as he pointed at a certain card seat on the first floor. "There's a superb girl there." Bald and long hair hurriedly looked sideways. Asterisk 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 really. The figure and face value are all full marks. There's something to play with tonight. Mu Qingyang had just sat down when a frivolous voice came from upstairs. "Hey, pretty girl, are you alone? Do you want to come up and play together? We have a better view from this location." Chen Shiwen glanced sideways and ignored it. Mu Qingyang didn't say anything either. After all, it was normal for a beautiful woman to be hit on in a bar. "Let's order something first. Do you have a drink you want?" Mu Qingyang handed the tablet to Chen Shiwen. He would like to order all the wines one by one, but licking dog gold could only be consumed for the opposite sex with a score of 90 points or more. And other than the ordering of food for dinner being relaxed, it was very strict in all other aspects, so what to drink still depended on Chen Shiwen's wishes. Chen Shiwen slid around on the tablet. She looked at a variety of drinks that could easily be thousands of dollars. Hesitant to order. After agonizing for about 10 seconds, Chen Shiwen gently placed the tablet on the coffee table and spoke towards Green Hair. "Let's have 2 bottles of nog, and a couple bottles of juice." Green Hair? "No way, pretty girl. This location has a minimum consumption of 38,888, and you're ordering a few hundred bottles of Wilge? Called a company of people to come. He also cannot drink all now." However, he didn't dare to make fun of the guest, so he had to ask for help as if handing the tablet to Mu Qingyang again. "Brother, why don't you do it?" Mu Qingyang knew that this was saving him money, and he still appreciated Chen Shiwen more in this regard. Previously, whether it was charging cards or shopping, she had somewhat refused. It was only after Mu Qingyang repeatedly asked for it that she reluctantly accepted it. In this materialistic society, who could stand up to such a test? Mu Qingyang gently scraped her agitated nose. "Idiot, have you forgotten that this position has low elimination? Don't worry about it, I can do it." Chen Shiwen beamed and chose a package that happened to be 38,888. This package included 3 regular ace of spades, 10 bottles of Olympic sparkling wine, a supreme triple fruit plate, some snacks and paper towels. Chen Shiwen thought that these wines would be enough, and the 2 of them plus the 3 sisters wouldn't necessarily be able to finish them. After Mu Qingyang's successful code scanning, Green Hair asked him for no reason, "Brother, your name?" Immediately after, the male MC on the DJ stage with 2 tattooed flower arms held the microphone and shouted, "Thank you VIP 222s Mr. Mu for consuming a set of dream gift boxes worth 38,888. I wish Mr. Mu and the handsome men and women on the same stage good luck, a bright future, and a rainbow all the way." Not long after, at the entrance of the bar, there were staff members holding up glowing ace of spades wine boxes and glowing cards, walking in a long line towards the card seat where Mu Qingyang was. Arriving at the same time, there were also 3 coolly dressed beauties. Huang Fei, who had met Mu Qingyang before, sat on the other side of the 7-shaped sofa without being shy. "As soon as I entered the door, I heard the DJ station thanking Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu is not only a bold shopper, but he is also bold in ordering wine, so I'm in your good graces today." Mu Qingyang nodded his head as a greeting. "Don't be polite. Feel free to drink." Another girl wearing a purple hip dress also sat down. "Hello brother Mu. My name is CC. I'm Wen's good friend. Please sit." Mu Qingyang pointed to the sofa and checked her information. Name, Lu Cici. Age, 25. Comprehensive face value, 82. "Hello brother Mu. My name is Tong Tong. I'm also Wen's good friend." "Hello." Mu Qingyang pointed to the sofa as usual and checked Tong Tong's information again. Name, Li Tong Tong. Age, 24. Comprehensive face value, 85. Chapter 21. There are also natural enemies of centipedes in the bar. The card seats that had been sparse just a moment ago were now overcrowded. The staff put the wine and fruit trays on the coffee table in turn before leaving in a long line again. Mu Qingyang secretly sighed. Is this the joy of rich people? This feeling of being a saint in front of people. The vanity was instantly filled. Chen Shiwen's 3 little sisters couldn't be happier. They usually like to come to the bar to play, but all of them are one person a $1,000 or so, sitting in the ordinary card seat to listen to songs and dance, to relieve the pressure of work. This is the first time they have participated in a high-end game like today's, where they don't have to pay. Huang Fei poured a glass of bubbly and moved to the end of the sofa where Mu Qingyang was sitting. "Mr. Mu, thank you for taking care of me this morning. I've completed half of my performance this month. Here's to you." Mu Qingyang raised his cup and drank it. Mu Qingyang didn't dare to say anything else, but his alcohol consumption was surprisingly good, and now he didn't even feel a little drunk. Huang Fei took a shallow sip and pretended to ask without thinking. "Mr. Mu is so young and promising. What kind of business is he in?" So he wanted to ask this question, presumably because he wanted to help Chen Shiwen pry. Mu Qingyang answered dryly. "Didn't do business, was delivering takeaways a while ago, but not doing it now. Ha. Mr. Mu is really good at joking." Mu Qingyang spread his hands. "If you don't believe me, ask Wen." Chen Shiwen looked embarrassed. "Fifi, why are you asking this? Eat some fruit plate if your mouth is idle." In the morning at the Chanel store, the woman called Zhang Chanqian did say that Mu Qingyang was a takeaway writer. Later, Chen Shiwen thought about the impossibility. If she had to associate it in that direction, she could only say that Mu Qingyang used to get along with her in disguise as an ordinary person. But it was because of this identity that the woman had humiliated him in 100 ways, and it was too inappropriate for Fei Fei to ask this question now. Fortunately, Mu Qingyang had already walked out and wasn't angry with her. Huang Fei resentfully sat back to her original position and forked a pile of watermelon in her mouth. Mu Qingyang was happy to be free. He idly surveyed the opposite sex on the stage, silently spitting in his heart. Scanned dozens of people. A 90 points or not. Words that net red DJ when to debut. Those few on the dance floor twerking their asses while playing with their phones are the natural enemies of centipedes, right? I used to hear my roommate say that there are some high-end peripherals that like to wait for business at the bar. When business comes, they go to work, and when business doesn't come, they take it as a pastime. Anyway, it costs them money to drink at the bar, and marketing will send them alcohol. This is also a way for bars to attract popularity. Only when there are a lot of beautiful women will there be pigs willing to come and spend money. Mu Qingyang took another side glance at Chen Shiwen. She was chatting about gossip with a few girlfriends over a small sip of wine. He had a battle plan in mind. Now there are a lot of people is not good to start. Wait for them all slightly drunk. I will go over and have a good pain. Chen Shiwen. VIP 888 card seat. The short-haired man could no longer hold back. The table below has 3 more beauties, but there is still only that one man. Let us think of a way. One person to soak one? The long-haired man shook his head. These women are a bit pretentious. Didn't they just ignore us? That male is all Parisian. I guess he's a bit powerful. Let's take out the wine first and shock them. The bald man concurred. Good. These 985 women are very smart. They are the masters who don't see rabbits and don't let go of eagles. When we become the center of attention, they will take the initiative to stick up. These people are all rich second-generation people who have a little money at home. The drinks that existed in space alone were worth small hundreds of thousands of dollars. They took them all out whenever they wanted to act tough. And the scene of the waiters lining up to give them drinks was just like strolling through a lantern festival. They also used this tactic to plow through many girls. It didn't take long for a large number of staff to gather at the entrance of the bar. Some of them held up wine boxes, some held up lighted signs, and some held up luminous letters. After the team of close to 30 people circled around the entire venue, they boarded the VIP 888 card seats. At this time the bar's music suddenly became high-pitched. Around the 888 card seat of the stage spray rushed out flush high smoke. For handles loaded with colorful sequins of the salute to the sky shot, countless atmosphere paper flying. This moment interpreted the red lights and drunkenness to the fullest. Mu Qingyang was also a little shocked at the row, also spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was obvious that the pleasure one got in a bar was simpler, rougher and more direct than a luxury store. No wonder there will be so many rich people throwing away money in the bar. Who comes who is not confused? The entire wine delivery ceremony lasted for a full 10 minutes. And only then did more than 20 staff members slowly disperse. At this time and then look at the few people on the 888 card seat. The face is not reduced. More added a few points of arrogance. The second floor of the VIP area is only a few steps away from the first floor. At this time, the feminine man with a Korean-style boy band hairstyle was holding a champagne glass in his hand, taking what he thought was an elegant step down the steps step by step. The closer he got to Cardinal 222, the bigger the curve of his mouth became. 3 superb people. One of the best of the best. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Walking closer, Longhair slightly raised his champagne glass. Hello beauties, I'm from the 888 card seat above. Seeing that there aren't many of you, can we share a table to play? Don't worry, the drinks are all counted as ours. Just now you also saw the team delivering the drinks. Feel free to drink. Enough. Mu Qingyang glanced at Longhair. His looks were not bad, just a bit too thin. Other than that he didn't make any extra movements. He also wanted to see what the reaction of these few females was. When one continued to choose to ignore, and even squeeze towards Mu Qingyang's position. Huang Fei and the other 2 girls looked at me. I looked at you, and then looked at the calm Mu Qingyang, and in the end, they all politely declined. Longhair was embarrassed. In the past, when they had their wine rose out, inviting girls to share a table had never failed. But today, was he hitting an evil spell? He was embarrassed to be in the same place. If he left, he would be more or less humiliated. Do not go and do not know how to continue to speak. Fortunately, at this time, bald and short hair also came down. These 2 were much more impolite. Their eyes glanced around recklessly, and their speech was also very impolite. Beauties, what's so good about regular ace of spades? A sour taste. We usually use it to wash our hands. Do you want to try the platinum version? We have a lot of tops. That's right, when you're out having fun, you have to have fun. And having more friends isn't a bad thing, right? You guys can ask around. Our Space 3 Musketeers are very popular in this area. After the bald guy finished speaking, he was about to pull Tong Tong who didn't have a male companion. Tong Tong dodged sideways. The bald guy thought that this was pretending to be reserved with him, and smiled lewdly as he was about to make a move. This situation Mu Qingyang couldn't watch anymore. He stood up and scolded sternly. What are you doing? Stand there and don't move. Chapter 22 Brother, are you ordering this? Mu Qingyang is close to 185, and his body is also on the strong side, and his gaze and frown look is a bit bluffing. The bald head honestly didn't dare to move. I don't care if they voluntarily go with you, but don't do it on top of my table. Just now. Forget about it. Hurry up and get lost. Mu Qingyang waved his hand impatiently. He was not pretending when he dared to be so strong. Even if there was a conflict, he had absolute confidence that he could pick all 3 of them alone. The bald head once again scrutinized Mu Qingyang twice to make sure that it was someone he couldn't beat, before he reluctantly said towards short hair and long hair, let's go. After the few people left, Tong Tong poured a full glass of wine to toast Mu Qingyang. Brother Mu, thank you for just now. I'll drink this cup. Mu Qingyang finished the cup of wine in one gulp. Small matter, let's play our game. Don't mind them. CC smiled sweetly. It's a good thing Brother Mu is here, or else we girls wouldn't know what to do. Huang Fei covered her mouth with her index and middle fingers, her eyes glaring. Brother Mu, just now you were so manly and fierce. People feel so safe. Chen Qiwen glanced at Huang Fei without any good humor, and then hugged Mu Qingyang's arm tightly, her eyes full of little stars. When the atmosphere was happy, there was a sudden bang from the top of the head. Countless fine pieces of multicolored sequins sprinkled down from the air, and most of them landed on the table of the 222 card seat. Fruit plates, snacks, and wine glasses were all stained with sequins. Chen Shiwen looked up and saw that the people who had just come down to accost her were standing by the fence, smiling provocatively, with gun barrels raised in their hands. Mu Qingyan's face sank. This was obviously a deliberate attempt to cause trouble. He beckoned for Green Hair, who had been standing by at the side, and briefly explained the situation. Green Hair nodded and said that he would immediately reflect the situation to the manager. Not long after, Green Hair ran back. He looked at Mu Qingyang with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, brother. The manager just went over and communicated with the guests of 888. The guests said that the salute is sold by your bar. Are they not allowed to hit it after buying it? They are familiar guests. The manager can't do anything about them. Do you think it's okay, brother? You guys will be here first. I'll go and see if there are any empty seats. If there are, I'll change them for you right away. Mu Qingyang took a look at the crowded dance floor. The people entering the venue is obviously more than just now. How can there be empty seats? He knew that Green Hair had done his best. There was no need to make things difficult for him. There's no need to change. You go ahead and get busy. We'll discuss it among ourselves. Green Hair disheveled and retreated to the side. His mood was very low. The base salary of bar marketing was very low, and it all depended on commission. It was not easy for him to receive a big order from the VIP area, and he had wanted to serve this brother well so that he would become his repeat customer. The manager, however, went out of his way to offend his customers in order to take care of his own, which made him very aggrieved. The table is full of sequins. How can this still play? When the customer said to discuss, he was just discussing whether to go or not. Encountered this kind of thing. He next time still come a fart. Green Hair has a belly full of grievances. Chen Shiwen and her girlfriends are indeed discussing whether to leave or not. If they leave, the tens of thousands of dollars of wine have been opened, and cannot be saved. It will be a complete waste. If you don't go, you'll be disgusted. Mu Qingyang, who hadn't said anything, proposed, why don't we order some more wine? Aren't those people up there just arrogant because they consume more? As long as our consumption overpowers them, they will naturally tuck their tails. Huang Fei and the other two girls' eyes glowed when they heard Mu Qingyang's words and nodded their heads repeatedly. How many times in one's life could one encounter this kind of bridge that pretended to beat one's face and didn't require one to spend money? Chen Shiwen, however, firmly shook her head. Today, Mu Qingyang had already spent more than $2 million on her. If she let him break the bank again, what was the difference between herself and a gold-digging woman? Besides, this bar can be played or not. There's no need to spill your money in this kind of place just for the sake of fighting for a breath of air. Mu Qingyang's heart is half cold. The three of you have too low of a score. It's useless to agree. In the end, it's still up to Chen Shiwen. This niece is probably trying to save money for herself again. When one, although you have good intentions, but I'm a dog licker. I know how much to spend before you can withdraw how much. There's a misunderstanding here. But Mu Qingyang wasn't going to give up just like that. He had already formulated his battle plan for tonight, and now that he hadn't even reached 10%, how could he be willing to do so? Mu Qingyang pulled Chen Shiwen aside, bringing his head to her ear. 1-1. The balance I showed you at the dance club is just my pocket money for a month. You don't have to save it for me. Let's play as much as we want, okay? Chen Shiwen looked at Mu Qingyang incredulously, her big watery eyes full of astonishment. What you said is true? Mu Qingyang nodded firmly before bowing slightly and kissing on Chen Shiwen's eyes. Chen Shiwen's eyes were too beautiful. The eye kernels were deep black and the whites of her eyes were pure and flawless, without a trace of impurities. Mu Qingyang restrained himself, but really couldn't help it. Ouch, nasty. Chen Shiwen pushed him away, her face red like a burning cloud. So many people are watching. How shy. Mu Qingyang hemmed and hawed and giggled twice. Can't help it. Can't help it. Let's order the bar. Mu Qingyang once again beckoned the green hair on the side to call over. Brother, are you guys leaving? Will you come back next time after you leave? Will you contact me again? Mu Qingyang rewarded him with a pop. Going where? Bring the tablet over. Green hair didn't know what this brother was up to, but still obeyed and did as he was told. When one, you guys can order whatever you want to drink. The more you order the happier I am. Don't be polite to me. A few girls chirped and slid up with their tablets. When one, can we really order whatever we want? That shrimp head guy just now was acting like he had a few bottles of platinum ace of spades. So let's order it ourselves and drink it to piss them off. Tong Tong suggested. Aye. Let's order a few more bottles to suppress their sharpness. Humph. Cece immediately changed her tune again after seeing the price of platinum ace of spades on the tablet. More than $20,000 a bottle? It's too expensive. Can I order it when one? Mr. Muaz said don't be polite to him. What are you afraid of? Just order this platinum ace of spades. Huang Fei had seen Mu Qingyang's strength and wasn't worried for him at all. Chen Shiwen no longer hesitated this time and directly ordered a divine dragon set. The set contained 1 gold ace of spades, 1 platinum ace of spades, 1 pink gold ace of spades, 1 green gold ace of spades, and 1 purple gold ace of spades, a total of 5 bottles of gold edition ace of spades, worth 99,999. Chen Shiwen ordered and handed the tablet to Green Hair. Green Hair gulped as he looked at the drinks in the cart, and he trembled as he presented the tablet to Mu Qingyang. Brother, is it ordering this? Chapter 23 Zwa Kurson. Mu Qingyang did not talk nonsense and took out his cell phone and scanned the code. Green Hair was so moved that he was about to cry. What kind of divine guest is this? Not only did he not get angry with himself, but he instead spent another $100,000 to know, just this single. His commission is more than 10,000, equivalent to the usual 2 months of salary. After placing the order, Green Hair ran away. He this time, to help the guests to arrange it properly. Not long after, the DJ station once again heard the MC's heavy bass shout, "Thank you VIP 222's Mr. Mu for consuming a set of great divine dragons valued at 99,999. I wish the boss smooth sailing and smooth women, rich and powerful with a future." At the same time, the 4 corners of the booth where Mu Qingyang was stood 4 dancers wearing only underwear at some point in time, and their extremely seductive dance moves led to a series of strange cries at the scene. At the entrance of the bar, there was once again a long line of people delivering drinks. This time, it was no longer the male waiters who were delivering the drinks, but all the girls who were dressed in trendy and good-looking. Mu Qingyang knew that this should be the legendary Atmosphere team. The Atmosphere team twirled their waists as they delivered a few bottles of gold edition ace of spades. The music and lights in the venue suddenly stopped, and then a beam of chasing lights hit card C222. Immediately after, the powerful high music and brilliant lights suddenly exploded out. All of the spray equipment in the venue bared spraying smoke at the same time. Various colors of atmosphere paper filled every corner of the bar. Mu Qingyang once again realized the power of money. Is this a purchase of alcohol? No. What was bought was a man's confidence. After the wine delivery ceremony was completed, girls of all colors competed to give Mu Qingyang a toast. Every time Mu Qingyang clinked glasses, his heart would silently recite a number. 63, 61, 68. At this time, the 3 shrimp-headed men in the VIP 888 card seat finally subsided. Bald head. That kid has some strength. Why haven't I seen it before? Short-haired. It's probably a river-crossing dragon, coming to Jiangnan City for business or traveling. Long hair. It's better to restrain it. We only eat well in this acre of Jiangnan City. Don't find trouble for the family. Besides, the main purpose of today is to see Coco Xinshin. There are still 2 minutes to 10 o'clock. She will be on soon. There was still a long line at the entrance to the bar. A Mercedes-Benz nanny car slowly drove over this way. The security captain gave an order, and the 10 or so security guards who were smoking and chatting were suddenly on standby, lining up in 2 rows and standing on the side of the road. The car door slowly opened. A cool girl wearing a duck-tongued cap, a loose white flower t-shirt, hip-hop jeans, and a colorful kitten tattoo on her arm popped out of the car. She was none other than the internet-famous DJ Coco Heart that Space had heavily invited. Quite a few people in the queue and people who were shopping and sneaking around recognized her. Everyone pulled out their cell phones to take pictures and videos. Wow! Super invincible big beauty. Don't they all say that internet celebrities are deaf by sight? How come she's even prettier than in the video? Love, love, love. Look at her indifferent and cold eyes. It's just deep in my heart. The internet says that Coco Xinshin is a young lady from a rich and noble family. She learned to play the disc when she was studying in the UK. Although she looks pretty, she is a powerhouse. I heard that this year she is likely to be shortlisted as one of the world's top 100 DJs. The rich and noble family you are talking about won't be a bathing center, right? Are you thinking about fart eating? Didn't you brush up on her video? People live in villas and drive sports cars. They are real rich girls. Inside the bar, the MC tore into the microphone and shouted, "Let's invite today's heavyweight guest, Shake It Off's 10 million internet celebrity Coco Heart, shining on stage. Also want to tell everyone a good news. Today the highest spending card seat in Spacebar can get the chance to drink with Coco Heart at the same table. Cheers." As soon as the MC's words fell, Coco Heart had already appeared on the DJ stage. The big screen behind her and all the display devices in the bar all showed her figure. There was a sudden howl of wolves in the arena. Zwa Coco Xin stuffed her earphones a little tighter. She didn't want to hear the screams of these non-mainstream, horse riding and social youths at the bottom. Her dream was to become the world's #1 female DJ, to go to the biggest electric festival abroad to play for people who really love music, instead of performing commercially in such mixed places. But her family didn't support her in this hobby, and she could only prove her worth in this way at the moment. The matter of accompanying alcohol that the MC had just mentioned was even more annoying to her. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a specialized publicist, She wouldn't even want to sign this contract. Zwakerson shook her head to get rid of the distractions and focused on immersing herself in the music. The three shrimp-head men on the 888 card seat looked at the svelte figure on the DJ stage with straight eyes. Short hair. Am I ing right? There's a beauty of this caliber on the internet? It's not on par with that superb one down there. Long hair. Compared to the one below, her disdainful demeanor attracts me even more. If this can be pressed underneath me, I can't imagine how conquering it would be. Bald head. What the are you doing with your hand in your pants? Baldy? 222 card seat. Mu Qingyan once again checked Zwakerson's information. Name, Zwakerson. Age, 24. Comprehensive face value, 93. Can't view her details without generating a consumption behavior? I really want to know what her rate or reward is. When Wen and a few of her girlfriends were very excited to see Zwakerson. CC and Tong Tong were filled with little stars. I followed her Shake Toon account a long time ago. I super like her videos. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful in real life. I'll be her hardcore fan in the future. Me too. She's also too sassy. Simply love it. Huang Fei shook her head. Originally thought I looked okay, but there's absolutely no comparison with these little girls. This Coco Shinshin looks really pretty. Speaking here, Huang Fei looked at Chen Shiwen. When one, in all the years of knowing you, I've never found one that can match you in terms of face value. She's the first. Not only was Chen Shiwen not angry, but she was also very happy. Am I as pretty as her? Ha 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 ha. But I think she should be more amusing to girls. I have a little heart for her. Fifi glanced at her without a good look. Yeah, guys like you. Oops, I didn't mean that. Chapter 24, Spacewalk. Mu Qingyang heard the discussion of a few girls and his heart secretly happy. Didn't the MC just say that the card seat with the highest consumption can invite Zwakerson to drink with them? Seeing as they like this female netizen so much, I can brush up on my dog licking gold. 1-1. Mu Qingyang put his head to Chen Shiwen's ear. Want to call Coco Shinshin over to play together? I'll help you. Chen Shiwen was filled with surprise. Is that okay? And then skimmed her lips. But it needs to be consumed first. Yeah. I don't know how much it will cost. Mu Qingyang smiled. This amount of money is nothing to me. Remember the words I said to you? Thousands of gold can't buy me happiness. It's rare to come to a bar once. So let's have fun. Chen Shiwen stretched out her soft lotus root arms to encircle Mu Qingyang's neck and said in a good manner. Alright, I'll listen to you. But our consumption should be number one right now. When someone surpasses us, we'll order drinks again. So it's more cost effective. Card 888. 3 shrimp-headed men have had cranial orgasms. Short hair. Brothers, let's get together. We must take the first consumption tonight. So, I'll be the first to set an example. I'll give 100. 000. Long hair. I also put up 100. 000. Tonight make sure to invite this internet celebrity to the card seat. The bald head pinched the human center and kept twitching. I still have more than 200,000 in my card. I'll poker. A strange scene appeared in the bar. The MC who was supposed to liven up the atmosphere turned into an announcer at this moment. VIP 888 card seat consumption worth 68800 Martel Supreme 1. Good luck boss. VIP 222 card holder consumption value 99,999 Big God Dragon set. Wish boss. VIP 888 card seat consumption value 56800 Remy Martin Louis XIII. Shoe boss. VIP 222 card seat again purchase value 99999 Big Shillong set. Boss atmosphere. Damn. What's that kid down there? Ordering the Great Divine Dragon is just like ordering Ergwotu. It's even fiercer than the three of us at our peak. Now that we've reached the critical moment, we mustn't wimp out. I don't believe that the three of us can't do more than one of him. Each person go find another 100,000. Be quick, otherwise the gap will widen. Mu Qingyan was tired of sweeping codes. He glanced at green hair. Do you have any drinks with a higher unit price in your bar? It's not a good idea to keep ordering like this. Green hair gulped. Without brother, the Great Divine Dragon would already be at the top. But brother, if you want to be too troublesome, you can do a membership card to recharge in. Now there is a recharge activity is very cost effective. And there are discounts for members to check out. Membership card? Mu Qingyan cast an inquiring look towards Chen Shiwen. I'll do one for you? Chen Shiwen obediently nodded. Green hair couldn't hide the joy on his face at all and was laughing out loud as he spoke. Brother, our side of the membership card is divided into 6 grades. The first grade recharge 18,888 to send. Do the most expensive. Mu Qingyang directly interrupted. Okay brother, the most upscale recharge 1,680. 8888 will be able to become the Black Gold Director of the Spacebar in Jiangnan City. The Black Gold Director enjoys a variety of privileges. Swipe your card. Mu Qingyang only cared about how much dog-licking gold he could swipe out. He wasn't interested in discounts or privileges at all. Ding! The moment WeChat deducted the money, The powerful DJ high music in the bar came to an abrupt end and was replaced by a soothing light music. Zwa Kursen thought that the equipment had malfunctioned, and she looked up in confusion, only to see that the bar's canopy had turned into a starry sky roof. All the display equipment were replaced with a sky background. On the dome in the center of the venue, an astronaut in a spacesuit was hanging onto Vaya as she slowly strolled down from a high altitude. In the astronaut's hand, he held a radiant crystal box, and inside the box lay a black card with a gold rim. The bar's highest ceremony, the spacewalk. Someone opened a black and gold director's card, and this is the second bar opened in the few years that space has been open. It's the 222 card holder who opened it. It's that kid. Who the hell is he? Damn it. The bald head's left cheek kept twitching. My cursing goddess Na, am I destined to have a destiny with her? Chen Shiwen's expression was half dumbfounded and half puzzled. Moo, brother Moo, that astronaut was coming your way. How much did you just charge? Mu Qingyang smiled and didn't say anything. The eyes of the other three girls looking at Mu Qingyang also changed. No longer pure admiration, more than a few points of adoration, a few points of possessiveness. A minute or so later, the astronaut in the limelight slowly landed in Cardinal 222. He knelt on one knee and solemnly placed the crystal box on the coffee table before waving his hand and slowly rising into the air again, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes that were either envious, jealous, unwilling, or indignant. Mu Qingyang gently opened the box, took out the black gold card inside, and handed it to Chen Shiwen. For you. Chen Shiwen's slender hand tightly covered her small mouth, tears in her eyes, her nose twitching. Was this considered a courtship? A courtship witnessed by thousands of people and good girlfriends. But why didn't he say the next sentence? Say, will you be my girlfriend? I won't hesitate to say yes. Mu Qingyang just smiled at her and didn't mean to say anything. This big fool. He's so dumb. But it's okay. It's good that he has this heart. I'll just give him another chance in the future. Chen Shiwen happily took it, her lips pecking at Mu Qingyang's face like a chicken. Mu Qingyang touched his cheeks, somewhat unfulfilled. What wish is gone? I'm not ready yet. Not really. Saying that, he lowered his head and was about to kiss Chen Shiwen. Ah! Chen Shiwen let out a pout and dodged with a cat body, rewarding him with a big blank stare. Hey, don't be here. After Mu Qingyang demonstrated his ability to pay money, Chen Shiwen's three girlfriends became more and more active. They surrounded Mu Qingyang in the middle of the sofa and toasted him while telling dirty jokes. Mu Qingyang, an untouched beginner, couldn't hold back under the alcohol, lights, music and various hints and teases. It's not that he's eating from the bowl and watching the pot. It's not that he's a meat and veggie lover. He'll kill anyone who comes his way. It was purely a physiological reaction. He thought that if he didn't do something tonight, he would be suffocating. Chapter 25, Zwakuxin, do you like me like this? Or her like this? 888 card seat. The bald head stared painfully at the Rolex Black Aqua Ghost on his wrist. There is still 1 minute and 25 seconds to 12 o'clock. Coco Heart is someone else's. My heart is hurting right now. Do you guys understand the feeling of loving but not being able to love? Shorthair got a little angry. What are you pretending to be a pure love warrior here? It's still early. Hurry up and find one. Or you'll have to work your left ing hand off again at night. Shaggy sighed. In the past it was us pretending to be someone else's look. Today it's the other way around. 222 Kazaa's handiwork isn't something we can compare to. So all just calm down. On the DJ stage, Zwa Kursen finished playing the last song of the day. She pulled the USB flash drive off, pressed the brim of her hat a little lower, and asked the male MC in a cool tone, which table is number 1 in consumption tonight? The male MC immediately put on a pleasing face. His right hand pointed to the 222 card seat direction. This DJ finally willing to take care of people? I've been jumping up and down beside her for 2 whole hours and she hasn't even looked at me. I thought I was blind. But it's okay, I forgive her. Who asked her to be born so beautiful? I've been in the MC business for a few years now, and I've seen all kinds of women, but I've never seen this kind of beauty. First give her a good impression to get her contact information, and then think of ways to communicate in depth later. Zwa Kursen raised an eyebrow when she saw the location, and walked straight towards the 222 card seat with her hands in her pockets. To the end did not look at the male MC a glance. Today is a rare thing. The first consumption is a few girls. Is it a lesbian? Zwa Kursen's depressed mood is slightly better. Finally do not have to face those thick neck and big belly pig head. Although every time I do not say a word, but the thought is still disgusting. As Zwa Kursen got closer and closer, she got a good look at Chen Shiwen. Wow, beauty, yeah. This body, this face, is not inferior to me. See, good-looking people will be more relaxed mood. Tonight can play a little bit. Zwa Kuxin is surrounded by security. The sound is more powerful. CC Tong Tong also found her. Look, look, look. Coco Shinshin is here. So nervous. What to do? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Mr. Mu is the main character. Let's just hide in the back and watch the fun. Zuokoko Heart is the only two girls who reached above 90 points. Mu Qingyang has been paying attention to her. Even if she can't do anything, she can still be a money tree, right? He knew that leaving a good impression would be more favorable for future development. So he politely stood up and pointed to the sofa in a friendly manner. The music just now was very nice. Please sit down. Zuoxinshin slightly raised her head to look at this man who was half a head taller than her, and miraculously said thank you. Mu Qingyang gave her a good impression. His face was clean and tidy, his looks were sunny and handsome, and his attire was also very much to her taste. Just now, I saw that you have been playing the disc seriously. You didn't drink much water. This is for you. Mu Qingyang handed Zuokerson a can of want milk. Zuokerson reached out and took it, smiling lightly at him. In front of Mu Qingyang's eyes, Zuokerson's details immediately appeared. Name, Zuokerson. Age, 24. Occupation, DJ. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Favorability, 5. Comprehensive face value, 93. Rate reward, top singing talent. Top singing talent? Mu Qingyang was a bit surprised. Isn't this a divine skill to increase favorability? If I sing one of your favorite songs in front of you, and the degree of goodness even surpasses the original song, how should you react? Or with this skill to debut as a love bean, it is estimated that without using the ability to use money, there are many goddesses with more than 90 points of good will automatically reach 70 points. Then won't you have as much money as you want at that time? This rate reward is very good to use. It is a necessary skill for traveling at home. It has to be a good place with Zuokerson. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyang directly took out his cell phone. Can I add your WeChat? No other meaning, just simply want to make friends with you. Mu Qingyang is indeed very simple. So simple that he wants to take $1 billion to Zuokerson for free. The person who said it had no intention of listening to it. Chen Shiwen's face turned green. What did he mean? Simply making a friend? Does he think he is Luo Yanghao? This girl is still sitting here. Okay, as if I am the heir. Pissed me off. Zuokerson originally wanted to directly reject this kind of up to ask for contact information, either Pushing man or scum, but when she saw Chen Shiwen's exasperated face, she suddenly had a bad taste in her heart. Yeah, you sweet me. Mu Qingyang also noticed Chen Shiwen's displeasure, but there was no way to explain this kind of thing to her, so he stiffly swept the code. Zuokerson favorability -5. Current favorability 0. What's the situation? I didn't offend her, did I? Why does this have two faces? The number Zuokerson scanned for Mu Qingyang was just a work number. This number was handled by her assistant. She rarely used it, and even if she added it, it didn't matter. However, she had a different view of Mu Qingyang in her heart. This man looks white and harmless, but in his bones, he is also a sex maniac. It's a pity that the girl next to him is so beautiful. No harm done. This girl is in a good mood today. Free to help you see him. Your WeChat nickname is Angry Pipe? Oh, quite funny. I didn't expect you to be quite humorous. Zuokerson casually found a topic. Mu Qingyang smiled awkwardly. Earlier years casually taken, has been used to the present, used to the habit is too lazy to change. He began to call 8th-level Gale, but this name is really a little rampant, and then changed to Angry Pipe. This one on the side, is your girlfriend? After a simple test, Zuokerson directly released a big move. Mu Qingyang looked at Chen Shiwen, then looked at Zuokerson, and finally said with a sincere expression, not yet. Chen Shiwen got anxious when she heard this. She hugged Mu Qingyang's arm and stared intently at Zuokerson, declaring her sovereignty like her. What's wrong with this girl? What kind of person asks this question right off the bat? Can't you see that he has a female companion by his side? Could it be that she sees that brother Mu is young, handsome and rich and wants to take the initiative to stick up to him? No way. I have to put this unrealistic idea of hers to rest. Thinking of this, Chen Shiwen said with certainty, it will be in the future. Zuokerson stroked her forehead with one hand, her head full of black lines. Sister, I'm helping you test him, okay? He has already shown his face. Why are you still protecting him so much? Are you afraid that you won't be able to get married? What a stupid, heartbreaking girl. If you're like this, you'll be wiped clean by him. That's all. Since I'm helping, I'll help you to the end. Zuokerson pretended not to see Chen Shiwen's angry little eyes, spreading her face to reveal a sweet smile, and asked crisply, then do you like me like this, or her like this? Chapter 26, 1-1. I'm sleepy. Mu Qingyang gulped. What kind of opening is this? Falling in love with me at first sight? Or convinced by my ability to pay money? I guess it's the latter. Nightclub girls are generally more superficial. This is better. Take the money hard to smash all the good feeling to 90 points. This is simply the ultimate tool person. Stabilize her first. You are different styles. Each has its own flavor. Right, but both are very amusing types. If you have to choose, it's really hard to make a choice. Put, Zwickerson couldn't help but laugh. This is a typical scum na, eating what's in the bowl and watching what's in the pot. Sister, if you still can't see it like this, I really can't help it. Chen Shiwen now looked at Mu Qingyang with her own filter. Her brother Mu was handsome, kind-hearted and good-tempered, and he treated her even better. This vixen is really shameless. She can say such revealing words, thanks to the fact that she's still a multi-million-dollar internet celebrity. I'm so sorry. Since this is the case, I have no choice but to offer my best move. Chen Shiwen reached out to hold Mu Qingyang's face and came over to her head and said in a voice like a mosquito, Brother Mu, kiss me. Mu Qingyang? What the hell? I was just worried that Wen would get angry. How did she backhandedly give me such a big surprise? Whatever. This heavenly blessing is right in front of me. If I don't take it then it's a waste and I'll be punished by heaven. Mu Qingyang threw all other thoughts to the back of his head. He reached out and held the back of Chen Shiwen's head, closed his eyes and probed his lips over. This feeling is too good. I want to be mesmerized by it forever. Chen Shiwen had the same feeling of being electrocuted. 3 years after graduation, she had been single for 3 years. This sweet feeling made her recall her first love on campus. Nope, it was even better than first love. Mu Qingyang's body full of security, covered in a strong hormonal scent, made her mesmerized and indulged. The French wet kiss that lasted more than a minute almost made Chen Shiwen suffocate. She pushed Mu Qingyang away, gasping for air. Mu Qingyang wiped the corners of his mouth and was overjoyed. He had finally given his first kiss and was very satisfied with his performance just now. This was perhaps the innate talent of men. Even if it is the first time to try, you can still be trustworthy. Zwickerson was confused. It means that I have become a wingman? Acting me like this? Okay, I'll go. A pitifully stupid white sweetie, and a hateful dead scum. You're a match made in heaven. I wish you all the best. Mu Qingyang looked at Zwickerson who angrily got up and secretly said pity in his heart. This is self-conscious that there is no chance so he took the initiative to quit? Just leave. I can't care about anything else right now. When one has finally opened her heart to me, I must ride the wave of victory and strive to take her down tonight. Chen Shiwen's 3 girlfriends look at her sourly. See, there's a weird smell in the air. Oh, the sour stench of love. Tong, sweet love. When will it be my turn? Huang Fei, go fu gue. Don't forget each other. The blush on Chen Shiwen's face hadn't dissipated yet, but in front of her closest girlfriends, she wasn't that shy. Hey, I say you guys don't make fun of me, okay? I've been widowed for a few years. Did I eat less of your dog food in the past? Cut the crap. Drink. It's almost time. I have to work tomorrow. Let's make a date next time. Huang Fei took Chen Shiwen up by the hand. 1. We're on the way. Let's go together. CC and Tong concurred. Let's go. Let's make a date another day. Chen Shiwen really wanted to slap Huang Fei to death. Even though I was the one who dragged me along after I told you in advance that I was done. But can't you see that I'm on top now? What are you leaving for? Where are you going? Go home and become an empty nester? Chen Shiwen reluctantly stood up and looked at Mu Qingyang pitifully. Mu Qingyang was not the least bit flustered. He had expected this to happen. He hooked his finger towards green hair, who fawned and came over, called Jiangnan Wangyaba, Jiangnan Wangyidi, and Jiangnan Shaozhan all over. Accompany these sisters of mine to drink well. Good brother Lu. It wasn't long. Several young men dressed like a Korean boy band came down to card seat 222 under the leadership of Green Hair. The 3 females were instantly energized and didn't make a scene to leave, laughing and playing games with these young fresh meat. Mu Qingyang yawned. 1. Take the membership card to them to play. I'm a bit sleepy. Let's find a place to sleep. Chen Shiwen pressed herself tightly into Mu Qingyang's arms, her little head nodding gently. Mu Qingyang only felt that his mouth was dry and his body was burning. He was on fire right now. Chapter 27. Zwickerson is speechless to the household. Huang Fei knew what these two were going to do, but didn't stop it anymore. She was playing with the 3 little puppies and had completely forgotten what she had warned Chen Shiwen about. Mu Qingyang couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. There was anticipation, surprise, exuberance, as well as trepidation and uneasiness. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It's only been a matter of time before he's going to be honest with the schoolgirl. But this is also thanks to the divine assistance of that netizen DJ. If it wasn't for her few soulful questions, it's impossible for them to develop so fast. Zwickerson is really a good person nah. When she is free she must thank her properly. When how about we go to the Intercontinental Hotel and get a room? Mu Qingyang pointed to the luxurious hotel diagonally across from the bar. Chen Shiwen shyly nodded her head. I'll do whatever you say. Mu Qingyang wrapped his arms around her and walked away, completely oblivious to the 3 shrimp-headed men hiding in front of the bar's entrance snack stand. Short hair. This kid is really blessed with deep karma. I just saw that she added Coco Shinshin's WeChat turned her back and wrapped her arms around the somewhat high-cooled extremity and walked away. Look at the direction they're advancing in. Is this going to a hotel? No, no, no. Longhair looked at the two figures that stepped into the hotel door, eyes full of unwillingness. Bald head. I understand how you feel. That feeling of loving but not being able to. The more I look at this girl, the more I like her, the more I like her, the more I can't let go, the more I can't let go, the more I want to possess her. How can she go to a room with another man behind my back? I'm going to have nightmares tonight. My dreams are all about that tall guy. The bald guy was already bewitched. He was holding his cell phone and licking the screen frantically. On the screen was clearly Zwickerson and Chen Shiwen, who had just been secretly photographed inside the Mercedes-Benz nanny car on the street. Zwickerson took off her duck tongue cap to cover her entire face. She had just witnessed that scummy guy straddling the stupid white suite into the hotel. She was simply speechless. His mom opened the door for speechless. Speechless to the house. Out of sight. Out of mind. This girl's IQ was all long on her face. Right. This kind of man, this girl, even if she is widowed for the rest of her life, there is no way she will let him touch a finger. The Intercontinental Hotel is a high-end chain hotel, and an ordinary room requires 2,000 or 3,000 for a night's stay. Mu Qingyang's first time to take a girl to open a room, heart panic. But the card on the 9 characters to start the 8-digit balance to him rose a lot of courage. Beauty. Is there still a presidential suite? Yes, sir. Show me your ID card. Getting a room was a part of Mu Qingyang's plan. He naturally fished out his ID card from his pants pocket and placed it on the marble rock surface at the front desk. Chen Shiwen's pretty face blushed for a moment, looking down in her satchel for a while before finding the ID card clipped in her inner bag. She had deliberately brought her ID with her when she left the house, and had done so purely for the sake of pretending to be reserved. There you go, sir. The receptionist handed the ID back with both hands and pointed to a young woman in professional attire next to her. This is the exclusive butler of the presidential suite. She will take you up. The young woman bowed slightly. Hello, Mr. Mu. You can call me Xiaoli. From now on, I will be your 24-hour personal butler. Please follow me. Mu Qingyang followed the butler to take the special elevator straight to the presidential suite on the top floor, pushing the door into the foyer. A small dining bar was set up with a variety of fruits and desserts. Mr. Mu, this is a welcome treat specially prepared for you. Please feel free to enjoy it. Mu Qingyang casually took a cherry and put it in his mouth. The flavor was so sweet. He knew about this kind of fruit, but had never eaten it before. This presidential suite was expensive, costing more than $70,000 for a night's stay. But the service and experience was really nothing to write home about. But tonight he had no time to feel all that. He just wanted to stick it to the schoolgirl as soon as possible. So he politely persuaded the housekeeper to leave. Sisterly, today we want to think about having a 2-person world. I'll call you again if something happens. Understood. The young woman consciously exited the room and slowly closed the door. Finally only the two of them were left. The corners of Mu Qingyang's mouth were harder to suppress than AK. 11. Where are you? Come to my bowl. Tonight is Christmas Eve. Nothing happened. Chapter 28. I don't agree with you guys being together. Break up with that kid right now. The next day, Mu Qingyang woke up in a trance. He found a note at the bedside. Grabbing it, it was left to him by Chen Shiwen. Brother Mu, my dad called a lot. I have to go home. Remember to eat breakfast when you wake up. I'll contact you again after I take care of things at home. Mu Qingyang folded the note into his pocket and shook his head roguishly. Old husband must be worried about his own cabbage. Chen Shiwen's favorability has already reached 69. As long as I strengthen my attack again, I might be able to it up to 70 in the next 2 days. And by that time, I'll really be General Manager Mu. In an ordinary 3-room 2-room set on the 16th floor of Green Island District, Chen Shiwen sat warily in the corner of the sofa, constantly snapping her nails. A middle-aged man with a slightly chubby figure but fairly good features was pointing at her nose and cursing her. Okay, you've grown up. You dare to stay out at night, and you don't answer the phone. What's the difference between your behavior and those delinquent girls who fool around outside every day? You're a child of a decent family. You've gone to college and have a higher education. Your mom is an English teacher. Your dad is a state-owned enterprise employee. What's the difference between you and this? Say, who were you with last night? What all? Chen Dad was very strict with Chen Shiwen's discipline, especially after she came out to work. He strictly forbade her to come into contact with those playboys. He had worked in a state-owned enterprise for more than 20 years, and had seen more than his fair share of the dark side of this society, and was well aware of what money could corrupt a good person into. A beautiful woman like her daughter would definitely be pursued by many rich men, but not many people who come into contact with these people will have a good ending. He has seen too many examples. I went drinking with Fei Fei and stayed at her house at night. Chen Shiwen did that thing last night where she dared to say she could only use her best friend as a shield for the time being. I knew you were going to say that. Chen Dad heavily slapped the table. I went to Huang Fei's house to look for her. That girl wasn't at home either. You two teamed up to lie, right? I'll ask you again. Where did you go with who yesterday? If you don't tell the truth again, I'll let your second uncle call up the surveillance near the International Center. Chen Shiwen panicked. That area of the International Center was indeed under the jurisdiction of her second uncle's police station. If her father saw her follow a man into the hotel, he would really break her legs. Chen Shiwen said angrily, Dad, I'm 25 years old. Can you give me some personal space? I know in my own heart. One. On the other end of the sofa sat a beautiful young woman in a cheongsam, who persuaded Chen Shiwen bitterly. Your father is also worried about you. After he couldn't contact you yesterday, he ran forward and backward looking for you everywhere. The dance club, his co-worker's house, and his friend's house, until after 3 o'clock in the morning. It's only been a few hours of sleep, and then he had to go to the dance club to see if you were on duty. So you should just tell him the truth, lest he get distracted. Chen Shiwen sighed. Words had been said to this point. If she was still stubborn, then she was really disobedient. I have a boyfriend. I knew it was so. Chen Dad didn't have the good sense to pull a stool with him and sit down. Chen Mom heard this but had a smile on her face. You should have a boyfriend at this age. You couldn't even look at the ones your family introduced you to in the past. Mom is curious to know what kind of boy you'll get yourself. Can you tell Mom about her family and work? He's an orphan, but quite rich and nice to me. Orphan? Chen Dad was not calm again. No parental help and rich. How old is he? Same as me. 25 years old. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With only these two brief pieces of information, Chen's father judged that his daughter must have encountered a scammer. This is simply nonsense. What does a brat just out of society rely on to earn money? You're still too young. Not even bring home to Mom and Dad to see before privately spending the night with him. Alas! Chen Dad stomped his foot fiercely. If Mu Qingyang was here at this moment, he would have been beaten up. Dad, he's really rich. I looked at his balance and it's more than $100 million. How much? The bedroom door of the second bedroom was pushed open, and from it came out a young guy with a chicken nest head and a tall and handsome look. He was Chen Shiwen, Chen Shiwen's younger brother. $100 million? Sis, you won't be blinded. Besides, pictures can be PS'd. You wouldn't even know that, would you? I won't agree even if it's true. Chen Dad directly dismissed Mu Qingyang. Nowadays, which one who does business doesn't owe the bank a buttload of accounts? It all depends on loans to hold them over. The lucky ones live a few more good years. The unlucky ones might go bankrupt tomorrow. You and him can only be ordinary friends. If you have a boyfriend, it's better to have one within the system. Chen Shiwen couldn't speak to her dad, but disliking her brother had never lost. Your sister has good eyes. See this outfit of mine? He bought it. There are still a few bags in the Chanel store. I haven't had time to get them yet. Chen Shiwen was disdainful. These things can be worth a few dollars. Maybe still that man's online loan out to pretend to be a bully. Sister, nothing to brush more Jane. Now this phenomenon is very common. Chen Dad was furious when he heard this. How can you accept other people's things? Return all of it to me. Chen Shiwen bristled. These things are fine to return, but how am I supposed to return the card he charged over $2 million at the dance club? How much? Chen Shiwen, Chen Dad, and Chen Mom said in unison. Chapter 29. What brand of garbage bag is so loaded? More than $2 million. Don't believe me? Ask Sister Wang. Yesterday when I went to work, there was a really annoying guy who came to the dance club to harass me. He was the one who charged his card to buy out all my classes, which drove that guy away. Chen's mom knew Wang Jing and immediately dialed her number and put her on speakerphone. Sister Chen, why are you calling me? Did my nephew get into trouble at school again? No. I wanted to ask about my family one. She said that someone recharged more than $2 million at your dance club yesterday and used the money to enroll in her classes. Is this true? Wang Jing was instantly energized upon hearing this. Did you know all about it, Sister Chen? That man is tall, handsome and low-key, and he's a perfect match for Wenwen. If I were a few years younger, I wouldn't have anything to do with Wenwen. Tall and handsome? How about his temper? Are you emotionally stable? Are you good to our Wenwen? Okay. Chen father directly hung up the phone. Look at you. You're so rich. You're going to sell your daughter for more than $2 million? I said, doing business, unstable, rich for a few years, poor for a few years. It is not guaranteed that in the future Wenwen will live a hard life. I still do not agree. Chen Shiwen's eyes but brightened up at this time. Can casually charge a few $1 million on the card, then my future brother-in-law's balance of 100 million should be true. My sister is going to be rich. If she's rich, can I not be a part of it? It's not too much to ask for an Audi 7 rupees, right? I'll accept this marriage. Dad, what era is it now? Long gone are the days of parents' orders, matchmakers' words. Nowadays we advocate free love. My sister has the right to pursue her happiness. so don't beat up the lovebirds. Chen's father was rendered speechless by his youngest son. He threw up his sleeves and got up to leave. Anyway, I don't agree. If you want to be my Chen family's son-in-law, you have to get past me. Also, no more sleepovers with him. Mu Qingyang put on his clothes and simply washed up and came to the hotel restaurant to eat free lunch. While eating, he didn't forget to send a message to Zhuo Kersen. Still in Jiangnan City? I'll treat you to a meal if you are. Zhuo Kersen gave him the impression that she was a gold-digging woman who hung out at nightclubs. After seeing him kissing Chen Xuan last night, she realized that she didn't have a chance and left in a huff. This kind of girl, with his own yesterday's super-rich persona, a little beckoning she will but to come over. Right. 5 minutes later, no reply. 10 minutes later, no reply. Half an hour later, Mu Qingyang rice or dazzle finished. Still no reply. Ha! Mu Qingyang laughed out softly. You're playing a game with me? Well, anyway, the last thing I need right now is dog-licking gold. So let's give her a bit of a meet and greet gift. Mu Qingyang casually turned to 8888. Coco Heart Heart? The one who takes care of this signal of Coco Heart Heart is a slightly chubby shy girl. She has been Zhuo Coco Heart's assistant for 2 years. It is normal for this number to receive red envelopes, but coming up to send 8888 has never been encountered. This time, she didn't dare to return it directly as usual, but instead typed a question mark to ask the other party's purpose. Mu Qingyang smiled. This net red stuff is quite a lot. What tricks are you playing this time? Is it too little money? He did not reply, and once again turned to 88888. Assistant this time panicked. Which has such a transfer? She hurriedly gave Zhuo Kersen a phone call. Sister Kersen, there is a friend called Angry Pipe on work WeChat who has been transferring money to you, and the amount is very large. What should I do? Zhuo Kersen has some impression of this ID. Isn't this the WeChat nickname of that philandering man? Only last night he cheated a stupid white sweet. This is to put people to sleep and then hit the idea to me? Funny. This girl is most disliked by this kind of scum. This is for the people to get rid of the harm. You can keep whatever amount of money he transfers, but have him make a note of voluntary gift. So talk to him casually and see what he's up to. Okay, Kagome-san. Coco Heart Heart accepted your transfer. Coco Heart Heart accepted your transfer. It's true that it's too little money. This is a gold-digging woman without a doubt, but her appetite is quite big. After receiving more than 90,000, a little bit of goodwill didn't go up. Angry Pipe, do you have time? Meet up and chat. Coco Shinshin, there's no hurry to meet first. Just now the transfer you make a note that it's a voluntary gift. Mu Qingyang was happy. This is to collect money to collect out of experience? How did she have the nerve to say such difficult words? It's awesome. Who let you have 90 points? It's your turn to tug. Angry Pipe, the above transfers are all voluntary gifts. That's good, right? Coco Shinshin, if there's anything, just say it on WeChat. I'm quite busy these days. I don't have much time. Got it. Just received the money and load it up again. This is too little? Mu Qingyang was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and initiated another transfer of $200,000 with a note of voluntary gift. Can we meet now? Coco Shinshin, I really can't get away these days. Are you meeting to talk to me about something? WeChat says the same thing. Mu Qingyang was completely speechless. What kind of things could he have? He just felt that face-to-face was more conducive to rising goodwill. This woman is also too unprofessional. Hundreds of thousands of dollars can smash a lot of anchors airborne, but can't even see her face-to-face. What brand of garbage bag? So loaded? Zhuo Kersen's behavior made Mu Qingyang a little bit down. He replied in a bad mood. Nothing much. I want to simply buy you a plane. See if we can explore the origin of life together. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this sentence was flirting plus mocking, but Coco Shinshin replied like this. Sure. First transfer the money to buy an airplane. Mu Qingyang, I'm going to you. The assistant finally realized what this angry pipe had in mind. She called Zhuo Kersen again. Sister Kersen, that person wants to do disgusting things. Don't pay attention to him. You busy yourself. Okay, Sister Kersen. Mu Qingyang angrily closed Coco Shinshin's chat box. Just as he was about to lock off his phone, WeChat received another message. Tapping it, it was from Zhang Shanshan. Qingyang, I thought a lot after we separated yesterday. Although you said a lot of evil words to me, I still can't let go of you. I'm willing to give you another chance. As long as you apologize to me right away, I'll promise to be your girlfriend. Mu Qingyang gasped and laughed. How do these women team up to disgust people? On purpose, right? More than disgusting. Come on. I'm not going to hide it from you. I won the first prize of 20 double color balls a few days ago. The prize money is $100 million. I was thinking of giving all this money to you for safekeeping, but I didn't expect. Maybe we are destined for each other. I think you are quite compatible with that eldest uncle. You'd better go to accompany him. Qingyang, you listen to my explanation. Qingyang, I have my own reasons. Qingyang, my favorite has always been you. Mu Qingyang looked at Zheng Chanxian's reply with some revulsion and directly pulled her black. Chapter 30, Village Girl surprisingly 96 points super beauty. After taking a nap, Mu Qingyang checked out of his room. This if accidentally timeout. Sold he cannot afford to give. Chen Shiwen was called home by his father to avoid a lesson. It is estimated that a short period of time will not come out, but there is number 90 points or more of the opposite sex around me. I cannot even afford to eat. I'm the first one to have a system and still live such a suffocating life, right? The top priority is to find a 90-point goddess. It was already more than 7 o'clock, and my stomach was a bit hungry. As usual, Mu Qingyang came downstairs to the Gangxi fast food and ordered a pickled pepper and shredded pork fried rice. Little Mu, why didn't you come to dinner yesterday? Ha, your kid finally gave up his haircut? Gangxi was a relatively amiable uncle. He liked this tall, handsome and polite kid, and every time he fried rice, he would give him extra meat. Mu Qingyang snapped his scalp. Yesterday went to a friend's house to play. This hair has been kept for half a year, so I cut it together by the way. It's good to have it cut. It looks much more spirited, Gangxi said and walked over. His greasy fat hand wiped on the somewhat black and white girth, and smoothly took a bottle of Coke from the bar and handed it to Mu Qingyang. Take it and drink it. Count it as uncle's treat for you. Mu Qingyang reached out and took it, looking at him with some confusion. Uncle, this is not your style. Ah, is there something wrong? Gangxi obediently sat down, pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Uncle is actually quite generous. It's just that your aunt is so strict. There is indeed one thing. I just want to ask you if you have a girlfriend. Mu Qingyang gave him a blank look. Why are you asking me this? Hurry up and go fry rice. My stomach is starving. Your aunt is frying. You're not hungry. Gangxi finished and fished out a photo from his pants pocket. Every day I see you go home alone. I guess you haven't gotten a girlfriend yet, right? Here, this is my distant niece. Uncle will introduce her to you. Mu Qingyang picked it up and took a look. The girl in the photo was dressed like a village girl. Her long bangs covered her eyes, only revealing half of her black framed eyes. The nose is quite pretty. Is wearing a set of braces in the mouth. Smile a little funny. Mu Qingyang politely declined. Uncle, I have no father, no mother, no car, no house. I'm afraid I can't give your niece happiness. You'd better find her a good condition. What are you talking about? Gangxi exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke and said in a serious manner. Conditions are created slowly. Uncle is very optimistic about you. Among the takeout workers who come to pick up food from me, only you are the most polite and hardworking. I believe that it won't be bad in the future. My niece is from the countryside. I don't look at the external conditions. As long as she is honest and hardworking, she will be fine. At this time, Gangxi's wife came over with fried rice. Xiao Mu, my niece is very pretty, but she doesn't like to dress up. She's coming to my place tomorrow, so take a look at her, and if you don't like her, just forget about it. People have already said this. If they refuse again, it would be a bit of a downer. These two couples were quite good and were willing to introduce their nieces to him, which was also a kind of recognition for him. Mu Qingyang nodded and agreed. Anyway, there is nothing to do every day. Just take a look. After the meal, Gangxi's wife refused to accept his money, and said that there was a possibility that they would become relatives in the future, telling Mu Qingyang not to be polite. Mu Qingyang obtained the system also no longer care about these small things, waved his hand and left. Back home, I opened WeChat and looked. There was no message from Chen Shiwen. Opened Jitterbug again and looked at it. 99 plus messages. Most of the messages are tips to follow him, followed by some private messages. Taro Bobo, brother, is my swimsuit photo good? There are sexier ones, yo. Want me to change them for you? Not eating cilantro, pigeon, we are in the same city. Want to play together? I'm on call. Bika, height 170, weight 51 kilograms, bus 36D, college student, know how to cooperate and listen to the command, 5W per month. There were so many private messages like this that Mu Qingyang couldn't even look at them. He slid all the way down and finally found Li Jili's avatar. Didn't reply. Did you not see, or don't want to give? Li Jili's raid reward was the king's fighting technique. Mu Qingyang wanted to get this skill no matter what. He sent over 10 more messages in a row, all with the same content. Give me your WeChat. Don't force me to beg. After waiting for a while there was still no reply. Mu Qingyang was ready to try again tomorrow. Charged his cell phone and went out for a run to work out. The second day, Mu Qingyang slept until he naturally woke up, simply washed up and slowly walked towards the downstairs Gangxi fast food. He promised the Gangxi couple yesterday that he would meet their niece and stop by for lunch. In the afternoon, he decided to secretly send a WeChat to Chen Shiwen and ask her what the situation was there, then transfer some money to Zhui Kersen, that gold-digging girl, and try to raise her favorability a bit, just in case. Lastly, look at the live broadcast and give Li Jili some gifts, and try to add the WeChat. At night, I will go around to see if I can meet a goddess with more than 90 points. There is no way. If he doesn't find a way to withdraw cash earlier, he will starve to death at home sooner or later. Thinking about it, Mu Qingyang has arrived at the entrance of Gangzi fast food. I didn't see the husband and wife of Gangzi. This time of the day is probably busy frying vegetables. He casually found a stool and sat down, ordering a pot of pork over rice. Not long after, an unfamiliar waiter dressed in dirt, hanging his head down and unable to see his face, brought the rice up. Mu Qingyang was slightly shocked in his heart. How come there are still people dressed in the 90s now? Can you see the road with bangs that long? The waiter gently placed the plate on the table and turned around without saying a word. Mu Qingyang didn't think much about it, but just marveled at how a waitress could have such good-looking hands. White and slender, long and straight, no different from the most tender section of green onion, and so on. Isn't this Gangzi his distant niece? Gangzi came out of the kitchen at this time. He removed the girth from his body and casually hung it on the iron nail of the wall. From his pants pocket, he fished out a pack of hard china that he usually never could afford to buy, and handed one to Mu Qingyang. Little Mu, this is my niece Ruan Yi. Hey Yi, what are you walking for? Hurry over and sit down. Only then did the long-haired girl slowly turn around and move over with her head down. Mu Qingyang then got a good look at her face. Very graceful, very spiritual, unusually delicate features, delicate and fair skin, completely unable to see that it was a girl from the countryside. Instead, it was more like a well-bred rich lady. This absolute beauty. Take off those oversized black-framed glasses, remove the braces, change her hairstyle and clothes, and she would immediately be a super beauty. Mu Qingyang checked her information. Name, Ruan Yi. Age, 22. Comprehensive face value, 96. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mu Qingyang's heart was shaken. 96 points? The girl with the highest score that I've met so far. She deliberately dressed like this, right? Why would she do that? But girls with more than 90 points all have similar face and body. Can't see any difference. Instead I think one with 94 points is cuter. Is this a buff edition after close contact? Speaking of which, I really kind of crave her. Chapter 31. Ruan Yi with a comprehensive face value of 96 points. Mu Qingyang adjusted his sitting posture and straightened his body a bit. Hello Yi. My name is Mu Qingyang. I'm 25 years old, and I'm currently a takeout writer. He actually wanted to put on a show and say that he was a freelancer and would soon be wealth-free, but Gangzi knew his bottom, and it was bad to tell the truth instead. Ruan Yi still had her head down. Her little head nodded. Hello. Gangzi lit his lighter and brought it up to the side of Mu Qingyang's jaw. Little Mu, what do you think of my niece? Mu Qingyang cupped his hands around the flame and took a deep breath. Yi is very pretty. I like it a lot. It's good if you like it. It's good if you like it. Gangzi barred 2 mouthfuls of huazi. His tone softened, but she's not in very good condition. I don't know if you'll mind. Mu Qingyang shook his head. My condition is also quite average. Just right. Ruan Yi buried her head even lower. She could no longer hear the conversation between her distant uncle and the boy, her thoughts drifting far away. She had been with her grandfather for as long as she could remember and had never seen her mom or dad. Grandpa was different from the old people in the village. He didn't have a strong local accent. He spoke Cantonese and his Mandarin was very standard. Grandpa never did farm work, nor did he let her do it. The only thing he asked of her was to spend her life happily and peacefully. Ruan Yi grew up the same way until she was about to go to college when her grandfather died of a sudden heart attack. Her grandfather did not do anything in his life, are looking for relatives to borrow money to live. The old man died when we reconciled the accounts. Owed a total of more than 300,000. My 40,000 or 50,000 is not urgent. How long to pay back? It doesn't matter if you pay back or not. Just a few other uncles see that she graduated from college and will be coming out to work soon, and want her to give a little every month. Uncle Gangzi's words pulled Ruan Yi's thoughts back again. She tightly squeezed her small hand, both inferior and helpless. Mu Qingyang smiled after hearing this. He felt out his cell phone and scanned it against the QR code in the store. You have 40,000 or 50,000 right there? After so many years plus the interest, it's estimated to be 60,000 or 70,000. I'll scan 88,000 for you, and take the extra as 1/1 filial piety. Drop. Happy to pay to the account 88,000 yuan. Ruan Yi good sense plus 10. Current good sense 10. Xiao Mu. I don't mean that. Gangzi got anxious and stood up to grab Mu Qingyang's cell phone. Mu Qingyang pressed him back. Uncle Gangzi, I know. I just laughed because I think I've picked up a treasure. Just over $300,000 to know Yi. This simple and beautiful girl. I'm happy. Gangzi was skeptical. Really? Really? But where did you get so much money for a delivery boy? I don't think you've been doing it for long. Mu Qingyang grinned. Just simply want to experience that feeling of being inferior, working hard and not earning any money. I'm actually quite rich. I'm not pretending to show my cards. Mu Qingyang was afraid that Gangzi wouldn't believe him, and finished by sweeping another 600,000 over. You pay back the money owed by Grandpa Yi with interest. The extra will be your hard-earned money. Your eyes don't have to be so wide. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for me. Ruan Yi's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability is 20. Mu Qingyang checked Ruan Yi's details in passing. Name, Ruan Yi. Age, 22. Occupation, fresh graduate. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Favorability, 20. Comprehensive face value, 96. Rate or reward, top acting skills, top singing talent in the front, and top acting skills this time. What? Are you forcing me to debut? But acting skills then I don't need it at the moment, but later on with more goddesses around is a god skill. This is forcing me to be a scumbag nah. Inside A. Thank you for helping me pay back so much money. Let me give you an IOU. Ruan Yi's voice was like a mosquito fly, and his small face was red after he finished. Mu Qingyang said half jokingly, an IOU is not necessary. Didn't Uncle Gangzi say he wanted to introduce you to me? In case the two of us become a success. Isn't this redundant? Gangzi immediately added. One by one. Xiaomu but uncle for you carefully selected. Young man looks straight, tall and tall. Good for you. Nowadays this society this kind of quality youth is not many. Ruan Yi was timid but still stubbornly raised her little head. Uncle, I don't want to think about this aspect of things right now. Gangzi was anxious. You girl, uncle can still harm you? It's rare that Xiaomu is single. If you miss this village, there won't be this store. Mu Qingyang waved his hand. There's no hurry Uncle Gangzi, Yi and I will start as friends first. Ruan Yi looked up at Mu Qingyang when he heard this, and quickly lowered it again. Ruan Yi's favorability plus 5. Current favorability 25. Since childhood, Ruan Yi was surrounded by people of the opposite sex. However, when she was in school in her old home, with her grandfather's strong protection, these boys did not dare to do anything out of the ordinary. Ever since Grandpa passed away, the individuals have gotten bolder, lightly out of words to molest, serious, but also in the vicinity of her home to go around. There was still a month before the university started. Ruan Yi didn't dare to stay in the village, so she came to live in Gangzi's house. But after this incident, Ruan Yi knew that beauty was not an advantage for her now, but rather a burden. So she intentionally wore clothes that her sister-in-law didn't want, covered her eyes with her long hair, put on large-rimmed glasses without lenses, and put on braces for her original neat and white teeth. That's what got her through 4 years of college peacefully. This boy seemed to be different from the others. He obviously can follow the words of Uncle Gangzi, the name of his boyfriend, and then legally compliant to do those things. But he didn't. He just said to start as friends. Gangzi saw that Mu Qingyang was not in a hurry, so he didn't persuade him anymore, and the conversation turned to talk about Ruan Yi's recent situation. Yi graduated last month, but her personality is too introverted. No company is willing to use her. She's a major university student. It's impossible for her to come to me as a waitress, right? So I called her mentor to help introduce her to individual noodle work. Even if the pay is lower it's nothing. The mentor liked her quite a bit, and actually introduced a job, just a few blocks ahead at the library, saying it was as a librarian. The appointment is to go to the library at 1:30 p.m. to talk about it in detail. You accompany her to take a look together. Mu Qingyang smiled. No problem. Chapter 32 Truer Than Pearls. On the road, a man and a woman walked slowly. I think you're beautiful. Why are you hunching over with your chest? Be confident. Lift your head. Ruan Yi lowered her head. I'm used to it. In fact, this is not comfortable for her either. But if she straightens her back, her bust will become huge, and she can't stand the naked gazes of the onlookers, so she would rather condescend to herself. Mu Qingyang reached out and patted her on the back twice. Ruan Yi reflexively straightened her body. Right, that's it. Isn't this temperament scratching up? Mu Qingyang's muscles tightened in pain. His eyebrows knitted together. He didn't dare to move the slightest bit and just froze in place. Ruan Yi pushed him away. Mu Qingyang immediately crouched down and spat blood foam furiously. Ruan Yi looked at the puddles of crimson on the ground and panicked in her heart. She followed and squatted down, asking with a nervous face, are you alright? It's fine, just broke some skin. Mu Qingyang apologized and looked at Ruan Yi. I'm sorry, just now Ruan Yi got up and left. Since it was fine, she never wanted to say even a single word to this denizen again. Ruan Yi's favorability minus 30, current favorability minus 5. Oh no, Mu Qingyang hurriedly caught up, still explaining. Listen to me. I'm not a frivolous person. Just now it was really out of control. Ruan Yi was unmoved. even walking faster and faster. Is this okay? Just now help you pay back hundreds of thousands of debt. As an atonement, from now on the two of us do not owe each other. Really? Ruan Yi abruptly stopped in her tracks. More real than pearls. Mu Qingyang's eyes were sincere. Ruan Yi considered for a few seconds and slowly nodded. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in arrears pressed down on her, making her a little breathless, even feeling that her life was imprisoned. Kissed. Things have happened and cannot be changed. Might as well do what he said. Let the two things are cancelled. Ruan Yi's mood was now light. She felt that she had the right to choose her job and choose her freedom. Ruan Yi's favorability +5. Current favorability 0. Since it's already too clear, then you should stop following me. I can do the library thing on my own. Ruan Yi directly gave an expulsion order. Mu Qingyang's biggest thing nowadays was to rate a goddess with 90 points or more. How could he possibly leave just like that? Uncle Gongzi asked me to look after you. How can I leave? If your job goes yellow, how can I explain to him? Ruan Yi directly ignored Mu Qingyang and walked ahead by herself. Before long, they arrived at one of the largest libraries in Jiangnan City. The bookstore was wide and bright, divided into upper and lower levels, with each level covering thousands of square meters. There weren't many people reading books, but there were a few uniformed staff members walking back and forth. Ruan Yi moved slowly to the front desk, her voice faintly audible. May I ask, is Curator Hao in? Oh, I am. Are you Professor Wang Lan's student Ruan Yi? Let's sit down in the lounge area and talk. Curator Hao looked about 60 years old with a kind face. After sitting down, he opened the door and said, I still trust the students recommended by Prof. Wang Lan. You can come over to work anytime, but our treatment here is very general. 2,800 for the internship period, 3,500 after regularization, by 5 insurance without food and accommodation. Are you willing to come? Ruan Yi nodded. The treatment is no problem. It is. Can you read books during working hours? Curator Hao laughed. Theoretically it's possible, but the time can't be too long. It's mainly about the content of the work. Didn't you graduate and still need to read books? Could it be that you want to go to graduate school? Ruan Yi gave a soft N. This is a good thing. Grandpa Hao supports you. You can come over and report tomorrow. In fact, this kind of job that is found through connections does not require Mu Qingyang to come along at all. But it was good that he came. He was not far away and heard all the conversations word for word. In his heart, he already had a preliminary plan to raid Ruan Yi. A few minutes later, Ruan Yi gently waved her hand towards librarian Hao and walked out of the library alone. Mu Qingyang sprinted to follow. Just as he stepped out the door, he saw her being stopped by a svelte man with glasses. Why didn't you reply to my message? I inquired for a long time before realizing that you would come here today. Ruan Yi's face sank. Unga, it's not enough that you pestered me every day in school. Why are you still shady when I managed to make it to graduation? I said I don't have a boyfriend, much less let you be my boyfriend. Give it up. Yuan Jia acted as if he didn't hear it. I've booked a place at the coffee house over there. How about we go over and blow on the air conditioning and have a cold drink? Yuan Jia did lick Ruan Yi for 4 whole years. In fact, it is not accurate to say licking, because Ruan Yi has never responded to any of his goodwill, and has never given him any hope. He was unilaterally pestered Ruan Yi for 4 years. One night in his freshman year, a slightly intoxicated Yuan Jia hummed a little song as he walked back to his dorm room. He accidentally glanced at the 3rd floor balcony of the girls' dormitory and saw Ruan Yi blowing her hair. That scene he still remembers. Ruan Yi, with her glasses off and her hair flying, her stunning face and gentle posture, like a goddess descending from the 9 heavens, noble and holy, beautiful. He immediately held up his cell phone to record this precious picture. Later, that video accompanied him through one lonely night after another. Ruan Yi's figure was also deeply imprinted in his heart. However, what excited him the most was not only that. In the following days, he finally found out which department and class Ruan Yi belonged to after asking around. He originally didn't dare to have any illusions about this kind of goddess. As long as he could look at her from afar, he would be satisfied. But she even deliberately dressed herself up like a village girl and took the initiative to seal off her arguably perfect face and body, isolating her from the prying eyes of other students. He was going crazy with joy. No one found her beautiful, no one to compete with. Her secret was known only to himself. Inwardly, he had already taken Ruan Yi as his forbidden domain. Chapter 33, pointing out countless technicians before practicing this pair of fiery eyes. Mu Qingyang leaned over. Good, the weather is so hot. It's quite good to drink some ice cola. Looking at this tall and handsome young man with a confident demeanor in front of him, a strong sense of crisis welled up in Yuan Jie's heart. He stared at Mu Qingyang with unkind eyes. Who are you? She's a blind date introduced by my uncle. Ruan Yi snatched the answer. She was afraid that Mu Qingyang would directly say that he was her boyfriend. With Yuan Jie's paranoid to the point of perversion personality, once he knew that the goddess he had been pursuing for years had been taken by someone else first, he would definitely be heartless and retaliate. Oh, so it's a blind date. Yuan Jie's slightly narrowed eyes stretched out and his eyes softened a lot. Then how is your contact going? Quite good. Mu Qingyang leaned 2 more steps towards Ruan Yi's side. I like Yi very much, and without any surprises, we will get married. This spectacle's leathery smile and shady eyes, at first glance, is a person with an extremely deep city. This kind of person is usually fine. Once he goes crazy, he is a complete pervert. Mu Qingyang didn't want him to get close to Ruan Yi, and decided to cut him off. Really? Yuan Jie didn't care about Mu Qingyang. Instead he looked at Ruan Yi with a gentle face. Yi, you like him? Ruan Yi hung her head low and said nothing. Yuan Jie was too familiar with her. In these 4 years, Ruan Yi had made this gesture to him more than 1,000 times. She did this when she was unhappy, when she didn't want to care about people, or even when she was bored. It seems he doesn't like the man in front of him. Let's go have a cold drink. I have something important to say to you. Yuan Jie extended the invitation again. He must bring her to the coffee house today even if he has to beg her on his knees and lick her shoes and kowtow to her. The chances of meeting Ruan Yi after graduation were becoming less and less. Society is not like the campus. It is a big die bowl. There are too many different kinds of people. There is no guarantee that an experienced driver will find her beauty, or that she will slowly learn to dress up on her own. By that time, he, an ordinary kid from an ordinary family, would have no chance. So today, he had to finalize his relationship with Ruan Yi. For this reason, he had made another preparation. He invited one of his cousins, who was the best in the younger generation of the family, to come and support him. The cousin was 28 years old, followed a male son in the city in the logistics business, drove a BMW 5 Series at a young age, and was a role model for him. He believed that with his cousin's presence, he would be able to shock Ruan Yi, a rookie who had just left school and couldn't even find a job. And that blind date of his, he thought that he would also know what to do. To Yuan Jie's surprise, Ruan Yi nodded her head and agreed. She was tired of being pestered and wanted to take this opportunity to get it off her chest once and for all, so that she wouldn't have to be harassed when she worked at the library in the future. Let's go then. Mu Qingyang pulled Ruan Yi's small hand and left, ignoring Yuan Jie's murderous gaze. Yuan Jie followed behind sorrowfully and pulled out his cell phone to send a message. Cousin, we're coming over. You sit in the car and wait for a while. When we pass by, you get out of the car and call out to me. Since he chose to pretend to be a bully, he had to pretend to be a full set. Yuan Jie believed that a BMW of more than $500,000 was a great deterrent to a little girl who had just left society. There was only one cafe near the library. It was on the 2nd floor across the street. The three had just arrived downstairs when a black BMW blocking the stairway came down with a slightly chubby man with a big back hair and a gold necklace. He was Yuan Jie's cousin, Yuan Peng. Without the need for his cousin to explain, he had long thought of this appearance. A fresh female college student, whether she was his cousin's girlfriend or not, was full of attraction for him. Whether or not they could get together was not important. Whether or not he could taste it himself was the key. Otherwise, could he be so free to come out and accompany a few kids to chat and blow off steam? Little Jie, it's me. Yuan Jie's eyes lit up and his back straightened a bit. This is my cousin. This new BMW is his. Cousin, let me introduce you. This is my college friend Ruan Yi. The other is his blind date. Yuan Peng did not even bother to listen to the second half of the sentence. His pair of small eyes and Ruan Yi full body survey. The more you look at the more excited. The more you look at the curve of the mouth the bigger. Yuan Peng has been in and out of bathing centers, KTVs and other entertainment clubs for a long time, and has ordered technicians and escorts who don't have one, 000 or 800. Under the trial of various dim lights, he developed a pair of fiery eyes. Just one look can know how the girl's bottom. Cousin's vision is really good. Although the girl in front of him was a bit dirtily dressed, her breasts were full, her buttocks were perky, her features were unusually delicate, and her skin was so tender that she could pinch out water, especially that shy look. Can throw off those rouge vulgar powder in the nightclub 10,000 streets. Cough. Yuan Peng lifted his belt. Let's go. Go upstairs and have a drink. All consumption today. I'll pay for it. Roman Holiday Coffee House. Window seat. Yuan Peng smiled and pushed the order form in front of Ruan Yi. Beauty. See what you like to drink. The desserts here are not bad. You can order 2 to try. Ruan Yi lowered her head and didn't move the menu. Mu Qingyang nonchalantly reached out and picked it up. Give me a bottle of ice cola. Let me order you a glass of lemonade. This stuff is quite thirst-quenching. Did I let you move the list? Yuan Peng slapped his BMW keys on the table with a pop. Ladies first, don't you know? No rules at all. Mu Qingyang had never been afraid of anything when he was so poor. Now that he had a system, he was even less afraid. He grew up without a father or mother, and knew that only he could protect himself. So he had always worked out and was particularly fierce in a fight. The assassins in the school gathered 10 or so people did not subdue him, but was knocked over a few. He was confident that he could pick on both the glasses guy and the fat guy. Just as Mu Qingyang was about to stand up and fight head-on, Ruan Yi hurriedly spoke. Alright, I'll just drink lemonade. You guys don't fight here. Mu Qingyang didn't want to drop his goodwill and slowly sat back down. However, the stern eyes still glared at Yuan Pang and he was a bit flustered. He had been eating and drinking and overindulging for the past few years, and had long since weakened his body. If he really fought here, he would definitely get beaten up. Although there were 10,000 ways to retaliate back afterward, it was never cost-effective. This young man's head is iron. Hard won't work, have to come soft. Thinking of this, Yuan Pang patted Yuan Jie's shoulder. Xiao Jie, it's been almost a month since graduation. Did you find a job? Yuan Jie gave a bitter smile. Cousin, this year's employment environment isn't very good. The competition for good jobs is too great, and I can't see the bad ones, so I haven't settled yet. No need to look any further. Yuan Pang arrogantly slapped the table. Just come to my company to work. As long as you are willing to work hard, cousin guarantees to buy you a BMW 3 Series within 2 years. Yuan Jie's eyes lit up. Really, cousin? After saying that, he looked at Ruan Yi again. Did you hear that, Yi? Just promise to be my girlfriend. I will let you live a good life. Chapter 34. Instead of being pestered by Yuan Jie, it would be better to switch to Mu Qingyang. Ruan Yi didn't say anything. Mu Qingyang let out a relevant laugh. Snort. Buying a BMW 3 Series in 2 years. This is what you call a good life? It's really laughing my ass off. According to you, my 1 day's pocket money can be worth 10 years of your part-time job. Mu Qingyang didn't want to be so high-profile, but these two old cousins didn't have good intentions towards Ruan Yi at first glance. He was ready to buy the coffee house on the spot and give it to Ruan Yi, completely wearing out these two people's unrealistic fantasies. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Pang laughed his head off. What an ignorant little child. Thinking that you can go around bragging about being awesome just because you're wearing a Parisian house? I can tell at a glance that it's a fake. Do you know how much $300,000 is? Have you ever seen so much money open your mouth? Kid, picking up girls isn't how you do it. Don't disgrace yourself here. Yuan Jie was also contemptuous. Do you have a bit of common sense to forcefully pretend here? Do you know that a monthly salary of 10,000 is already more than 90% of the country? A day's pocket money exceeds $1 million? You think your principal won? Mu Qingyang decided to punch these two brothers in the face on the spot, but his stomach suddenly hurt. I'm going to the restroom. After Mu Qingyang left, Ruan Yi buried her head even lower. Although this person had brutally taken away her first kiss, she didn't particularly hate him, and even had a very reassuring feeling for no reason when she sat next to him. Seeing that the light bulb was gone, Yuan Jie hurriedly moved his stool next to Ruan Yi. He fumbled in his pants pocket for a while and pulled out a 4-square red box from it. Plucking open the lid of the box, there was a diamond ring lying inside. I officially express my love to you today, and I hope you can be my girlfriend. Yuan Jie handed the ring to Ruan Yi in front of him, his face full of sincerity. This diamond ring was bought by me after saving for a year. Nevertheless, it can't express a millionth of my love for you. I really love you, even more than myself. I will treat you with all my heart. Be my girlfriend, okay? Ruan Yi's brows furrowed and her small mouth pursed. She didn't have any good feelings towards Yuan Jie, much less a hint of liking. She wanted to reject him freely and quickly, and then never have anything to do with him again. But she hesitated. Yuan Jie's personality was something she had seen more than once in movies. This kind of person, if you cannot get what you want, they will try to destroy it by all means. Ruan Yi didn't dare to push him to the edge. Yuan Peng saw that this beautiful college student did not say a word and decided to help his cousin. Close to the water tower, first get the moon well. Only the two of them become boyfriend and girlfriend. Can see this cheap sister-in-law from time to time, then have the opportunity to get down, is not it? Yuan Pong cleared his throat. A classmate. My brother, although obscene, introvert a little, but to people is still quite considerate. He is also diligent. Housework cooking will be. You follow him, do not have to worry about anything. As for the aspect of earning money, you don't have to worry at all. Peng brother, didn't I say it? We'll arrange for him to work in the company. A year of 200,000 won't be a problem. You two are classmates again. You know your roots, so just give in to him. Ruan Yi lips are bitten out of the teeth marks. She wanted to turn around and leave, but this problem dragged on, not solved. How to do. The only close relative right now is Uncle Gangzi, but he's just a fried rice cook with no connections and no background, so even if he's told, it's just adding to his troubles. Let Mu Qingyang handle it. He was so rich, he might have a way. Instead of being pestered by Yuan Jie, it would be better to owe him a favor. He was a bit horny, but at least he wasn't a pervert. Ruan Yi made up her mind and kept her lips tightly shut. The air seemed to freeze. Yuan Jie's affectionate demeanor froze on his face, his hand holding the ring stretching and shrinking. Just then, a gangly laugh and curse rang out from the front door of the coffee house. He, Fatty Yuan, you really are here. Just bought a BMW swell? Mom, the road is blocked by you. Ruan Yi looked up. The voice is a thin and small man, wearing a pair of studded leather shoes, clothes green and flowery, wrist wearing a gold watch, followed by 2 dog legs. Yuan Pang immediately stood up. Yo, Jia Xiao, why are you here? Come sit. I'll go down and move the car right away. The skinny man sat down with a big grin. Don't need to move. I also blocked that. Top full of days will be posted a ticket. Nothing to say. Yuan Pang with a naive smile. Jiao less atmosphere. What is the wind blowing today? You blew here? Blow a hanging hair. See your car? Casually on to take a look. What the hell are you doing running around without being in the company every day? What? The money earned enough, want to rest? Yuan Peng face a smile. Jiao Xiao, where are your words? How dare I be lazy when working under you? Today, my cousin is proposing, so I came over to help. Proposal? Only then did the thin man look sideways to survey the people present. Yuan Jia was flat and directly ignored, but Ruan Yi made his heart and mind shake. He, who had been mixing with flowers for years, could tell at a glance that this girl's figure and features were perfect, with a little bit of dressing up. Even compared to his girlfriend's superb best friend, she was no better. The thin man was excited and bad. That woman had a tycoon guarding her side. This one must not have one, right? Otherwise what makes Fatty Yuan his brother propose to her? I've been in the flower market for nearly 10 years and I'm tired of playing with everything, but I've never played with a beauty of this caliber. It's really God's eyes. Thinking of this, the thin man could no longer control his excitement and was about to shake Ruan Yi's hand. Hello, beautiful girl. Nice to meet you. Yuan Jia's face instantly turned black and blue. His fists were slightly trembling due to his arms shaking as a result of gripping them too tightly. Yuan Pang immediately pressed his fists down and stared into his eyes and kept shaking his head. Ruan Yi didn't expect that this skinny monkey who just arrived would be so bold as to go for it after just meeting him. She panicked and retreated backward, which managed to avoid the salty pig's hand. However, the skinny man was so bold that he stood up from his seat and went around the table to forcefully touch Ruan Yi after he grabbed her. Ruan Yi panicked. She let out a shriek and hurriedly backed away, but because she was too nervous, her feet slipped and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the skinny monkey hurriedly approached. The undisguised lecherous smile on his face made Ruan Yi revolted and fearful. Seeing that he had already come in front of him, Ruan Yi desperately buried his head inside his knees, his hands protecting his body to the death. The next second, the feeling of skin contact did not come. Instead, a muffled grunt was heard from the thin man. Then came the sound of something crashing to the ground. Ruan Yi looked up in shock, only to see that the thin man who had been condescending with a lewd face just a moment ago was curled up on the ground covering his stomach. His expression was very painful, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 35 Add a WeChat, lest you can't contact me in the future. Asterisk you asterisk, where did the little pussy brat come from? Dare to kick Xiao Xiao. I'll ing kill you. The 2 dog legs around the thin man made a move to come up and help their master bite. Yuan Pang also stood up mischievously, pinching a glass in his hand, ready to strike at any time. At the moment when the 2 sides were about to exchange fire, the thin man lying on the ground said, "Wait a minute," with great difficulty. Only then did the atmosphere ease up. The 2 doglegs retreated to the thin man's side for unknown reasons, and helped him up with one hand. Yuan Pang also anxiously came over and kept asking if he was alright, whether he needed to go to the hospital or not. The thin man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly waved his hand. No need. This should be a misunderstanding. That dude is an acquaintance. Mu Qingyang's face was recognized by Slim Zhao even if it was turned into ashes, although he had cut his hair and changed his clothes. But a person's temperament and demeanor doesn't change. It's fine for the 2 underlings to be clumsy, but he can't be without eyesight. In front of him, this is a super rich second generation that is a few levels higher than him. The day before yesterday, the one who recharged the black gold director's membership card in the spacebar. Isn't it him? This matter has been rumored in the second generation circle in Jiangnan City. This should be an overgrown dragon from a first-tier city, not something he could afford to mess with. Mu Qingyang bowed and helped the frightened Ruan Yi up, his eyes glaring angrily at the thin monkey. Zhao Mangnan, what the are you up to again? Zhao Mangnan waved his hands repeatedly. Misunderstanding? This is a misunderstanding. After saying that, he turned his head to glare at Yuan Pang. Fatty, didn't you say that this girl is your cousin's lover? How did you get Mu Xiao involved? How dare you lie to me? Without asking, Zhao Mangan gave Yuan Peng a big earful. Splat! The slap was dry and loud. Without any delay, Yuan Peng didn't dare to talk back. He looked at his cousin Yuan Jie with hatred. Little Jie, what the is wrong with you? You dare to have crooked thoughts about Mu Xiao's woman, and you lie to me that she's a blind date. I'm going to you up. Pa! Yuan Peng followed suit and also gave Yuan Jie a big earful. Yuan Jie didn't fight back and didn't say anything. He silently put the diamond ring away, glanced at everyone present and turned to walk away. Mu Qingyang was too lazy to watch them dog eat dog. He lowered his head and softly asked Ruan Yi, "Did the fall hurt? Did they touch you?" Ruan Yi hastily shook her head. "It was my own careless fall. You appeared in time. They didn't touch me." Ruan Yi's favorability plus 15, current favorability 20. Mu Qingyang helped her pat the dust on her butt. "That's good. If these filth touched you, I won't spare them." Young Mu, this is really a misunderstanding. Zhao Mangnan licked his face and came over. "If I knew that she was your woman, where would I dare to have crooked thoughts?" Mu Qingyang didn't want to say one more word to the scum who only knew how to scourge women. He coldly said, "Scram." Zhao Mangnan had wanted to climb the relationship with the excuse of not fighting, but seeing Mu Qingyang's impatient face, he grayly left with his men. The coffee house owner arrived late at this time, and she tentatively asked, "You guys, are you alright?" Mu Qingyang waved his hand. "It's fine, quickly send up what we just ordered." After saying that, he pulled out a chair and signaled Ruan Yi to sit down. Let's finish our drinks before we leave. Don't be afraid. If they dare to harass you again, just contact me. I promise to clean up these bastards so much that they'll go around you when they see you." Ruan Yi's favorability plus 10, current favorability 30. Put. Ruan Yi laughed, her silver-white braces sparkling in her mouth. Her smile wasn't as naive as the one in the photo. Instead it was sweet like a blooming gardenia. Mu Qingyang also smiled, and he smoothly pulled out his cell phone. "Add WeChat first, lest you can't contact me later." Ruan Yi took out his cell phone from his pants pocket and scanned the QR code of Mu Qingyang's WeChat. In the hot pot restaurant on the street neighboring the coffee house, Zhao Mangnan, Yuan Peng, and two horsemen were sitting in a private room. Yuan Peng was the first to ask a question. "Zhao Xiao, what is the origin of that surnamed Mu? We have not heard of this character in Jiangnan City. Just now if you did not stop." I high and low to his head to open a dipper. Zhao Mangnan sighed. I'm not sure yet, but he has a big hand. Should be a big family out. Whether he has a big hand or not is none of our business." "Zhao Xiao, you suffered such a big loss. Are you just going to let it go? Do you want me to bring a few brothers to teach him a lesson?" Yuan Peng wouldn't let go of every opportunity to show his loyalty. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to mix in this position now. Zhao Mangnan waved his hand. "Losses definitely can't be taken in vain, but if we act rashly now, he will definitely be able to guess that I did it. Hold back for a while before we find out his details." Yuan Peng had a resigned look on his face. Chairman Zhao has such a wide range of connections in Jiangnan City, and he's not on good terms with a few of the bureau chiefs, so what can he do even if he gives him a bruise? He'll be out in a day at most. Can I not know? Zhao Mangnan glared at Yuan Peng. Leaders from small places have to keep their tails between their legs when they arrive in the big city. Surname Mu can't see the depths. What if he's a true god? If I go and beat him up, my father would whip me alive if he knew. Young Zhao is right. I'm simple-minded and can't think of so many. Eat first. We'll discuss this matter afterward. Yuan Jie didn't go home after leaving the coffee house and first went to the hardware store. He tried the hammer, blade, and steel brazier separately, and none of them were suitable. In the end, he only bought a bunch of wire gloves and turned his head to the supermarket again. The supermarket had a lot of knives, kitchen knives, slicing knives, fruit knives, scissors. He tried them all as usual, and none of them worked except for the kitchen knife. However, the kitchen knife could only be used for slicing and chopping. The attack power was strong but not lethal enough. Yuan Jie finally gave up. After leaving the supermarket, he wandered around aimlessly and finally stopped in front of a fruit store. What attracted him was the sharp knife on the operating table that was close to 40 centimeters. If this knife went in and out, even a 300 catty wild boar would have to rest immediately. Yuan Jie decided that this was it. He saw no one in the store, went into the store and chose 7 or 8 kinds of fruit. While the boss was weighing, he secretly pinned the knife behind his back. After paying the money, he swaggered out of the store. Chapter 36 JK said Chen Shiwen. Mu Qingyang. Today. Thank you. Without you, I don't even know what would have happened. It was rare for Ruan Yi to say such a big paragraph. He was truly thankful to Mu Qingyang. Small matter. Mu Qingyang waved his hand. In the future, if you encounter difficulties, just look for me. I will do my best to help you. After all, you are my future daughter-in-law. If you do feel overwhelmed, then, Mu Qingyang said and nuzzled his mouth. Then give me another kiss, but no biting this time. Ruan Yi blanked him and suddenly became serious. I know what you want to do, but I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. I'm not going to have a boyfriend in the last few years. I still want to go to graduate school, right? Mu Qingyang directly snatched the answer. You've heard it all? Mu Qingyang didn't deny it. I've been paying attention to you, plus my hearing is not bad, so I know all about your conversation with Curator Hao. Are you preparing to work half-time? But the salary in the library is so low. If you want to save enough money to study, you'll have to waste several years, right? That's okay. Ruan Yi gave a sweet smile. As long as I don't owe money to my relatives, I'm not afraid of any longer time. I usually don't have many hobbies. Reading counts as one, so I won't feel tired. Then have you ever thought, looking for someone to borrow some? Mu Qingyang followed the advice. Ruan Yi smiled wryly. Looking for you? And then you can do something nasty to me as a way to write it off? Mu Qingyang smiled bitterly. That's really a misunderstanding. I do like you, yes, but I definitely won't force you to do anything. Unless it can't be helped. Ruan Yi didn't answer, propping her chin on one hand and looking away from the window. Her true expression of her innocent and playful appearance, beautiful like a painting. Mu Qingyang looked a little infatuated. He could not bear to break this beautiful picture, so he accompanied her to be quietly dumbfounded. After a long time, Ruan Yi slowly got up. It's getting late. I have to go back to Uncle Gangzi's store to help. Will you stay here for a while longer? Mu Qingyang looked at the time. 2:35 p.m. There was also a WeChat message on the screen. Clicking on it, it was from Chen Qiwen. Brother Mu, where are you? My dad went on a business trip to Magic City in the past few days and didn't have time to care about me. I can finally come out and look for you. Mu Qingyang replied, give me your location. I'll be right over. And then looked at Ruan Yi. Let me give you a ride. In front of the Gangzi fast food restaurant, Mu Qingyang looked at Ruan Yi's back and still reluctantly asked, really don't you want to think about it? I'm rich, and you don't have to be in a hurry to pay it back. I will learn to control myself. Ruan Yi looked back and smiled sweetly, did not speak, just gently waved his hand. Ruan Yi good sense plus 10, current good sense 40. Mu Qingyang smiled helplessly, no longer persistent, took a taxi to the location sent by Chen Qiwen. It was still the familiar bus stop. As soon as Mu Qingyang got off the bus, he saw Chen Qiwen who was standing playfully under the station booth. She was wearing a gray and white JK suit today, carrying a shopping bag in her hand, looking pure and desirable. He happily called out Wunwun. Chen Qiwen glanced sideways, and not far away was her longed-for brother Mu. She immediately opened her slender thighs and darted into Mu Qingyang's embrace. Soft, ice-cold and slippery, the unique fragrance of a young girl was refreshing. Mu Qingyang tightly embraced the delicate body in his arms, greedily breathing in the intoxicating flavor. Wunwun, if this wasn't on the main road, you'd already be crying for mercy. Chen Qiwen couldn't let go of the arm that was encircling Mu Qingyang's neck as she pouted. Brother Mu, what's in your head? I'm ignoring you. Mu Qingyang laughed badly twice. He. I'm already craving for clear saliva. Suck it up. I can't today. My mom made me have to be home by 8 o'clock or she won't let me out. You don't know. That day after I came home I was scolded by my dad, saying that he would ground me for a week, and wouldn't even let me go to the dance club. So I don't dare to make him angry again. Chen Qiwen was still a bit scared even thinking about it. Mu Qingyang patted her beautiful back. Tough on you my little baby. To make it up to you, I decided to give you a big baby. Chen Qiwen's favorability had come to 69 points, just a little short of withdrawing. Mu Qingyang decided to send her a card to reach 70 points in one fell swoop. After that, he and Chen Qiwen would definitely have to see each other often, and it wasn't a good idea to keep hitting the drop. Besides, girls usually didn't like driving much, so it made sense for him to be her driver, right? Mu Qingyang was already thinking about choosing a Lambo or a Ferrari. I don't lack anything right now. There's no need to send me anything, Chen Qiwen said as she handed Mu Qingyang the shopping bag. Here, this is the clothes I asked Fei Fei to help me choose. You usually don't dress yourself up much. I was afraid you wouldn't have a change of clothes, so I bought a few more sets. Mu Qingyang was touched badly. He hurriedly reached out and took it. Wunwun, these clothes are quite expensive. Do you still have money? How about I transfer tens of millions of dollars for you to spend? Chen Qiwen's head shook straight. No. We haven't even finalized our relationship yet. How can I ask you for so much money? Didn't you recharge more than 2 million in the dance club? The boss returned 1 million to me. She said that the remaining 1 million will be treated as my share capital. Now I'm also a shareholder of the dance club. Oh, I get dividends every month. Mu Qingyang nodded. This boss was quite smart. Not only did she prevent herself from returning the card, but letting Chen Qiwen get into the shares also disguised as tying up a relationship with herself. a good hand at doing business, and letting Chen Shiwen practice with her was not bad at all. If you don't want to transfer money, then I'll buy you a car. You usually commute to work is also convenient. Chen Shiwen pouted her little mouth, still wanting to refuse. Mu Qingyang directly possessed the domineering president. Woman, you'd better listen obediently. Don't be ungrateful. That's fine. Actually, I kinda like a car. It's just a little expensive. Mu Qingyang's eyes lit up. Expensive is good. The more expensive, the more excited I am. Is it a Pagani or a Koenigsegg? Chen Shiwen touched her cell phone and tapped on a photo in the album. What kind of cars are you talking about? I've never even heard of it. I'm talking about this one. Mu Qingyang looked sideways and his heart went cold. 2023 Mercedes-Benz E-Class Coupe? You call this a little expensive? Chapter 37. Not married. It's reasonable for me to play fair, isn't it? This. When nah. Mercedes-Benz's two-door coupe appearance is quite good-looking, also quite suitable for girls to drive. But the grade is a bit too low. Let's change it. The probability of buying a car would raise the goodwill to 70 points. Now being able to swipe a little more dog-licking gold was equivalent to earning a little more. There was no way Mu Qingyang would miss this good opportunity. In fact, he wanted to buy a villa directly to Chen Shiwen than the balance. But if he really wanted to do that, what about when he breaks through 90 points of goodwill? This big move had to be saved for the critical moment. After all, Iron Kidney is a skill that Mu Qingyang still wants. Now that he had already spent 5 million or so on Chen Shiwen, and then bought a car with a few $1,000,000, more than 10 million in cash was enough to support him in rating the next goddess. Is this grade still low? I think it's already very good. Before Chen Shiwen met Mu Qingyang, this car could only lie in her photo album, and she felt that she was already satisfied to drive it in her life. Now it was wildly disliked by the man beside her. You're so beautiful. You deserve better. How about I recommend one for you? Alright then. Mu Qingyang raised a breath. Ferrari LaFerrari, limited to 499 units worldwide, equipped with a naturally aspirated 6.3-liter V12 engine, 0 to 100 km speed within 3 seconds. Stop. Chen Shiwen directly interrupted. This car you're talking about is the flagship of Ferrari. Right. It's worth more than $40 million. I often brush it on Jitterbug. Mu Qingyang was a bit surprised. You have quite a wide knowledge. This car is so famous. There are very few people who don't know about it, right? Although it looks very windy, it doesn't suit me at all. And it's a bit outrageously expensive. Lafa is actually Mu Qingyang's dream CR. He even thought before that as long as he could drive this car once, he would be willing to live 5 days less. Now the opportunity was there. But Chen Shiwen was unwilling, so he could only talk about it later. Then let's go to the car dealership to take a look. Actually, Bentley Continental, Porsche 911 are quite suitable for girls to drive. At that time you can buy whichever one you like. Mu Qingyang had already made up his mind. No matter what Chen Shiwen ended up buying, he would forcefully give her a Ferrari. He also had a requirement for a co-pilot. I'll listen to you. Which 4S store shall we go to? Higher-end models 4S stores usually don't have current cars. Even if you pay a deposit right away you'll have to wait a few months. How about we just buy a prospective new car? Aha! Chen Shiwen nodded repeatedly. She didn't know much about these things, and besides, the one who paid the money was Mu Qingyang, so she naturally wouldn't have an opinion. Mu Qingyang felt out his cell phone and navigated to a car dealership at the highest end of Jiangnan City, and a special car delivered them in all directions. Beyond famous cars, this store looks so big. Is this whole building a sales floor? Chen Shiwen looked around like a curious baby. Mu Qingyang smiled. Do you like it? If you like it I'll buy the whole thing and give it to you. He didn't brag about it. If he could get cash back today, with the system's ratio of 1 to 100,000, it wouldn't be a problem to buy a street. Chen Shiwen spat out her tongue. Forget it, I can't do anything but dance. Give it to me and I don't even know how to run it. As the duo walked and strolled, Mu Qingyang could hear a whiny female voice from time to time. Everyone point and click. Over 100,000 likes Anchor to dance for you. Anchor, this is selling cars live, not selling non-stick pans. Sell the car to send the Anchor? Ha 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 ha. Send Anchor have to add money. The first floor are some 100,000 or so mobility vehicles. Mu Qingyang saw the escalator and went directly to the second floor. Without taking a few steps on the second floor, he saw a very wow girl who was live streaming to her cell phone. This was also a goddess-level beauty, wearing an OL professional outfit with a full imperial lady model. Mu Qingyang subconsciously checked her information. Name, Yi Shu Yun. Age, 26. Numerical value, 88. Too bad. 2 points short. Mu Qingyang immediately lost interest and prepared to head to the third floor. At this time, that beautiful anchor woman called out to him. Handsome, are you guys looking at cars? Let me introduce it for you guys. Yi Shuyun had discovered the pair of handsome men and women a long time ago, just waiting for them to come up. Judging from her years of sales experience, it must be a guy buying a car to give to a girl. In this case, the chances of making a deal were very high. Now that the car dealership business is getting more and more rolled up, every one of them is almost live. With her hot body and pretty face is able to attract a lot of people into the live room. But these people are to see the car? In addition to verbal molestation is to let her sing and dance. Selling cars live broadcast into the entertainment live room. Instead of talking to these people on the cell phone, it is better to actually receive 2 customers to the store. And this man is full of luxury goods. The girl is also carrying a new Chanel bag. Unlike the main poor money, if you can sell $1 million luxury car, wouldn't you earn more than live broadcasting? Mu Qingyang nodded. Buying a car. What floor is the most expensive car in your place? Ishu Yun's eyes lit up, shoved her live streaming phone to her assistant, and twisted her arse to come over. On the 5th floor. Handsome, I'll take you there. The 5th floor of Beyond Famous Car usually had few customers coming up, because the cheapest cars parked here were all above $1 million. Handsome, we have all kinds of luxury cars here such as Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari, McLaren, etc. Do you have a brand or model you are interested in? Mu Qingyang looked at Chen Shiwen. 1-1. See anything you like? Chen Shiwen shook her head. There are too many models here, and so many of them are very good looking. My eyes are all blurry. Why don't Brother Mu help me choose one? Yun smiled in her heart. It's true. It looks like today is going to be a big deal. She hurriedly answered. Is it for a young lady? I can recommend a few cars that are suitable for girls to drive. May I ask handsome what your budget is around? Mu Qingyang didn't want to pretend to be a pussy. But if you have to ask this, then you can't blame me. He spread his hands. As long as my girlfriend likes it, there is no upper limit to the budget. Yun looked at Chen Shiwen with an envious face. Do you need me to help recommend? Chen Shiwen nodded. Okay. Yun twisted her waist and walked ahead, but her heart was sour. This girl, in order to earn a little commission every morning and night to do live broadcasts with customers, fighting so many years now, is only driving a Mercedes C-Class. How come this girl is so lucky? She doesn't have to do anything to get a boyfriend to come to her mouth. You say she is looking for an uncle also, even if I am absolutely a little bit jealous. But this guy is so handsome, isn't he? The god of thieves is so unfair. Actually, there are a lot of rich people who pursue Yun, but she can't look at any of them. She was purely a face dog. She'd rather stick it to the fresh meat than accompany an old man for money. A man like Mu Qingyang, who was tall, handsome, rich and good to his girlfriend, was simply the perfect boyfriend in her heart. Why can't I meet this kind of man? Yun had already transformed into a lemon essence at the moment, madly jealous of a girl she had never met. In the end, she even had the thought of trying to snatch Mu Qingyang over. Wait a minute, he just said, as long as my girlfriend likes it. That means he's not married? If I'm not married, it's reasonable for me to compete fairly, right? Chapter 38, God's Hero. This is the latest Lamborghini Huracan. The appearance is very cool. The interior is similar to the cockpit of an airplane. The fighting atmosphere is full. Driving this car is the center of attention no matter where you go. And the price is only 3 million out. Do you like it, miss? Chen Shiwen circled around the car twice with a hesitant expression, but eventually shook her head. It's a bit too ostentatious. It's not good for me to drive as a girl. Mu Qingyang also felt that it wouldn't work. If you want to choose this brand, the first choice is definitely Dino. But Lamborghini is very difficult to drive, not very suitable for commuting. Then look at the others. Mu Qingyang has not even touched a Lamborghini. The reason why he knows all this is to watch the video of the Jitterbug car blogger to learn. If you want both comfort, you can consider Rolls-Royce Phantom and Bentley Continental GT. We happen to have these 2 cars here. Want to take a look? Yun had a professional smile on her face as she pointed her finger at a black and white car next to her. If a girl drives it, the Continental GT is a bit more appropriate. 1-1. How about you take a look at the white one? Chen Shiwen took 2 steps forward and fell in love with the extremely elegant 2-door coupe with just a glance. Compared to the Mercedes-Benz E-Class coupe, it was significantly more beautiful and luxurious. And of course it was many times more expensive. Brother Mu, this car is so beautiful. Can I get in the car and take a look? Of course. Mu Qingyang went forward and pulled open the driver's side door of the Continental GT, signaling Chen Shiwen to sit on it and feel it. Chen Shiwen carefully moved her butt up. The visual effect of the linen white and cricket red dual patch interior was very shocking, and the black piano lacquer solid wood finish on the center console was low-key yet luxurious. This is simply a work of art. Chen Shiwen touched the hand-stitched steering wheel and loved it. Mu Qingyang couldn't bear to disturb her when he saw her face of excitement. He understood the feeling of getting a beloved big toy. It was just like when his childhood playmate gave him the 4-wheel drive car that he had been longing for. There was really a feeling of his heart being filled up at that moment. When you experience it for a little while longer. I'll take a look around. Mu Qingyang gently closed the car door and turned around to head straight to the Ferrari area. He had just seen a car there whose rarity was comparable to that of a Rafa 488 Pista Spider. Although the price was not as expensive as the Rafa, but the degree of explosiveness of the appearance was no different. Mu Qingyang even felt that it was even better looking. Little brother, do you like this car? It's the town treasure of our beyond famous cars. It's only come to the outlet for a day or two. Mu Qingyang nodded, pulled open the car door and sat in. It was completely different from the feeling of looking at pictures and watching videos online. He could clearly feel his blood boiling at the moment, his heart thumping furiously, and his limbs couldn't stop trembling. He vowed to give this car to Chen Shiwen. Bang! The sound of the car door closing woke him up from his intoxication. Opening his eyes, the beautiful saleswoman was sitting on the passenger side. How about it, little brother? Still satisfied? Ishu Yun asked coyly. Mu Qingyang nodded. Then do you want to take a test drive? Mu Qingyang inadvertently glanced out the window and saw Chen Shiwen looking around. He immediately pulled open the door and got out of the car. 1-1. I'm here. Chen Shiwen bounced and ran over. Brother Mu, I really like that car, but I just took a look at the price and it costs over 3 million. Why don't I pay 1 million myself? Mu Qingyang rubbed her little head. It's only more than 3 million. I still think it's too cheap. This way, I'll give you this Ferrari along with it. Pretty girl, where do I swipe my card? Yi Shuyun retreated from the passenger side. She didn't react for a moment. Handsome. You mean 2 units together? Mu Qingyang nodded rightfully. Yes, full payment. I wish to pay and pick up the car right away. Wait a moment, I'll do the math for you. Yi Shuyun opened her cell phone's built-in calculator to calculate the price, and her heart had already risen in shock. What was the origin of this handsome man? A car of more than $10 million was bought just like that? Or full payment? It's only been a few minutes since I saw him. Buying groceries isn't this casual, right? In the past, the most willing customers didn't have to bargain for half an hour? A real hero. Absolute tycoons. Without billions of dollars, he wouldn't have this kind of temperament. This is a real treasure boy. Yi Shuyun tried to make her expression as natural as possible. Handsome. The 2 cars together is $24 million. I can apply for a 10% discount for you. No need. Mu Qingyang directly interrupted. I'll directly swipe 12 million. The rest of the money will be considered as the cost of repair and maintenance in the future. Where do I swipe my card? Yi Shuyun gulped. Please follow me. She was really too glad that she had shut down the matter of broadcasting the reception of customers. There was a 2 percentage point commission on the sale of luxury cars sold at the original price on the 5th floor. With this order alone, she would make $240,000. It was equivalent to working hard for half a year before. At this moment, Mu Qingyang's image was incomparably tall and magnificent in her mind. If she could see her favorability, it would probably have broken through 90. Chapter 39 Driving Wizards. Chen Shuwen's small hand pulled on Mu Qingyang's coat. Brother Mu, 1 car is already enough. I don't have time to drive more. Besides, this is $10 million. Mu Qingyang stared at Chen Shuwen's big eyes unusually seriously. 1-1. This is a piece of my heart. You must accept it. To be my woman. Things can be unnecessary, but they must be there. You don't have to worry about parking either. You take the 1 million on WeChat and buy 2 parking spaces at your home and the garage of the dance club respectively. Chen Shiwen was so moved that she was close to tears. Isn't this the plot of a domineering president falling in love with me? And Brother Mu is such a sweet overbearing president. Not only did he buy the cars, he even solved the future maintenance and parking problems together. I must have saved the galaxy in my previous life to meet him. Chen Shiwen favorability +1. Current favorability 70. Congratulations to the host for raising Chen Shiwen's favorability to 70. All the dog-licking money spent for the opposite sex will be returned soon. Vehicles already decided to buy before the favorability increase, counted as dog-licking gold. The amount is calculated at ding. 1832437 has been deposited into WeChat's change. Please check. Yes, yes, yes. Mu Qingyang continuously swung 3 punches towards the air, and then turned his head to hug Chen Shiwen for a burst of wild kisses, after which he opened his arms and ran around the car line while giggling. With more than $18 million of huge money that completely belonged to him, Mu Qingyang felt that his soul had been purified and his life level had been sublimated. At this moment, the feeling of invincible loneliness spread throughout his body. Self-confidence went straight from the soles of his feet to his head. Brother Mu, I'll listen to everything you say. Are you alright? Chen Shiwen was overwhelmed by his sudden insanity and followed behind, shouting one after another. Mu Qingyang stopped after he was mad enough and opened his arms towards Chen Shiwen. Chen Shiwen slammed into his arms with a sobbing voice. What's wrong with you? Mu Qingyang cupped her small mouth and printed a mouthful of it for a long time before separating. I'm fine. Wen 1. You're really my lucky star. Yi Shuyun's heart was so sour that it crumpled. She forced out a smile. Mr. Mu, the cashier is over here, swiping the card, spitting out the ticket, and signing it all in one go. The little cashier girl timidly handed the small ticket to Mu Qingyang. Hello sir, this is the payment voucher. Mu Qingyang casually crumpled it into a ball and then precisely threw it into the trash can. Can we drive the car away today? The formalities and all that will be left entirely to you. Yes Mr. Mu. Yi Shuyun handed the car keys to Mu Qingyang. Just sign a power of attorney agreement. The vehicle is transferred to your name, right? Mu Qingyang pointed at Chen Shiwen. It's all transferred to my girlfriend's name. It was originally bought for her. Yi Shuyun was so jealous that she was on the verge of crying. She secretly sighed, hey, then revealed a far-fetched fake smile. Then Missy come to the office to sign the contract and fill in the paperwork. About how long will it take? Mu Qingyang couldn't wait to test drive the red beast. Almost an hour. 1-1. You go sign the papers. I'll go test drive the car. Chen Shiwen nodded her head obediently. Brother Mu, pay attention to safety. Has Mr. Mu driven a Ferrari model before? No. He had never driven a car since he got his license. Ferraris use paddles to shift gears, which is different from the gear lever of a family sedan. So you might be rusty if you drive it for the first time. So I'll accompany you. Mu Qingyang didn't think much about it. Sure. Sitting in the cockpit of the 488 Pista Spider again, Mu Qingyang still couldn't hide his excitement. This was a race car that could legally go on the road. There were not many of them in the country, and he was now holding the carbon fiber steering wheel of this car. Mr. Mu, press the brake pedal first, and then press the red knob on the steering wheel. Mu Qingyang's index finger slightly exerted force, and a soft bouncing damping sensation came from the button, followed by an angry growl. The 488 Pista Spider ignited. The rumbling sound caused Mu Qingyang's heart tip to flutter, and with it, the rapid secretion of dopamine. It was worthy of being one of the two most melodious sounds in the world, instantly igniting all of a man's fighting passion. Mu Qingyang uncontrollably moved his right foot to the gas pedal. Boom, boom, boom. Every time he stepped on it, he was rewarded with an angry hiss from this red beast. Lift it a bit, here is first gear. Lightly step on the gas pedal and you can drive away. Try it Mr. Mu. Mu Qingyang's index finger flicked on the slender paddle, and the M logo on the center dashboard immediately changed to 1. He gently tapped his toe on the gas pedal, and the Ferrari slowly drove out of the parking space. Although it was his first time driving, Mu Qingyang did not feel rusty at all and drove into the car elevator in a smooth and steady manner. This was perhaps the most impressive talent he had in his first 25 years. The instructors who learned to drive all said that he was a once-in-a-century driving wizard. The elevator slowly descended and finally stopped at the first floor. Mu Qingyang could no longer hold down his inner desire. His foot slammed deep, and the 488 Pista Spider instantly turned into a beam of red streaming light, roaring and disappearing at the end of the road. Chapter 40, A Man Can Be Handsome. The red supercar's appearance was so cool that it would be photographed and videotaped wherever it drove. Mu Qingyang's more than 10 minutes of test driving down had gradually figured out the temperament of this performance beast. Big beautiful sales. I think it's almost time. Let's go back to the car dealership. Yi Shuyun looked at him with one hand propped on her chin imploringly. Just leave? In front of the hotel, the Ferrari slowly stopped. Yi Shuyun pulled open the car door without any hesitation, and a long leg had already explored down. But Mu Qingyang didn't seem to have the intention to move. What are you still doing? Turn off the engine and get out of the car. You can't be unable to, right? Mu Qingyang wasn't Lu Xiaohui. This kind of passionate and fiery big beauty he also liked. But nowadays there were too many goddesses around him. He knew that he didn't have the energy to deal with other girls. He was struggling painfully in his desire and reason. The last straw that broke the camel's back was you can't do it. Can you? A man cannot be handsome, cannot have money, but must not be unable to. This touched Mu Qingyang's reverse scale. He angrily pulled open the car door and closed it with a bang. Go! Yi Shuyun glanced at him flirtatiously, and wrapped her arm around him naturally around the front of the car. Mu Qingyang no longer thought much about it, pulling the beautiful saleswoman's small hand and heading towards the hotel's front door. Just after crossing the glass door, Yi Shuyun's cell phone rang. She wanted to hang up, but the caller ID was Mr. Liang of the car dealership. This was the big boss of Beyond Famous Cars, who alone held more than 50% of the shares of the car dealership. He normally wouldn't call himself unless there was something particularly urgent. Yi Shuyun skimmed her lips and pressed the connect button. Hello Mr. Liang, what are your instructions? On the other end of the phone was a very magnetic male voice. The receptionist said that you are accompanying a customer to test drive a car. Are you done? Hurry back. A customer named you. Mr. Liang, can you ask other salesmen to receive them? I have something to do here and may be delayed for a while. If the others can handle it, why do I need you? The ones who are here are the group purchase customers from the live broadcast. The ones who swiped a few carnival to order a car. Lee Shuyun was torn. Those people are big customers. The intention of the model is not less than 1 million. If this single yellow, will certainly be fired. Although his ability to find a job anywhere, but there is no familiar place to stay comfortable. Forget it. Endure it for a couple days. Seeing that handsome Mu looks like he has that intention, there's still a chance in the future. Okay Mr. Liang, I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Lee Shuyun looked at Mu Qingyang with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, Mr. Mu, I have to go back to the company for something temporary. Don't look at me like this, I really want to go in with you. Or, we'll do it next time? Mu Qingyang's face is written with a big speechless. It's all come to this point. Too spoiled it. Let's talk about it next time. If we can still meet. Mu Qingyang finished speaking and returned to the car by himself. Lee Shuyun stomped her foot angrily, resenting the sudden call from the old boss. She sullenly returned to the car and looked at Mu Qingyang pitifully. Mu Qingyang spoke faintly. Sit tight, I'll drive fast. Shifting gears, releasing the brakes, stepping on the gas. The whole set of moves had been played very silky smooth. The supercar whizzed out, rolling up leaves in the sky. Chapter 41, Pulling Over. Beyond Famous Car's VIP reception room, Chen Qiwen wrote her big name on the last document. She gently put down her fountain pen and inadvertently glanced back. His brother Mu was leaning against the doorframe drinking an ice coke. Ha, have you finished testing the car, brother Mu? How about it? Do you like that Ferrari? Mu Qingyang walked over to her and sat down beside her, stroking her long, black and silky hair. Very much like it. Have you finished here? Chen Qiwen smiled sweetly at him. Just about done. Suddenly got $10 million more assets under my name. I'm panicking in my heart. He. Mu Qingyang scraped her agitated nose. This is only up to where in the future there are more things to buy. You have to get used to it. Chen Qiwen's small head rubbed against his arms. This is all like a dream. Then again, how did you earn so much money, brother Mu? Mu Qingyang smiled mysteriously. Do you believe me when I say I'm a reborn person? I know all the ways to make a lot of money in the next 20 years, and I'll be able to return with a full load of money if I strike at random, so just follow me at ease, and I'll make sure that you'll be able to enjoy glory and wealth to the fullest. Chen Qiwen's big eyes were spinning, as if she was really thinking seriously about this issue. After a few seconds, she naively said, in that case it's really possible. Brother Mu, you must not tell this secret to others. Some people are very bad. They might use you to make money. Mu Qingyang laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Then you must keep it a secret for me. Chen Qiwen was actually very smart, and she could see it from the very beginning of her contact. Love would really make people stupid. The beautiful schoolgirl had completely fallen into love brain. Mu Qingyang sighed in his heart. Could this be the hidden benefit of raising the favorability to 70 points? I wonder what it would be like after reaching 90 points. I guess it won't be a problem to share a bed under a big blanket. Mu Qingyang had a plan for the future in his mind. It wasn't that he couldn't let go of Zhuo Kersen, Li Zhili, and Ruan Yi. Rather, he couldn't let go of the skills of top singing talent, king fighting technique, and top acting technique. Mu Qingyang dotingly rubbed Chen Qiwen's small head. Hungry? Take you to eat a big meal. Chen Qiwen nodded. The new rongji that I ate last time was pretty good. Want to go there? When Mu Qingyang heard those 3 words, he remembered the 10+ pounds of scallion oil king crab. Saliva was being secreted rapidly in his mouth. He had been eating fried rice-covered rice for the past few meals. He had long been craving for it, so he immediately nodded his head in agreement. Let's go. Order an extra 1 meter long big lobster today. Where can you get a lobster that long? No 1 meter I do not eat. The entrance of the super celebrity car. The staff had already driven the Continental GT down. Chen Qiwen looked at a white and a red car and made a mistake. Brother Mu, do we have to drive one each? The test drive of more than half an hour just now was not enjoyable at all. And Mu Qingyang actually wanted to drive this Ferrari. However, he was afraid that it was unsafe for Chen Qiwen to drive alone. Go ahead and drive your car. I'll help you watch from the passenger side. This was just what she wanted. Chen Qiwen smiled sweetly. Get in. What was the experience of pairing an extremely elegant coupe with an extremely beautiful young girl? Mu Qingyang only wanted to use 2 words to describe it. That is wonderful. In the past, when delivering takeaways, you could occasionally see sunglasses beauties driving Porsche 718s or Mercedes-Benz CLS. At that time, they were so arrogant and unattainable that they wouldn't even look at Mu Qingyang, an existence he wouldn't even dare to think about. And now, the roles had been swapped, but Mu Qingyang wouldn't let them know what it meant to be cruel, because they didn't deserve it. Chen Qiwen had only helped her drunken father drive the car a few times, and was not skillful, so she drove very slowly. Mu Qingyang didn't rush. Instead he enjoyed it. He quietly admired the beauty on his side. Chen Qiwen was cold white skin. Her skin was very delicate. Even when she looked close she couldn't find any flaws. She drove very seriously, her waist and back were straight, just like a student who was listening carefully. Mu Qingyang naturally put his hand on her beautiful leg. Chen Qiwen, who was focused and undistracted, shivered lightly twice at the sudden touch. After seeing out of the corner of her eye that it was her brother Mu, her small mouth pouted. Brother Mu, don't be like this. I'll be distracted. When you honestly explain. After we parted ways, did you secretly do bad things at home? Chen Qiwen understood Mu Qingyang's meaning. Her small face instantly hunched over and stubbornly said, only no. How could I possibly do that kind of thing? The corner of Mu Qingyang's mouth hooked up in a bad smile. Then it means you didn't miss me. So sad. I've decided to punish you. Ha! I obviously miss brother Mua. You're deliberately trying to bully me. Explanation is invalid. Pull over. Chen Qiwen obediently stopped the car, staring at Mu Qingyang in an aggrieved manner. Change seats. After Mu Qingyang sat in the driver's seat, the speed of the Continental GT increased by a large margin. Chen Qiwen looked at the increasingly remote route and panicked a little in her heart. Brother Mu, where are we going? To the place where you're being punished. The new area of Jiangnan City had a road that accompanied the mountains and surrounded the lake. It had been repaired and developed there for a number of years, but it had stopped working in the last year. Mu Qingyang had received takeout orders from there. The view from the top of the mountain was great, and with no surveillance, there were even fewer people. More than 10 minutes later, the Bentley stopped at a hidden branch intersection at the top of the mountain. Mu Qingyang got off and turned around twice. Not a single person was there. He pulled open the passenger door and gave Chen Qiwen a bad smile. Get off. Chen Qiwen thought she was coming to visit the attractions and happily got out of the car. However, before she could stand still, she was picked up by Mu Qingyang and thrown into the back seat. Chapter 42, Super Beauty Girl Liang Yancheng. Beyond famous cars, Yi Shuyun finally took care of those group buying customers after a few hours of hard work. The boss, Mr. Liang, handed her a bottle of Waha mineral water. Hard work for you. The company's cash flow has been very tight lately. You made close to 20 million in sales in one day. You are a credit to the company. I have decided to give you an extra 10,000 bonus this month. I hope you will keep up the good work. Yi Shuyun revealed a very tired but full of accomplishment smile. Thank you, Mr. Liang. This is all what I should do. The company is good so that we employees can be better, isn't it? You go ahead and get busy. I'll go to my assistant's place to check today's live broadcast data. Yi Shuyun had just turned around when the door of the president's office was kicked open by a strong force. A super beautiful young girl with long dyed blue-green hair rushed straight in. One of her hands crossed her waist and one of her fingers pointed at President Liang's nose. Liang Xicheng, where is my 488? How come it disappeared after a maintenance? I warned you, if you dare to hit my car's idea, I'll sever the father-daughter relationship with you. The calm and collected air on Liang Xicheng disappeared. His face was full of scoundrels. Unchon, didn't Dad tell you? The company has a bit of a cash outflow problem. When we slow down this period of time, I'll buy you a better one. I don't want it. Liang Yancheng arrogantly twisted her head. 488 Pista Spider is one of my favorite cars. I also have an appointment with a friend to go down the track next week. You get it back for me right away. Liang Xicheng bowed his head and stroked his forehead. Unchon, what kind of things hasn't Dad complied with you since you were a kid? This time it's really difficult. Can't you understand, Dad? Liang Yancheng stomped her beautiful legs. Then you swear to buy a Lamborghini Revuelto to compensate me next month. Liang Xicheng lightly patted his head. The Lamborghini Revuelto was the new generation of the Great Bull. This car had just been released and the price was close to $10 million. It wasn't much of a problem to buy one in the past, but this year, the new cars of all the major brands were dropping in price, and the used car industry had been hit very hard. He was already stretched to the limit, or he wouldn't have taken the plunge to sell his baby girl's favorite car. Not next month. Unchon, you give Dad more time. How about next year? Liang Yancheng huffed out a few breaths. Phew, a promise is a promise. If you dare to lie to me, I'll never ignore you again. Definitely. Is my Continental GT scratch repaired? Just drive it to make do for half a year first. Liang Xicheng frowned and rubbed his nose, not daring to look at his baby daughter. Seeing that the atmosphere was awkward, Yi Shuyun stood out stiffly. Graceful sister, Continental GT, also sold. What? Liang Yancheng exploded. She gritted her teeth and glared at Liang Xicheng. Good. It's you who made things impossible. I'm going to Australia to find my mom. I never want to see you again. Liang Yancheng was about to run outside after saying that. Liang Xicheng hurriedly ran over to pull her back. Unchon, didn't you say that it's boring to have no friends in Australia? And your English is so poor, you will not adapt when you go there. That's still better than staying by your side. Liang Yancheng's eyes were already misting up. Mom, she at least won't secretly sell the things I like. You're a thief. Liang Xiqing froze, words choked in his throat. How could not say? Liang Yanchang is his only daughter. When she was small, she was beautiful like a doll, and when she grew up, her face value was not inferior to the stars. From childhood to adulthood is his pride, but also his heart. The longest time Liang Yanchang left him was the years when he went to Australia to study. During that time he was in a bad state, his mood was poor, and his sleep quality was seriously reduced. He would rather the company do collapse than have his baby girl leave again. Dad will have the finance transfer $7 million to you later. Go buy the car back. Liang Xiqing compromised. Between the car dealership and his daughter he chose the latter. Liang Yanchang shook off her dad's hand and turned her head to look at Yi Shuyun. Sister Shuyun, who bought away my car? Give me his contact information. Yi Shuyun smiled awkwardly. Sister Yanchang, will you believe me when I say I don't have his contact information? Liang Yanchang stared at Buring's big eyes. How could there be no contact information for such a big deal? Sister Shuyun, don't tease me. The person who bought your car took less than 10 minutes from entering to paying, and there was no counteroffer. He directly swiped 12 million, and signed the contract by just leaving a name. 12 million? Liang Yanchang's small mouth slightly open. For 88 Pista Spider went up in price? No, that Continental GT of yours was also bought by him. Chuckle. Liang Yanchang smiled disdainfully. It can't be that cutie Kong Hoin, doing this on purpose in order to get my attention. What a childish thing to do. Yi Shuyun shook her head. The handsome guy who bought the car has the surname Mu, and he has a girlfriend. Ha! Liang Yanchang laughed inexplicably. A bit of taste. My curiosity is hooked up. I'll mobilize those guys who like to offer their love to find him. For 88 Pista Spider is so eye-catching, it should be easy to find it. No need to be so troublesome. Liang Xiqing resumed his confident and calm appearance. Doesn't the company have a clear rule that customers should leave their name and phone number on the small ticket after swiping the card, so you can find it if you go to the cashier and check? Liang Yanchang's eyes lit up, pulling Yi Shuyun and running outside. Sister Shuyun, let's hurry and go take a look. Mu Qingyang. The word is still written quite beautifully. The name is also good. The phone number is 199****7766. Liang Yanchang directly searched out this cell phone number on WeChat and then tapped add. Yi Shuyun on the side silently memorized the number, ready to add him later as well. Chapter 43 EE. I simply want to buy you a house. I won't do anything about it. Brother Mu, I'm full. Chen Shiyuan wiped her small mouth with a tissue and looked at Mu Qingyan with a sweet smile. Mu Qingyang stuffed the last pile of lobster tails on the table into his mouth and picked up a wet towel to wipe his hands. I'm also full. It's still early. Let's go watch a movie? Chen Shiyuan picked up her cell phone and glanced at it. It's already 7:30. My gate is 8 o'clock. I'll watch it with you next time. That's fine. Mu Qingyang nodded slightly. The car dealership has already sent over the Ferrari. Shall I help you drive one home? No, you keep this car for yourself. I'll just drive the white one. Mu Qingyang was delighted in his heart. System. Did you see that? This is something she took the initiative to give me to use. It's not a violation, right? On his lips, he promised repeatedly. Okay, you drive slower. Pay attention to safety on the road. Chen Shiyuan just arrived home not long ago. The younger brother followed back. As soon as he entered the door, he staggered and roared. Sis, do you know what I just saw downstairs? A latest model Bentley Continental GT. That car is old good looking, old elegant, old temperament. If I were given one, I could pick up all the chicks in the entire Jiangnan city. Even if I met Zhang Run, I would dare to hit on her. Chen Shiyuan's heart was sweet and happy, but on the surface, she looked disgusted. It's just one car, is it that exaggerated? Chen Shiyuan smiled disdainfully. If you can sit in the car and feel it for even 10 seconds, you won't have such childish thoughts anymore. Is that a car? That is a work of art. Is self-confidence, is face. You, a woman who only knows about cosmetics and bags. You wouldn't understand even if you said that. Chen Shiyuan's expression became playful. Then what if I had sat on it? Chen Shiyuan's eyes lit up. Right sis, don't I have a Tycoon brother-in-law? Does he have this car too? Tell your brother-in-law if you can let me experience it. If it's possible, I'm willing to lift his shoes. Your brother-in-law doesn't have this car you're talking about. Chen Shiyuan's eyes gradually dimmed, slightly disappointed. But he has a Ferrari 488 Pista Spider. What? Essence light exploded from Chen Shiyuan's eyes. Sister, in the future, our relationship will be on our own. You are still my sister, but my brother-in-law is my righteous father. Chen Shiyuan rewarded him with a popping chestnut. If dad hears this sentence, the poop will come out for you. Can I get a ride in sister husband's Ferrari? Sis, I'm begging you. Chen Shiyuan bowed repeatedly. Chen Shiyuan shook her head and took out a key with wings from her bag. Don't be so vain, okay? It's not pleasing to the eye. Ferrari is not available for now. Go try sister's Bentley. Chen Shiwen's eyes were almost glazed over as he snatched the car keys. Where am I being vain? It's just pure fondness, alright. Sister, that car is actually yours. You're really too good, driving a Bentley at such a young age. You are the hope of our old Chen family. Chen Shiwen sighed. Hey, this was given to me by your righteous father gave it to me, but dad doesn't agree with me being with him, so maybe the car will be returned to him when we're yellow one day. Chen Shiwen carefully rubbed the Bentley key with a confident face. Don't worry sis, with me, you guys can't be yellow. I have experience in dealing with old Chen. Mu Qingyang parked his car on the negative floor of the rental house. The red Ferrari looked very abrupt and incongruous inside a crowd of family cars around $100,000. I'm afraid this is the most expensive car ever parked in that garage. He walked to the first floor, went to the supermarket to buy 2 Huanghelu 1916, and slowly came to the entrance of Gangzi fast food. There were only 1 or 2 customers in the restaurant, and as usual, Gangzi was sitting at a table stacked with miscellaneous items playing with his cell phone, while Ruan Yi was reading a book at the bar. Mu Qingyang stretched out his salty piggy hand to caress over Ruan Yi's white pretty face as he walked, and then slapped the cigarettes he was holding under his armpit on the miscellaneous table. Uncle Gangzi, ever smoked this kind of cigarette? Gangzi looked at Mu Qingyang and then at the cigarette. Where did you kids steal it? Ouch. Look at my memory. You're rich, you're all spread out. I still think of you as a delivery man. What? Is this for me? Mu Qingyang pushed the cigarette over. Take it, but don't sell it to get great healthcare. It's not worth it. Gangzi was anxious. What big healthcare am I doing? Am I that kind of person? Mu Qingyang waved his hand. Don't be sophomoric. Last time when I picked up the food, I heard your daughter-in-law scolding it, saying that you buy food to report false accounts, black down all the money taken to the bath center technician to spend. Gangzi's old face flushed. Don't listen to her nonsense. Then he immediately changed the topic. You do not say that this cigarette I really smoked. Last time a customer dropped in the store half of the root was I picked up. I think it's a pity on the smoke a couple of mouths. The flavor is really pure. Half? Mu Qingyang's expression became strange. You wouldn't have picked up the cigarette but on the ground, right? Cough cough. Gangzi dryly coughed twice. Don't care about these details. Coming over at this hour? It's dinner, right? Order whatever you want today. My treat. I've eaten. I stopped by to see my future daughter-in-law, and there's a small matter I want to discuss with you. Gangzi didn't feel half bad about Mu Qingyang calling Ruan Yi his future daughter-in-law. He had already given 688,000, which was a heavenly price for a bride price, right? Moreover, Mu Qingyang is more than enough to match Ruan Yi from the appearance alone. Not to mention the fact that he showed his hand. It was a blessing for his distant niece to be able to find this kind of quality man. What are you discussing with me? Setting a date? Ruan Yi, who was reading a book, heard Kong Zi's words and her pretty face turned red with a swish. She stared at this unreliable uncle with her small mouth, having the feeling that the pig will be sold when it grows up. Ha 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 ha. Mu Qingyang patted Gangzi's oily fat hand. How come I didn't see that Uncle Gangzi, you were so humorous before? Let's talk about fixing the date later. Let's solve the housing problem first. I want to buy a house for 1 by 1. What did you say? Buy a house? Jiangnan City's house price is around 20,000 a square meter. And there are better quality large flat and small house of 40,000 or 50,000 a square meter. Even if you buy a small 2-bedroom house, it will cost more than $1 million. He and Ruan Yi hadn't even gotten to the end of their relationship yet, and he was going to settle the most important thing in their marriage? Right. Let's buy a large flat of a few hundred square feet for the transition first, and then pick a few better villas later when we have time. I'm sure she won't agree if I tell you directly, so I want you to help persuade her. Gangzi gulped. What's there to persuade? I'll just let her go there directly after you buy it. She won't be comfortable living in my old raggedy house. Uncle Gangzi, the house is too expensive. I can't take it. And I can't possibly live alone with a strange man either. Ruan Yi closed the book and stood up and said seriously. Mu Qingyang had known that she would have this attitude, so he directly looked for Gangzi to talk to. It was reasonable to say that he was now carrying a huge $18 million on him, and buying a house would be simple. But this is not as easy as spending 1 to 100,000 ratio of dog licking gold. Moreover, he can still get cash back after settling with the dog licking gold. 1 by 1. Don't worry, I will never force you to do anything. I swear to God. The house is also a voluntary gift from me to you. We can go to the notary to notarize it. Ruan Yi didn't say anything, sat down and turned the book over again. Delhi, that's how the situation is. Uncle Gangzi, you help me persuade Yi more. I'll end up going back to my Syrian decoration-style rental house to deal with another night. Mu Qingyang waved his hand and walked out of the restaurant, only to hear Ruan Yi's grumbling voice from behind him. unless you can't help it. Chapter 44, Liang Inchong's friend application. In the rental house, Mu Qing was lying on the sofa with a sunny bladder, and he could vaguely hear the humming and haunting sounds of the fight next door. However, after an in-depth exchange with the schoolgirl and the car dealership sales, he already has no interest in these rouges. Pulling out his cell phone, he habitually clicked on the Jitterbug app. The messages were still 99 plus, and after scrolling through them for a while, they were all purposeful private messages. Mu Qingyang has been numb. Directly exit the message window. In my attention to find the blue dry noodles, tapping into her avatar, she actually replied to the message. Sorry big brother Chang Ching, I usually don't read private messages much. This will send you the micro signal. Yes. Mu Qingyang waved his fist, opened WeChat and entered the number before sending a friend request to Li Jili. After waiting for 2 minutes and not receiving the consent notification, he simply dealt with a few messages first. Coco Xinxin, it's a new day. Wishing you a pleasant mood. This look was sent by a group. Mu Qingyang did not reply and directly transferred $880,000. Zhua Kerson's Raider reward is a top singing talent, and he still likes the skill better. Plus this DJ was a gold-digging woman. It should be easy to reach 90 points of goodwill. Isn't it just money? Transferring $880,000 buddies to you only cost $8. With my current financial resources, I can transfer you every day. The transfer was quickly collected, and Zhua Kerson followed and replied with a message. Add my own microsignal 176****2345. Mu Qingyang? What's the situation? I'm not chatting with myself after half a day's work. Can I sue her for fraud? Mu Qingyang forced himself to hold back his anger and added Zhua Kerson's other microsignal, almost agreeing in seconds. He was about to incarnate as a Zhuan pianist when Zhua Kerson sent over a message first. Why don't you transfer money this time? Angry pipe. I'll transfer your 2 grandparents to steel iron and sell it. I reel gold and silver clunk to you to transfer money. You make a dummy to chat with me? You feel your conscience hurts. Zhua Kerson, it's because I see that you are too pitiful, so I gave you my own microsignal. I've been so generous, and you still don't know enough? Angry pipe. Smile emoji x3, how can a 37-degree mouth say such cold words? I pay my heart to you. You play with my brain, tired of feeling unloved. Zhuaku xin, come on you. I can't afford to have your true heart. It's better to keep it for that little girlfriend of yours. Mu Qingyang stared at the screen out of his mind. Is this jealousy? Or is she testing? It's reasonable to say that she's a gold-digging woman who shouldn't believe in any bull ***** love, and that making money is the first priority. Then it is testing my attitude. If I say I'm not sure about my relationship with Chun Chiwen, she'll immediately stick up for me. What? I'm sorry, but in order to get the skills, I'll just have to tell a good lie. Angry pipe. You mean the one at the bar? She does like me a lot, and I kinda like her too, but we haven't gotten that far yet. Zhua Kerson looked at the message, silver teeth clenched. If Mu Qingyang was standing in front of her right now, she would definitely kick him in the nuts. This girl saw you abduct someone into the hotel with her own eyes, and now you're telling me that you haven't finalized the relationship yet? Well, you're a scumbag. You're a womanizer behind your girlfriend's back, aren't you? Trying to corrupt women with money? I'm organizing a music festival and I'm short of money. Let's see how I'm going to deal with you. Zhua Kerson. But people saw you guys kissing, yeah, but nowadays in this society, kissing and touching isn't rare anymore. Angry pipe. I drank a bit of wine that day, plus the stimulation of the lights and music, so I was a bit on top of it. Zhua Kerson. That day you were the first to consume and kept transferring money to me later. Do you like me? Angry pipe. All people have the heart to love beauty. Besides, you are so talented. Normal men will be attracted to you. Zhua Kerson. A lot of men say this, but very few are willing to take action to chase me, so I'm still a single dog. Angry pipe. I transferred almost $2 million to you and you still don't call it action? Are you a Tao Tai with such a big appetite? Zhua Kerson. It's not that I have a big appetite, but what I'm going to do is too costly. If only I had a boyfriend, I wouldn't have to hurt my head alone. Mu Qingyang knew that he was on the verge of being fished into a warped mouth, but he still had to act like he didn't know anything. Anything that can be solved by spending money is not called a matter. What do you want to do? Tell me. Zhua Kerson. I want to organize a large-scale electric festival as a way to raise my popularity, so that I can hopefully be shortlisted for this year's world's top 100 DJs. Angry tubes. It's just an electro festival. How much does it cost? Lefty cores, the venue fee, sound equipment, stage construction, and staffing would be a few $1 million for this one. If you want to have heat, you also have to invite famous DJs to come and support you. The appearance fee is another few tens of thousands. Publicity costs, that's not to mention. At least all of them are $10 million to hit the bottom. Angry pipe initiated a transfer of $10 million to you. Zhua Kerson's beautiful eyes rounded. Just these few lines and you transferred $10 million? This guy runs a bank, right? Although it's impossible to have anything with him, but this is indeed helping me fulfill my dreams. In this respect, he is still quite good. Current favorability plus 10. Current favorability 20. Ha! 10 million to add 10 points of favorability. What an insatiable fishing girl. Mu Qingyang held back his nausea and knocked down a line in the chat box. Money has a price and dreams are priceless. If you have a dream, you have to be brave and go after it. I'll fully sponsor this music festival, and I'll give you the rest of the money when we meet. After spending so much money, kissing and touching has to be there, right? Not greedy for her beauty. Just want to export the bad breath. Otherwise it's really just purebred ingratitude. Didn't she say this kind of behavior is common these days? I'd like to see where her bottom line is. Kurson's favorability plus 10. Current favorability 30. Kurson. Thank you Tubby Tutor. Then heart emoji. The meeting will have to take a while. I have a full schedule of performances lately. It would have been better to have told you about this, so I wouldn't have to work hard to earn money every day by myself. Fierce girl and tears emoji. Angry Tubby. There's no rush. Just contact me when you're free. The money is always ready. Kurson. Alright, I have to prepare for tonight's performance. Bye. What a white-eyed wolf that can't be fed. Got the money and slipped away. Mu Qingyang angrily closed Kurson's chat box and saw 2 friend applications in the address book column. He checked the greeting contents in turn. I'll turn the phone off next time I go to the hotel. This look is beyond the beautiful sales of famous cars. He directly agreed to the friend application. Ferrari 488 Pista Spider original owner. Passing through for something important. Chapter 45 Appointment with super beautiful girl Liang Incheng. Mu Qingyang didn't have the habit of adding strangers, and the reason for this application looked a bit like a scam. But this person's avatar was too good looking. The blue and green hair, the body and face value looked like a comic book heroine. He subconsciously checked the information on this photo. Name, Liang Incheng. Age, 21. Comprehensive face value, 95. About the same score as Ruan Yi. And this is a beautiful girl who can dress up. I wonder what her reward is. It would be great if she was in person. It's not hard to get it. Mu Qingyang didn't hesitate to agree. Then he directly sent over an 80-cent red packet. If she clicked on it and there were details, then it was the avatar herself. If not, it's just a loss of a few cents. Just delete and pull black. Harpy was a cat. Why did you send me a red envelope? Angry Tubby. Open the red envelope before you chat. Or else, Hobbit is a cat receives your red packet. A few lines of information appeared inside Mu Qingyang's line of sight. Name, Liang Incheng. Age, 21. Occupation, none. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Favorability, 20. Comprehensive face value, 95. Rate or reward, top athletic ability. Includes extreme sports such as skydiving, skiing, surfing, etc. This rate or reward can only be described in one word. That is cool. What is the favorite thing of men besides women? That must be extreme sports. Why do those young people abroad who don't have car loans or mortgages like to die? It's not that they are stupid or have nothing to do, but those who have been exposed to extreme sports know how attractive it is. Some fanatics are even willing to gamble their lives for it. Mu Qingyang, as a bloodthirsty teenager, naturally liked these things. But naturally, the cost of learning each extreme sport was frighteningly high and extremely difficult, so he hadn't even dared to think about it before. And at most, he had just looked at it on his cell phone. But now he had hopes of mastering all of these skills. Mu Qingyang's eyes were beaming green as he looked at the avatar with long blue and green hair again. Angry pipe. Sorry, the phone was just grabbed by my dog. I did just buy a 488 Pista Spider. What's the problem? Harpy is a cat. Are you considering selling it? I can add more money. Angry pipes. It's a car I really like, and I'm not thinking of selling it for a while. Hobbit is a cat. No room for negotiation? Angry Tubby. I'm a person who does things depending on the mood. Meet and say it. Maybe there is a good I to send you is also okay. This is Qin Shiwan's car Mu Qingyang were dare to sell, but spend money to buy a car other that is not a sprinkle. Liang Yinshan looked at the chat box and frowned. This person is not looking at my avatar good looking up a crooked mind? But in order to my favorite car just put up with it. When the time comes to call two friends together is, Hobie is a cat. Yes, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. The place is set by you. Liang Yinfan good sense -10. Current good sense 10. Mu Qingyang? What did I say to drop favorability? I really can send you a car you think I'm kidding? Do all these women have persecution paranoia? But for the sake of top athleticism, I'll endure. Angry pipe. Let's do it at the Roman Holiday Coffee House. After processing 2 friend requests, Li Zhili finally added him. Her WeChat nickname was the same as Jitterbugs, both called Lugan Mian. Mu Qingyang directly sent over a message. What did you say last time when you turned off the broadcast? Li Jili looked at the chat box and blushed. Those 2 words even now, even when I think about it, my face will be hot. Legan noodles. Big brother Chongqing, don't make fun of me. The viewers in the live chat room are now grabbing onto this stunt. I'm sick of it. Angry pipe. There's heat only when there's a terrier. Isn't this good? After that live broadcast I seem to have seen you on the #1 spot on the Jitterbug live broadcast list. Now your popularity is higher, right? Lu Dry Noodle. Now there are thousands of people every day. But I think it's much more troublesome than when there are fewer people. So many questions I don't know how to answer. My heart is tired. Angry tubes. If you're tired, give yourself a vacation. Why don't you come to Jiangnan City to play with me? It just so happens that I don't have much to do. Li Jili bristled. It's true that it's just like what Frost said. Big Brother Rank 1 is all about requesting offline meetings. It just so happens that I'm going to Jiangnan City next week for a class reunion. Why don't I just stop by and see him? No. I don't even know what he looks like. In case he's not my favorite type, I won't be able to resist showing my boredom. Big Brother Changqing has at least swiped a few $1 million for me. I can't do this to him. How about? It's better to be online friends. Lu Dry Noodles. I don't think it's a good influence for female anchors and Big Brother Changqing to meet in private. Let's wait until we're more familiar with each other. Angry pipe. I don't think I'm a big brother, and I don't take you as a female anchor. We can't make normal friends? Lu Dry Noodles. Isn't the online Xiao by Luo terrain very hot recently? Aren't you afraid that there is a big difference between my real life and the live broadcast? Mu Qingyang had a demon mirror and he had long known Li Jili's true face value, but her words gave Mu Qingyang a bad idea in his mind. Angry tubby. Then it wouldn't be better to open the video first, but I have a hunch in the dark that you must be the same super beauty as you were during the live broadcast. The message was just sent, and Mu Qingyang directly dialed over to the video call. How many men's dreams is it to be able to have a private one-on-one call with a beautiful anchorwoman alone? And Mu Qingyang is naturally no exception. Anyway, it's not a bad idea to be idle, so it's good to feed your eyes. Li Jili looked at the video call application that popped up in the chat box, and his heart was pounding. Should I answer it? Would it look casual if I answered it? But this was a good opportunity to see Changqing's real face. What if he wasn't ugly? Answer it. My big deal is not to turn on the camera. If you don't like it, just hang up. Thinking of this, Li Jili gently pressed the answer button. The video was quickly connected. A stout man with a naked upper body appeared on the screen. His sword eyebrows and starry eyes, high nose, clear facial lines, is a standard big handsome man. Li Jili's pretty face turned red with a swish. Hey, how come I can't see you? Didn't you turn on the camera? I forgot. Li Jili stammered. Then flustered, he turned the front camera on. Beautiful. Mu Qingyang shook his head in awe. Li Jili, who didn't turn on the beauty face, was even more stunning than during the live broadcast. This sense of realism couldn't be compared to any special effects. Since I saw it, I'll turn it off. Li Jili didn't know why she was so nervous. She didn't even dare to take a second look at the man in the video. Hey, wait. Mu Qingyang hurriedly shouted. Call out to your husband before hanging up. Old, blah, blah, blah. Big Brother Changqing bye. Chapter 46, Warm Man rose behind the dog. Mu Qingyang shook his head as he looked at the video call that had hung up, then tapped a line. Will you come to Jiangnan City? Will you contact me when you come? Li Jili deliberately paused for a few seconds before typing the word in the chat box. After seeing Mu Qingyang's real face, she no longer had any worries. She even developed a lot of good feelings towards this Big Brother Rank 1. He completely grew on his own aesthetic. Just don't know how tall he is. The only thing she felt puzzled about was that he was so rich. Why would he live in a rough house? Maybe it's a special fetish of the rich. Li Jili favorability plus 10. Current favorability 55. Mu Qingyang smiled with satisfaction as he held his cell phone. He hadn't even met with this little anchor yet, and his favorability was almost close to 70. He was confident that he would directly raid Li Jili after meeting. Time is still early. Mu Qingyang clicked on the game King of Glory, which he hasn't played for a long time. After playing a handful of times, the second-hand Xiaomi is hot and stuck. Plus the screen is broken. The experience is very poor. Mu Qingyang left his cell phone on the sofa. This old brother of mine should have retired a long time ago. It's really hard for him to follow me. Wait, didn't I get cash back today? I'm lying on my ING card with 8 digits. What cell phone can I afford? Mu Qingyang immediately clicked on the Mate one, found a Huawei store that hadn't closed yet, and directly dialed over a phone. I want a top-of-the-line remote. Price increase is acceptable. The address is in the sunny neighborhood. In less than half an hour, the phone was delivered, close to $10,000. But when Mu Qingyang got his hands on it and used it, he felt it was really worth it. It was smooth, silky, and felt good in the hand. There is no delay at all in brushing Jian and playing games. There is very little information on the used Xiaomi, and the data is transferred in a few clicks. Mu Qingyang hugged his new phone and played until 12 o'clock before he was satisfied and went to sleep. The next morning, Liang Yanchong rarely woke up in the morning. With a yawn, she called each of her 2 close friends and asked them to wait outside the neighborhood on time, then sleepily started to wash up. In the past, this situation was very rare, so Liang Xicheng paid extra attention to her daughter's every move. 10 o'clock, Roman Holiday Coffee House. Buying a car. Liang Xicheng probably knew what was going on, but he didn't feel comfortable with a few kids going for such a big deal, so he decided to take the first step to the coffee house to find a hidden location to secretly observe. Liang Yanchong wore a pair of torn denim super short pants today, and on top of that was a small pure black camisole undershirt, with a khaki-colored loose shirt draped over the outside. The whole person looks youthful and invincible girl sense burst. Champs-Élysées Pure Villa neighborhood outside the gate. A McLaren 720S and a Mercedes-Benz Big G quietly parked on the roadside. 2 young men dressed in fashion squatted beside the car and smoked. Zhang Haoren, no matter how you say it, you are also the eldest son of the Zhang family. In the future you are going to inherit the family business. Can you have a little bit of temperament? Don't go and engage in retarded things like bringing breakfast, okay? I'm embarrassed to be in a pile with you. The man who spoke had a yuppie 2/8 haircut, and looked like a rich son. Ho Junyi, how I treat Grace is my business. You're in too much control. Zhang Haoren, don't you know that warm men rank behind dogs? Which boiling lamb has a good result? Don't hang yourself on a tree. Learn from me, play a few more while you're young, and then find a good match when you get married. You go be your Sea King scum. I'll be a licking dog. Warm man is quite good. Stubborn, people clearly said that you do not feel. Only take you as a friend. You put here to play self-touching it? You can't control. Don't talk about it. And Cheng is here. Liang Yanchong bounced over and patted Zhang Haoren's head. Not bad, quite punctual. Let's go. Zhang Haoren rubbed the back of his head and giggled. In Pang, you haven't eaten yet. I brought you Starbucks coffee and 2 strawberry velvet Swiss rolls, all of which you like to eat. Liang Yanchong took the coffee and only took a sip before putting it in Ho Junyi's hand. Who eats that sweet in the morning? Ho Junyi had an expression of I knew it. He was familiar with this process, but Zhang Haoren just didn't believe it. Zhang Haoren wasn't angry at all as he attentively pulled open the passenger door of the Mercedes Big G. Unchong, you said last time that you don't like to sit in the passenger side of a sports car. I specially drove this one today. Liang Yanchong turned around dashingly and pulled open the door of the McLaren. I suddenly wanted to sit in a sports car today. Downstairs of Roman Holiday Coffee House, 2 eye-catching luxury cars slowly parked in the open parking space with a low rumble. The nearby pedestrians all looked sideways. The passenger door of the McLaren opened, and a young girl with blue and green hair color came out from it. Many men's eyes looked straight, and some even let out a gasp. Liang Yanchong looked around and did not find the 488 Pista Spider. With a slightly disappointed expression, she prepared to go upstairs and wait. Without taking 2 steps, a familiar sound suddenly rang in her ears. She stopped her footsteps and gazed sideways in the direction of the parking lot entrance. Not long after, a bright red Ferrari sports car slowly drove in. After the sports car stopped, a man with a long and pleased figure stepped out of the car. Separated by more than 10 meters, Liang Yanchong could only see his simple silhouette. With a nice jawline and very three-dimensional features, he should be a handsome man. Her mood was inexplicably better. It's a good thing that the love car is not bought by a greasy fat house, or else it will feel awkward to drive in the future. Liang Yanchong good sense +5. Current good sense 15. Mu Qingyang's heart was happy. What the hell? Is today's luck so good? Just got off the bus and added favorability. It's not possible that Liang Yanchong arrived first and found me, right? He closed the car door and looked towards the stairway of the coffee house, where a super beautiful girl was standing there. Just by looking at the figure Mu Qingyang could conclude. It was Liang Yanchong. Chapter 47, Liang Yanchong, yeah, kissing you is fine, but it has to be 10 billion. Mu Qingyang waved his hand with a wide smile. Harpy is a cat. It's me, Angry Pipe. After saying this, he leaned over with big strides. Liang Yanchong's head was filled with black lines. Big brother, there are so many people in the neighborhood. What are you doing with your screen name? It's very humiliating. Okay. However, she still barely managed to squeeze out a smile and nodded. Hello. Zhang Haoren looked at the unfamiliar man who was getting closer and closer as if he was an enemy. Although everyone was 180 cm plus, this man seemed to be slightly more handsome. He hurriedly took a step forward and straddled between Liang Yanchong and Mu Qingyang. Why is there another escort? This time there are still 2 of them? Mu Qingyang slandered in his heart, but on the surface, he was amiable. Are you guys together? Liang Yanchong nodded. They are my friends. Let's go up and talk. In the coffee house by the window, Liang Yanchong sat on the south side of the square table, with Zhang Haoren and Ho Junyi on her left and right. Mu Qingyang, on the other hand, sat opposite her. After a few people were seated, before ordering a drink, Liang Yanchong directly opened the door. Inside a angry pipe. Just like what was said on WeChat. My main purpose of meeting you today is to buy back the 488 Pista Spider. So make a price. Mu Qingyang rubbed the car keys, a face of rightfulness. I really like this car. If I were to sell it, how would I have to sell it for $1.8 billion? Liang Infan favorability -5. Current favorability 10. It's meaningless to say that, isn't it? How else are we going to talk if you're like this? If Liang Yanchong didn't see that Mu Qingyang's looks were quite pleasant, he would have already served the nationalist. Ho Junyi smiled disdainfully. Brother, the market price of this car is just over $6 million. The lion's mouth is not opened like this, right? Jiang Haoren directly angry. Are you doing your mom's big dream? Morning sleep has not woken up? Hurry up and tell us the price honestly. We don't have time to bull ***** with you. He was a good boy in front of Liang Yanchong, but he wasn't that friendly with the others. Moreover, he had a premonition that this person's intentions towards Yanchong were impure, so he instinctively carried hostility towards Mu Qingyang. Mu Qingyang was infuriated and laughed. Do I lack your $6 or $7 million? Lousy is carrying a divine hero system. Can $1.8 billion to bear the pain is in the face of the beauty of the girl? What are you barking at here? It looks like this man is Liang Yanchong's licking dog undoubtedly. Since you have no manners, then I blame me. Talking about business well Sika you love my willingness. I want this price a penny not less. If you cannot afford it then exempt from negotiation. Nuts. Liang Yanchong ready to get up and leave. He felt that the man in front of him must have a problem with his head, and then talk to him is to insult his own intelligence. But Mu Qingyang's next sentence made her freeze in place. Why don't I send you a latest model Bugatti? Just like I said on WeChat, if there's an I can send you a car. You're lucky. I kinda like you. Jiang Haoren slapped the table. Who the are you? Who wants you to like Grace? Send Bugatti? You think you're playing QQ speed? Liang Yanchong also reacted. She shook her head as she walked away, secretly laughing at how she could believe such words. The smile on Mu Qingyang's face did not diminish. You can transfer money now. Liang Yanchong's footsteps stalled. Her expression was a little surprised. She turned back and asked with a frown. Are you serious? Mu Qingyang shook his cell phone. Give me the card number. Liang Yanchong sat back in her seat, a little stunned. But still, she fished out a card from her bag and slapped it on the table. If you transfer it you are my brother. My own brother. Mu Qingyang first spent 10,000 to charge $1 billion dog-licking gold. Then transferred 100 million to Liang Yanchong's card. It's already been transferred. But you must never call me your own brother. Liang Yanchong will believe it and picked up her phone to take a look. And on it, she really received an arrival text message. Her balance. A whole 100 million more. She looked incredulously at her two friends who were ready to watch the show. It really arrived. How much? Jiang Haoren and Ho Junyi spoke in unison. 1 billion. What? Jiang Haoren sat back on his stool disheveledly. He wouldn't believe that such a dramatic thing would happen to him no matter what. He knew better than anyone what $100 million represented. His family was considered to be one of the largest leather manufacturers in Jiangnan City, with a yearly output value of only 1 billion or so. And a pure profit of 100 million would be considered good. Casually send a stranger $1 billion. What is the background of this person? He is not going to steal his favor. The next table across the screen. Liang Xiqing lowered the brim of his duck-tongue hat a bit, then turned his head and gazed carefully at Mu Qingyang for a moment. Previously, he only thought it was a few kids blowing off steam and didn't take this transaction to heart. But just now, when his precious daughter personally said that she had received a transfer of money, and that it was an entire $100 million, he shook inwardly, and was also curious about the identity of this young man. But seeing that he was born with a dignified appearance and made such a large sum of money, he was probably the son of some great family. This identity, but it is worthy of the family's favor. Harpy is a cat. Your name is Liang in favor, right? Mu Qingyang gave her a harmless smile. Liang Yanchong nodded her head. The bank card's account name is my name, and favor. You say, this $100 million, can I buy a latest model Bugatti? Liang Yanchong nodded. There's still quite a bit left. I can make a note of this transfer as an automatic gift, but there is one small request. Liang Yanchong had long guessed that things weren't that simple. Her beautiful eyes stared at Mu Qingyang. You say, it's simple. Mu Qingyang pointed to his cheek. Just touch here with your lips. Put your mother's bull ********. Jiang Haoren was so angry that his index finger was shaking as he pointed at Mu Qingyang. What gives you the right to let Grace kiss you? $100 million and you want to buy Grace's first kiss? You think she's a materialistic girl? You're dreaming. Liang Yanchong's mouth curved up. Fine. Kissing you is fine, but it has to be 1 billion. She had lived a life of fine clothes and food since she was a child, and had little concept of money. let alone materialism. But last month, she happened to hear her dad call someone else in a lowly manner, saying that he wanted to finance 1 billion, and was rejected, after which a lot of gray hairs appeared on his temples. Dad has always been a confident and calm image in her impression. When has he ever been so humble? Although she herself was bratty and capricious in front of him, she loved him a little bit. Now that she could get $1 billion just by touching her cheek, she decided to go out of her way to earn this money. Mu Qingyang revealed a harmless smile. 10 billion is fine, but it has to be mouth to mouth. Liang Yinchan's eyebrows knit lightly, her eyes staring at the desktop without any emotion, her small hand playing with her long blue-green hair, as if she was seriously thinking about this condition. Zhang Haoren panicked. He half-kneeled in front of Liang Yinchong and eagerly said, "Anchong, you can't agree to him. You must not agree to him. You can tell me if you're short of money. I'll give you money for free. I don't want you to be so cheap." Liang Yinchong pushed him away. "Zhang Haoren, what are you talking about? It's just touching your mouth. But you make it sound like it's nothing. You give me $10 billion. I will also give you a touch." Zhang Haoren cowardly said, I don't have that much, but I can make an IOU. Get lost." Liang Yinchong pushed Zhang Haoren a little further away and raised his eyes to Mu Qingyang. "You can only purse your lips and touch it. You can't stick your tongue out. You can't take pictures and videos. And you can't tell anyone. As long as you swear, I'll promise you." "Okay." Mu Qingyang took out his cell phone and directly charged 10 billion dog-licking gold, and transferred another 900 million to Liang Yinchong. "The account has been transferred. When do we start?" Liang Yinchong glanced at Zhang Haoren and Ho Junyi. "You two go out first. I'll come down later." Zhang Haoren refused to leave to death, vowing to defend Liang Yinchong's innocence. Liang Yinchong only said he obediently went downstairs. "If you don't listen to me, I'll go to his car." Zhang Haoren had no choice. Compared to the private space in the car, a public place like a coffee house was obviously safer. After everyone emptied out, Liang Yinchong closed her eyes as if she was dying. "Come on." Chapter 48, Right or Wrong? Sorry, can't help it. At the entrance of the stairs, Zhang Haoren sat down disheveledly on the floor to smoke. "Ho Junyi, what do you think of that kid? Her family condition is not bad. There is no need to be like this, right?" "Ha." Ho Junyi looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. "Big brother, that's 1 billion. 1 billion nah. The daily interest in the bank is $100,000. What can't you buy with that kind of money? Even popular actresses would have to kneel down for her. If he tested me with this money, I'd have to pucker my ass." "Also right." Zhang Haoren was a little disoriented. "What should I do then? Even if I take over the family business, my financial power is far inferior to his. Should I just give up my favor to him?" "Scoff." Ho Junyi let out a kind smile. "When did Liang in favor become yours? What's the point of letting or not letting? If she truly likes you, even if you're not as rich as that kid, she'll still follow you. The problem is, do they give a about you? That kid kisses $1 billion. You kiss $10 billion. You are not even as good as a stranger. Think about it yourself." Zhang Haoren was still a bit unwilling. "But, there is only one goddess like Grace in our circle. If we miss her, I'm afraid we won't be able to meet the second one in this lifetime. What's yours is yours, and what's not yours can't be forced. Don't spend your thoughts on her. It's quite good for everyone to be friends. Buddy will take you to the clubhouse to choose a consort, and make sure that you can forget about her right away." Zhang Haoren stomped out the cigarette with one foot. "Maybe you are right. I may be too obsessive." The words of the clubhouse. "Let's go to Flowing Water. It's quite nice there." Ho Junyi's eyes widened. "Alright, Zhang Haoren, you know all about Lian Shui? You don't go to these places behind your back, do you? What kind of innocent persona are you pretending with me?" Zhang Haoren smiled resentfully. "Occasionally, just occasionally ha." "Slow down." Ho Junyi's eyes narrowed slightly. "I remember Liang Yinchong once asked me a question. I didn't take it seriously at the time. Once you mentioned the name, I suddenly remembered it again." "What question?" "She said she saw you go into Flowing Water and asked me what that place was." "What did you say?" Zhang Haoren's heart tightened. "I thought she was joking, saying how could you possibly go to a place like that? Asterisk 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 asterisk." Zhang Haoren slapped his forehead. "So that's where the problem lies? You're overthinking it." Ho Junyi patted him on the shoulder. "She said you should just go out more and see more of the world to save yourself from bothering her every day." "Ah." Zhang Haoren scratched his hair carelessly. "I'm going to order 10 today." Inside the coffee house, Liang Xiqing stared solemnly at his baby girl and the strange man who bought her car. Touching lips was nothing. As long as it was voluntary for his daughter, he would not interfere. But if the man was going to take advantage of the opportunity to do something excessive, he would immediately stand up and stop it. Liang Yinchan's lips are pursed tired, but delayed to wait for a kiss. She opened her eyes and whined. "Hurry up. What's the point of dawdling?" Mu Qingyang stifled a smile and looked at her. "Is this your first time kissing?" Liang Yinchong crossed her arms. What do you care? How could it be my first time? You're already the 100th. Oh yeah? Mu Qingyang licked his lips. But it's my first time. I don't have much experience. You won't mind, right? Ouch. Liang Yanchong stomped her foot. I don't care how many times you've done it. Hurry up. Okay. Mu Qingyang rubbed his hands together. Then I'm coming. If I don't get it right, you have to teach me. After saying that, Mu Qingyang moved to Liang Yanchong's side position, lowered his head and kissed. Liang Yanchong panicked and closed her eyes. Her eyelashes were fluttering, but after a few seconds, there was still no touch on her lips, and she helplessly opened her eyes again. Mu Qingyang's angular and handsome face blocked all her sight, and the two were separated face to face by less than 10 centimeters. What are you doing again? The beauty girl was furious. If you don't kiss up again, it's null and void. Mu Qingyang grinned, revealing his neat white teeth. Is that so? After saying that, he came a few points closer. Liang Yanchong's heart was about to jump out of her chest as she forced down her nervousness. Right. Mu Qingyang came 2 centimeters closer again, and Liang Yanchong could feel his hot nostrils. That strong scent of testosterone also gave her an indescribable feeling of squirming all over her body. After a few more seconds, there was still no kiss waiting. She was enraged. Are you kissing or not? After saying this, she held Mu Qingyang's head and stuck her delicate red lips on it. The moment her lips touched, Liang Yanchong's heart seemed to be swept by electric current, and her body suddenly froze, no longer able to make any movements, and her head was also in a brief state of downtime. Mu Qingyang did not mention how much he enjoyed it. He completely forgot about the agreement before the kiss, opened his mouth and gently bit Liang Yanchong's upper lip. The out-of-the-ordinary action immediately woke up the beautiful maiden. She panicked and pushed Mu Qingyang away, reaching out to wipe the corner of her mouth. You, humph. Mu Qingyang smiled awkwardly. Right, no sorry, couldn't help it. Liang Yanchong's heart was in turmoil. She waved her hand towards Mu Qingyang. Alright, you go. We are clear. Mu Qingyang got a bargain but did not sell his good behavior, knowing that the beautiful girl needs time to digest. In addition, today swiped a whole 1 billion dog-licking gold. Has exceeded the goal. He waved his hand and left in style. Liang Yanchong is still confused. The first kiss is just gone? But the first kiss that can be worth $1 billion. There is no one else in this world, right? It feels so strange. Why don't I feel disgusted at all? Instead, I'm still a little excited. Being kissed by him isn't too bad. At least I can't find a male around me that is better than him. Liang Yan favorability plus 10. Current favorability 20. Gotta hurry up and tell dad the good news of earning $1 billion. Liang Yanchong couldn't wait to share the good news with her dad. Liang Xicheng was all set to make a move, but luckily his daughter stopped the youth in time. He had just sat down and breathed a sigh of relief when his daughter called. Luckily, he had muted it in advance. Liang Xicheng quickly left the coffee house and put the phone through in the last few seconds of ringing. Anchong, looking for daddy for something? Liang Yanchong's joy could be felt from the other end of the phone. Dad, didn't you say that the company's funds are very tight? How about this? I'll invest $1 billion for you. How about you give me half of your shares? When did our favor have $1 billion? Since you said so, Dad will promise you, as long as you can come up with so much money, the shares will be counted as half of your shares. In the future, you will be the company's big Liang general manager. Dad will be the small Liang general manager. Dad, I'm not joking with you, I really am. Liang Xicheng asked knowingly. Oh, who gave it to you? Boyfriend? Don't worry about it, I'll transfer it to you. Give you so much money? I'm afraid it's like you. How is he? Can get into your eyes. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Dad, what are you talking nonsense about? We are still early from this step. Liang Yanchong favorability plus 10. Current favorability 30. Chapter 49, Pervert Yuan Jie. Roman Holiday Coffee House was only a block away from the bookstore where Wan Yi worked. Mu Qingyang decided to go over to see her, and by the way, asked again how she was considering buying a house. After experiencing the soft bed of the presidential suite in the hotel, the wooden plank bed in the rental house wasn't very pleasant to sleep on. There's no need to aggravate yourself when there's $10 billion of godly gold lying alone in your card, right? Today is a working day. There are not many people reading books. After Wan Yi finished the work at hand, she found a corner to preview the material for the exam. She was reading so carefully that she didn't even know when there was someone standing beside her. Mu Qingyang slowly pressed his hands on Wan Yi's shoulders, gently massaging her. Wan Yi's body instinctively tensed. She thought it was a female colleague's prank, but then she quickly glanced back uneasily. After realizing it was Mu Qingyang, she resisted and swung her body. What are you doing? Hurry up and take your hand away. Mu Qingyang reluctantly withdrew his salty piggy hand and sat down next to her. How is it? Are you still used to this job? Wan Yi stared at her books without looking away. Pretty good. It suits me. Have you done the math? How long will it take to save up enough money for tuition? After a long time, Ruan Yi turned another page. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. Why don't I buy you a suite near the school, so I can save a fortune on accommodation fees as well? If you don't mind, I can also fully sponsor you through graduate school. Not just graduate school, doctorate, postdoctorate. I'll cover it all for you. Ruan Yi closed the book and looked at him without any emotional fluctuations in her big clear eyes. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to owe too much to others. I think it's fine to follow my own pace. Mu Qingyang was no longer persistent and gazed at her with one hand resting on his temple. Alright, if you get tired someday, remember to inform me. I'm always here. Ruan Yi favorability +5. Current favorability 45. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the bookstore, a pair of eyes had been staring at the duo. It was Yuan Jie, who wore a hat on his head, sunglasses on his eyes, and a mask on his mouth. Fully armed, his back teeth were gritted. He had licked Ruan Yi for 4 years and had never even gotten a kind word, let alone being able to get close to her. This kid who came out of nowhere, who had only known her for a few days and was already on her. Yuan Jie already had lingering anger in his heart, and now he was even more angry. He remembered all of the few people from that day. Zhao Mangnan molested Ruan Yi, whom he had made into a forbidden woman, in front of him, and deserved to die. However, he had 2 ponies with him from time to time, and Yuan Jie thought that even a sneak attack wouldn't necessarily be able to take out the 3 of them, so he mercifully spared Zhao Mangnan's life. Secondly, it was his cousin Yuan Pang, who dared to slap him in front of his goddess, causing him to lose face. There was also a reason to die, but he is, after all, a relative of his own family. Taking him out was more or less a bit scrupulous in his heart, so he also spared his life. The last is this tall man named Mu Qingyang, originally searching for his whereabouts, can also spare his life? I didn't expect him to hit the gun himself. Oh, the heavens think you deserve to die, so it's not my fault. Yuan Jie touched the sharp knife pin behind him and looked at the time on his watch, suddenly began to whisper to himself. The flight to Laos leaves in 2 hours. The time is just right. Ruan Yi, these men certainly deserve to die, but the one who is guilty is you. If it wasn't for your watery nature, how would you have attracted so many flies? You have rejected my deep bone marrow love and cuckolded me in advance. You have a reason for certain death. Yuan Jie tugged at his mask, stood up from the public seat, and slowly stepped towards the bookstore door. Mu Qingyang decided not to bother Ruan Yi after feasting his eyes for a while, and he silently got up and exited the store. Just as he was just passing through the main entrance, he brushed past Yuan Jie. Mu Qingyang froze for a moment. He felt that this tightly covered man looked vaguely familiar, but for a moment he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Yuan Jie also froze for a moment. Did the heavens decide to let him live? It was okay. He looked quite a bit stronger than himself, so if he couldn't be killed in one blow, I'm afraid it would be a bad thing. After a short pause, Yuan Jie stepped in and Mu Qingyang stepped out of the door. Yuan Jie was wearing a pair of mesh sneakers. His footsteps were light, and he probed behind him with his right hand as he walked. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Ruan Yi's back was gradually enlarging away from the line of sight. Instead of being half afraid, Yuan Jie inexplicably developed a trace of excitement in his heart. The bookstore was really a good place. Tranquil, plain, and brightly lit. The floor tiles were cleaned. If you were to spill a puddle of blood here and elicit a few screams, the contrast would be very exciting. Ruan Yi, this is the best place for you. Don't you like to read? Read all you want down there. Yuan Jie had already stood behind Ruan Yi, and the murder weapon pinned on his back had been drawn out completely. He was ready to slowly bring the knife around to the front of Ruan Yi's neck, to slit his throat and kill him in one blow. Mu Qingyang took 2 steps and felt something was wrong. He looked back as if he had a feeling. This glance scared him so much that his face turned pale. The man who seemed to have déjà vu had drawn a knife and was gesticulating behind Ruan Yi. He was going to commit murder. Mu Qingyang didn't have time to think. He drew his legs and ran wildly inside the bookstore. Yuan Jie heard the hurried footsteps behind him. He immediately accelerated the movement of his hands, and the sharp knife crossed to the front of Ruan Yi's neck in an instant. Only then did Ruan Yi realize the murder weapon that was glowing with cold light, and she subconsciously screamed loudly. Ah! Mu Qingyang secretly said that it was bad. He was still 2 to 3 steps away from Ruan Yi. If the murderer did it immediately, he would definitely be half a second slower. Put up a fight. Mu Qingyang directly lifted his body into the air and pushed his hands forward with vigor. Just at the critical moment when Yuan Jie was about to wipe his neck backward with force, a hand toppled him to the ground. Yuan Jie was already able to envision the scene of Ruan Yi's blood spewing from his neck, and he was looking forward to that poignant image. But a sudden strong force came from behind him and he fell forward uncontrollably. But he heard the sound in advance and held the knife tightly. So even if he fell, the weapon did not fall. Seeing that the sneak attack was about to be successful, but was broken fast at the doorstep, Yuan Jie was furious, and after flipping over he thought nothing of lifting the knife and stabbing it towards Mu Qingyang's chest. Mu Qingyang also reacted quickly. He caught Yuan Jie's right hand when the knife just pierced his skin. Yuan Jie was far inferior in terms of strength. Mu Qingyang twisted his wrist until it was dislocated. The long knife fell to the ground with a clang, and Mu Qingyang smoothly got up and stepped on the neck of the person who would commit the murder, then ripped off the camouflage on his face. "It's you? King could not learn to kill? You dog mongrel, dead pervert." Mu Qingyang couldn't get enough of it and lifted his other foot to kick him hard in the face a few times. Chapter 50 Drool can sterilize. After a few kicks, Yuan Jie was already bruised and swollen, with saliva and nosebleed flowing all over the place, looking like a dead dog. Ruan Yi then climbed up. She came to Mu Qingyang's side in a panic. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Mu Qingyang looked down at his chest, which was still seeping blood. "Scratched some skin. It'll be fine in a day or two. Call the police first." "Good." When the police came, the melon eaters had already surrounded the bookstore. A captain-like man pushed Mu Qingyang away. "What's going on?" The caller said there was bloodshed here. "Were you two beating each other up? Hurry up and move your feet out of the way. Beating someone to a minor injury is a criminal offense." Mu Qingyang was somewhat speechless. His voice tone was cold. "Bloodshed? This is a case of intentional homicide. Young man, you can't talk nonsense." The officer thought that this was the person in question talking nonsense in anger and didn't take it too seriously. But the onlookers all chimed in. "This is really a murder case. This murderer has been sneaking around over there observing for half a day. I've always felt that there's something wrong with him." "That's right, officer. I was at the bookstore at the time, buying books, and witnessed this hairy thief trying to kill this girl, and it was this young man who stepped in and restrained him. The murder weapon is still lying there. The murderer must be severely punished. We can't let this kind of person out to endanger society." The officer then realized that things are not simple. He immediately said to his men, "Go and adjust the store's surveillance." The LCD TV hanging at the front door of the bookstore was already broadcasting 7 or 8 surveillance images in real time, and the staff operated under the police officer's instructions, and a subscene was zoomed into full-screen playback. The footage of Yuan Jie from the time he entered the door to the time he committed the murder was recorded in its entirety. The onlookers were once again in an uproar. "My goodness, this is running towards murder. If it wasn't for this young man, I'm afraid this girl would be lost. Too scary. In broad daylight dared to enter the store to commit murder. His eyes still have the king's law? Arrest him. Shoot him." Ruan Yi realized how dangerous it was just now after seeing the surveillance. If Mu Qingyang had been half a second slower, she would have been killed. She took the initiative to lean over to Mu Qingyang's side to cover his hand. "How did you know he had problems?" "Today thanks to you. Otherwise." Ruan Yi good sense plus 24. Current good sense 69. Mu Qingyang's heart shook. "Oh no, how did this niece's favorability go up so fast? If I say 2 more sensational words, I guess it'll break through the 70 mark. No, no, no. I've only brushed hundreds of thousands of dog-licking gold for her. It would be a big loss to break through like this." Thinking of this, Mu Qingyang brought Ruan Yi's small hand to his nose and inhaled hard, deliberately making a lewd expression. "Originally, I wanted to kill a horseback shot and then linger with you again, but I didn't know that I happened to find this hairy thief. It's your own fate. I just happened to be along for the ride." The expected hint of decreased favorability did not appear. Ruan Yi instead looked at him with a smile. "Although your starting point was impure, but you ran quite fast. No matter what, I was saved because of you. I truly want to thank you." Mu Qingyang naturally put his apparent salty piggy hand on Ruan Yi's shoulder and smiled lewdly twice. He. How are you going to thank me? It won't be just talking about it, right?" Ruan Yi felt a bit awkward, but she didn't break away from Mu Qingyang's embrace. She lightly bit her shell teeth. "Are you trying to use this to do something excessive to me?" "Definitely. How could I let go of such a good opportunity?" Mu Qingyang took it for granted. Ruan Yi was silent for a moment and slowly lowered her head. "Okay, I'll pay practical actions to thank you. Whatever you want to do to me is free." Ruan Yi's favorability minus 10. Current favorability 59. It finally dropped. Mu Qingyang secretly sighed in relief. He removed his hand from Ruan Yi's shoulder and pointed to the wound on his chest. "What kind of juvenile thing are you thinking about? I just want you to help with the wound, okay?" Ruan Yi looked up and smiled sweetly at him. "Okay, I'm going to go get you some disinfectant and band-aids." Ruan Yi's favorability plus 10. Current favorability 69. How did it go up again? Mu Qingyang gave himself 0 points for this wave of pulling. He tugged on Ruan Yi, who was ready to leave. "I don't need you to buy me medicine." "Ah, what should I do then?" Mu Qingyang pinched her soft chin. "I heard that saliva can sterilize. Why don't you help me?" After saying that, he lifted up his shirt to reveal the wound. Ruan Yi's heart beats fast as she looks at Mu Qingyang's smooth and natural muscle lines. But she can't do this kind of shameful thing no matter what. Not to mention that there were so many people watching around. Mu Qingyang once again added fire. You wouldn't even be able to satisfy the small request of saving your life, right? I was injured because I saved you. As long as you do as I say, we'll write it off like last time. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Ruan Yi raised her head. Really? More real than pearls, she faltered. She didn't want to owe Mu Qingyang a huge favor, or else she would be at a disadvantage when facing him in the future. Maybe she would even be taken advantage of all the time because of this matter. Ruan Yi looked around twice and saw that no one was paying attention to this side. She quickly got close to Mu Qingyang's chest and gently licked it. Ruan Yi good sense -5. Current good sense 64. Alright, now we're too clear. Ruan Yi's pretty face was so red that it could drip blood. Mu Qingyang was satisfied with the 64 points of favorability, and he put down his clothes. Alright, as you wish. At this time the attempted murderer Yuan Jie had already been picked up. He wore silver bracelets on both hands and had a face of unwillingness and resentment. The only emotion that he didn't have was regret. Is the surveillance video copy ready? Pick up the murder weapon and bring it back to the office together. You too. The officer pointed at Mu Qingyang and Ruan Yi. Come to the police station together to make a statement. Chapter 51, Buying a House. Who asked me to be your boyfriend? Coming out of the institute again. It was already evening. Mu Qingyang stretched out. Hungry? I'll treat you to dinner. Ruan Yi rarely refused and gently nodded. During the few hours inside, she had thought a lot and decided to take this opportunity to properly talk to Mu Qingyang. A private room in a high-end private restaurant. Mu Qingyang sat next to Ruan Yi. As I think back now, what happened in the morning was horrible. How much of a conflict did you have with Yuan Jie for him to do this to you? Ruan Yi lowered her head and counted the grains of rice with her chopsticks. I'm not really sure. Maybe it's because I rejected him too many times when I was in college. Hey, Mu Qingyang shook his head. Isn't it normal to be rejected? If his motive for committing murder is this, then he has a disease in his heart. But I didn't see any problems when I saw him last time. Quite a normal individual. It should be more or less a little bit. Ruan Yi took out her cell phone and put it on her desktop, tapping on a video. This was found in the photo album of Yuan Jie's cell phone. Mu Qingyang clicked play, and the image was of a girl with an ethereal figure, as beautiful as a fairy, blowing her hair on the balcony. Isn't this you? He secretly took this? Ruan Yi nodded. I was targeted by him shortly after school started, and the police said they found something unspeakable in his memo. What is it? Mu Qingyang's curiosity was immediately aroused. The title was I'm going to discipline myself to Ruan Yi 13-14 times, and then? The bottom is full of specific dates and times, and as of yesterday it was a total of 298 times. Asterisk. Mu Qingyang was so shocked that he almost stood up. Isn't this a ing purebred pervert? You've only just graduated, right? Even if he's been stealing this video since the beginning of the school year, it's only been 4 years in full. 1298 times? Don't you need to take a break? What can't you do with that kind of perseverance to succeed? You have to go to extremes. Ruan Yi looked away somewhat shyly. That's why I also think he's a pervert. Mu Qingyang put his chopsticks down and held Ruan Yi's small head in both hands and turned it around. It's not all his problem. Sometimes you have to look for your own reasons. Ruan Yi's eyes were full of surprise. I also have problems? Mu Qingyang gently took off her oversized black-rimmed glasses and parted her long bangs from the center, then opened the front camera of her phone. Do you see how pretty this girl is in the picture? Ruan Yi nodded shyly. It's not bad. Mu Qingyang put his hand to her mouth. Spit out the braces. Ruan Yi obeyed and did as she was told. Smile. Ruan Yi looked at the camera a little shy, but still smiled openly. Her teeth were neat and white. Even if she went to advertise a toothpaste brand, where did she need something like braces? Mu Qingyang shook his head inside. This is simply a fairy, okay? If you look like this, what guy wouldn't be confused when he looks at you? The world is so big. Where are there not two psychopaths? On campus it's fine. Everyone is simple. But out in society there are little yellow hairs and old colorful people everywhere. How long do you think these things can hide your real appearance? Ruan Yi sighed softly. Actually, I've also realized this problem. So, can I ask you to pretend to be my boyfriend? She felt that Mu Qingyang was so rich, his identity background must be extraordinary. If she asked him to be her explicit boyfriend, no one should dare to harass her, right? Mu Qingyang bristled. How meaningless it is to pretend. If you want to come for real. Ruan Yi hurriedly explained. You can properly do what you want to do to me. Mu Qingyang's eyes lit up. Really? Is that coding kind of scale possible? Ruan Yi lowered her head and stopped talking. She was actually willing. The goodwill increase was one aspect, The most important thing was that she had never planned to get married in her life. She didn't want to be bound. She just wanted to do what she liked in peace and quiet, giving the only precious thing she has to the person who protects her. She can get over this hurdle in her heart. Mu Qingyang understood. This girl after this life and death crisis is completely open. As the saying goes, when a woman is enlightened, a man is enlightened. He once again lured the topic to buying a house. You want me to pretend to be your boyfriend because you want to use this as a way to reject those annoying harassment, right? That's one way, but it only works for some people. This society is full of old Wangs and Chows. They'll be even more excited to stick it to them. The best way is to make these people so high up that they don't even have the courage to talk to you, so that they develop an inferiority complex from within. Ruan Yi was a bit confused. Then, what do I have to do then? Very simple. Mu Qingyang revealed a harmless smile. Throw away your glasses and braces. Change your hairstyle and wear nice clothes. Then live in a villa and drive a luxury car. You can automatically filter out 99% of the opposite sex by changing into this persona. Mu Qingyang wasn't making things up at all. When he used to deliver takeaways, he didn't even have the courage to look at this kind of girl in the eye. Ruan Yi knew that this way worked. She had also met this kind of classmate when she was in college. Although she was named the school flower, there were far fewer people who dared to go after her. But where did she have the money to get these valuables? Ruan Yi timidly said. Don't but. Mu Qingyang directly interrupted. Go buy a car and a house tomorrow. I'll give it to you. Who asked me to be your boyfriend? Ruan Yi's face turned red and didn't refuse. Mu Qingyang immediately stomped on his face. Since we've established a relationship, isn't it possible to give some benefits first? It's not too much. It's just that my wound is still a bit painful. Can you help me sterilize it? Once a woman changes her mind, the power of action is very strong. This is something Mu Qingyang admired from the bottom of his heart. His eyes narrowed slightly, a satisfied smile all over his face. After more than 10 seconds, Ruan Yi looked up. Almost there, right? Your blood scabs are melting away. Mu Qingyang looked down. Cracks could be seen again in the wound that had already scarred. He put the clothes down with fondness. It's so good. Even the haze in my heart from fighting against murderers has been cured altogether. Ruan Yi pulled a tissue and wiped his blood-stained mouth. It's good that you feel happy. Mu Qingyang stretched out his big hand and placed it on Ruan Yi's beautiful leg. Why don't I give Uncle Gangzi a word? Don't go back to his house today. We'll stay at a hotel. Yeah. Out of Mu Qingyang's expectation, Ruan Yi agreed readily. He originally only wanted to get high on his mouth, but now he was in trouble. According to his experience with the schoolgirl, as long as he did that, his favorability would skyrocket. Ruan Yi's favorability was already at the 70-point threshold, but had only swiped less than 700,000 dog licking gold on her. If he chose tonight, blood loss, endure. Anyway, she had thought about it and was in no hurry for this day or two. Just kidding. Let's go and buy the house and car tomorrow first. Ruan Yi smiled sweetly. Okay. Chapter 52 Private Chat with Several Goddesses. Mu Qingyang picked up 2 more good cigarettes and 2 bottles of good wine at the restaurant when he checked out. Then he took a cab to the coffee house downstairs. From his pocket took out the Ferrari key and pressed the unlock button. A red supercar like a work of art. Eyes shot out a blinding white light. Mu Qingyang pulled open the passenger door. Get in. Ruan Yi sat in with some apprehension. She had never sat in a luxury car of this caliber in her entire life, but her eyes were mostly curious and rarely excited. It can't be helped. It's just this kind of indifferent nature. Mu Qingyang sat in the driver's seat and skillfully started the sports car. The Ferrari woke up in a low growl, drove out of the parking lot and turned into a red lightning bolt running on the asphalt road. Gangzi fast food is usually closed at this time, but today the red sign is still lit. Gangzi took a stool and sat in front of the door and was smoking with a sad face. The police station called in the morning, saying that Ruan Yi was nearly attacked by thugs and needed to cooperate in making a statement. Although his niece had already reported her safety an hour ago, he was always a little uneasy. Gangzi's mood was already not very calm, and the ear-piercing roar of the engine rang in his ears, which made him even more irritable. He slammed the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground, and was about to mouth funfang at the oncoming red sports car. However, after seeing clearly the people coming down from the car, he held back his nationalism. Xiao Mu, you guys are back? Mu Qingyang opened the front trunk and took out an exquisite handbag from it and handed it to Gangzi. Still the same line, keep it for yourself to smoke and drink. Don't sell it for great healthcare. Gangzi happily took it, and couldn't wait to open the bag and look at it. Yo ho, Mao Tai and De Changjiu, it's a waste of money Xiao Mu. Mu Qingyang waved his hand. I've given you a showdown and still broke the bank. It's just a rainy day. Gangzi laughed nervously. Hey, good thing to get used to smoking. The previous smoke always feel almost meaning. Small Mu, you are corrupting me. Mu Qingyang blanked him, Trouble you corrupting me like this every day. Just kidding, just kidding. Gangzi bumbled and put the handbag on the bar, turning his head to Ruan Ee. What happened today? You didn't get hurt, did you? Ruan Ee gently shook his head. There was a scare, thanks to Mu Qingyang's timely intervention. I told you, little Mu is down to earth and willing to help. You're right to follow him. Mu Qingyang raised an eyebrow at him. Uncle Gongzi, Ee has already agreed that I'll buy her a house, so she'll be living with me from now on. Gangzi's expression became a little stiff. Oh, good. This is a good thing. With you helping to look after her, I feel much more at ease. This unsupported distant niece had lived in his house for 4 whole years, and Gangzi had long treated her as a family, although it had been mentally prepared. But when it came to actually delivering her to someone else, there were still a lot of reluctance in his heart. Don't make it seem like a parting of life and death. The house is bought in Jiangnan City. You can meet anytime. Mu Qingyang finished waving his hand. I'll go to the hotel to stay for the night. Come to pick up Ee in the morning. Mu Qingyang casually found a hotel that looked good and opened a deluxe suite. The price wasn't too expensive, more than 2,000 a night. After taking a shower, he wore a silk bathrobe and lay on the semicircular swing on the balcony to deal with WeChat messages. Chen Qiwen's note had been changed to 1111. Sharing a sad story with you. Didn't you give me a Bentley coupe? I parked it downstairs in the neighborhood and my brother found it. Then he couldn't help but tell my mom. My mom actually didn't object to us dating, but she couldn't resist telling my dad again. My dad got the message at 9 p.m., got on a plane at 10 p.m., got home at 1 a.m. and knocked on my bedroom door at 8 a.m. sharp. He said that this kind of unproductive behavior of mine was very bad, and that he wanted to give me ideological education lessons, and that I guessed I wouldn't be able to get out of the house for the next few days. Crying emoji. Mu Qingyang. It just so happens that I also have some things to do in the next few days, so when I'm done with it, I'll personally go and meet my old husband for a while. Bored at home? Do you need me to send you a few selfies? When? Send selfies for what? Mu Qingyang. To make it easier for you to perform your water washing magic, but be sure to exercise moderation, you know. When? Roll. After closing Chen Qiwen's chat box, Mu Qingyang tapped on Zuoku Xian's WeChat avatar again. Kuku Xin. Phew. I was exhausted yesterday, but the results weren't bad. Mu Qingyang. What? Working a black job outside? Coco Shinshin. Without Big Brother's sponsorship from you, it really would have taken a year of working. But now that I postponed all my performances, it's good that I didn't lose much in liquidated damages. Mu Qingyang. Has the heart been thinking about my tens of millions of dollars? Coco heart. Which is not. Just can't wait to meet you. Mu Qingyang sneered in his heart. Gold-worshipping woman. You can say anything for the sake of money, but I really want that raid reward of yours. Count yourself lucky, but you also have to be prepared to sacrifice your color. Since you're being so explicit, I can't pretend to be reserved, can I? Mu Qingyang. Alright, let's meet in Jiangnan City the day after tomorrow. Coco Shinshin. Okay. Zwa Curson favorability +5. Current favorability 35. The next message was from a person with the WeChat name Beyond Famous Cars Ishu Yun. Mu Qingyang immediately recalled that impressive test drive. Even after a few days, his little brother was subconsciously a little excited. Beyond Famous Car Ishu Yun. Mr. Mu, people have been waiting for your news for days. Have you already forgotten about me? Mu Qingyang really wanted to call her over right away to fight 300 rounds, but thinking that he still had to deal with Ruan Ee tomorrow, he forced down the evil thoughts in his heart. You make me memorize deeply. Can't forget for a while. Recently there are too many peach blossoms around me, some can't cope with it. You patiently line up. Beyond Famous Cars Ishu Yun. Mr. Mu, you are so direct. Are you not even afraid of people being sad? Mu Qingyang smiled. Who's a good girl who gives others a bite on their first meeting? If it wasn't for the fact that the Grandmaster said, good girls should be cherished, bad girls shouldn't be wasted, I wouldn't have the time to pay attention to you. Mu Qingyang. We're both from the countryside. Why pretend to be innocent? I'll come back to you tomorrow to buy a car, to fill you with performance. Beyond Famous Cars Ishu Yun. Okay, Mr. Mu. Little Ee is waiting for you all day long. The last message was from Li Zhili. Lu Dry Noodle. I'm going to Jiangnan City this Saturday for a college reunion. Do you have time? Mu Qingyang. What time is the flight? I'll pick you up at the time. Lu Dry Noodle. Land at 11:30 if you're not late. Mu Qingyang. Okay. After processing all the messages, Mu Qingyang locked his phone with satisfaction. He gently rocked the swing, a light smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Dizzy wow. I really want to get those raider rewards earlier. Chapter 53. I'll slowly give you the science in the evening. Early the next morning, Mu Qingyang was woken up by his biological clock. He simply washed up and drove to the Gangzi fast food restaurant. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw Ruan sitting at the bar reading a book. "You're here, N." Mu Qingyang leaned over the bar and looked at her with one hand on his chin. "Do you get up this early every day?" Ruan closed her book. "Not really, I also sleep in when I'm not doing anything. You could have slept more today too. Buying 2 things is quick." Ruan pointed to the green vegetable porridge and meat buns on the table. "Uncle Gangzi doesn't make breakfast here. I brought them for you from outside." Yo yo yo, Mu Qingyang said as he walked. "This feeling of having a daughter-in-law is really good, huh? Even woke up early to get me food. How did you know I didn't have breakfast?" "I guessed." Mu Qingyang finished a drawer of buns and a big bowl of vegetable porridge in 3 twos. Lighting a root, Huazi cozily said, "Let's go to Royal Shear to do a hairstyle first. I searched when I came over. Royal Shear is the best barbershop in Jiangnan City, and the rating is also very high. It will definitely give you a new look." Ruan didn't say anything. She was calculating if her balance was enough to go for a high-end styling. Mu Qingyang did say that he would send her a house and car, but it's impossible that something as simple as getting her hair done would require him to pay for it as well. Mu Qingyang knew what she was thinking and said directly, "Don't worry, all of today's consumption, all of it will be paid for by Mr. Mu. You just listen and do as you're told." "Is this navigation mistaken? I went to the barber store, how did it lead me to the building?" Mu Qingyang once again searched out the information of Royal Cut Store and took a closer look at the location column. Pali Villa No. 9 Villa. This barbershop is awesome, opening in a villa area. He turned his car around and drove directly to the gate of the neighborhood. The security room came out a handsome guy in a suit wearing a headset. He saw that it was a Ferrari and directly lifted the lever. Mu Qingyang drove slowly along the internal road, and in a short while, he came to the front of Villa 9. With so many luxury cars parked here, this is the place. Mu Qingyang got out of the car and held Ruan's small hand as he rang the doorbell. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" A colorful head poked out from the fence of the garden. "No." Mu Qingyang shook his head. "I'm sorry, our Imperial Shear is a member reservation system, and it's not open to outside customers for the time being." "All this again?" Mu Qingyang really couldn't figure out if this was starvation marketing or if the business was really so good that it was too busy. He didn't have the good sense to say, "Is it possible for me to get a membership now?" "Just a moment, I'll check today's reservations first." Not long after, the 5-colored head opened the door. "We just happened to have one more customer available this morning, but our membership starts at 100,000. Do you want to do it, sir? Let's charge 1 million first." "You, what did you say?" Mu Qingyang directly swept the code, then went straight to the lazy sofa in the rest area to lie down in the stunned gaze of the 5-colored head. After the 5-colored head came back to his senses, he took out 2 bottles of water from within an ice bucket and attentively handed them to Mu Qingyang and Ruan. Mu Qingyang received it with some small surprise in his heart. He recognized this kind of water. He had seen it when he swiped the short video. The bottle body was made of frosted glass. There was a pair of Swarovski crystal wings at the neck of the bottle, and the cap was gold-plated. "I heard it was worth 1,500 a bottle." He spat at the time. "This kind of thing only will buy. Did not expect the bullet shot a few years ago hit the current self." Mu Qingyang unscrewed and gulped a few mouthfuls. "It is ordinary mineral water. The flavor is not as good as Waha." At this time, the 5-color head turned on the oversized TV in the rest area, and the screen was full of all kinds of hairstyles. "Mr. Beauty, do you guys have a favorite style?" Mu Qingyang looked to Ruan take a look and see which one you like better." Ruan smiled quietly. "I don't know much about this, just listen to the hairstylist, or if you like it." Mu Qingyang had always held prejudice against hairstylists. There was no time in the past when he got a haircut that he was able to walk out of the store with a smile on his face. He directly pointed to a hairstyle that he thought looked the best. Just this one. He believed that with Ruan's own conditions, even a shaved head would look good, so picking a smooth one would be right. "Okay sir, this look is called Airbang's Woolly Curls. Do you need to make it a sultry green color like in the picture?" Ruan waved her hand. "No, black is fine. She still has to go back to school for graduate school. It's not good to be too flashy, and she herself prefers black, because black is simple, deep, and mysterious." It was similar to the kind of realm she wanted to reach. "Okay beautiful, please follow me over here. Our styling director of Cutting King will personally serve you." Mu Qingyang was lying on the sofa by himself, bored and swiping jitterbug. He had wanted to identify 2 more 90-plus female anchors to see if he could unlock any useful cheat rewards, but after brushing almost half of the electricity, he couldn't find one. It seems that 90-point goddesses are a scarce resource, and each one you encounter should be cherished. Close to 11 o'clock, Ruan reappeared in front of Mu Qingyang's eyes. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, it was hard to hide the shock in his heart. Was this a product that an embryo could create? Nope. She was definitely the work of the world's top-notch carving masters. Her features are too perfect. Even if you looked at it with a magnifying glass, you wouldn't be able to pick out a single flaw. Is this the 96-point goddess certified by the system? Who can imagine that she is about to turn the tables with me? Mu Qingyang gathered his mind and gave her a thumbs up. So beautiful. I can't wait to buy skins for you. Ruan Yi was also happy. By today she was finally able to be brave enough to be herself. What girl doesn't love beauty? Who wants to wear a clown mask all day long? She smiled sweetly at Mu Qingyang. I also think it suits me. Your vision is quite good, but what's the point of buying a skin? I remember that this stuff is only available in the game, right? Mu Qingyang walked over and scraped her agitated nose. I'll slowly give you the science at night. Chapter 54 Ruan Yi in a new guise. After leaving the royal trimmings, Mu Qingyang took Ruan Yi straight to one of the busiest pedestrian streets in Jiangnan City. There were many luxury stores, a good place for shopping. Along the way, the red Ferrari attracted countless gazes, and after getting out of the car, the turnaround rate of the two of them even reached 100%. No one did not marvel at the pair's heavenly face value. The street side carrying long guns and short cannons to engage in street photography are all at the same time the camera is aimed at them. This is what is called a ing street bum. In front of the Louis Vuitton store, Mu Qingyang pulled Ruan Yi's small hand and stepped inside. Not only was he going to choose 100 or so good-looking clothes for Ruan Yi today, he was also going to get a few for himself. The shopping guide saw the duo and thought the star had come in, rushing over to greet them. Hello Mr. and MS. Welcome to Louis Vuitton Jiangnan store. Mu Qingyang snapped his fingers. Prepare 2 good quality sacks. I'm going to start stocking up. The shopper had never seen this kind of opening before. She stammered. Good. Yes sir. Are you looking at men's or women's? Women's clothing? Let's start with women's clothing first. Mu Qingyang walked straight towards the hangers where the flowery ladies' clothes were hanging. This one. Is it these 2 pieces sir? Don't want these 2. Pack all the rest. Good sir. Mu Qingyang bought things very quickly, almost emptying the Louis Vuitton store in a few minutes. He completely ignored Ruan Yi's stunned gaze and was still pointing. These, all of them. When checking out, the cashier dried the calculator to smoke. In the end, the credit card amounted to more than $2 million. After that, Mu Qingyang went to the men's clothing area and skipped around twice more. This time not so trenchant, mainly because he had to spend his own money. He picked out a few logos that weren't so exaggerated and spent nearly 100,000 real money. Ruan Yi looked at the orange shopping bags piled up in the empty space confused. If this is all taken to Uncle Gangzi's house for temporary storage, I'm afraid that all the closets are not enough for her to put alone. She looked at Mu Qingyang for help. Brother Mu, what are we going to do with these things? Mu Qingyang pinched the bridge of his nose. You go and choose a few change of clothes, and leave the rest in the store for now, and then have them sent over after our house is bought. Okay. Ruan Yi casually picked out a few pieces and went into the dressing room. When she changed her clothes and walked out of the changing room, not only Mu Qingyang, even the few female shoppers in the Louis Vuitton store looked straight in the eyes. They were all veteran employees who had worked here for years, and they usually often encountered all kinds of high-quality women such as netizens, celebrities, noble women, and rich girls. But when they were compared to the one in front of them, they were really lesser than a crow than a Luanfeng. She is really too beautiful. Close to 170. The body proportion is very good. The straight back and quiet and calm temperament. Just like the ancient times of the princess. She didn't need to do anything, just standing there quietly. It was already a landscape. Pa. Mu Qingyang applauded as he moved closer. These clothes are just barely worthy of you. They are simply fantastic on you. He secretly sighed in his heart. Ruan Yi is worthy of being a goddess rated 96 points by the system. She's simply perfect like a fairy who doesn't eat earthly fire. It's so damn cool that this kind of treasure is his own. Ruan Yi turned her body from side to side. I also think it's quite pretty, and it's very comfortable to wear. It's just a little too expensive. Mu Qingyang stepped forward and dragged her chin, gazing deeply into her big bright eyes. Woman, since you're with me, you have to use the best in clothing, food, housing and transportation. You have to get used to this life in a hurry. Ruan Yi shyly lowered her head. Ruan Yi's favorability +5. Current favorability 69. Crap. The favorability has gone up again. Mu Qingyang hurriedly let go of his hand, cursing why he had to go and pretend. If he had triggered the cashback reward before buying the villa and the luxury car, he could have died of anger again. At this time, his cell phone rang with a message tone. Picking it up and looking at it, it was from the female salesperson selling the car. Beyond the famous car issue Yun, is Mr. Mu up. When are you coming over? Mu Qingyang thought about it and replied. Up, I'll come after lunch. Beyond famous cars issue Yun. Okay, I'll wait for you in the reception room. Crosses her fingers in anticipation expression. Actually, Mu Qingyang wanted to buy a villa first because he could brush out more dog-licking gold. But on second thought, buying a house would be too delayed, and he wouldn't be able to look at it for a while, and might have to drag it out until tomorrow. He didn't want to endure another night, so directly agreed to Yi Shuyun. The big deal is that I will molest this saleswoman in front of Yi. I don't believe that her favorability will not drop. Thinking of this, he pulled Ruan Yi's small hand and headed out. Let's hurry. Let's go eat first and then go directly to buy a car. Beyond Famous Car's reception room, Yi Shuyun happily locked off her cell phone and crossed her long legs waiting for Prince Charming to arrive. While faking sleep, the glass door was pushed open, and the few customers she had just received went and returned. One person in the lead sat directly across from her. Big beautiful girl. Just now we went to the next door car dealership to see. The same model is more than 10,000 yuan cheaper than you. Can we get a better deal? If it were usual, Yi Shuyun would have patiently explained that there was a slight fluctuation in price because of the difference in kilometers and years. But now she even ignore the mood of these people have no. Just want to quickly send them away. It's just 3 cars. How much can the commission be? You old colorful lot can't even compare to one of Mr. Mu's toes, Yi Shuyun said in a salty manner. That's the price on our side. Consider it yourselves. The tone of the broom brow leading the way slowed down. Big beauty. We don't mean that. Actually, $10,000 or $20,000 is nothing for us. Let's do it this way. It's also almost noon. As long as you accompany your brothers for a meal, we'll find you to buy it. Yi Shuyun directly refused. I still have an appointment with a client. Forget about dinner. Also, I'm an automobile salesman. Selling cars is my profession. For dinner you guys can look for the company's PR department. The broom brows didn't listen to her at all and directly came over to pull her hand. Our 3 clients are still not worth 1 client? It's just dinner and drinks. Won't do anything to you. Let's go. Yi Shuyun directly jumped away. What are you doing? Don't touch me. The broom eyebrow was not happy. To come up and pull hard. What are you screaming for just holding hands? Even if the police come, they can't do anything to us. You every day in the live broadcast whine called us Big Brother. Meet pretend what Yi Shuyun shouted while retreating. Security! Security quickly come! Someone molested. At this time, the glass door walked into a tall figure. He came straight to Yi Shuyun pushing the broom brow away. What are you guys up to? Yi Shuyun instantly felt a sense of security as she hurriedly took the man's arm and complained. Mr. Mu, they're forcibly dragging me to dinner. Chapter 55, Cullinan. Mu Qingyang's starry eyes looked askance at the 3 middle-aged men. Treating this place as a clubhouse? How dare you touch and in broad daylight? Believe it or not, I'll whip you. Mu Qingyang is most used to seeing this kind of lewd behavior like a ghost entering a village. He used to run a takeaway late at night and a few old hooligans who wanted to take advantage of a little girl had PK in real life. The broom eyebrow looked at the tall Mu Qingyang a little weak, but still bravely asked, what are you to her? None of your business. Me, I'm her guest. Mu Qingyang finished and pinched Yi Shuyun's chin very indiscreetly. The 3 middle-aged men looked at each other in disbelief. This operation made them look silly. We just haven't even touched yet and we're screaming like killing pigs. This man was so molested that he didn't even react? The difference between the treatment of such a mess? Although Mu Qingyang took advantage, but the heart is not happy at all. He did this on purpose in front of Ruan Yi, but Ruan Yi was watching from the doorway, with no ripples in her eyes, and her favorability didn't change in the slightest. Yi Shuyun treated Mu Qingyang a world of difference from the 3 greasy men across the street. Not only did she not blame him, but she also glanced at him with a sly grudge. However, she was a little unsure about the extremely beautiful woman who came in with Mr. Mu at the doorway, and asked with some apprehension, Mr. Mu, who is that pretty young lady? Mu Qingyang smiled. Her name is Ruan Yi. She's my girlfriend. Yi Shuyun opened her mouth wide in shock, and the 3 middle-aged men also turned their heads to look. Hiss! 3 voices sucking in cold air sounded at the same time, and the 3 men almost cracked up. What extreme beauty was that? It was actually a few notches more beautiful than Big Beauty Yi. This man had stepped on golden, right? This is his girlfriend? And she's not mad at him for taking advantage of another girl in front of her? Is there any law? Is there any law? Yi Shuyun came back from the shock and asked weakly. That girl last time, Mu Qingyang said loudly, is also my girlfriend. After saying this, he also made a point of looking at Ruan Yi. Ruan Yi couldn't see any emotional ups and downs and even smiled at him. Mu Qingyang waited for half a day and didn't wait for the favorability to change. It seems that she really doesn't care about what's going on in this girl's head. This can be tolerated? But for me, the system owner who will surely ascend to the throne of the Sea King God, she is indeed the best companion. The reception room was quiet for a while. Yi Shuyun didn't dare to act out in front of Mu Qingyang's real girlfriend. While the 3 middle-aged men were still digesting the explosive information from earlier, Mu Qingyang didn't want to stay awkward like this. He tugged at the collar of Yi Shuyun's white shirt, covering the hidden snowy whites a bit. Let's go. Go to the 5th floor to see the car. Yi Shuyun angrily glanced at him, stepped on the high heels did in front of the road. The other 3 guests as air. 5th floor. Yi Shuyun pointed to a dazzling blue Continental GT and gave an introduction. She felt that no girl would be able to resist this car. Moreover, Mr. Mu's previous girlfriend also chose this car, so she had to let him get even. Ruan Yi gently shook her head. I don't like it very much. Yi Shuyun brought her to a supercar. How about this Aston Martin DBS? It's got a convertible top, so it's very elegant for a girl to drive. Ruan Yi shook her head again. Not very suitable for me. Yi Shuyun took Ruan Yi to look at another 10 or so cars, none of which she was very satisfied with. Mu Qingyang thought it was because she felt it was expensive, so she purposely didn't want to buy it, and only after asking did she realize that she really didn't pick one that fit her mind. Take your time to choose without being in a hurry. I'll go to the restroom first. Mu Qingyang lit a huazi and went towards the bathroom. Yi Shuyun saw him go and followed. Miss Sister, I also want to go to the restroom. You first casually turn around. I'll be right back. Mu Qingyang walked out of the restroom and didn't take a few steps before he saw Ruan Yi standing at the end of the showroom. Mu Qingyang leaned over. How is it, Yi? Did you pick your favorite? Ruan Yi nodded and pointed at a pure black SUV in front of him. Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB edition? So you're into off-road vehicles? I don't know much about these. I just think this car is quite simple, not as exaggerated as other cars. Mu Qingyang understood. Ruan Yi's nature wouldn't even like a supercar with exaggerated styling, but a girl driving this kind of car with its own aura kinda had a contrasting aesthetic. Mu Qingyang could even imagine the visual shock she gave when she came down from Cullinan. Alright, it's it. Sit in it and take a look. The interior color of this Cullinan was Hermes orange, looking very upscale and textured. Ruan Yi timidly touched the steering wheel, very satisfied with this car. Yi, do you have a driver's license? Uncle Gangzi enrolled me during the summer vacation of my sophomore year. He said that driving is a necessary skill in today's society, and can be used in the future. Then I'm relieved. Later we'll drive this car to see the house. By the way, let's see how your skills are. Good. Ruan Yi happily nodded her head in agreement. After Yi Shuyun came over, Mu Qingyang directly let her lead the way downstairs to swipe the card. Yi Shuyun is secretly happy. This order can earn tens of thousands of dollars again. Mr. Mu, this kind of immortal customer is really worry-free. Do not need her to do anything. The car is more than $6 million. Mu Qingyang did not bargain, directly swiped 10 million. Like last time, the maintenance insurance will be deducted from the leftover money later. The door of the car dealership. Yi Shuyun reluctantly waved at Mu Qingyang. Mr. Mu, take care. Chapter 56, The Magical Property Consultant. Ruan Yi car driving slowly, but very stable, much better than the average novice. Mu Qingyang sat comfortably in the co-pilot, drumming on his cell phone while admiring the ferry beside him. I checked a few properties for sale. Either the houses are too small or they don't come with decoration. It's quite difficult to find a satisfactory set. Ruan Yi gazed ahead, her small mouth slightly open. Actually, the size doesn't matter. It's just that for the 2 of us to live in, 2 rooms and 1 hall is enough. 2 rooms and 1 hall? Mu Qingyang's tone was questioning. Ruan Yi's pretty face slightly reddened, thinking that she had made him angry by saying 1 more bedroom, and immediately added in a small voice, 1 bedroom and 1 hall is fine. She had greatly misunderstood Mu Qingyang. Mu Qingyang simply felt that such a small house is not worth a few dollars, not conducive to his own brush-licking dog gold. No matter what, he would have to buy a set of tens of millions, right? I don't mean that. I just want to send you a better villa. A big flat is fine, so that I can live by myself and feel more comfortable. Oh, Mu Qingyang checked for a few more minutes. He really couldn't find a suitable one, and out of nowhere he remembered a blogger who used to frequently brush up on the introduction of high-end residences. He remembered that it was a bald guy. It seemed like his name was Des Speaks of Housing, and he had a lot of resources for good real estate in his hands. Mu Qingyang searched for this name in the Jitterbug search box and found him. The homepage has contact information. Call and ask. The person who answered the phone was a nice female voice. Obviously not the blogger himself. It should be the company's customer service. But after Mu Qingyang told her about his needs, she immediately matched a listing. Hello sir, there just happens to be a detached house in the Zhanghanglin Villa area that meets your requirements. I just don't know if you can accept a price of over 60 million. Price is not a problem. Okay, I'll inform the property consultant Xiao Zhou over there to contact you. Mu Qingyang was so excited after hanging up the phone that his breathing became a few points rougher. Over $60 million? Together with the recharge from buying a car, clothes and a barber store, and counting his own 18 million plus, this must not be over 100 million? Navigate to the Balsam Forest Villa area. Balsam Fir Forest Villa area is located in the center of Jiangnan City, and it is only 7 or 8 kilometers away from Jiangnan University. Driving for more than 10 minutes will get you there, and it is also convenient for Wan Yi to follow up on her graduate studies. The vehicle drove into the luxuriously decorated sales department, and a tall, leggy, extremely handsome young man was already waiting at the front door. When he saw that the license plate number reported over the phone was on a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, he was secretly delighted. Zhou Hang personally acted as the parking lot security guard and directed the Cullinan into the warehouse. When the vehicle was parked, Mu Qingyang and Wan Yi pulled open the door at the same time. Zhou Hang's eyes flashed with brilliance after seeing the faces of the two of them, and the whole person was obviously much more excited. Hello Mr. Mu, I'm the property consultant Xiao Zhou who contacted you just now. Nice to meet you. Zhou Hang finished speaking and directly stretched out his hands to shake Mu Qingyang's right hand. Mu Qingyang was a bit surprised. This sales enthusiasm was a bit too much, right? Did he know he would buy? Hello little Zhou. Just now you said on the phone that looking at that villa requires a capital inspection. How? Zhou Hang's death grip on Mu Qingyang's hand had no intention of letting go. Mr. Mu, I don't think it's needed anymore. Your ride has already proved your strength. Mu Qingyang drew away somewhat awkwardly. Then please lead the way. The detached villa was located right at the back of the house sales department. Zhou Hang drove the internal commuter car while introducing the house information to Mu Qingyang. Mr. Mu, this villa was bought by a boss who was in finance long before the opening, but he recently had some financial problems, and that's why he just entrusted us to help him with it. And you're quite lucky with it. Oh yeah, how big is the area of the house exactly? This villa covers an area of 521 square meters, 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below ground. The actual use area is close to 3,000 square meters. The front and back gardens combined are also close to 1 acre. It is one of the most luxurious villas in Jiangnan City. Mu Qingyang nodded. I'm quite satisfied. In fact, I don't even need to look more. How much is it? I'll just swipe my card directly. Zhou Hang sniffed and coughed sharply a few times, obviously choking on the trenchant words. Mr. Mu, you're not kidding, right? Ruan Yi reached out her small hand and squeezed his thigh. Let's just take a look first. Mu Qingyang smiled. Alright, let's take a look then. A few minutes later, the commuter bus arrived at the gate of Villa 1. Mu Qingyang looked up and a French-style building stood in front of him. It was creamy white all over and surrounded by lush green gardens, looking like a castle in a fairy tale world. Zhou Hang took out a remote control and pressed open the intricately patterned European-style iron gate, leading the way into the garden. The garden's landscaping was created by a top domestic design studio, but of course you guys can DIY it to your liking. Mu Qingyang looked at Ruan Yi. How is it? Do you like it? Ruan Yi was a bit incoherent. Like it? It's too beautiful. Mu Qingyang held her small hand. It's good that you like it. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. The interior decoration style of the villa was also pure French. The walls were covered with expensive marble. The staircase was rotating. The carvings everywhere were exquisite. It looked very luxurious. Mu Qingyang had already made up his mind that he would buy this villa. Xiao Zhou, my girlfriend and I are very satisfied. Take out the contract. I'll sign and transfer the money now. Zhou Hang shivered as he took out the folder from under his armpit and took out the standardized contract from it. He carried it with him every time he led a client to see a house, but this was the first time he had used it. Then he fished out a golden-colored fountain pen from within his pocket and peeled off the cap and handed it to Mu Qingyang. Mu Qingyang was about to reach out and take it. Zhou Hang didn't know whether he was too nervous or on purpose. His hand shook gently and the pen fell on the cashmere carpet. He hurriedly turned around and squatted down to pick it up. The standing Mu Qingyang and the squatting Zhou Hang were very close. What is the decency of two men in this position? Mu Qingyang, a purebred steel straight man, subconsciously had to lift his knee to push him away. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhou was twisting his hips. I'm going to you. Mu Qingyang took 2 steps back and gave him a kick in the ass, then came to the kitchen to frantically wash his hands. No wonder I held my hand and refused to let go when we first met. So it was an old man. And still zero. Chapter 57, 68,888,000. Zhou Hang's face slid against the ground, his cheekbones miserably red on the cashmere carpet. He didn't care about his flaming cheeks in the slightest and climbed up with a grunt, then bowed 90 degrees deep in Mu Qingyang's direction. Sorry Mr. Mu, I just got delirious. I don't even know what I did. Mu Qingyang shook off the water droplets on his hands. Ed what? Ed me. He didn't have the good sense to say, leave the contract and get yourself out. I don't want to see you for 1 second. Zhou Hang obediently put the folder on the coffee table and slipped away. Ruan Yi finally couldn't hold it in. She bared her teeth. Ha ha, I didn't expect you to be liked by the same sex. That salesman must be looking at your good looks, so he can't help it. How can you scold people? Mu Qingyang stared at her evilly. Connotation: I used to kiss you, right? Ruan Yi had time to let out a aha sound, and her mouth was blocked by Mu Qingyang. Ruan Yi straightened her clothes. Her face didn't have too many mood swings as she stepped towards the upstairs. Let's go check out the second floor bedroom. You choose first. I'll choose. Mu Qingyang took 2 steps to catch up. Didn't I say that 1 bedroom is also fine? I only accept 1 room with you. The second floor of the super 500 square feet was made into only 2 bedrooms, each of which was incredibly luxurious. The room had a circular checkroom for each of the male and female hosts, a bathroom bigger than the house Mu Qingyang used to rent, and the terrace was a fully equipped gym. If one could wake up from here every day. The confidence plus $9.99. The new sales lady revealed an apologetic smile. Just now my colleague offended you. I took over to serve you. In order to express our apology, this villa can give you a 9% discount, and the difference will be made up by our company. Don't. Mu Qingyang hastily waved his hand. This person of mine is most annoyed with discounts. What is the original price? Pay now. Mr. Mu, this villa belongs to the top luxury mansion in Jiangnan City, and all the materials used for the decoration are first-class building materials. The previous owner quoted a price of 88 million, and does not accept bargaining. 88 million? Mu Qingyang confirmed. The saleswoman thought that this price scared the customer and hurriedly explained. Your villa is the king of balsam forest. If you don't think it's suitable, we have other properties. Mu Qingyang waved his hand. Just this set. Swipe the card. The VIP reception room of the sales office. Mu Qingyang entered the last password on the transfer page. When he saw the words transfer successful, the tip of his heart involuntarily trembled. The last time he bought a car for Chen Qiwen, the scene was still fresh in his mind. Under the school flower's delight, her favorability directly exceeded 70 points, and he also successfully harvested his first cashback. Mu Qingyang excitedly waited for the system tone to sound. After a while, nothing happened. Ruan Yi touched his shoulder in confusion. Brother Mu, what are you thinking about? Mu Qingyang shook his head and came back to his senses. Nothing. He was convinced with capital letters in his heart. Receiving this kind of gift, Ruan Yi had no waves in her heart. Not even a little bit of favoritism has risen. This kind of calmness was truly awesome. He thought back to knowing Ruan Yi until now. In addition to helping her solve her debt, he had gained some goodwill, charging cards to buy clothes and luxury cars. And all these money-smashing behaviors didn't seem to get the feedback they deserved. This girl who had spent so much of his money was actually the least gold-digging one. Chapter 58. Zhuokerson super angry. A mouthful of thick smoke curled up into the air. Mu Qingyang faintly said, going to meet the university tutor Wang Lan? Isn't there still half a month left for school? So anxious to go to graduate school? First go to give the bookstores how curator resignation, and then go to ask Wang tutor matters of graduate school. It's only 3 p.m. now. Just enough time. Mu Qingyang shook the beads of sweat from his hair. Okay, but you have to give tutor Wang a good deal. Let her introduce you to a female graduate school tutor. No, male professors are not reliable. Got it. The back garden pool. Mu Qingyang was lying in it with a face of enjoyment. He was in a good mood now. Ruan Yi's favorability had increased by 10 points, and now it was 79 points, not far from getting the Raider reward. At the same time, he got a cashback of close to $100 million. This is all like a dream. Last week I was a dedicated takeout writer, and now I've got over $100 million in assets. You can't be complacent. You have to keep working hard. There's nothing to do this afternoon, so I'll just work out first, and tomorrow I'll go to meet Zhuokerson, that gold-digging woman. The next morning, in the dressing room of a duplex villa in Magic City, Zhuokerson was sitting in front of the dressing table, and a slightly chubby girl was applying makeup for her. In fact, with Zhuokerson's own conditions, the role that makeup could play was already minimal. However, she wanted to meet the VIP who invested in her music festival today, and she put on a slight amount of makeup just to show her respect. Assistant Xiao Yuan looked at the beautiful person in the mirror and said, Kerson-san, you're always staying up late to play the disc, but how is your skin still so crystal clear? It's simply too unscientific. And your lips, just simply applying a little bit of lip glaze, it looks super glossy. I'm envious to death. Zhuokerson let out a light laugh. Ha, Xiao Yuan, are you going to say next that if you had my beauty, I don't know how many little brothers you would charm? Xiao Yuan nodded her head repeatedly. Yeah. The few male netizens that I like very much don't pay much attention to me, but when they see you they immediately turn from a high and cold male god into a licking dog. Zhuokerson shook her head inside. Xiao Yuan, when can you change the bad habit of nymphomania? Every time you see a handsome man, you can't walk, but also have to leave me down to accompany you. Really speechless. Next time I won't spoil you anymore. Xiao Yuan shook her arm and pouted. Sister, you are my cousin. Without you they all ignore people. You just accompany me. Zhua Kursen rolled her eyes. Your sister, I have a diaphragm in my heart. Xiao Yuan beamed her mouth. Then you asked me to accompany you to see the angry pipe, I still diaphragm it. This kind of shameless old colorful batch. I want to vomit when I look at it. Zhua Kursen patted her hand. We'll take the money and fly back. That person is very quick. It won't take long. Xiao Yuan urged a smile. Then you have to promise me that the next time I want to ask a handsome guy out, you have to accompany me unconditionally. Zhua Kursen stood up and gathered her hair. Alright, count me as owing you once. A high-end music restaurant in Jiangnan City. Mu Qingyang was sitting alone in a corner card seat tapping his cell phone. He was sending a message to Zhua Kursen. Is the plane late? How come it hasn't arrived yet? Cuckoo xin. On the way. Less than 5 kilometers from the location you sent over. Mu Qingyang. Make it quick. The food is getting cold. Coco Shinshin. What can I do if the driver drives slowly? Mu Qingyang. You don't know to grab the steering wheel and drive yourself? After Mu Qingyang left the stereotypical impression of a gold-worshipping woman on this Netflix DJ, he was not at all used to her. Fishing for women. Recognizing money but not people. As long as the money is in place, everything is fine. He was confident enough that he could take the money to smash her favorability to 90 points, unlocking the divine skill of top singing talent. A few minutes later, the restaurant's music suddenly stopped. Mu Qingyang looked curiously at the stage position, only to see the pianist staring blankly at the door, completely having forgotten the work at hand. Mu Qingyang followed his line of sight and a familiar figure came into view. It was precisely Zhua Kursen. She was wearing a white duck-tongued cap, a simple black tee on top, and 5-point loose shorts in grape purple underneath. It looked cool and valiant. And the slightly chubby girl following her side should be the WeChat double who let me transfer money to buy an airplane. Zhua Kursen scanned around and found Mu Qingyang's figure in the corner card seat. She stepped over. Mu Qingyang didn't get up. A pair of black and white starry eyes gazed at her with impunity until she looked at Zhua Kursen so much that she lowered the brim of her hat. Young Master Mu, it's not good for you to stare straight at a girl like this. Zhua Kursen pulled out a stool and sat down opposite Mu Qingyang. Xiao Yuan's heart was beating fast at the moment. She didn't dare to look at this young Master Mu's eyes at all, and sat close to her cousin with her head lowered, her heart unsettled. Cousin misjudged me. She only said that young Master Mu was a complete scum, but she didn't say that he was so handsome. She made me dress so casually. I'm really pissed off. Mu Qingyang smiled indifferently. You're all wrapped up like a dumpling. What's there to see? Staring at you is purely out of boredom. Also, what do you mean by sitting so far away? Afraid I'll eat you all? Come over next to me. Mu Qingyang said and patted the seat on his right-hand side. Zhua Kursen's eyebrows frowned imperceptibly, and she was thinking about how to refuse, but Xiao Yuan agreed in a single breath. Okay, anger. Oh no, young Master Mu. After saying that, she directly got up and sat on Mu Qingyang's left side. What a stupid girl. Zhua Kuxian mentally cursed this nymphomaniac sister. In order to avoid making things awkward when they just met, Zhua Kursen breathlessly moved her position, but she just sat down and immediately popped up again. There seems to be something on top of the stool? Zhua Kursen looked down and Mu Qingyang's hand was laying on the seat. She was going crazy with anger and raised her hand to slap her. Do you want to die? Zhua Kursen favorability -30, current favorability 5. Chapter 59, do your words still count? A loud sound rang out. Mu Qingyang raised his hand and accurately slapped Zhua Kursen. He squeezed her small hand tightly. Are you crazy? You're going to hit someone as soon as you meet? Zhua Kursen fought to draw it out. I'm hitting you, you stinking rascal. Is it great to be rich? Can you just hit a girl when you have money? Mu Qingyang really wanted to vomit. Sister, don't give me the innocent persona, okay? I've already seen through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. You're a complete gold-digging girl, whether it's online or offline. All you aim to do is to screw me for money. I don't want to act with you anymore. I'm tired. Mu Qingyang spread out his right hand. I admit that your ass is very resilient, but didn't you sit up on it yourself? It was too late for me to pull away. Zhua Kuxian's eyes were instantly filled with shock. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? She looked at Mu Qingyang incredulously, her hand already holding a glass, just as she was about to splash the smelly rascal and then turn around in style. Xiao Yuan spoke. Sis, it's really you who sat on it yourself. Mu Xiao kept his hand there when he told you to sit over. Zhua Kursen glared fiercely at her sister with a sideways glance. Xiao Yuan said that she didn't lie, she could tell at a glance. As a result, she was disappointed. Her sister's expression was sincere with genuine eyes, obviously saying the truth. She squinted her eyes and tried to recall the image she had just seen. After she sat down, Mu Qingyang patted the right-hand side of the stool and said, why sit so far away? Then her hand did not move. Is it true that he sat down too fast? Then why did he have a lewd smile on his face? Zhua Kursen put the water cup on the table with a bang. Then why are you smiling at me? Mu Qingyang was speechless. You look at me and smile. I look at you and smile. Isn't this the basic etiquette of human contact? Is it against the law for me to smile? Zhua Kersen choked for a moment. She angrily sat back down. Zhua Kersen favorability -5. Current favorability 0. What a day, dog. Mu Qingyang really wanted to whip Zhua Kersen's ass hard at this moment. I worked hard to accompany you in the play, willing to be a mouth to be caught by you, before and after a total transfer of more than 10 million. In the end and empty? Even if I did it on purpose, I just touched it through my pants. Is that so dramatic? Do you have any professionalism as a gold digger? No, I don't. Absolutely not. You are operating illegally. Mu Qingyang's temper also came up. I don't care what you think. I'm not going to serve anymore. Zhua Kersen, is this your attitude when you ask me for money? INGOU. Did you download the Gouda map? Have you figured out your own positioning? Zhua Kersen Miso stood up. Is it a big deal to have $2 stinking? This lady doesn't need it anymore. Goodbye. Mu Qingyang was too angry to call her back. It's okay for you to leave. Return the money I transferred. Zhua Kersen smiled disdainfully. Know what an active gift is? I received it as my money. If you don't like it, go sue me. Mu Qingyang's teeth itched with hatred. What kind of a hobnail is this? Doesn't it hurt your conscience to say such things? It's really a shameless person who is invincible. Mu Qingyang waved his hand. Alright, you go. I'll just feed that money to the dogs. Zhua Kersen pronged Xiao Yuan, still sitting and waiting to be served. Go! Xiao Yuan did not panic in the slightest, drank water before saying slowly, Sister, do you remember what you owe me? Zhuake's heart and lungs were about to explode from this nymphomaniac sister's anger. I keep my words. Of course I remember, but not this time. I will pay you back twice in the future. Xiao Yuan gently bobbed her head. I don't want it. I want it now, said without a trace pointed at the cell phone. Zhua Kersen understood, unlocked it to take a look, and indeed received a WeChat message from Xiao Yuan. Sister, I think Mu Xiao is quite good. It's you who are too sensitive. Besides, if you miss his investment, you won't be able to enter the list of the world's top 100 DJs this year. Think about how much time Uncle Zhua has left for you. Even if you spared losing your hair, aging rapidly, and taking commercial shows day and night, you're still far from getting together more than $30 million. I think you should have a good talk. Zhua Kersen hesitated. On the one hand, it is difficult to earn a living. On the other hand, if you lower your posture, you can quickly approach your dream. After the anger subsides, she is able to carry the weight. Zhua Kersen sat back down again. Young Master Mu, just now I was impulsive. I apologize to you. I hope you don't mind. Mu Qingyang was confused. Is this woman schizophrenic? How come she was just dying a minute ago, but now she's wimped out again? However, he didn't have the heart to figure out the inner world of this Netflix DJ and just waved his hand indifferently. Alright, I'm too lazy to bother with you. It's better to come all this way or eat before you leave. In the future we'll pretend we've never known each other. Zhua Kersen favorability +15. Current favorability 15. Mu Qingyang was a little surprised by the change in favorability, but he didn't put much stock in it. He had already decided to give up on this neurotic woman. The big deal was to find it again. The second half of the meal was quiet. Everyone was silently picking at their food. Only Xiao Yuan kept kicking Zhua Kersen's feet under the table. Zhua Kersen knew what her sister meant, but it was really hard for her to ask Mu Qingyang for money again. Seeing that Mu Qingyang pulled a tissue and started wiping his mouth. If he didn't say anything, I'm afraid he wouldn't have a chance. Zhua Kersen crossed her heart and forced herself to endure the embarrassment and said that she asked, Young Master Mu, you said you would give me the rest of the money after the meeting. Does that still count? Mu Qingyang laughed. Ha, if you knew that the dog you raised was a white-eyed wolf, would you still give it meat buns to eat? Zhua Kersen's eyes darkened. I know. At this time Mu Qingyang's words changed. But if you can stand properly and give me a touch of that place just now, maybe I'll be willing once I'm happy. Without waiting for Zhua Kersen to respond, Xiao Yuan immediately stood out. Mu Xiao, touch mine. I'll take the place of Sister Kersen. Feel free. Mu Qingyang looked at her. Not ugly, but far from 90 points. Xiao Yuan, this is a grudge between me and your sister. I just want to vent my anger. It has nothing to do with you. Kotaru bristled and sat down. Well then, Mu Qingyang had thought that Zhua Kersen would balk, but he didn't expect her to agree. Good. Anyway, it's been touched by you once. You do it. Zhua Kersen said and stood up. Mu Qingyang stared at her pretty face, deliberately showing a lascivious smile on his face, reached out and slowly explored the past. Zhua Kersen frowned and simply closed her eyes. After a while, the feeling of being touched did not come, and she opened her eyes in confusion, only to see that Mu Qingyang was drinking tea from a cup with a bland face, where there was still a lustful appearance just now. Zhua Kersen favorability +30. Current favorability 45. Chapter 60, Xiao Mu, can you touch your pecs? 45 points of favorability? Mu Qingyang was really a bit confused. He originally thought that he would never give Zhuokerson another point, so that she could taste the taste of being tricked. But now that he was only 20 points short of a return of favorability, he was moved. Should he no longer try to give her some money? If it goes up, then fight for it. If it doesn't go up, then let nature take its course. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyang directly found her WeChat and transferred 20 million. I just wanted to try your attitude. And you did it. Take the money. I, Mu, have always been true to my word. Zhuokerson looked at the WeChat page. 20 million to be collected in her heart with mixed feelings. Could it really be that I'm wrong about him? He may just be philandering, but not nasty? It should be his kind of condition. There is no need to do such a drop thing. In that case, this matter is wrong with me. But not only did he not take it personally, he also gave me the rest of the money as promised. Let's not talk about whether he is a scum or not. He is indeed a good person. Zhuokerson good sense plus 10. Current good sense 55. Thank you, young Master Mu. If the tickets for this electric festival sell well, we should be able to get some money back. I'll give it all to you then. Mu Qingyang waved his hand. I don't lack this amount of money. Keep it for yourself. The happiest person was Xiao Yuan. She smiled and pulled Zhuokerson to sit down. Sister, I see that young Mu is a good person. You're wrong about him. Young Mu, don't be angry with my sister. She's always had this kind of nature since she was a child. The favorability had risen to 55 points, and Mu Qingyang couldn't wait to be happy. He immediately brushed another wave of goodwill. The misunderstanding has been cleared up. Why am I still angry? It's also good for a girl to love herself a little. Right. In which city are you going to organize the electric festival? Zhuokerson tapped her fingers on the desktop. My original plan was in Magic City. Do you have any good suggestions? I don't know much about this. I'm just asking casually. You guys decide for yourselves. Remember to notify me in advance of the performance time. I'll be there to support the show. Zhuokerson nodded. You invested so much money. Surely I have to let you see the spectacle on that day. The performance is tentatively scheduled for next month, so that I also have ample time for publicity. There are a lot of details in organizing the electric festival. I want to rush back to Magic City right away to plan. Young Master Mu, I'm going to slip away first. We'll see you next month. Mu Qingyang couldn't wait for her to hurry up and leave. If she went crazy again later, this goodwill that had not easily risen might be instantly cleared again. Try to avoid contact with her and unconditionally satisfy her when she needs it again, so that sooner or later the top singing talent will be unlocked. Okay, your career is important. It's not too late to get together when you're free. Zhuokerson can't wait to start this long-awaited project, picked up her bag and said goodbye to leave. When Xiao Yuan saw this scene, a layer of gloom suddenly floated on her face. Sister Kerson, my butt is not even warmed up yet. You have to leave. Even if you are in a hurry, it's not as bad as half a day, right? It's not easy to come to Jiangnan City. I want to leave tomorrow. Zhuokerson froze for a moment. She gazed at her sister for a split second and realized that she had a grimace on her face, and immediately understood what she meant. Young Mu, my sister wants to stay with you for a while longer. Are you free this afternoon? Mu Qingyang gave Zhuokerson a puzzled look. Her expression was serious, not like she was joking. Turning his head to look at Xiao Yuan again, her small face was red, shyly lowering her head. Zhuokerson was telling the truth? Mu Qingyang checked Xiao Yuan's information. Name, Zhuo Yuan. Age, 22. Comprehensive face value, 76. If it was before he got the system, this kind of little goody-goody neighborhood sister type of girl would definitely be the ideal choice for a spouse. But now, he had limited energy, and Mu Qingyang would never spend real money to pick up girls. Mu Qingyang dryly coughed twice. Cough cough. I still have an appointment to talk about things this afternoon. Next time, Zhuokerson expected that with Mu Qingyang's eyesight, he would definitely not be able to look at his own sister, and she revealed a loving fake smile towards Xiao Yuan. It's not that I'm not accompanying you, it's that young Master Mu is not available. Do the two of us still have to play in Jiangnan City? Xiao Yuan beamed. It's not because you want to go, or else. No otherwise. Zhuokerson directly interrupted. Mu Xiao is different from those little fresh meat you've met before. He even scolded me. You saw it just now. Mu Qingyang did not want to say more. He was really afraid that if he said one sentence wrong or which expression was wrong, Zhuokerson's favorability would fall violently again. He waved his hand. See you next time at the Electric Festival, which is next month. Xiao Yuan was in a very low mood. She had always wanted to find a young, handsome and well-built boyfriend, and now the standard template was sitting right next to her, but she couldn't get in deep contact. This feeling of loving but not being able to do so tormented her inside. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she still said unwillingly, Inside A. Mu Xiao, before parting, can you let me touch your packs. The fresh meat that Xiao Yuan usually contacted were all fine dogs, empty of skin, but her favorite, or slightly muscular wolfdog type, just like the type of Chris Pang. Although Mu Xiao's muscles were not that exaggerated, his lines looked more smooth and natural, and his visual senses were even better. If you can get your hands on it and touch it, then it would not be a waste of this trip to Jiangnan. Mu Qingyang laughed. What kind of strange request is this, playing me as a male model? Although it's not a big deal to be touched by a little girl, it always feels like there's being offended. He stared at Zhua Kerson, who didn't say a word and snickered. You can, but the premise is, I have to touch your sisters first. Zhua Kerson's pretty face swished to her ears. She glared at her sister. Xiao Yuan, what are you talking about? Can a girl be more reserved? I'm really convinced. Xiao Yuan simply ignored what his sister was saying. He only felt that Xiao Mu's conditions were fair and straightened his chest. Young Mu, I don't need Sister Kerson's help. I'll do it myself. Mu Qingyang's head was filled with black lines. Xiao Yuan, listen to your sister. Girls should be more reserved. After sending off Zui Yuan, the nymphomaniac woman, Mu Qingyang received a message from Li Zhili on WeChat. Lock dry noodles. The plan remains the same. Arrive in Jiangnan City at noon tomorrow. Mu Qingyang, what do you want to eat? I'll make a reservation in advance. Lu dry noodle. Eat whatever you want, but I've heard that there's a zombie type of escape room in Jiangnan City that's very hot, and I'm super eager to play it. Mu Qingyang, I know, but I heard it's very scary. You're quite bold. Lu dry noodle, isn't there you? Chapter 61, Mu Qingyang, she's my wife. An ordinary two-room house in Tianfu City. Li Zhili was packing up her things, and on the sofa a woman with shallow crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but with elegant features looked at her with a smile. Zhili, be safe when you go to Jiangnan City alone. Don't be high profile in front of your classmates, and thank that boss who rewarded you more when you see him. I know, Mom. Li Zhili walked over and held the woman's hand. After I leave, you go out shopping and eat food by yourself. I'll be back the next day. The woman smiled knowingly. This is still a bit uncomfortable after suddenly not working. Do you have enough money on you? Take some more for me. You have to be generous when you go out. I left more than 100,000 yuan. Where to use so much to open a reunion? You feel at ease to keep and spend it. Hey, the car I took is here. Bye, dear Mom. After Li Zhili got into the car, the driver was confused. He had never seen such a beautiful passenger in the 3 years he had been running the drop. The way to the airport he could find with his eyes closed, but because he kept peeking at the beautiful passenger in the rearview mirror, he went to the wrong traffic lights and even exceeded the delivery time. Li Zhili was very speechless, but he was too embarrassed to blame the driver, so he could only run towards the boarding gate with his two long snow-white legs. The fragrant wind brought up along the way and her beautiful figure made all the people who crossed paths with her open their mouths wide. A common thought appeared in their minds. How could there be such an extraordinary beauty in the world? Li Zhili finally boarded the plane at the last minute. She took out the headphones from her pocket and put them on, slowly closing her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the airplane had already landed at Jiangnan City International Airport. She took out her cell phone and looked at the time, just at 11:30. Then she sent a message to Mu Qingyang. Brother Chang Chang, I'm getting off the plane. Where are you? Mu Qingyang, I'm at the T2 arrival gate. You can see it when you come out. Li Zhili walked in the familiar airport with his long legs, remembering the time when he used to go to school in Jiangnan City. While revisiting the same place, his state of mind was completely different. There were more sighs and sighs, less youthfulness and ignorance. When he arrived at the T2 arrival gate, he raised his eyes and saw Mu Qingyang standing out from the crowd. Li Zhili's heart suddenly tightened for a moment, and then her pretty face flew up with a blush. Why is he so tall? He must be 185, right? I'm only 164, probably only up to his chin, but it doesn't matter. I just like tall ones. Li Zhili favorability +5. Current favorability 60. Mu Qingyang snapped his head up after receiving the prompt, and in an instant, he found Li Zhili in the crowd. She was good looking, had a good figure, and her white skin was one thing, but more importantly, the gazes of almost all the males around her were on her. She was simply standing there, and she was already in the limelight. Mu Qingyang excitedly peeled away from the crowd and leaned towards this goddess whose favorability had already reached 60 points even before they met. He had high expectations for Li Zhili, and he intended to take the king-level fighting technique, a raider reward, in one fell swoop. Seeing Mu Qingyang approaching, Li Zhili also slowly moved her feet to lean towards him. When the two of them were only less than 2 meters away, Mu Qingyang greatly opened his arms. Li Zhili also wanted to gently hug this tall, handsome and young Pengjiai elder brother who had changed his life. Just as she was about to make a move, she instinctively hesitated. Having never had intimate contact with the opposite sex before, she subconsciously stopped herself, She simply felt that this was not good and that it would be awkward with too many people around. Mu Qingyang naturally noticed the change in Li Jili's movements, but he didn't care about that much. The white, soft and slippery body was right in front of him, so not hugging it would seem like he was not understanding the situation. His hand movements remained unchanged. He took 2 more steps forward, and then tightly embraced Li Jili in his arms. She has a hyacinth body fragrance, smelling addictive, Mu Qingyang intoxicated in it. Inside the constant temperature room of more than 20 degrees, Li Jili's whole body rolled hot. She had never had such a large body contact with the opposite sex. Her heart was like a deer in the headlights, and she actually froze in place under incomparable tension. The one who separated them was a strange man. He pointed at Mu Qingyang with a face of hatred. Why are you so brazen? Can't you see that the other girl doesn't want to hug you? Why do you still want to firmly hoop people? Why don't you quickly release your dirty hands? The strange man turned to Li Jili. Don't be afraid, girl. With me here he doesn't dare to do anything to you. Saying this, he pulled out his cell phone. I'm a local of Jiangnan City. I can mix well in this acre of land. You add my WeChat, and you can look for me if you encounter any problems here in the future. Mu Qingyang looked at Li Jili with a smile. Wife, this person wants to add your WeChat. Give it to him? Li Jili's pretty face was so red that it was about to drip blood. She was so flustered that her tongue was tied. Not. Oops, don't give it. Mu Qingyang looked sideways at the strange man coldly, still not quick to get out. After saying that, he pulled Li Jili's catkin and got into the red Ferrari next to him. The onlookers exploded. What did he just say? That superb woman is his wife? That's a lie. That girl looks like she's only 18 or 9 years old. Is she of legal marriageable age? If I'm not mistaken, that car should be a Ferrari 488 Pista Spider, right? Why is he so tall, rich and has such a beautiful wife? Which window did God close for him? Don't be so envious of him. God is fair. While he gets all this, he will also lose his troubles. Can you let me change my day with him? I am willing to live 10 years less. The red supercar sped all the way to Mu Qingyang's favorite restaurant, Xin Rongji. He ordered a table full of hard food and ate to his heart's content. Li Jili also ate more today, but she was more concerned about the zombie chamber. Big brother Chongqing, is there still a field for that secret room today? Mu Qingyang nodded. I've booked it in advance, but there are only 2 of us. We can't meet the conditions for entry, so we'll need to group other people at that time. But we should be able to get in even if we pay more money. Li Jili smiled happily. There's no need to spend more money, big brother Chongqing. More people are more lively, and you won't be so scared. It didn't matter to Mu Qingyang. He was bold. He could do whatever he wanted. Moreover, Li Jili's choice of entertainment was just what he wanted. In this kind of dark and scary place, I'm afraid I don't need to make a move. Li Jili will take the initiative to stick to him. The 5-star love master MacArthur once said that only physical contact can make feelings warm up quickly. Maybe after coming out of the secret room, Li Jili's favorability will increase a lot. He has already begun to look forward to. Chapter 62. Why don't you play? This is what makes it exciting. I'm done eating, big brother Changcheng. This restaurant tastes so good. I've never eaten so much high-class seafood before. Mu Qingyang exhaled a mouthful of thin smoke and pestled the cigarette butt in the cylinder. I can bring you here every day if you like to eat, but you can't call me big brother Changcheng from now on, Li Jili timidly said. Ah, what to call then? Mu Qingyang rubbed his chin. Either remove the partials and call me Hang. Ahem. I'm low-key now or forget it. You can just call me by my name, Mu Qingyang. Mu Qingyang. Li Jili read one word at a time. This name is so nice. From now on, I'll call you Big Brother Mu. Didn't I say I'm keeping a low profile now? Do you have to add that big word? Li Jili's pretty face blushed slightly. Big Brother Mu. Don't make fun of me. Mu Qingyang knew that she was thin-skinned when he watched her live broadcast, and that one sentence of husband had directly caused her to go underground in front of the 100,000 plus live broadcast room. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyang mentioned her work in passing. How's the popularity these days? Is there anyone who can shake my position as the top one? Li Jili smiled sweetly. Recently the number of people in the live room is quite a lot more, but a godly man like you is probably the only one in the Shake Shack. I'm contented when I meet one. Mu Qingyang fluttered his hair flirtatiously. That's good. In the future the lack of gifts drop me after these days of exercise, hand speed and a lot faster. Now a minute at least can send 500 carnival. Li Jili waved his hand repeatedly. No. After the company discounted the gifts sent in front of me, I still have $1 million or so left after I finished the mortgage altogether. It's enough for me and my mom to spend for a long time. Mu Qingyang sighed. This girl is really simple. Now this society, outside all the chow thieves and the old king, fortunately she met me, can continue to keep the original heart of the simple down. Okay. Mu Qingyang didn't dwell too much on this issue. Anyway, whether or not to send it also depends on his own mood. He looked at the time. It was immediately 1:30. The reservation for the secret room was at 2 o'clock. It was just right to go over now, so he took the initiative to help Li Jili lift her bag. The zombie chase we booked is about to start. Let's go. Li Jili immediately stood up. Okay day. The Doomsday Zombie Chase Chamber had recently exploded in popularity on all major social media platforms, with many netizens posting videos saying they were awesome after hitting the chamber. Li Jili, this kind of vegetables and love to play the little girl, is the precise user of the business. The psychology has long been pinpointed to death. No wonder she wants to play so much. Mu Qingyang read the comments. 90% are favorable. There is a sense of atmosphere said invincible. There is doubt that the NPC is to go to Busan to catch now. There are people in the inside cannot distinguish the reality of the broken leg. Anyway, there are all sorts of things, but summarized in 2 words, fun. The rest of the 10% of the bad reviews are being scared to pee and then blindly sprayed a few handfuls of nonsense. Mu Qingyang was 12 years old when he dared to watch a horror movie alone in the middle of the night, and his guts were also fat, so he just took this opportunity to show off his bursting sense of security. The Ferrari drove fast, and Mu Qingyang brought Li Jili to the venue more than 10 minutes early. This was the top floor of a large shopping mall. The entire floor was close to 10,000 square feet, but the zombie chamber, a business, accounted for nearly half of it. The lobby was filled with people, and the staff introduced the players who had made reservations to the usage and rules of the guns, as well as focusing on some subject matters. Mu Qingyang went directly to the front desk and showed his reservation code. The front desk lady was wearing a sandy brown camouflage suit with a very valiant beret, and the sense of atmosphere was directly drawn out. After checking the code, she handed the phone back to Mu Qingyang. Hello sir, the minimum number of entrants for this copy is 10. We've already matched you with a teammate. You guys follow this soldier to waiting room 2 to familiarize yourselves with firearms. The receptionist said and pointed to a male staff member dressed as a mercenary. The male staff member immediately lifted the submachine gun hanging in front of him at his words and gave Mu Qingyang a resolute look. Follow me. Mu Qingyang followed him into an equipment storehouse made of panoramic glass. The walls of the equipment vault were filled with a wide array of equipment. There were the most basic pistols, there were sprayers, and there were Gatlings. At the top there were also handheld bazookas and grenades. At this moment, several other members of the team who had already arrived were furiously discussing what equipment they were going to use and how many zombies they were going to kill. But the mercenaries' words knocked them back instantly. All of you are beginner players entering the replica for the first time, and you can only choose the pistol to go to the most basic map. If you want to get better equipment or open harder maps, work hard to earn points. A player who didn't understand immediately asked, "Can you defeat zombies with just a pistol? Didn't I see your promotional videos using submachine guns?" The mercenary picked up a pistol and fired a round at a humanoid target. There was a pop and the target swayed gently twice. The pistol is filled with water bullets that will sting when you hit it. There are 50 rounds of bullets in total, and each shot will repel the zombies. If 3 hit them at the same time, they will die. Of course this can only deal with the small zombies in the early stages. As long as you guys make it through consecutively, you'll be able to pick up the submachine gun in the back room, and that's the key to earning points for your clearance. Everyone got excited again and a man with glasses said to his male companion, "Don't be afraid dear, if I pick up the submachine gun, I'll give it to you." The man called Honey punched the man with glasses in the chest. "What are you yelling about with so many people watching?" A young couple was also excitedly discussing the strategy. The remaining 4 of the group of 10, all girls, were together and equally excited. "Alright, grab your weapons and follow me to the combat room." The combat room was an audiovisual room, and a zombie movie was playing on the curtain. And with the eerie music and the mercenaries' bluffing explanations, the scary atmosphere immediately came up. Players with heart disease, high blood pressure, and other stressful diseases cannot enter the copy. The store is not responsible for falls, sprains, or broken bones. If your heart can't take it, you can wave your hand towards the camera on the roof, and the staff will take you out immediately after seeing it. If all the above terms are fine, you can change your professional equipment after signing the waiver. Mu Qingyang looked at Li Jili. Scared? Li Jili nodded. Then still playing? Why not? This is exciting. Mu Qingyang said no more and signed his big name with a few swishes. Chapter 63, Too Scary. Mu Qingyang had 5 beautiful women hanging all over his body. The 10-member squad had all signed the waiver, and the man in the young couple was still wailing. "What's so scary about this? That's what it looks like to me. I'll clear this beginner's copy in less than half an hour." He rolled up his sleeves and flashed his girlfriend his non-existent muscles. The mercenary put away the agreements one by one and then led the crowd to the locker room. For everyone's safety, knee pads, elbow pads, and helmets must be worn. Camouflage uniforms. You guys can pick your favorite style to match at will. Mu Qingyang picked up the clothes on the highest level of shelves and smelled them. There was no odor. They should have only been washed. This was a plus. He chose a set of earthy yellow desert camouflage and handed it to Li Jili. Let's wear this one. This color is a bit more conspicuous. Convenient for me to find you at a glance. Li Jili reached out and took it, directly putting it over her original clothes, and tying her long shawl hair in a high ponytail. Mu Qingyang looked a little mesmerized. Wasn't this the military training goddess on campus? There had been a few on Jitterbug in the past, but compared to the beauty in front of him, it was almost meaningless. This was also too damn youthful and beautiful. Fortunately, Mu Qingyang had already experienced a few extremely beautiful women and quickly came back to his senses as he nimbly put on his desert camouflage and took out another set of protective gear from the shelf. Jili, this is a bit tight. You can't wear it well by yourself. Let me help you. Li Jili didn't think much and nodded briskly. Mu Qingyang simply sat on the ground. He gently lifted Li Jili's jade foot, resting his palm on her calf belly. What kind of softness is this? Soft, tender and sticky, just like a green ball made of glutinous rice. After putting on the knee pads, Mu Qingyang put on the elbow pads for Li Jili. With the same soft and elastic feel, he was a bit in love with it and couldn't help but knead it a few times. Li Jili immediately stopped and drew back his arm quickly. I'll just do it myself. Big brother Mu, you wear your own. Mu Qingyang didn't care. It was normal for a girl with zero love affairs to be shy. He had the patience to rip off the girl bit by bit. Mu Qingyang put on his own protective gear in 3 or 2 tries, and the mercenary spoke again. Looks like everyone is ready. This time we will head to the preparation room. You only have 1 minute to stay there and get used to the dim light. All follow me. Mu Qingyang and Li Jili walked at the end of the group, and the man who had just screamed started up again. Still preparing for a cockamamie battle? Nah, just let me go in the zombies. I'm going to fight 10 of them. The mercenary did not pay attention. This kind of customer he has seen too much. The louder before the beginning of the show that the heart is more weak. Later maybe even to piss out of fear. Out of reach of the preparation room. Only the electronic clock hanging directly in front of the jumping blood red countdown. As the numbers on the clock grew smaller and smaller, the mournful sound in his ears grew louder and louder, and Mu Qingyang even felt an eerie wind blowing in his face. He probed ahead and looked at Li Jili. Although she was scared, but the excitement on her face hadn't diminished at all. It seemed that there was no need to worry about her at this level now. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, countdown to the end of the time. Behind the clang a loud bang. All the people were shocked to look back, only to see the retreat has been blocked by an iron door. At the same time, an emotionless electronic female voice rang in their ears. Corpse tide will break out in 30 minutes. The morgue is safe for now. Please arrive here quickly. The electronic voice went out and was replaced by the same background music of a horror movie, which made people unable to stop getting goosebumps. As soon as Mu Qingyang heard it, he knew that the sound equipment in this secret room was very top-notch, and the mournful cries kept circling around in his ears, as if someone was really sobbing behind you. None of the 10-person team dared to move. Just the opening music scared them all into place. Seeing that the atmosphere was awkward, a girl shivered and said, "Wasn't the one who yelled the most just now bold? Lead the way to the front." Pretending to be a man's intestines at this time are repenting green. If I had known that so horrible, I would have shut the up. But the pussy has been installed out. The girlfriend is also around. If this time to goat, then the face will lose big. He forced himself to open his legs, but his calves are shaking a little too much. Not very obedient, but still able to move forward trembling. Did not walk a few steps in front of a large white silk blocking the way. Vaguely can also be seen in the surrounding several open lid of the coffin. Pretentious man's legs and stomach trembled even more. The line of sight is completely blocked by the white silk. No one knows what is inside. This unknown fear coupled with the horror of the scene and immersive music. Even if it is Uncle Lin to come, all have to frown. The pretentious man did not move, the others did not dare to move. His girlfriend urged one after another. Quickly go later the corpse tide will break out. We all have to die. A few drops of sweat slid down from the pretentious man's forehead, but no one noticed. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, gritted his teeth fiercely, reached out and peeled away a few white damask. Stepped in. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Footsteps do not know what equipment is put very big. Kicking and kicking echoed in the chamber, sounding a little oozing. Suddenly, the pretentious man screamed harshly and retreated a few steps wildly, and the team behind him was knocked over by him. Just as he was about to retreat in front of Li Jili, Mu Qingyang wrapped his arms around her to protect her, then kicked the pretentious man back. What are you up to? Not caring about being kicked, the pretentious man scrambled to climb up, then hid behind his girlfriend, pointing at the white damask and shivering, saying, "Inside, there is a black shadow inside. Just now, my feet, too, were touched by something. This white damascene coffin have problems," the man with glasses said breathlessly. "Handsome, this is a zombie copy. There must be something. Didn't you just blow yourself away? Hurry up and bring everyone forward." The pretentious man's girlfriend also chimed in. "Yeah, Let's hurry up. It's been a few minutes. If we don't hurry up, we will definitely not be able to pass the level. After saying that, she was about to pull the man behind her out. Pretentious man broke defense. He pointed at his girlfriend and shouted, "Don't pull me. If you pull me again, I'll turn my face against you." Then he waved frantically towards the roof. "Staff, where's the staff? I want out. I'm out." Mu Qingyang watched his poop rise and took the initiative to step forward. "I'll take the lead. You guys follow me." The terror of going in the front and going in the back were completely different. Li Zhili immediately took his left arm. Mu Qingyang raised his foot and was about to step into the white Aya formation, but unexpectedly the next second his right arm, legs, and waist were all held by someone. When he looked down, besides Li Zhili, the other 4 girlfriends were hanging on him like monkeys. What kind of look is this? Who can stand so many people? Chapter 64, Why Are You Lossy? Mu Qingyang struggled a few times, but a few girls were attached to him like octopuses, unable to shake them off, completely unable to move. "I say sisters, how can I walk with you like this? If you are really scared, is it okay to hide behind me?" A few girls exchanged glances, then slowly loosened their bonds on Mu Qingyang and retreated to the back tugging on his clothes. The 2 also rushed over, afraid of falling behind. The man in the young couple is still waving madly. The girl has a tangled face, wanting to follow up, but also afraid that her boyfriend will stay alone and this will be Insita scared to death. After a few seconds of hesitation, the companions in front of her were all hidden in the white silk. She sighed, still ready to accompany her boyfriend to wait for the staff to come and take them out. Just at this time, the man saw no one around, screamed harshly and chased after, completely forgetting that he still had a girlfriend. Mu Qingyang walked very slowly. He knew that there must be zombies waiting for them in the middle of the white Aya. Although the heart is not afraid, but suddenly jumped out of something is still very scary. A little caution is always right. As they walked, the mournful background music sound decreased, and there was only the sound of shasha coming from the wind blowing the white silk in their ears. Mu Qingyang once again stepped forward, single-handedly peeled off the white silk in front of his eyes. When he was ready to continue to move forward, in the line of sight, a blurred black shadow was becoming more and more clear. Gazing at it, it was a dry and skinny zombie with a face full of rotting flesh and eyes hanging from their sockets by a thin bloody tissue. Without waiting for him to draw his gun, a shrill whistling sound that pierced his eardrums came. Ow! The volume of the sound was as if it had been turned up by a truck snail horn against his face. Mu Qingyang was numb. Is this a sound that people can make? These NPCs are all carrying stereos to work. Right. This wave was directly hard controlled for 3 seconds. Mu Qingyang drilled his buzzing cochlea and was about to draw his gun and shoot. Behind him, the sound of crackling water bombs shattering first rang out, followed by a tingling sensation from various parts of the body, and then a super high decibel scream. The teammates hiding in the back were so scared that they lost the ability to think, and only knew to shoot one after another. And in just a few seconds a few people emptied their magazines. The zombie's body exploded into countless blood packets, lying motionless on the ground, but still being mercilessly whipped by the squad. Mu Qingyang quite admired this staff. Not only did the zombie act like a zombie, but also the thief was dedicated. Those water bombs obviously hit him non-stop spasms and convulsions, but Froze did not say a word. The noise here is too big. The neighborhood has been resounding ow sound. The surrounding zombies have been attracted over, but at this time, the team's ammunition has been seriously insufficient. Obviously cannot fight against so many zombies. The only way out is to go to the front of the map to pick up submachine guns. At this time, Li Zhili handed the pistol to Mu Qingyang. Big brother Mu, I can't shoot well. Let me give you the weapon. Mu Qingyang pushed the pistol back. If you can't shoot well, wait for the zombies to get closer. What if you don't have a gun in your hand in case you get touched by these things? Wouldn't I lose money then? Li Zhili was a bit confused. She cocked her head and looked at Mu Qingyang. Why would you be at a loss? Mu Qingyang didn't explain. He naturally took Li Zhili's small hand and pulled her along as he ran and shouted, "Hurry up and go. The zombies are surrounding us. Let's rendezvous at the next map." In fact, it didn't matter if these few stragglers wanted it or not, but Mu Qingyang kindly reminded them in order to keep a few more cannon fodder. His words instantly allowed the squad to find their backbone. A few people no longer shrank into a pile of shivering, but instead, they ran wildly. Just for a moment, unexpectedly have surpassed the two of them. Mu Qingyang with Li Zhili running together speed is not fast. There are a few zombies almost chased them. Good thing he has enough bullets. Always in the critical moment will be able to repel the zombies. Li Zhili would occasionally make up a shot. This feeling of facing a zombie at close range was too exciting. Her cheeks were flushed and sweaty, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Mu Qingyang's small hand by a few points. The two of them fought and retreated, and in a short while they came to the end of the map. It was a dead end. The path of retreat was firmly sealed by a wire mesh. There were pursuers in front and no way back. Li Jili's heart was beating fast as she looked at Mu Qingyang's rigid side face and nervously asked, "Big brother Mu, what should we do now?" Mu Qingyang was still calm. He knew that there must be a way out of this kind of game, but the light in the room was too dark to see clearly with the naked eye, so he groped along the wire mesh for a while, and in no time, he felt a gap, just big enough for an adult to pass through. "Jili, the exit is here. You go in first." Li Jili's height of 164 centimeters and weight of over 90 pounds, he drilled in with a cat's body. Mu Qingyang fired a few point-blank shots to repel the zombies that were about to pounce on him, and rolled backward with his back against the hole to enter the new map as well. He wanted to pick up the fence on the ground to block the hole, when two familiar figures ran and screamed from the other side of the road and rushed over. It was none other than the young couple. When the pretentious man saw the two of them, Mu Qingyang's eyes exploded with an extremely strong desire to survive, and he rushed into the gap with a flying leap. He drew a parabola in the air, and then snapped and made a close contact with the ground, just like a piece of pork that was ruthlessly dropped on the chopping board by a butcher. Mu Qingyang is still worried about his body, cannot afford to eat. I did not expect the pretentious man. A grunt climbed up, and then obliged to pick up the piece of fence, firmly sealed in the gap, regardless of being shut out of the girlfriend. How to shout, still unmoved. "Brother, your girlfriend was bitten by a zombie. Don't mind him, why don't you let her in? I still have more than 20 rounds of ammunition. I can repel these walkers. It's fine, for everyone's safety. I definitely won't open the fence." Mu Qingyang gave him a thumbs up. "Brother, you're awesome." Then he pulled Li Jili towards the depths of the replica. Chapter 65. "Brother, please, can I kneel down for you?" After walking through a few dilapidated rooms and fighting off 7 or 8 zombies again, Mu Qingyang saw a bright light in front of him. He pulled Li Jili and walked over, realizing that it was a deserted clinic. The clinic had 4 or 5 hospital beds full of rust stains and yellowed sheets, and on the beds lay bandaged and bloodied patients. A few teammates were chattering and discussing something with a strange man who was supposed to be the NPC of this map. "Have you guys thought about it? Are you going to find the clues here? Get some of the serum and gain 10 points, or just leave." The man with glasses looked a bit anxious. "There's less than 10 minutes left before the necrotic tide breaks out. We definitely won't be able to crack the clues in such a short period of time. Let's hurry up and leave." A girl disagreed. "Getting points is the only way to open a higher level map. How do we know if we don't try? People like you are the team's rat. No contribution at all. Only know how to destroy the military spirit." The man with glasses was furious. "I sabotage your mom's balls. The corpse tide is coming and it's a ING reunion. I chose to leave for the good of everyone." The girl was unconvinced. "Then we could have searched until the last 2 minutes before leaving. At least we tried, and we have a clear conscience if we fail." "Idiot." The man with the glasses raised his pistol and shot a watery bullet at the patient in the hospital bed to vent his anger, spitting on the ground as he was about to leave. "You guys take your time looking. I'm going to the morgue." Just then, the patient who had been hit by the water bomb suddenly stood up in a supine position, followed by a deafening roar. "Ow!" The loud noise startled the patients in the other beds as well, and they let out strange cries before lunging towards the crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "These are zombies. Run!" the man with glasses said and pulled his legs out to run. Mu Qingyang was really convinced of this group of pig teammates, only to be chased all the way. It was hard to come to a place where there were no zombies to take a break, and then they were allowed to trigger a high-level plot. He looked at Li Jili roguishly. "Keep running." Continuing through several rooms full of rolling logs, oil barrels, and other obstacles, the way ahead was once again blocked by a climbing wall. Mu Qingyang looked up. The wall wasn't high, just 3 or 4 meters, and the raised stress points were wide enough for anyone with a sound limb to climb up. Attached to the climbing wall was a roller slide. Sliding down from there should lead to another map. The difficulty wasn't too great, but the NPC gave a restriction that only one person could be allowed to pass through this wall at the same time, and only after the person in front entered the slide could the person behind climb. The ghostly screams of the zombies are not far away, and the person at the end of the line will ironically be captured. The rule of this chamber is to be caught 3 times automatically out of the game. The glasses man looked at his own position, expression more ugly than crying. At this time there were 2 girls spoke. "This handsome guy, can't you let us line up in front of you?" Mu Qingyang looked at his and Li Jili's position. 4th and 3rd, 1st and 2nd were also 2 girls. These 4 should be bosom friends. It would be good to let them hug. Mu Qingyang looked at Li Jili. "Jili, do you want to make room for them?" Li Jili didn't care. She wasn't the last anyway, so she took the initiative to take 2 steps back. The 2 girls looked at Mu Qingyang gratefully. "Little brother, thank you. We'll wait for you in front." Seeing that 3 had already gone up, but the zombies walking a plant could already be faintly seen ahead. The man with glasses completely couldn't stand it anymore. He tugged on Mu Qingyang's clothes. "Brother, discuss something with you. Can you let me line up in front of you?" Mu Qingyang prized him. Are you thinking about fart eating? The glasses man's thighs softened at the words, and his voice took on a sobbing tone. Brother, please, I'll kneel down for you, okay? Mu Qingyang has no words. Do you count as a ing man? Even if it is also gender male good? He stretched out his palm and hooked it. Give me your guns and wait for my friend to slide down completely before you guys go up the wall. Okay, okay. The glasses man was grateful and looked at Mu Qingyang as if he was looking at his savior, as if he had really retrieved a life from the hands of the god of death at this moment. Mu Qingyang held a gun in one hand, pinned the extra one on his waist, instructed Li Zhili, and even took the initiative to lean over in the direction of the zombies. Snap snap. The sound of water bombs exploding rose and fell. Nearly 10 zombies fell on the ground. Mu Qingyang threw away the pistol that had already emptied its clip and looked back. The last person on the climbing wall had already drilled into the slide. He no longer lingered, and after an assisted run, he leapt onto the climbing wall in a few clicks. After sliding inside the roller slide for a few seconds, he landed and saw several of his teammates standing frozen. They were looking diagonally down at the same time. Mu Qingyang leaned over to take a look. The warehouse-like space underneath was densely filled with zombies. It was estimated that there had to be more than 20 of them. They let out a stern hiss in unison after discovering a few people. Their voices were so loud that they could shake a person's head. The NPC pointed to the only passage ahead, an airborne suspension bridge made of braided chains. The suspension bridge was very simple, with only 2 handrails and treads every half a meter, and just by looking at the shape you could tell it was very wobbly. At the end of this drawbridge is the morgue. There are less than 3 minutes before the zombie tide breaks out. Let's hurry over. After the NPC finished speaking, he took the lead and stepped on it, and the few people in the squad followed closely. The suspension bridge was only a few meters long, but due to the strong swaying, several people moved very slowly. The zombies at the bottom boiled at the sight of the fresh humans overhead. They jumped up to grab the ankles of these people. There were roars and screams for a while. 2 minutes later, everyone passed through the drawbridge to the morgue. The NPC closed and unlocked the door to the room, then pointed to a wooden cargo box. There should be some good stuff in there. Someone go open it. Mu Qingyang knew at a glance at the shape that this was a box for storing weapons. He directly went forward and lifted the lid. Sure enough, there were several submachine guns neatly arranged inside. He picked up 2 and handed one to Li Zhili. This should work well against zombies. Seeing this, the others also swarmed around, and then one took a handful. A few girls still didn't feel safe with their submachine guns, mainly because there were 4 broken ice coffins placed in the 30 square meter space of the morgue. Through the gap can still vaguely see people lying inside. A girl asked with some afterthought, NPC big brother, these things will not wake up again, right? NCP shook his head. This place has been deserted for a long time. Who knows what will happen? We'd better hurry up and leave for good. Let's all look for the exit together. The remaining 8 people in the squad immediately took action, and before long Li Zhili found a clue in front of a ruined instrument. It was a parchment scroll. Mu Qingyang took it and read out the contents on it. The paths to the outside have all been blocked. Only by blowing up this wall can we have a chance of survival. The NPC grabbed the parchment scroll with trembling hands and looked ecstatic. Before the doctor disappeared, he had passed a message to me, saying that he might be hidden in the wall by a secret organization. This should be the right place. As long as we find the explosives, we will be able to rescue the doctor and get his research result antiplasma. With this, we can destroy all the zombies. Where do we get the bomb? A girl anxiously asked. The NPC stroked his chin. The deserted ammunition depot should still have stock. It's just what? The girl couldn't wait. The ammo depot is under the iron-locked drawbridge. The room fell silent for a moment, only the ragged breathing of the crowd remaining. The man with the glasses shuddered and propped up the sockets. There's only 20 or so zombies down there. All of us holding submachine guns down there will definitely be able to fight through it. Don't be afraid to charge together. The NPC shook his head. The zombie tide is about to come over. We need to leave people here to hold on. I will lead at most 2 people to go forward. The rest of us will guard the morgue. The room was quiet once again. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. None of them had the courage to face so many zombies. Mu Qingyang stepped forward. Zhili, let's go. Li Zhili had both fear and excitement on her face. After considering for 2 seconds she nodded heavily. Yes. Chapter 66, Discovering the Intruder. The NPC moved an ice coffin leaning against the corner, where a stairway was hidden. Follow me from here to the ground. Come with 2 people. Lock the door when we get out. Mu Qingyang told Li Zhili to follow the NPC, while he himself was at the end escorting her, preventing her from being caught by the zombies. The moment the door was pushed open, densely packed zombies swarmed up. Mu Qingyang raised his submachine gun and fired a volley of shots, immediately sweeping open a passageway. The submachine gun only has 100 rounds of ammunition. Save it. Charge with me. After the NPC finished speaking, he dashed towards the cleared channel. Mu Qingyang and Li Zhili hurriedly followed. The three of them were being whisked away by a group of zombies like this, and the scene was not much different from a scene in a movie. Mu Qingyang even thought that the staff playing the zombies were not found in the Hengdian store, and they acted too much like that. If not for the fact that he kept giving himself hints, he would have thought that this was real. No wonder this room is so hot. Immersion is really unbeatable. After running for about 2 to 3 minutes, the NPC took a sharp turn and turned into a room with an open door. Li Zhili, Mu Qingyang hurriedly followed him in. The NPC quickly closed the door and then made a silent gesture. Mu Qingyang's tense heart relaxed slightly. He knew that this place was safe for the time being. This house is the ammunition depot. You guys look around. You should still be able to find bombs. Li Zhili didn't act. She pointed to the humanoid monster lying on the single bed. Will he come to life? The NPC shook her head. This is the management of the storehouse. It has been dead for a long time. Don't care about him. Li Zhili then put his heart down and searched the room carefully with Mu Qingyang. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and the two of them found nothing. Mu Qingyang was a bit puzzled. It's reasonable to say that explosives can't be hidden in such a small room. We've searched everywhere, but we haven't even seen a shadow. NPC, are you leading the wrong way? The NPC smiled. Maybe there will be a new discovery under the bed. Mu Qingyang slapped his head. How could he forget such an important place? He bent down and drilled under the bed, and really found a bundle of bombs in a pit. Just as he was about to climb out, the single bed began to shake wildly. Then a monster with chains tied all over its body rose upright from the bed. At the same time, mournful background music and the monster's ghostly howl sounded in unison. The NPC screamed and ran out of the room. This is a mutated zombie. Guns can't even kill it. Run! Li Zhili was so scared by the horribly shaped monster that her face turned white. Her head directly died and she froze in place. Mu Qingyang put the bomb on his waist and quickly drilled out of the bottom of the bed. Li Zhili instantly came back to her senses when she saw him, and directly made a flying leap to hang onto him, locking her legs tightly around his waist. Mu Qingyang waist don't have a bomb. Hanging on the body of a person, hand also and a not light submachine gun, and the expression of the fierce zombie is at the side of the body. He felt the pressure of the mountain. However, after Li Zhili's whole body perspired with sweat, the body fragrance of hyacinth became more and more intense. Mu Qingyang sniffed the fragrance coming from the tip of his nose, and his vigor was sufficient for a few more points. He picked up the machine gun and fired a volley of shots towards the mutated zombie's pus-filled face, then kicked open the door of the room and ran out after him. Li Zhili's head was pillowed on Mu Qingyang's shoulder, and her pretty face was already red, through and through. Although she was untouched, she had seen a pig run without having eaten pork. This position hanging on others is really a little too much. However, with the zombies in front of her and the mutated monsters chasing after her, she couldn't ask Mu Qingyang to put her down now, so the return road has been maintained in this shameful position. Only Mu Qingyang himself knew how good he felt. Li Zhili's whole body is as soft as boneless, and soft and elastic, and also fragrant to death. Put this kind of superb in his arms, even if he ran a 10 kilometers he can adhere to. However, the road back is too short. This kind of fragrant benefits can only last for a few minutes. Seeing the return of the duo who had gone out to fetch the bomb, the morgue's teammates hurriedly opened the door, and they gathered around in unison. How was it? Did you get the stuff? A few girls were filled with hope. Mu Qingyang patted the bomb model on his waist. Fortunately, Li Zhili was on the verge of crying. So many people were watching her hanging on Mu Qingyang. It was too humiliating. But no matter how much she twisted her body, Mu Qingyang just wouldn't let her down. Big brother Mu. Li Zhili's voice was like a mosquito. We're safe. Can you stop whooping me? Mu Qingyang's justice stared. No way. Outside is full of zombies. It's very dangerous. I'm going to take you safely out of the secret room just like this. No, I can walk by myself. Mu Qingyang still couldn't put it down. His arm firmly looped around her slender waist. Li Zhili was anxious, and she bit down on Mu Qingyang's shoulder. Mu Qingyang stifled a grunt and reluctantly put her down. Actually, he could endure this bit of pain, but he was afraid of upsetting this little white rabbit and dropping his favorability. He was always mindful of his goal of obtaining the raider reward of king-level fighting technique in one fell swoop. Li Zhili landed on the ground and squatted down to tie her shoes and straighten her pant legs in a fake manner. Her face was so hot that she could fry an egg, and she really couldn't face the ambiguous and snickering eyes of her teammates. Mu Qingyang knew that she was now shy and didn't bother, but put the bomb on the wall where the parchment was found. After a few ticks, a prompt came from the electronic female voice. The bomb will explode in 10 seconds. Please be careful to avoid it. 10, 9. The team members all hid behind the ice coffin, and when the countdown came to 1, after a few loud bangs, a big hole broke through the wall. Mu Qingyang saw with his own eyes that it was a man in black who smashed the wall open with his fist, and the explosion was dubbed, "Getting Closer." This wall is ing paper mache. The NPC took the lead and drilled through, and the crowd followed. Mu Qingyang pulled Li Jili to walk at the end, but before he could stabilize his stance, his shoulder was pressed down by the NPC and then made a silent gesture towards him. Mu Qingyang looked around and his heart tightened slightly. This was a dilapidated laboratory, with a few pieces of equipment still functioning normally with a dim light. At the end of the line of sight was a room isolated by glass, in which a person wearing a white lab coat and holding a blue reagent stood with his back to them. Around the white coat, 3 mutated female zombies were chained up, one in a nurse's uniform, one in a wedding dress, and one in an OL uniform. The NPC lowered his voice. That's the doctor. What he's holding is the anti-plasma. Get him and our mission is complete. Several people in the squad began to discuss countermeasures in whispers. Just then, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. Intruder found! Intruder found! Intruder found! The NPC yelled. Quickly hide! The crowd immediately dispersed in birds and beasts, and Mu Qingyan was pulled by Li Jili to hide in a nearby cabinet. Not long after, a tractor-like humming sound came from the distance, and the pungent smell of gasoline then filled the entire space. Mu Qingyang probed to see. A blood-soaked dry and thin zombie is carrying a chainsaw slowly walking towards the side. Chapter 67 Piggyback Compensate me for my first kiss. Li Jili dared not utter a single breath as she listened to the loud buzzing sound that was getting closer and closer. She reached out and pulled Mu Qingyang's head into the cabinet, then carefully closed the cabinet door, completely oblivious to the fact that the two of them were so close that they were mouth to mouth. Mu Qingyang let out a breath towards her and teased in a small voice. Jili, we've only met for the first time. You're too eager. First you wanted me to hug you, now you want me to kiss you? Li Jili didn't dare to make a sound at all as she stretched out her index finger against her lips. Hush! Mu Qingyang turned a blind eye, and even deliberately brought his head over a few inches. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your default. I'm going to kiss over. Li Jili obediently leaned back, his head on the cabinet partition with a clang sound. The sound was not loud, but it was still heard by the chainsaw walker. He paused in his footsteps, then shifted direction and slowly leaned towards the cabinet. Crap crap crap, we're dead. Mu Qingyang pretended to be scared. Li Jili's heart was in her throat, and her petal-like rosy little mouth spoke the spoken word by word. Don't speak. Her panicked look was very cute. Mu Qingyang still wanted to scare her, but he knew that it was too much, and if he did it again, he might lose his favorability. He was about to say, okay, I won't talk, when Li Jili suddenly came closer and blocked his mouth with her lips. She was too afraid that Mu Qingyang would continue to speak, and without thinking, she offered her first kiss. Mu Qingyang froze for a second. This happiness came too suddenly, right? After reacting, he was about to show off his kissing skills, and before he could start making his moves, the two girls hidden in the curtains next to him suddenly screamed and rushed out. When someone started, the other members of the team who were hiding in various places could no longer hold their breath, and all of them scrambled towards the front and ran wildly. It was only then that Li Jili woke up like a dream. She hurriedly pushed Mu Qingyang's head backward and then opened her mouth to poo-poo a few times before she opened the locker door and chased after her teammates in their direction. Mu Qingyang secretly lamented. What an indolent pig teammate, wasting such a good opportunity for me. He wiped the corners of his mouth with intent, and quickly followed. Everyone was running for their lives, but no matter how fast they ran, the sound of the chainsaw behind them was so close that it seemed like it was hanging on their necks. When the group ran to the glass room where the doctor was, the NPC suddenly stopped and yelled. To the left is the exit, but if you want to get more points, you must get the antibody in the doctor's hand. Everyone follow me into the glass room and fight these monsters. These words were uttered like a fart. No one him. Everyone ran towards the exit with a firm goal. Li Jili also made the same choice. The shock she received today had already exceeded the limit, and she could no longer raise a trace of courage to face the piles of mutated zombies. Mu Qingyang followed behind Li Jili and managed to escape from the exit to the hall. But he stood still and hesitated for 2 seconds before suddenly turning around and running back. NCP had thought that this one was over and had the joy of calling it a day on his face, but he didn't expect to have a head iron. He sighed and chased after him. Soldier, are you going back to get the antigen? Mu Qingyang nodded. Don't you want to see those 3 sexy zombies? Cough cough cough. The NPC choked a few times after hearing this. What kind of perverted colorful demon was this? He had never encountered such a strange player before, but there was no way around it. The customer is God. He had to follow the script and reply. I'll attract the attention of the zombies after entering the glass room. You take the opportunity to rescue the doctor and take away the antigen. No problem. The two set has come to the door of the glass room. Mu Qingyang kicked to the glass door, not afraid to damage the price of compensation. Money to do is tough. The door opened with a bang. The uniformed zombies inside immediately turned around and roared angrily. Mu Qingyang stood in the doorway and made a please gesture towards the NPC. Please go to your death. Sir. With a determined face, The NPC gritted his teeth and rushed in. At this time, the chainsaw zombie suddenly rushed out from the shadows of the glass room, lifting the chainsaw and cutting towards the NPC's head. In a terrified scream, the NPC's neck shot out countless plasma, and then the head rolled down to the ground with a thud. If this scene was seen by the girls in the squad, they would probably be scared out of their wits on the spot. Mu Qingyang secretly praised in his heart, acting really realistic. This scene alone is worth $200. But instead of being scared, he sprinted in the direction of the doctor. He wanted to take the antibody and run away. As for whether or not the doctor could survive, it was up to him. When Mu Qingyang ran to the doctor, he was startled by the old man's look. Where did he still look like a human being? That face of rotten flesh was more zombie than zombie. The doctor tilted his head and let out a sharp cry, and the three uniformed zombies broke free from their chains and joined the chainsaw man, attacking Mu Qingyang with their teeth and claws. Mu Qingyang withdrew and retreated, but the glass room had limited space, so he was still blocked in the corner. What to do? Originally, he wanted to get more points to make Li Jili happy. She loves this game, maybe she can increase her favorability. But now, stealing a chicken did not work, and if you die, you will also be deducted points backwards. Forced pretending is the most deadly. This wave is afraid to drop the goodwill. Just as several withered hands came at him in unison, Mu Qingyang suddenly had a bright idea. I have the ability to ing banknote. He let out a loud shout. Don't come over. Obedient one person 2000. The scene instantly quieted down. A few zombies looked at me and me at you, their faces shocked and skeptical. The ones playing NPCs were all summer vacationers and fresh graduates. 2000 was quite a lot for them. It was worth half a month's salary. Everyone was tempted, but this kind of thing had never happened before. No one dared to agree. Seeing their hesitation, Mu Qingyang thought he was giving too little, so he reached out and opened 5 fingers, 5,000 per person. After a short silence, the nurse zombie wiped her hands and fished out her cell phone from her pocket. Brother, I'll listen to you. Come on, sweep the code. Mu Qingyang decisively transferred 5,000 over. The remaining few people saw the situation and pulled out their cell phones. They painted hideous makeup at the moment but full of smiles. The painting style is very bizarre. The most excessive is that the NPC on the ground who lost his head also swindled up, and he leaned over with a pleasing face. Brother, is there a share for me? Mu Qingyang nodded. You made an effort. Count your share. With 6 people and a total of $30,000 spent, Mu Qingyang successfully got the serum. An incomparably incongruous scene occurred in the horror-themed chamber. Several boss-level zombies were smilingly waving goodbye to a player. Bye big brother, come back to play next time. Chapter 68, It's Safe. In the lobby rest area, the mercenary who received Mu Qingyang was inquiring about the group. You guys said there's still one person who hasn't come out? Did he return to the script to complete the mission? A girl replied, it should be. He's more daring, but that task of getting the anti-plasma was too hard. No surprise he's already inside being parted by the zombies. The mercenary waved his hand. Our staff wouldn't hurt the players. It's just that this script is so reductive that it's easy to think that everything in it really happened. The other girl nodded. Indeed, there is enough realism. This girl's legs are running with cramps, but that handsome guy is really a bit impulsive. That chainsaw guy alone almost wiped us out. I don't know how he's going to be able to snatch the anti-plasma from so many mutated zombies. The mercenary glanced at Li Jili then darted his eyes away. Maybe it's because he wants to show off in front of his companions. I've seen this kind of behavior a lot in the store, and so far there isn't a single person who didn't run out in tears. If you guys want to get more points, you can team up with me next time. I guarantee I can get you to unlock the next map. Add a contact first. You can always ask me out when I'm off. Li Jili didn't reply. She was vaguely worried. She wanted to propose to check the surveillance to see if Mu Qingyang had encountered any danger inside, but when she inadvertently turned her head, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. It was Mu Qingyang. He came out carrying the tube of fluorescent blue reagent, stomping at a 6-parent pace. The other team members also spotted him. The 4 girls covered their mouths in surprise, their faces full of disbelief. Glasses and his boyfriend said asterisk 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 at the same time. The mercenaries turned around curiously and saw the man strutting this way with the quest item. A trace of consternation flashed in their eyes. Li Jili stood up excitedly and waved his hand towards Mu Qingyang cheerfully. Mu Qingyang reached out and pressed his hand in the air in vain. All sit down. Just a basic operation. The mercenary buried his fantasies deep within his heart and pointed to the bar. You guys should have enough points. Go there and enter your information. Mu Qingyang led the way and walked in front. The 4 girls behind him chirped. Handsome guy, you're awesome. Wow. Can we add your WeChat and play together next time? Aha, aha. Little brother is not only strong, but also a gentleman. The climbing wall there gave us a place. Handsome boy, quickly point out the QR code. We sweep you. A few girls were college classmates. Their body and face value were all excellent. They didn't think they would be rejected by a boy. Mu Qingyang held Li Jili's small hand and gently raised it. Sorry guys, I have a girlfriend. Li Jili didn't think that she would also have a day to be a shield, but this time she was willing and cooperated. Smiling sweetly at the few girls, the girls were disappointed, skimming their lips, frowning and sighing, but had no choice but to give up. At this point the glasses guy jumped out of nowhere. Handsome, I also want to add your WeChat. You have a girlfriend, we do brother, no problem, right? Mu Qingyang had a chill. Get lost, what do you think I cannot know? Don't come to disgust me. Mu Qingyang came to the front desk and handed the anti-plasma to the camouflage girl. Please help us count the points. Okay sir, the girl said while pressing the calculator. Surviving 8 people plus 80 points. Eliminating 2 people deducts 20 points, plus 50 points for the anti-plasma mission. Total is 110 points. A full 100 points meets the conditions to open the next copy, and you now have the qualifications to reserve an intermediate copy. Li Jili's favorability plus 5. Current favorability 65. As expected of Mu Qingyang, Li Jili's favorability went up. It was only 25 points short of 90 points to get the Raider reward. Where are the other 2 of you? Didn't come out together? The receptionist asked suspiciously. The group shook their heads. At this time, a sweaty and wretched man at the exit cursed and came over. It was none other than the pretentious man. Call your leader out. I want to file a complaint. I want to give a bad review. Immediately a staff member followed. Sir, did you encounter any problems during your experience? The pretentious man pushed the visitor out. More than a problem, I almost got stuck in there. You guys were the ones who said to wave at the camera if we were scared and then someone would take us out. I just went in there and I was waving like crazy. Where are you guys? I ran the whole ING way alone. Do you know how stressed I was? At that moment 2 out-of-breath staff members ran over. They gave the pretentious man an explanation. I'm sorry sir, we came to look for you the first time after we saw the surveillance. But you ran really fast, and the hiding places were all in the dead corners of the surveillance. Every time we were about to find it, you went to the next place to hide. So, I won't listen. I'm going to throw all of you into a mass grave for the night, so that you too can experience what is called despair. The pretentious man said, having come to the bar. He slapped the marble countertop angrily. Refund the ticket money to me first, then we can talk about my mental damages. Mu Qingyang secretly shook his head, thinking that this one was also an extreme character. Before leaving, he unintentionally mentioned something. Dude, where's your girlfriend? The pretentious man was at a loss. Do I still have a girlfriend with me? All 8 people couldn't help but laugh. Mu Qingyang lazily waved his hand. Alright, see you again sometime. After saying that, he pulled Li Jili and left. Inside the Ferrari, Li Jili blinked her big watery eyes with a sincere face and said, Big brother Mu. This time the secret room was intense and exciting. I'm very happy. Thank you for helping to set the location and accompanying me again. Mu Qingyang smiled sideways. Small thing. I'm happy when you're happy. What else do you want to play though? Just tell me. I'll definitely make you satisfied. No, I'm going to the reunion at night, and I'll be back in Tianfu City early the next morning. Mu Qingyang looked at the time on the meter. It's only after 4 o'clock now. When does your reunion start? Why don't you go to my house first and take a shower? I've sweated quite a bit inside the secret room. Li Jili shook his head and refused. No need. I'll just open my own hotel. Are you afraid that I'll eat you? The security at the place I'm staying at is all ex-military, and there's surveillance everywhere. I wouldn't dare to mess around even if I'm in a hurry, right? Li Jili was still a bit hesitant. Mu Qingyang kicked the gas and drove directly towards Shangzhong Forest. There are no pinhole cameras installed in my house, and I won't do anything to you. Feel at ease and go with me. Chapter 69, an elaborate reunion arranged for Li Jili. The red supercar drove directly into the parking space of Villa 1. Cullinan was not there. Ruan went out early in the morning. She had to visit a professor in Deep City with instructor Wang Lan and would not be back until tomorrow. Otherwise, if you give Mu Qingyang 10 guts, he would not dare to openly bring Li Jili home. Li Jili had long known that Mu Qingyang was a tycoon, but when he saw this house, he was still shocked. Compared to her own 2 rooms and 1 hall, this is a castle. She got out of the car and stood timidly in place, not daring to move, and Mu Qingyang took her little hand and welcomed her inside. Li Jili had never entered such a luxurious place before. She wanted to look around, but her eyes didn't dare to glance around and she looked a bit constricted. Mu Qingyang squeezed her palm slightly harder. There's no need to be so nervous. Wait a few days, I'll send you a set exactly the same. Just buy it in Tianfu City. Ah, Li Jili was confused. Was this something a normal person could say? Which one sends a castle as soon as they meet? She stammered. No need. I can't accept such an expensive thing. Mu Qingyang didn't say much and pointed to the 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. Any of them will do. You choose first. Li Jili chose one close by and crossed in, then unlocked the door. Only then did she dare to take a closer look at the interior decoration. It was too beautiful and luxurious. The mansions seen on TV couldn't even compare to this. It's estimated to be hundreds of millions of dollars. What exactly does Brother Mu do? The tip of Li Jili's heart trembled slightly as she walked through the checkroom to the bathroom and was once again shocked by the decor in front of her. The center of the bathroom was affixed with a golden tile, which she had seen on Little Red Book. A solid gold tile from Versace worth millions. The daily necessities on the vanity were all top luxury brands, each of them costing a fortune. There is also the reflective light as if the crystal-carved bathtub is simply a work of art. Li Jili apprehensively sat in, slowly removed the body dress. Plain hand toggle opened the bathtub faucet. Clear water mill along the body flow. She thought of what Mu Qingyang had just said. Wait a few days to send you a set of exactly the same. She had only thought of it as a joke, but now for some reason, there was a hidden expectation in her heart. Li Jili favorability +4. Current favorability 69. Half an hour later, Li Jili came downstairs fully dressed, and Mu Qingyang was already waiting on the sofa in the living room. It's a lot faster than I thought. Let's go. Let's go to the reunion. Li Jili thought he had heard wrong. Us? Did you receive an invitation too? Mu Qingyang shrugged. Not really, I am accompanying you. Ah, that's not good. 2 days before the party started, female classmate Wang Yan asked her in a private chat if she was bringing her boyfriend along. Li Jili swore and told her that she didn't have a boyfriend yet. If she suddenly brought Mu Qingyang along, what would Wang Yan think of her? Mu Qingyang didn't care if it was good or not. He had to go ahead and take care of his flowers. As the saying goes, reunion, reunion, break up a pair is a pair. The purpose of having a reunion was clear to him. It was mostly organized by male classmates who had made a name for themselves after going out into society, wanting to see if there was a chance to get their hands on the female classmates they liked at first. Just tell me we're friends and I had to tag along to rub it in. Don't be afraid of me being embarrassed. I have thick skin. Li Jili wasn't very good at refusing people, and besides, it was a request made by Brother Mu who was so good to her, so she had to nod her head. Alright then. Jiangnan City's #1 water cloud room restaurant. At this time, the largest one with 2 consecutive table booths had already seated quite a number of people. They were all classmates of East China Normal University's class of 2022. One of them was vaguely dominated by a man wearing an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak watch with a public price of more than $300,000. He was talking eloquently in the middle of a group of classmates. It's not bad. I can earn $1 million or $2 a year. It's a little bit of wealth freedom. A male student with some hair loss immediately licked up. Strong brother, really envy you. Young and already $1 million a year. Unlike me, a month with a few $1,000s of dead wages. Life at a glance to see the head. Your company still need people. I come to follow you to mix forget. He Chang smiled. Good to say. Good to say. We are all classmates. I can help me will definitely help. When I'm free to ask the Human Resources Department. See if I can help you make a position. Jian Chen immediately had a fawning smile on his face. Then I'll thank Brother Chang first. Brother Chang drink openly tonight. If you can't drink it, count me in. At this time, a girl with exquisite makeup and fairly good looks giggled twice. He Chang, I didn't see you as a potential stock when I was in school. I remember you liked me at that time. Do you have a girlfriend now? He Chang sized her up twice. His face was an insalubrious smile. No girlfriend for the time being, but Nini Zhang. Times are different now. Now talk about this again. You can have to take the initiative. Zhang Nini also did not shy away from the stage. Okay, how to take the initiative. He Chang stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. At the very least, you have to let me taste it first, right? Get lost. Zhang Nini gave him a flirtatious glance. A burst of laughter erupted from the scene, and it was as if everyone's relationship was brought a little closer in the laughter. He Chang was still about to say something dirty when out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the svelte man sitting on the couch next to him raising his hand to look at the time. He subconsciously looked at his watch. It was already 6:30, to the time of the appointment, but the most important person had not yet arrived at the scene. He hurriedly shouted towards a girl sitting across from him whose face value was similar to Zhang Nini's. Wang Yan, ask your best friend Li Jili how long before she arrives. This word, the private room suddenly quiet. The male student's present expression all changed. This name as if there is some kind of magic. Wang Yan skimmed his lips and said, almost there, already downstairs. He Chang immediately began to arrange the seats. A few male students and a few beautiful female students were arranged at the first table, while the other cattle and horses were all driven to the second table. At this time, the man on the sofa stood up. He came to Yi Chang's side. Yi Chang immediately got up and moved towards the next position. The man sat in his place as a matter of course. The second table was just about full. There was one seat left at the first table, coincidentally right in the middle of the man and Wang Yan. which was obviously specially reserved for Li Jili. Only He Chang understood in his heart. Coincidentally, a den. All of this was carefully arranged by Song Huaqing and strictly executed by him. Other students don't know who Song Huaqing, who was a loner for 4 years in college, is, but he couldn't be clearer. He was able to get to where he is today. Isn't it because he licked him well? He is the famous Song's Pharmaceuticals' eldest son in Jiangnan City, and has already taken over part of the family's business, so it can be said that he is truly a dragon and phoenix among men. And today, in order to completely deter Li Jili, Song Qinghua, also in the next room banquet several Jiangnan City do industry big brother, can say that this party, full of gold, these bumpkin classmates, including him, are all dipped in Li Jili's light only. Chapter 70, I'm her friend, I should be her boyfriend later on. After everyone was seated, Song Huaqing didn't move his chopsticks. He Chang noticed this detail. He stood up and said loudly, everyone, don't rush to eat, how about we wait for big schoolgirl Li to arrive together? It's not for nothing that I'm making you all wait. Today's meal is my treat. The private room was filled with shouts of approval and applause. Everyone just out of the society are not much money, and the average per capita consumption of the water cloud room is close to 1,000. Just wait for a few minutes can be free of charge. No one will not be willing. Taking a step back, even if this meal is all male students are willing to wait for the school flower to eat together. Only a few female classmates skimmed their lips, but they couldn't say anything more. Classmates who hadn't seen each other for a year took advantage of this gap to start reminiscing about their past campus life, and the atmosphere was very lively. 2 minutes later, the door of the private room was gently pushed open. A beautiful figure wearing a black and gray plaid skirt with a dark blue slim-fitting small suit stood in the doorway. The private room suddenly quieted down, and everyone silently closed their voices, just like the scene when the homeroom teacher suddenly appeared at the back door in school. This figure was too familiar to them. Everyone had fantasized about it countless times, and many students had deep crushes on it, and even the perverted ones had quietly followed it. They thought that their worlds would never cross again, but the reunion brought them together. Li Big School Flower, this kind of stunning, more than a glance or earned, plus this meal free, simply earn hemp. He Chang, who likes to be in the limelight, saw that Li Jili was also dumb. He lost his confidence to speak eloquently, and just scratched his head vigorously there. Several female classmates had jealousy and envy in their eyes, and their expressions were complicated. Only Song Huaqing, who had been silent all this time, smiled. He straightened his back and stood up with a very sincere smile on his face. Classmate Li Jili, you're here. Li Jili wanted to wave her hand in greeting, but Mu Qingyang, who followed her in, directly pushed her. What are you waiting for? Find a seat. Song Huaqing's white face instantly turned the color of pig's liver, and he fiercely glanced at He Chang. He Chang's heart and liver almost cracked in fear, and he immediately glared at Wang Yan. Wang Yan also panicked. She hurriedly stood up and asked, Jili, didn't you say you don't have a boyfriend yet? Who is this handsome guy? I'm her friend. I should become a boyfriend in the future. Mu Qingyang said and sat himself on the seat left for Li Jili. Li Jili smiled awkwardly. He is indeed my good friend. Song Qinghua's face eased a bit, but he didn't give Mu Qingyang much of a good look either. I say this friend. This is our East China Normal University's class reunion. It's not appropriate for you to come, right? Mu Qingyang took one look at this person and knew that he didn't have good intentions, and with a big grin, he pulled a Cheerios on the table and put it in his mouth. I don't trust her to come out alone. What if you guys fill her with alcohol? He Chang immediately stepped forward. We're all classmates. What's wrong with having a drink? Besides, you're just a friend. You're too lenient, aren't you? We're not allowed to bring outsiders to this party, so please go back. Mu Qingyang ignored him and turned his head to Li Jili. Shall we go? Li Jili showed hesitation. Although she didn't have much contact with her classmates after graduation, it would be too much of a loss of face if she just left like this. But Big Brother Mu was very important in her heart right now, and if she had to make a choice, this meal would be fine if she didn't eat it. Song Huaqing guessed the outcome from her micro-expression, and he snapped ahead. Come, all came to eat together. It is not bad, this pair of chopsticks. He Chang's voice followed and softened. Alright, then please go to the side table and squeeze in. This seat is reserved for Li Jili. Mu Qingyang still ignored him and walked over to pull Li Jili over. You sit here first. I'll add a stool next to you. Li Jili obeyed and sat down, but Mu Qingyang had a hard time moving the stool next to him. This svelte loser with gold-rimmed glasses wouldn't move his seat. Mu Qingyang felt that he had 90% certainty that he could take Li Jili. After all, 69 points of favorability was no joke, but thinking that she had some hesitation in front of her, she should be wanting to catch up with her old classmates, and it wouldn't be good for her to be too overbearing. Thinking of this, he smiled warmly at a few girls. Miss Sister's trouble to move position. I squeeze. As soon as he said this, a few girls immediately started to move their seats, and in less than 3 seconds, A one-person white empty seat was created. Mu Qingyan lifted the stool and stuck it in. Song Huaqing shifted his eyes to the right and carefully looked at Mu Qingyang. He is very handsome, although he is not bad, but he is still a lot worse than him. The height is estimated to be 185. They wear shoes only 170. This piece is completely crushed. Very amusing. Girls like those female students look at him after the eyes are drawn. They are not good at dealing with girls. This piece is also a disadvantage. Where did this guy come from? Or at the crucial moment when he decided to go after Li Zhili. Hardware was outmatched, but were external things useful in a society where money was king? I'll let you see the cruelty of reality right away. Song Huaqing gave He Chang a look as he slightly turned his head to the left. He Chang can't do anything else, but guessing the leader's mind is a masterpiece. He immediately understood Song Huaqing's meaning. He only saw him stand up with his wineglass. Since everyone is here, let's all have a toast first and wish us better and better in the future. The students drank the wine in their cups one after another. However, He Chang didn't sit down. He opened the 53-degree Wulianye on the table, poured himself a full glass, and then bowed in a humble gesture to make a toast to Song Huaqing. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank my honorable man Chairman Song. Without his cultivation and care there would be no He Chang for me today. Brother Huaqing, I'll drink up. Feel free. He Chang finished speaking and directly swallowed the full glass of white wine in one gulp. After drinking it, he also shook the mouth of the glass downwards. Not a single drop came out. Song Huaqing just picked up the glass of red wine and took a shallow sip, and did not show any extra expression. The students at the two tables looked at each other. Everyone was confused. Chairman Song? The classmate who was so shy with his words that he was a bit pretentious? He was the biggest boss? The first one who couldn't help herself was Nini Zhang. She poured a glass of fruit wine and handed it over. What does Mr. Song's family do? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Here's to you. Song Huaqing still only took a sip, then shook his head and said, it's not worth mentioning. He Chang, however, stood up like a chicken blood, and he cleared his throat. Ahem. Everyone sit still. Don't fall down after hearing the news. Mr. Song is the young proprietor of Song's Pharmaceuticals in our Jiangnan city. Chapter 71. How can he still laugh? Hiss. The private room was filled with the sound of sucking in cool air. Song's Pharmaceutical was very famous in Jiangnan city, and Li Zhili had heard of it even if he wasn't a local. The successor of this kind of business was usually hard to meet, let alone eat at a table. This kind of network is a great shortcut. All the students were excited. Zhang Nini reacted the fastest. She immediately came to Song Huaqing's position with her wineglass in hand, and then bent down fiercely. The already half-exposed ferocious weapon became visible, and the eyes of the few male students who were sitting in the next few positions just able to see this scenery went straight. Mr. Song, you can be really low-key. Everyone who has been classmates for 4 years don't know that there is a true god like you hidden around. I'll finish this cup of red wine. Feel free to do as you please. Song Huaqing just casually glanced at it and averted his gaze, clinking glasses of wine without even wetting his lips. Next, the students lined up to make a toast. Each one of them would kissing the ass or reminiscing about the past to climb up the friendship ladder. Song Huaqing has always been very cold. To the back of the perfunctory mood are no longer, face more and more ugly, because there are two people sitting in the room did not move, and even chatting and laughing, completely did not take him seriously. One was the tall man in the right-hand position who he wanted to punch in the face the most, and the other was the goddess Li Zhili. He had expected the tall man to be shocked when his identity was made public, then disheveled, and then a deep sense of powerlessness would develop. In the end, for the sake of his own future, he would take the initiative to bring up a glass of wine to make amends and apologize, and then bless himself and Li Zhili for a long time. But he did nothing, as if his identity as the young proprietor of Song's Pharmaceuticals was that worthless counter-clerk in the small 10-square-meter pharmacy down the road. The goddess Li Zhili is also a look of unearthly splendor. Didn't Wang Yan say that her family is average? Even if she is not a gold digger, she is not so cold, right? This pussy of mine is really pretending to be a dog. He Chang noticed that Song Huaqing's face was not looking good and drove away the remaining students who had not yet had a chance to make a toast. He knew Song Huaqing well, so his mood followed suit. If his purpose was not achieved after this reunion, then his own next days would not be easy either. He Chang pondered, could it be that this friend of the schoolgirls has some big background too? Or is he forcefully pretending? Try him out. He Chang collected his negative emotions and once again poured himself a glass of beer, smilingly handing it over to Mu Qingyang. This brother, just now my words were a bit impulsive. Don't be offended. I'm just a hothead. This cup counts as my atonement. Mu Qingyang knew at a glance that this person was the lapdog of that Sven scum. He picked up the wine cup and took a sip of his own. Don't mess with this. If you have a fart, let it go. He Chang really wanted to slap this man and whoop him over. What is your status? How dare you talk to me like this? But he still forced out a smile that was worse than crying. Brother is really a straightforward person. There's nothing much to it. I just want to ask you where you are in your senior position. Mu Qingyang sneered in his heart. Helping your master to probe me? If my status is average, do I have to use my power to oppress people? Mu Qingyang wanted to see what he was up to, so he honestly said, I've sold houses and delivered takeaways before, and I suddenly made a fortune some time ago. What's wrong with that? Ha 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 ha. He Chang suddenly laughed out loud. It turned out to be just a thug who stepped on luck. I thought it was a big deal. He shook his head and put his glass down. Are you a family demolition or won the double color ball? It's bad to get so much wealth all of a sudden, isn't it? It's good to be confident, but to be confident to the extent that you are, that's being a douchebag. Once He Chang said this, the eyes of the others looking at Mu Qingyang also changed. The male students were all thinking the same thing. Unknowing cutie pie. Only. A few female classmates on the other hand were greatly disappointed. Originally thought that this handsome man dressed in Louis Vuitton was also a rich son of a powerful family, and thought of hooking up after the party, but didn't realize that he was just a rich man. Moreover, if he spends money blindly like this, he will lose all the prizes he won in less than 2 years, and maybe he will also owe a huge amount of debt after he develops the habit of high spending. Mu Qingyang smiled indifferently. A group of mortals, how could they understand my opportunities? He didn't want to waste any more words with these people and began to focus on drying his food. As long as you don't hit Li Zhili's idea, you can do whatever you want. Song Huaqing saw all of this in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face once again. A stupid clown. With his knowledge, he doesn't even know what kind of gap exists between him and me. The schoolgirl was very simple when she was in college, and she probably had no concept of wealth, which is why she let this tall man take advantage of her. It's necessary to let them clearly know my segment. Luckily I made 2 preparations today. Thinking of this, Song Huaqing slowly stood up. He coughed lightly and the private room instantly quieted down. Classmates, I'll excuse myself for a moment. There are a few friends from the business world in the next private room. I'll go over to say hello. These Nyoma classmates got up to see them off, and Song Hua left the private room with his list hand in his pocket, shaking his goblet with one hand, forcing his way out. He Chang knew it was time for his own performance. He straightened his back with honor and said impassionedly, Do you know who's in the next room? I can scare the piss out of you all by telling you. Said here he paused for a moment, looked around and found that everyone was all ears, and only then continued. Jiangnan City's #1 manufacturing company. Mr. Jiang, Jiangnan City's largest medical equipment manufacturer. Mr. Qin, Jiangnan City's retail king. Mr. He, as well as a few other industry leaders. It can be said that the next door sits on half of the sky of Jiangnan City's business community. The students' eyes glistened as they listened, and the same thought was born in their hearts. All the giants of various industries. If you can go to work in these companies, the salary is definitely much higher than the current job. Previously, it does not matter cannot enter, but now as long as in Song students good relations, is not he a word of the matter. He Chang once again became the target of everyone's ass kissing. Everyone asked him to put in a good word in front of Mr. Song and help introduce him. He Chang was very flattered, but he wasn't stupid, so he just vaguely excused himself. But when he turned his head to look at Mu Qingyang again, the smile once again awkwardly fell on his face. Did this person listen to what he was saying? Did he know what those names stood for? Why was he still talking and laughing with the schoolgirl? How was he laughing? Got it. Didn't he just say that he used to be in delivery? That these things were still too far away from him, and that those who don't know have no fear, which is why they can be so calm. It's really ing stupid people are blessed. Mu Qingyang was indeed blessed, but definitely not stupid. He simply felt it was just like that. A few local snakes in second-tier cities are just a few $1 billion. With his current speed of earning money, as long as he is willing, he will be able to earn so much in less than a year. So, why couldn't he laugh? Chapter 72, Schoolgirl, you let this man go back. Song Huaqing was slightly nervous when he knocked on the door of the private room next door. The people sitting inside were all at the same level of existence as his own old man, and even though he had taken over some of the family's business, he was still a little weak in the face of these old foxes. The door to the room was opened by the full-time attendant, and Song Huaqing tried to squeeze out a bright smile. Uncles, my juniors have been delayed for a long time, so I'll punish myself first. Song Huaqing drained a full glass of red wine before finding an empty seat. Huaqing nephew, it's just a casual dinner. No need to be so polite. The few of us can get together anytime in private. You'd better go and take care of those beautiful female classmates. Ha 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 ha. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a big back comb. Uncle Qin is joking. Song Huaqing renewed a cup to toast over. I still have to learn more from you guys and focus on my career. As for children's love, leave it for later. Ha, this idea is not to be taken. The thinly built general manager Zheng handed Song Qinghua a cigarette. Encounter like to be brave on. Men, run career at the same time also cannot be compromised their own. Success or not is another story. but to eat or not to eat is negotiable. Well, ha 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 ha, gentle and elegant Mr. Liang waved his hand. Old ginger, you this idea I dare not agree, although now advocate the freedom of love, but the treatment of feelings still have to be more serious, especially for people like us. Our own image is related to the company's reputation, must not be sloppy. The amiable-looking Mr. He immediately came out to be a peacemaker. Lao Jiang, Lao Liang, one of you is a son, one of you is a daughter. Where can you make it clear in this matter? I think, Xiao Song should have a favorite person, only he is too thin-skinned to say it. Mr. Jean immediately picked up the conversation. Is not sitting next to him thief beautiful that girl? I just went to the restroom and saw it. Lao Jiang immediately answered. You also saw it? That little girl is really beautiful unlike words. Xiao Song, if you do not dare to go on, I can ask my family that boy on a. Song Huaqing was a little embarrassed. Don't make fun of me, I do like her, but she doesn't seem to have any feelings for me. A few middle-aged men immediately quit. How is this possible? You kid is so good. There must be a mistake in some part of the process. Let's go over and help you with a reference. Good. We a few old men also go to the young people's reunion to find a feeling of adolescence. Go go go. Come on, get together. Song Huaqing was embarrassed on the surface, but his heart was already happy. This was the result he wanted. He believed that He Chang had already paved the status of these people over there, and at this time, if he went over, he would be the one to receive admiration and worship. Song Huaqing greeted the dedicated waiter. Move this table to the next private room. Don't want the dishes, and serve another table. Not long after, the private room with 2 consecutive tables was once again pushed open. Song Huaqing walked in with a few middle-aged men with extraordinary temperaments. Nyoma's classmates already knew who these people were, and at this moment, they didn't dare to utter a single breath. Song Huaqing was satisfied with their reaction, pointing at the several people and introducing them one by one. Classmates, these are a few of my uncles. Let me introduce them to you. This last one, is the chairman of Beyond Famous Cars, Mr. Liang Xicheng. He has dozens of car dealerships across the country, and is the leader of the automobile industry in Jiangnan City. After the introduction, everyone stood up. The faces of the male students could not hide their excitement. This might be the most high-end bureau they could get in touch with in their lifetime. If they could leave a good impression on a certain bigwig tonight, they might fly high in the future. The female students, on the other hand, were frequently organizing their makeup, subconsciously believing that their prime age would be very attractive in the eyes of these middle-aged men. If they were looked upon by a certain big man, they might be able to fly to the top of the branch and become a phoenix. Li Jili stood obediently. The ordinary family she came from was also shocked at the identity of these people, but that was all. The only person on the scene is Mu Qingyang, who is still sitting lazily, as if all this has nothing to do with him. How could He Chang let go of such a good opportunity? He immediately began to yin and yang. I say this friend. Several famous bosses in Jiangnan City come to our private room. This is a great honor for all of you here. Don't stand up and serve the wine cups well. A little bit of eyesight is not there. Mu Qingyang was speechless. What does it matter to me if you want to lick other people's feet? What's it got to do with me if you guys want to lick other people's stinky feet? Do you need me to accompany you when you are making a baby with your own wife? But considering the fact that she was brought here by Li Jili after all, saying too much would make her classmates have a bad impression of her. So Mu Qingyang said in a nonchalant manner, if you feel tired everyone just sit down. I can do whatever I want. What do you care? Song Huaqing was satisfied with Mu Qingyang's performance. He gave a light smile and raised his wine glass high. We don't need to care about him. Let's toast to the local entrepreneurs of our Jiangnan city. Thank them for their contributions to our city. To all the bosses. All the students were doubly honored as they drank the wine in their cups. By the time the toast was made, the tables had already been added. After Song Huaqing introduced a few elders to their seats, he greeted the classmates again. Not to be formal, sit down and eat and drink well. Only then did the students dare to take their seats one after another. Mu Qingyang discovered a detail. Both men and women at his table moved their stools a few points to the side when they sat down, vaguely tending to isolate him. Luckily, Li Jili was still right next to him, and that was enough. Song Huaqing regained his initial confidence as he slowly returned to his seat with what he thought was an elegant pace. After sitting down he directly looked sideways at Li Jili and said with a smile, Big schoolgirl Li, I heard that you've been doing live streaming lately? Today's society does not have a good opinion of this industry. Have you considered changing jobs? Li Jili smiled awkwardly. I've tried other jobs before, but none of them were to my liking. I think live broadcasting is quite good, and I've slowly gotten used to it now. Song Huaqing's smile did not diminish. The branch I'm in charge of is now short of a general manager's secretary, with an annual salary of 1 million plus. I think you're very suitable. Interested? Li Jili was about to refuse when Mu Qingyang directly interrupted. Forget about the secretary or something. Geely can't do the job of serving people. Zhang Nini immediately volunteered. Mr. Song, I can. I've worked as a secretary before. No matter if I'm on or off duty, I'm very capable of working. Saying that, she also didn't forget to step on Mu Qingyang to wrestle for favor. I say, this vain handsome guy, did Boss Song ask you to speak? Why are you so rude all the time? What a shrimp head. The other students chimed in. A job with an annual salary of 1 million plus. Do you know what that represents? What gives you the right to help people turn it down? Yeah. This should be the ceiling of an ordinary person. Right. What kind of decision are you making blindly for such an important matter? Schoolgirly, you let this person go back and forget about it. I don't think he has good intentions towards you. Chapter 73, School Flower. I can swipe the gift for you as well. Song Qinghua was satisfied with Niuma's classmates' reaction. He just wanted to make Li Zhili hate this tall man. Incorporating the schoolgirl into the company was just the beginning. As long as this step was successful, the rest was just a matter of water falling into place. Moreover, he believed that no one could refuse an annual salary of 1,000,000 plus, and even the uninitiated schoolgirl should be able to understand the weight of this salary. Li Zhili was a bit anxious seeing so many people attacking Mu Qingyang. She was about to help say a few words when that car dealership owner, Mr. Liang, came over with a glass of wine. Song Huaqing thought it was coming for him and immediately stood up. The others followed when they saw this. Mu Qingyang was still doing what he was doing, pinching dishes and eating. He didn't expect that this elegant middle-aged man would be the first one to greet him. Mr. Mu, I didn't expect to see you here. My humble self, Liang Xicheng, a toast to you. Everyone present was dumbfounded. This person knew Boss Liang? Why was Boss Liang so polite to him? He even took the initiative to give him a toast. Could it be that he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Mu Qingyang was also puzzled, but the visitor was polite and his posture was lowered, so it was possible to make contact. He stood up and raised his cup and said, Mr. Liang, do we know each other? Liang Xicheng clinked his glass and drank the wine in it. Ha 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 ha. Older brother Mu, you shouldn't have seen me before, but I have too deep an impression of you. Do you still remember purchasing 3 luxury cars at Beyond Famous Cars some time ago? It added up to over $20 million. You are an important guest of our car dealership. I specially came over to thank you for your great support. Actually, Liang Xicheng wanted to say thank you for the $1 billion she gave to Liang Incheng, but he was hiding in the dark that time and was not convenient to say it outwardly. Mu Qingyang then realized what was going on. He waved his hand indifferently. Mr. Liang is polite. Where to buy is to buy. Choosing Beyond Famous Cars is also just that you guys have a great reputation and do well. Liang Xicheng smilingly stretched out his right hand. This is also a kind of fate. In short, I'm very happy to know you. I hope that next time I can drink tea and chat with you alone. Mu Qingyang did not have a bad impression of this elegant middle-aged man and reached out to shake hands with him. Liang Xicheng nodded and smiled lightly. I won't bother you much. Xiao Song, all of you students, take your time to eat. After Mu Qingyang sat down, he realized that more than 10 pairs of eyes at the entire table were either explicitly or implicitly sizing himself up. He shook his head and smiled without much explanation. With his master's limelight suppressed, He Chang knew it was time for him to perform. Elder brother Mu, you've won quite a lot of prizes. How many double-color bets did you buy? But I still have to kindly warn you, ordinary people may only have this one chance to get rich. Money should be spent sparingly. Don't take it out to pretend to be a pimp. You'll regret it later. Mu Qingyang didn't even look at He Chang, already not even interested in disliking him. However, San Huaqing dispelled all doubts in his heart after hearing this. He was still searching his head for all the news about the Mu surname, afraid that he had messed with a big shot that he shouldn't have. But He Chang's words reminded him, how could there be so many big shots? Just a crazy kid who stepped on dog. He once again looked at Li Zhili. Mr. Li, are you interested in the job I introduced to you? If you think the salary is not enough, I can add more. Li Zhili barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Thank you, Song Huaqing, but I don't want to work in a city other than Tianfu City for the time being, so you can reconsider other candidates. Song Huaqing was not discouraged and immediately added, our Song's Pharmaceuticals also has a branch in Tianfu City. It's fine for you to work nearby. Mu Qingyang really couldn't listen anymore. People said they don't want to go to work in your What a Thai pharmacy. What's the point of pushing all the time? Do you think $1 million a year is a lot? I can brush it off to Zhili in minutes. Song Huaqing glanced at Mu Qingyang with great displeasure, but was immediately glared back by his even more stern eyes. He was furious, and in his heart, he was completely unable to accept this kind of dirtbag who was suddenly so rich to be cross with him. If this kind of dilettante didn't win the lottery, he would only be worthy of carrying his own shoes. Song Qinghua took 2 deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. This kind of rich man suddenly has money in his pocket and doesn't even know his own surname, and doesn't put anyone in his eyes. Okay, high profile, right? Then I will use your most confident way to defeat you. Let you know that you are just a frog in the well. Song Hwa-ching gathered his emotions and made his tone as warm as possible. Student Lee, this friend surnamed Mu should have swiped a lot of gifts for you, so he dared to jump out and interfere with your choice of a better job. I dislike this kind of behavior. This way, you open the live broadcast, I'll brush against him to compete for the top one. If I win, you'll boldly choose what you want. Song Hwa-ching has always been the object of attention of all students. This sentence, the box is full of hoots and hollers. The melon eaters were just watching the fun. Li Zhili, however, waved his hand repeatedly. No, I can't ask for your gifts. My current job is quite good. You don't have to argue about it. Mu Qingyang understood her. She was definitely speaking from the heart. But with a whole $10 billion of dog-licking gold lying in his own card, and Li Zhili's favorability having come to 69 points, is there a better way to swipe money than this? This Sven scum is a good person nah. If one could see Mu Qingyang's favorability towards Song Hwa-ching at this moment, it would definitely go straight from -50 to 50 plus. Mu Qingyang tried his best to control the mood of wanting to laugh wildly. He spoke with his lips pursed tightly for fear that Song Hwa-ching would regret it. It's fine Zhili. You turn on the live broadcast, Wheel pointed out. The rest of the classmates once again collectively coaxed. Li Zhili was thin-skinned and not good at rejecting people, so he had to half-heartedly click on the jitterbug. Mu Qingyang fumbled for the remote leader unlocked from his pocket and added another condition to Song Hwa-ching. You win by letting Zhili freely choose her job. What if I win? Song Hwa-ching did not even consider that he would lose this matter. He is now in charge of the branch lying on the account of more than 100 million. Even if the surnamed Mu won a huge prize, buy a car, buy a house everywhere after pretending to be how much is left? So he said confidently, if you can win, do whatever you want. Speaking time, Li Zhili has opened a good live broadcast. Students have asked her what is the name of the jitterbug ID. Li Zhili and the group of students sent the word Lagon Noodle. Just a minute or so, just opened the live broadcast room influx of more than 30 viewers. Then a familiar level 69 account with special effects entered the live room. Immediately followed by a level 62 ID named Song Gongzi account also entered the live room. A doomed unusual list of Big Brother fight is about to kick off. Chapter 74 Le Dry Noodles Anchor. You will not be airborne to accompany Big Brother to go, right? Li Zhili will be the phone leaning on the dinner plate, small mouth up to the seat, ready to come to a dumb live. Usually live in the company is quite unable to let go. If in front of so many students face a strong call Mu Qingyang and Song watching Big Brother, she had to die of shame. The screen of the live room has lit up a variety of gift effects. Many students are shallow brush a few dozen slightly table support, but Li Zhili froze without saying a word. Song watching watch live for some years, but also harmed a lot of girls live. Otherwise the level will not be so high. He brushed out a carnival in a familiar way. When the full screen special effects filled the live broadcast room, many Nyoma students were sighing lightly. Usually I watch Tycoon's brushing carnivals online. I didn't expect to be able to witness it with my own eyes today. I don't know how many diamonds can be hit in this battle for the top spot. 10 million is about right. What kind of person is Mr. Song? With a slight strike, he can beat that surname Mu into a pig's head. He won't last long before he realizes how stupid he was just now. This slight bit is half a month's salary for me. Just looking at it makes my heart ache. I really envy big schoolgirly. She's definitely going to make a fortune today. Mu Qingyang was hesitant to make a move because he had discovered a new gift. This gift was called Koan Pang Wanli. A single one was worth 160,000 diamonds, equivalent to 1.6W soft currency, and could only be unlocked at level 60, which was much faster than brushing the carnival. He tapped his finger for a while and sent out 10 of them in just 2 seconds. A special effect that had never been seen before appeared in the live broadcast. First, a blue whale leaped out of the water, followed by a colorful eagle soaring into the sky. What the hell is this? The special effect is so cool. It's the first time I've seen it. It seems to be a divine great exclusive gift. I've seen it in the big Netizen live room. I heard that one would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Didn't that schoolgirl's friend already brush out more than 100,000? The person is a bit crazy, but the money is also really there. Song Hwa-ching was also a bit surprised. He had unlocked this gift a long time ago, but had never swiped it. In the past, he felt it was a waste, but if he brushed it for Li Zhili, then he could only say that it was a good gift with a good person. Song Hwa-ching was not shy to send more than 10 Koan Pang Wanli out as well. After the streak, Song Hwa-ching glanced at the leaderboard, and he was still in second place. In his heart, he slightly raised his attention to the one next to him surnamed Mu, so he looked sideways. He only saw that the tall man's fingers had already tapped out phantoms on the screen, as if this gift given out wasn't 16,000, but 16 cents. If Mu Qingyang could know Song Hwa-ching's thoughts he would definitely give him a nod. You are the first to guess that I have a 1 to 100,000 recharge ratio. Not bad, very discerning. The Nyoma students who were eating the melon were already confused. Individuals who reacted quickly clicked into the list to check the real-time contribution value. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. The Chongqing at the top of the list has already given away more than 20 million diamonds? How long has it been? Spreading money isn't this fast, is it? The second on the list, Mr. Song, is more than twice as bad. He's the young proprietor of Song's Pharmaceuticals, and he's actually being hung up and beaten by a passerby. Schoolgirl Lee earned $1 million in just a few minutes. I admit I'm envious. The whale and eagle special effects never disappeared from Li Zhili's live screen. She knew the value of this gift, but her heart was more worried than happy. She gently touched Mu Qingyang with her long legs and whispered sideways, "Big brother Mu, don't brush it. You can't brush it against Song Huacheng. His family is very rich. Even if you lose, I won't work in his company." Stop. Mu Qingyang twisted her head and blew a breath towards his eyelashes. Don't worry, girl. In the field of live broadcasting, no one can brush off your big brother Mu. Not even if Principal Wang comes. Li Zhili stopped talking after blinking his eyes quickly, but there was still some hidden worry in his heart. Song Huacheng was now very apprehensive. How some can't look at this surname Mu anymore. How much did he actually win? According to this speed brush down, in less than half an hour, it will be able to dry out hundreds of millions of dollars. At that time, even if it's himself, he can only throw up his hands and surrender. He Chang was always able to find the right moment to prove his usefulness, and he could see Song Huacheng's concern, so he came over to his ear to offer advice. Mr. Song, this kid is bluffing. You mustn't be intimidated by him. According to my analysis, his wallet has bottomed out. As long as we hold out for a few more minutes, we're sure to win. Although Song Huacheng was rich but also very cautious, looking at the posture of the surnamed Mu, he was afraid that he was laundering money or making fast money from the coin circle. Winning the lottery definitely didn't have this temperament. He wanted to stop and see what happened, but He Chang's words gave him confidence again. What's wrong with brushing a little more? The more he brushes, the more the schoolgirl feels good about him, so he may be able to use this to take her down in one fell swoop. Moreover, Mu was so arrogant and reckless that he might really be pretending. Thinking of this, Song Huacheng no longer hesitate to follow the rhythm of Mu Qingyang swiped up. The real-time number of people in Li Zhili's livestream had come to 100,000 plus. Many water users had discovered Chang Ching, the godly hero. The pop-up screen became strange. This is eating at a restaurant? Lu Ganmayan wouldn't have gone to face off with Big Brother Pungjai, would he? Someone tell me this isn't true. Big Brother swiped so much money female anchors shouldn't be airborne? Instead of sighing here, why don't you ask Big Brother Chang Ching where he opened his room? You'll open the next room down, maybe you can still hear some noise. Big Brother Chang Ching, little brother only has one request. Can you lightly create her? My heart hurts. Hee, this one called Duke Song is who he is. He seems to be brushing up against Big Brother Chang Ching. Does that mean it's another one who wants to pin? This is something to see. Li Zhili was indifferent to such high popularity and fast-scrolling pop-ups. She remained frozen in her chair, only wishing for whichever one would stop. Receiving so many gifts from people for no reason, she was uneasy in her heart. The few bosses at the next table were also joining in on the melon eating. They are very familiar with the internet, and their own companies have done all kinds of live numbers and enterprise numbers. And the app Jitterbug plays more than the young people 6. Old Jiang, Mr. Sheen, and Mr. He all looked at Liang Xicheng. Old Liang, what is that young man's origin? Liang Xicheng spread his hands. How would I know? Didn't you go over to make a toast? That's all. To be honest, I don't know him well. I just know from the side that he's very powerful. Very powerful? Meaning little Song will lose? Liang Xicheng smiled without saying anything. He thought that even if the few people here were added together, they would still lose in a very ugly way. At least any of them would have to lose at least half of their lives if they were to take out $1 billion in cash right away. Not to mention just giving it away. This young man was not something their segment could speculate on. Chapter 75, Group Mockery from Water Friends. Song Huacheng's Dao heart collapses. After everyone saw the pop-up screen, the atmosphere in the private room started to become weird. The room with dozens of people could not be heard, and no one dared to utter a single breath. A few drops of cold sweat slid down Song Huacheng's forehead as he glanced sideways at He Chang. He Chang's heart thumped. He knew his master was angry, but the bad idea had already been made. If he stopped now, he would definitely have no good consequences. It would be better to take a gamble, just in case he won. He Chang held back his weakness and attached his mouth to the past. Mr. Song, that kid is almost out of gas. I've just been carefully observing his micro-expressions. His eyes are fluttering. His right hand has been pinching the bridge of his nose, and he's also exhaling long breaths from time to time. All these signs indicate that he's very flustered right now. We just need to hold on for a little while longer. We can definitely win. Song Huaqing's hand speed slowed down as he slightly glanced sideways at the surname Mu. It was just as He Chang had said. He was frowning and rubbing the bridge of his nose, and his expression also looked a little annoyed. He really couldn't make it anymore? That's right. Having already swiped tens of millions of dollars in, even I can't hold it anymore. So what makes him still able to hold it? Thinking of this, Song Huaqing's hand speed followed up again. Mu Qingyang was indeed a bit impatient. Sending gifts and swiping dog-licking gold was just as boring as playing with screws in an electronics factory. Not only were his fingers weak now, but he was also dozing off. If it is not to send out the gift can become real money back to cash, he will not be so destructive of their own fingers. If he continued to play at such a high intensity, he would probably have a tendinitis attack. Mu Qingyang took the time to glance at the real-time contributions. It was a whole more than 100 million diamonds more than Sven Scum. He shook off his hand and broke his knuckles again, preparing to take a slight break to wait for him. When Song Huaqing saw that the surname Mu had stopped, the corners of his mouth immediately lifted upwards. Just as I expected. This brat is no longer able to do so. Just as he was about to catch up, someone came to the phone. Glancing at it, it was the financial director of the branch. He wanted to hang up directly, but thought that he had just misappropriated tens of millions of dollars. It is better to say hello in advance, so as not to be stabbed to the head office. Song Huaqing deliberately put his cell phone into his pants pocket and said, "I'm going to the toilet." Only after leaving the door of the private room did he put the phone through. "What is it?" The voice on the other end of the phone was somewhat anxious. "Mr. Song, I saw that the company's money was transferred to your personal account. Is this you personally operating?" "That's right. The amount of money transferred is too large, and there is no specific reason. The head office has already called to account for it. I can't explain it here. Find a reason to put it off first. I'll make it up as much as I can afterward." Okay, but the head office has already locked the remaining funds, saying that it will only be unlocked after reporting the specific whereabouts of the money. Grass. Song Huaqing directly hung up the phone and slapped the phone hard on the wall. The anger in his heart was burning. Something went wrong at a crucial moment. Do I have to lose to that arrogant kid? How is this possible? Just the thought of his unbridled face after winning makes my liver ache with anger. This time, the battle for the top spot is not only related to whether or not Li Jili can work at the Tianfu City branch, but more importantly, I have additional bets with the one surnamed Mu. With his wild personality, the punishment will be so bad that I'll have to eat Ollie. I am the successor of Song Clan Pharmaceuticals. I absolutely cannot do something so disgraceful. Song Huaqing thought of this, and took his cell phone back up. He wanted to see how many diamonds were still missing from the surname Mu. Big deal. He had the cheek to find a few uncles to borrow some. More than 1 billion diamonds. Equivalent to more than 10 million soft sister coins. That's okay. Song Huaqing's fire slowly descended, but when he casually glanced at the pop-up screen, he was almost so angry that he burned himself in place. Where did this Duke Song pop out from? A cow horse. And he dares to clamor with the Chongqing big brother. It's only been more than 10 minutes, and he's been silenced, so just keep ing brushing. Goon. Estimated to be another unaware of the high ground coveting the beauty of Lugon Noodle's beggars. Would like to brush some gifts to pretend to be? To win the favor of the anchor. Did not expect to meet the real big brother? Sad. Toads often, but not many swans. Open the front camera of the phone to look in the mirror. Look at the gap between yourself and Chongqing Shenhao. Stupid. The ones who sprayed Song Gongzi were all water users who were fortunate enough to have watched the live broadcast of Chongqing's guarding of Lugon Neon. They had already switched from black to pink and were going around preaching Chongqing's heroic deeds in all the major live streams. It can be said that although Mu Qingyang is not in the Jianghu, his legend is everywhere in the Jianghu. So no matter how much money this ID called Song Gongzi brushes, powerful or not in reality, as long as the keyboard is in their hands, the same give you sprayed full of feces. Song Huaqing looked down on these cows and horses, beggars, and internet addicts in his bones. He thought he was from a noble background, and these people are not in a dimension at all. But now they dared to ride on their heads and? Song Huaqing was so angry that he was about to explode. He felt that this incident was a huge insult in his entire life. He couldn't accept being mocked by these lowly pariahs no matter what. Song Huaqing took 2 deep breaths and forced his anger down, pushing his gold-rimmed glasses this way before returning to the private room. He didn't sit back at his own seat but came to a table of a few middle-aged men. After sitting down he lowered his voice and said, "Uncles, I don't have quite enough cash on me. Can I ask you to borrow some?" Liang Xiqing was the first to speak. "Xiao Song, let's stop at this point. Mu Lao Di is not a simple person. It's not wise for you to fight him to the death." This is a good sentence. But in the years of the angry Song Huaqing has changed flavor. It is not that some time ago when your company's funds were tight, the family did not lend money to you? As for this to turn around to refuse? The surname Mu is not simple? Why don't I see it? He is the same as those white whoring to watch live beggars. Bones are pariahs. He just stepped on and got some money somewhere. You think you can cross the line and be my equal? I'll kill him today. Mr. Liang, I'm not going to die with that Mu guy today. If you're having trouble, forget it, I won't force you. Song Huaqing finished looking at the other few people. Uncle Qin, Uncle Jiang, Uncle He, one of you lend me 10 million. I'll return 11 million with interest in January. 10 million was not a small amount, but if it was the Song family's young master who borrowed it, a few old foxes were still at ease. He does not still have Song's pharmaceuticals in the well. In addition to January 1st million interest, this is a good thing. This business can do. Song's pharmaceuticals, the identity of the young proprietor as a guarantee. Song Huaqing easily borrowed 30 million. He walked back to his seat with the wind, vowing to make the surname Mu look good. Chapter 76, Sunglasses. How am I going to punish you properly? Li Jili's WeChat had exploded, full of messages from her boss, by Xuansheng, asking her what had happened. She didn't click on the chat box and just looked at Mu Qingyang somewhat helplessly. Mu Qingyang swiped the gift with his left hand and patted her snow-white slippery thigh with his right hand. Just sit at ease. If you're really panicked, the big deal is to return the glasses brush to him. I gave it to you and still don't feel at ease? Li Jili heard this mood instantly clear. Right. Song's money is a big deal. I don't need to feel guilty and choose to work in his company. As for Big Brother Mu, he is so good to me, should more or less like me, right? In fact, I also quite like. If we can be together in the future, then there is even less need to worry about this. Song Huaqing saw Mu Qingyang touch Li Jili's beautiful legs. Lungs are going to explode. But the schoolgirl didn't say anything, so he couldn't say much. He just silently put the account of molesting his wife on the person surnamed Mu. Mu Qingyang's cell phone page popped up again with a recharge prompt, and he was slightly shocked in his heart. This pharmacy owner's son was a bit powerful. He himself had already swiped tens of millions of dollars, but he hadn't fallen far behind. It was much more powerful than the likes of Zhao Mangan and the bar trio that he had encountered when he first got the system. But that was where it ended. Mu Qingyang changed from his previous laziness and placed his phone flat on the desktop. Then his index fingers of both hands began to frantically click on the gifting page. The hundreds of millions of diamonds began to rapidly decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. And on the live broadcast screen, the number Chang Qing gave away Kuan Pang Wanli X. The number on the live screen was rapidly increasing. The Nyoma students in the private room were dumbfounded. They looked at me and I looked at you, but what they saw in each other's eyes was nothing but shock. A few old bosses were also stunned. They looked at Liang Xiqing at the same time. Liang Xiqing just gently sipped his tea, still smiling without saying anything. Zhang Ni now wanted to strangle herself. Just now she intentionally stepped on the handsome man surnamed Mu in order to win Song Huaqing's favor. She usually also opened a live broadcast, and knew better than anyone else what the infinite streak of Kuanpeng Wanli stood for. This kind of top-level god ho, just overflowing a little bit of don't want to give herself, can make her rise to death. This handsome man surnamed Mu was much more approachable than Song Huaqing, and if she hadn't been blind, she definitely would have gotten a piece of the action. Zhang Nini felt that she had missed out on 100 million. He Chang's legs and stomach were shaking, and the cold sweat seeping out of his head messed up his hair. He has no other skills, but recognizing people is his strength. Previously, when I was studying, I could see that Song Huaqing was a hidden rich second generation, so I flattered him in advance and relied on him to make $1 million a year just after graduation. I thought that by relying on this skill, the career will be all the way up. I did not expect in today away from a big spectrum. Estimated that tomorrow, once you open your eyes, you have to be Song Huaqing liquidation. Song Huaqing borrowed 30 million are brushed to the bottom, still ranked second on the list. He looked at the real-time contribution without dying. There was a difference of more than 300 million diamonds. Instead of shortening the gap, he was being pulled further and further away. His confidence was completely shattered, and he put down his cell phone and collapsed disheveledly into a chair. Mu Qingyang stopped when he saw this. He twisted his stiff neck. What's wrong with the medicine seller? Why the disheveled face? Do you want to take 2 emergency heart-saving pills? Many people wanted to laugh when they heard this, but they held it in. Song Huaqing disheartenedly took off his golden glasses and murmured with his head bowed. Count yourself lucky. My bank card limit is up. Mu Qingyang teased with a smile. Oh, that's really a pity. I won't bully you either. How about lending you some? Let's continue the game. Song Huaqing pondered for 2 seconds, then slowly shook his head. This game is quite boring. It's not interesting at all to play. I'm not coming. Mu Qingyang spread his hands. It doesn't matter. Then it'll be counted as you admitting defeat. But we've set the punishment in advance. You're still a 5-foot man. You won't be so gutless to cheat, right? Boring. Song Huaqing said and was about to leave the private room. Mu Qingyang smiled disdainfully. It's always easy to escape, but this live broadcast is not a small commotion. It's not likely that some hot netizens will dig out your real identity one day. By then everyone will know that the successor of Song's Pharmaceuticals is a man of his word. Let me think about it. Who on earth would do business with such a person? Song watching stopped his pace at the words, and he turned back with an ironized face. What do you want? Mu Qingyang shrugged his shoulders. What can I do? Just keep the bet. He Chang still wanted to make a final struggle. He stood up mischievously. Surname Mu, brother Mu. Whatever punishment you have, just say it. I'll help Mr. Song bear it. Mu Qingyang glanced at him with great disgust. What kind of cow or horse are you? Who are you to help Mr. Song take his punishment? There's nothing for you here. Find yourself a better spot to watch the fun. He Chang was about to say something else, but was glared back by Song Watching's cold eyes. Surname Mu, what do you want to say directly? I don't have the time to play house with you here. Mu Qingyang directly got up and came in front of Song Watching, looking down on him condescendingly. Glasses Song, when you lose you have to admit it. When you get beaten you have to stand up straight. If you can't afford to play you can leave. Don't be a and stand up here with me. Song Watching looked at the man who was half a head taller than himself and his momentum instantly wimped out. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and forced himself to hold the accent and said, I, Song, am willing to gamble and accept defeat. You just say the punishment is. Mu Qingyang laughed. This Sven loser is just a borrowed family background of the power of the goat. Really encountered a strong. Immediately become soft eggs. Mu Qingyang raised his index finger to point at He Chang. Aren't you too iron? Then let's have a French wet kiss in front of all of us. Let's say it's good. When these words came out, the individuals with low laughing points already couldn't help but laugh out loud, while more people were whispering, and for a while there was a constant stream of whispers in the private room. Song Watching's still white face turned red all of a sudden. He felt that he had been greatly insulted. These Neoma classmates were originally just the companions of this party. If they weren't afraid of not being able to ask out Li Zhili alone, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to have dinner with themselves. And now, the eyes of these people surveying themselves actually carried flirtation. To know that before this, they had only dared to stand even for a toast. Song Watching was furious, but didn't have the courage to challenge Mu Qingyang, so he turned his back with a cold snort, replacing all answers with silence. Mu Qingyang then didn't expect Sunglasses to agree. He started rubbing this chin, pacing around the private room. If kissing doesn't work, it's kinda hard to do. How am I going to punish you properly? Chapter 77 I'm drunk. With every step Mu Qingyang took, Song Watching's heart thumped. This feeling of being at the mercy of others was so unbearable that he really wanted to just slam the door. Just when his spirit was about to collapse, Mu Qingyang let out a light eep. I thought of a good idea. Isn't today your class reunion? But the atmosphere seems to be almost interesting. Why don't you give everyone a talent segment? Subject 3 will do. Song Watching's eyes were cloudy. After considering again for a few seconds, he let out a cold snort. Humph, I'm a gentleman. How could I possibly do that claptrap? It's impossible. Mu Qingyang scanned the private room with his hands spread out. Do you all think this is too much for me to ask? There's no simpler punishment than this, right? Sunglasses, if you want to cheat, just say so explicitly. Don't give me this or that. The cowhorse students began to whisper. Kissing might be a bit embarrassing, but what's wrong with a simple dance for fun? What's wrong with that? Brother Mu is actually quite generous. But Mr. Song is a bit of a sore loser. I also think that he may have been hit in the face for failing to act tough. So he's being stubborn on purpose. A man has to be able to stand up and let go. How can he inherit the huge family business in the future with his soft and weak appearance? I feel worried about the future of Song's Pharmaceuticals. Don't you guys think he was pretending from the start? And the way he looks at people, it's like looking at pigs and dogs. If it wasn't for the fact that we're all classmates, I would have flipped out with him a long time ago. It's only when there's a comparison that I realize how good Handsome Mu is. Not only is he rich in billions, he's also approachable. I should have known to drink more with him. The soundproofing of the private room was very good. As long as you focused your attention, even small sounds could be heard. Song Huaqing was at a sensitive time. He had been keeping his ears open to hear what his classmates thought of him, and after getting a true assessment, his bite muscles tightened and his breathing became rapid. Finally he couldn't hold back any longer and yelled out, "Can't dance. Change the one I can do." Mu Qingyang shook his cell phone. There's a lot of teaching on the internet. Just follow the comparison. Didn't expect you to be able to dance much better. Song Huaqing once again replaced his answer with silence. The private room was awfully quiet. At this time, a few bosses at another table stood up to solve the problem. The chubby mister, he said, "Mu old brother, the punishment means even if we are all classmates, don't make it so embarrassing." The big back-headed Mr. Qin also said, "Right, we all hang out in Jiangnan City, head up, head down, all leave 2 points of leeway." Mu Qingyang didn't give any face to the several old bosses as he applauded and said, "What a nice thing to say, but if I lose to Sunglasses, he'll probably have to screw me over." may I ask you all, at that time, will you stand up and speak for me? A few old bosses were momentarily speechless, but they couldn't weigh Mu Qingyang's weight clearly, so they could only sit back down. Mu Qingyang was like a dragon king possessing his body at this moment, disliking half of Jiangnan City's business community to the point of being speechless, but he wasn't blindly pretending. He now had the strength. If you are carrying a system that is worth trillions of dollars and still want to be coy, then you might as well go back to delivering takeaways. He now clearly knows that money is a man's status. If you can take the 10 billion lickdog gold out and shoot on the table, the few old bosses have to run over and call Brother Mu. This is the reality. This is his bottom. Li Jili saw that the atmosphere was becoming more and more depressing and knew that it might not end well if it went on like this. This conflict had started because of her, so perhaps only she could defuse it. She stood up stiffly and walked over to Mu Qingyang's side and shook his arm. Big Brother Mu, forget it, let him go. Mu Qingyang's serious face immediately blossomed into a gentle smile. Alright, I'll listen to you. Then he pointed at Song Huaqing. Get lost, but before you leave, remember this well. I can let you off the hook once or twice, but I'm not a horse herder. Stay away from Li Jili in the future, and if you dare to have any more crooked thoughts, I can screw you to death. Song Huaqing's entire face turned the color of pig's liver as he tilted his head back and glared sorrowfully at Mu Qingyang. Would Mu Qingyang be accustomed to him? Raising his hand in a gesture to hit, Song Huaqing immediately held his head and squatted down, causing a burst of laughter in the private room. This time, he was once again defeated in the rivalry. Originally wanted to get back some face before leaving. I did not expect to lose face even more. This kind of person, Mu Qingyang, was something he had never encountered before, and his previous moves didn't work on him at all. Song Huaqing knew that staying any longer would only lead to more disgrace, so he could only leave with his tail between his legs. Mu Qingyang saw Ti Chang still pretending to be calm and sitting in his original position, and let out a kind laugh. Snort, the master is gone. Why don't you hurry up and chase after him? Still want to stay here to spy on the information? Ti Chang reluctantly stood up and walked away with a crying face. Only then did Mu Qingyang pull Li Jili back to his original position and loudly announced, "Students eat at ease. I'll have the kitchen put on some more raw seafood. Everyone build it to death. All consumption tonight, paid for by MS. Li." Students this time on the open more, no longer lowered his voice to speak, but to speak freely. Large pieces of meat and drink. This is like a party. Not long after the other table of several bosses get up to leave. Students eat and drink well. We a few old things will not come together. I hope your friendship will survive. Goodbye. Liang Xiqing specially said one more sentence. Mu old brother, have time to drink tea at Beyond Famous Cars. I welcome you anytime. Mu Qingyang didn't take it seriously and waved his hand perfunctorily. Okay boss Liang, see you again. What he didn't expect was that just a few days later, he would meet up with Liang Xiqing again because of a WeChat from Liang Ancheng. After a few bigwigs left, the atmosphere in the private room once again warmed up a few points. Everyone was no longer formal. Boxing and drinking, playing games and blowing awesome, having a great time. It wasn't until after 11 p.m. that Li Jili leaned on Mu Qingyang's shoulder with her small face humped red, her eyes mesmerized. Brother Mu, I'm drunk, let's go. Mu Qingyang looked at her dainty little mouth and pink pretty face and his heart immediately lit up a blazing fire. He helped Li Jili up and waved his hand towards his classmates. You guys keep drinking, I'll go and settle the bill first. Then Mu Qingyang ignored the tidal wave of retention from his classmates and pulled Li Jili to resolutely exit the private room. Inside the Ferrari, Li Jili lay softly on his side on the seat, looking for his cell phone as he asked, Big Brother Mu, how much is the meal? Mu Qingyang paid with dog-licking gold, which was equivalent to not spending any money. With one hand resting on his head and one hand on the steering wheel, he said in a good-natured and amused manner, Why are you still polite with me? Do you still want to transfer it to me? As soon as the words fell, Mu Qingyang received a few system prompts. Li Jili's favorability plus 10, current favorability 79, Li Jili's favorability breaks through 70. All the divine magnificence gold spent for this goddess will be returned soon. What's going on? A checkout added 10 points of favorability? Mu Qingyang looked sideways with some confusion, only to see Li Jili staring blankly at her cell phone. Her small mouth opened slightly, shivering. Big Brother Mu, you swiped over 800 million diamonds for me tonight? Mu Qingyang waved his hand indifferently. If it wasn't for the amount of individual gifts being too small, I could have swiped out 8 billion. You can accept it without worry. Didn't I say I'd buy you a villa? You take this money and go pay a deposit first. Li Jili was happy beyond words at the moment. He had thought that Mu Qingyang was just saying it casually, but he didn't expect to pay for the action so soon. As soon as he thought of being able to receive his mom into a castle-like house to enjoy her old age, as soon as he thought of the smile on her face, the joy within Li Jili was just like a volcanic eruption, and he couldn't control a bit of it at the root of his heart. Li Jili's favorability plus 5, current favorability 84. Chapter 78 raid reward can still be upgraded to a god tier skill? Mu Qingyang's heart was beating furiously. 84 points of goodwill? Only 6 points short of unlocking the king tier fighting skill. With this skill, what kind of pussy wouldn't you dare to pretend to be? Even if he met a beast in the wild, he would dare to go up and slap it twice. Li Zhili was really happy. His favorability has been rising all the way up. If I can have something indescribable with her tonight, I don't know if I will rush to 90 points in one go. Mu Qingyang pulled the supercar into the garage with a drift, and pulled open the passenger door for Li Zhili with a dry throat. As soon as Li Zhili got out of the car, she wrapped herself around him like an octopus, muttering words like thank you, happy under her breath. If it were usual, a man and a woman alone in a room, Mu Qingyang high and low have to do things before, but now that he can reach out and touch the raider reward, he instead becomes afflicted. She was so drunk. Is she taking advantage of people's danger? What if she regretted it after she sobered up? After all, it's a precious first time. If she didn't voluntarily get intimate with me, she will definitely lose her favorability, right? Mu Qingyang didn't dare to be generous and decided to test the waters first. Zhili, 2 bedrooms upstairs. Which one do you want to sleep in? Li Zhili's voice was lazy. Whatever. What about me? Li Zhili pouted. Also whatever. Early the next morning, Mu Qingyang was woken up by a system beep. Li Zhili favorability +6. Current favorability 90. Target goddess favorability breaks through 90 points. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the king level fighting technique. The beep had just gone out. Mu Qingyang then felt a warm current spread throughout his body, followed by a flood of memories rushing into his mind. He subconsciously closed his eyes in an effort to receive this huge stream of information. When his eyelids slowly lifted again, he actually had the feeling of a glance of 10,000 years. He clearly knew that only an instant of time had passed, but just in this flash of light, he felt as if he had been practicing for dozens of years. Mu Qingyang gently clenched his fist, and an incomparably powerful confidence suddenly arose within him. He felt that he could now beat up a van full of little yellow hairs. Just as he was feeling the changes in his body with all his heart, the system beep sounded in his head once again, raising the target goddess's favorability to 100. The king grade fighting technique will be upgraded to a god grade fighting technique. The god grade fighting art possesses the ability to foresee danger, and at the same time, it will significantly strengthen the host's reflexes, which will be manifested in the form of being able to dodge bullets fired outside of the 20. Mu Qingyang's heart set off huge waves. Being able to dodge bullets in the flesh? Movies don't even dare to shoot like this, right? This is to let me be a godly hero until I die in peace? System dad is so nice. Li Zhili I love you. Mu Qingyang was about to turn sideways to furiously kiss his goddess of fortune in his excitement, only to see Li Zhili covering his body with the quilt, leaving only a pair of big, dark eyes peeking at him. When did you wake up? Just woke up. Mu Qingyang scratched his head, rare and somewhat embarrassed. Do you still remember what happened yesterday? Li Zhili glared at him grudgingly. Don't remember. Mu Qingyang coughed lightly twice. We were all drunk. Stop it. Annoying. Li Zhili covered her head with the quilt. You have to be responsible for me, but I have to leave Jiangnan City soon. You can't get involved with women here. Mu Qingyang, he said in a serious manner without blushing. Zhili, you don't worry. I won't mess with other women. You be good in Tianfu City. I'll come to you when I'm empty. Li Zhili removed the quilt and kissed Mu Qingyang with a smile like a flower. Alright, I believe you. I'll wait for you in Tianfu. What she doesn't know is that Mu Qingyang really won't be messing with other women, because he's already messing with more than he can handle. Mu Qingyang secretly said that this niece was really simple and a bit stupid. Luckily she met herself. Although she couldn't get wholehearted love, but everything beyond that would be unconditionally satisfied by him. If a beautiful woman didn't have enough identity background and deep heart, her end would generally be miserable. Being able to meet Mu Qingyang was not her luck. Jiangnan City International Airport. Mu Qingyang buried his head deeply into Li Zhili's hair. Li Zhili also tightly surrounded his waist and could not let go. After a long time, Li Zhili's nose gently twitched. Brother Mu, the plane is about to take off, but I can't let go of you. Mu Qingyang tenderly stroked her beautiful back. We'll meet soon. Remember to miss me in Tianfu. I will miss Brother Mu very much. Chapter 79 Best Thoughts on Various Raider Rewards After Advancement. After bidding farewell to Li Zhili, Mu Qingyang was vaguely reluctant in his heart. She was an exceptionally good girl. Not only was her beauty unrivaled, but she was also very simple. In just one day, he had taken away her first time, and also gained nearly 100 million in cashback and the Skill King level fighting technique. It was not too much to call her a goddess of fortune. Phew! Mu Qingyang let out a long breath. When Zhua Kursan's electric festival ends, let's go to Tianfu City to look for her. And by the way, help her match her villa with a luxury car. My woman, food, clothing, housing and transportation must use the best. I don't know what the other goddesses' raid rewards will be when they are advanced. The system produces. They should all be fine products. I wanted to slowly cultivate feelings with them. This is forcing me to speed up the progress. Mu Qingyang sat in the cab of the Ferrari and drove straight towards the Xianghanglan Villa area. The roar of the supercar was loud, but it didn't affect him at all as his thoughts wandered. Currently, Chen Qiwen's favorability was also high. Having reached 70 points, she was very likely to unlock the Raider reward in a short period of time. Her Raider reward is the Iron Kidney, which serves to strengthen the functions of the body's organs, and it's possible that 100 diseases won't invade her after she advances, so this skill must be obtained as soon as possible. Second is Ruan Yi. Although her favorability is already 79 points, but she is indifferent, not much materialistic desire, and now she is focused on exams. Want to continue to improve is not very easy. Besides, her Raider reward is top acting skill. I really can't imagine how this skill will evolve. Liang Yanchong's favorability was currently 30 points, and her Raider reward was top athletic skill. If this skill is upgraded further, it should be an all-round strengthening of the body, so I'm afraid I'll become Superman by then. This is also an ability that must be obtained. Gotta find a way to boost her favorability as soon as possible. Last but not least is the netizen gold-digging girl's Wakurson. Top singing talent. Same as acting. Can't think of anything special after advancement for now. Let it be. Not much time. Mu Qingyang returned to the villa. At this time, Cullinan had already parked in the garage, and Ruan Yi had returned. He pushed open the door of the room somewhat sheepishly, only to see Ruan Yi holding a pile of bedding toward the laundry room. Mu Qingyang's heart went cold. The traces left by himself and Li Zhili were definitely seen by her. What should I do? Online and so on. It's quite urgent, but any explanation now seems pale and powerless. Mu Qingyang stiffly greeted her. When did you come back? You don't need to wash these things yourself. I'll immediately ask the property to introduce a few cleaning ants. Ruan Yi acted as if nothing had happened, her tone still calm and bland. It's fine. The equipment in the laundry room is very powerful. Just throw it in. It doesn't take much effort. Don't invite Auntie. I'm not used to staying with strangers. Mu Qingyang nodded repeatedly. Okay, this villa is yours. You have the final say. So what? I still have some things to do. I have to go out again. You can get yourself something to eat at noon. Right. Have you finished spending the money? Let me transfer another 100 million to you. Mu Qingyang said and closed the door again. Re-entering the car, Mu Qingyang lit a rootwazi. After exhaling a thick fog in a depressed manner, he shook his head in frustration. Mental quality is still not strong enough. Just met and lost. You say she scolds me twice, I can still gag and talk back. What I'm most afraid of is that she knows everything, but just doesn't say anything. Just like the rightful matron in the palace drama. Mu Qingyang emo for a few seconds before quickly adjusting his mind again. How can I, as a sea king, be afflicted? What if Ruan Yi doesn't object to me being full of peach blossoms? Right. It must be like this. Why else would her favorability not drop? Mu Qingyang immediately walked away from the internal conflict and took out his cell phone to dial Chen Qiwen's number. It took the last few seconds of ringing for the call to be answered, and Chen Qiwen's cheerful voice came from within the receiver. Brother Mu, why did you remember to call me? Did you miss me? Mu Qingyang heatedly smiled. Yeah, I miss you so much every night that I can't sleep. How is it? Did my old father-in-law allow you to come out? Chen Qiwen's tone grumbled. No, he insisted on introducing me to a boyfriend in the system, and said to meet tonight. I refused, but it's useless. I'm bored to death. Mu Qingyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Am I that bad in his mind? No matter what. I'm also a promising young man who earns $100 million a month. This can't even enter his eyes? Chen Qiwen said in a depressed manner. My dad, he just doesn't like doing business, saying it's unstable and risky. But don't worry, brother Mu. I've decided that I won't go to this dinner at night. I'm going to fight against my old dad to the end. Mu Qingyang's aura flashed. You promise first, but with one condition attached. What condition? Just say that you'll eat with me first at noon. Ah, you're meeting my dad so soon? I think it might be better to wait a little bit. He really doesn't like you very much right now. Mu Qingyang smiled. It's fine. I have special abilities. Chen Qichen sniffed with joy. Ha, what ability? Money ability. It took Mu Qingyang a lot of persuasion to get through to Chen Qiwen and let her go to her father to make a deal. He wasn't blindly confident, but very sure. Money could only bring out its greatest power if it was transformed into a solid substance. Otherwise it would just be a tasteless string of numbers. Mu Qingyang had an exceptionally deep understanding of this sentence after getting the system. In the past, when he was delivering takeaways, he would always think, isn't it just a luxury car? It's the same 4 wheels, and it can still drive flowers? Isn't it just a mansion? Every night only sleep on those a few square feet. Bigger can live forever. But when he really have these things, He can only close his eyes and shake his head and say I'm still shallow. This feeling is really cool. People will have desires. If they don't have them for the time being, it's just that they haven't been triggered. Chen Shiwen's old man is used to living a dull life. See, I don't give him a good lesson. An ordinary 3-roomed room. A woman of great charm had already made a table breakfast. Chen Shiwen wearing a set of cartoon pajamas from the bedroom out. She even sleepy eyes. Even if the face value can still kill 99% of the well-dressed after the same sex. On the dining table, her parents and brother were eating. She sat up and casually picked up 2 mouthfuls of porridge, and then summoned up the courage to say, "Dad, it's okay to go see the blind date you introduced to me at night, but I have one condition." Chen Dad pronged his daughter a glance. "What condition are you putting up with me? Will I harm you?" Chen Shiwen played up her little personality. "I won't go if you don't promise me." Chen Ma came out to round up the situation. "Let your daughter talk about it." Chen Dad snorted coldly. "Humph, you say it, but I don't necessarily agree." Chen Shiwen took a deep breath and boldly said it. "You have to meet Mu Qingyang at noon first." "Humph, no wonder you didn't come out when you were just called for dinner. Were you secretly talking to him on the phone? It's a rare day off for your father and I don't have the time to meet unrelated people today. I refuse." Before Chen Shiwen could mutter her anger, his brother stood out first. "I say, Pops, can you not be so stubborn? I just think brother-in-law Mu is quite good. Don't dismiss people based on subjective opinions alone, okay? You're making fun of your sister's happiness. You're not responsible at all." This hi-hat was snapped down. Chen Dad immediately panicked. "Shiwen, don't talk nonsense. Your father, I'm a very accurate judge of people. You're still too young to understand this." Seeing this, Chen Mom also immediately persuaded. "Old Chen, anyway, today's weekend everyone is resting. Just go and meet them. Whether it's okay or not is also good to give them a clear explanation face to face." Only then did Chen Dad loosen up. "Alright, then go and meet that kid for a while." Chapter 80 Mu Qingyang takes a shot at old man-in-law. Zhao Mangnan was very angry these days. His little brother Yuan Ping told him that the cousin he saw in the coffee house last time was sentenced to 8 years for attempted murder. He killed that superb village girl, but was saved by that boy Mu Qingyang. Zhao Mangnan took advantage of this matter to find out that Mu Qingyang was an authentic commoner. He was furious. He had lost his face twice in front of this commoner, and both times in front of extremely beautiful women. He absolutely couldn't swallow this breath. He was going to make him pay for it 10-fold and 100-fold, but Mu Qingyang had lost track of him since he came out of the police station, and Zhao Mangnan searched for several days in a row with no luck. He turned his thoughts to Chen Shiwen. These two dogs will always meet up, right? Chen Shiwen, where to live? He has long been in the ex-girlfriend. That is, Chen Shiwen girlfriend's mouth asked clearly. So sent a little brother every day in her neighborhood downstairs squatting guard. Today, I finally received the news that she went out. Chen Shiwen drove a Bentley coupe carrying the whole family to the high-class restaurant set by Mu Qingyang. Chen Shiwen was exclaiming just as she got out of the car. "Wow, I've heard that the per capita price of this Gue language mountain house is over 1,000. I've watched food bloggers review it on Jitterbug, so I'm going to have a big meal in my brother-in-law's honor today." Chen Dad knocked his youngest son with a folding fan. "Eating people's mouths is short. Don't order blindly later. Businessmen like to make all these ostentatious arrangements. Flashy but not real." Chen Shiwen finished speaking and ran towards a red supercar next to him. "My God, for 88 Pista Spider? This is the first time I've seen it in Jiangnan City. This car won't be brother-in-law, right?" Chen Shiwen nodded lightly. "He's already here. Let's go." The Gue language mountain house was a modern and classical combination of new Chinese decorations. The corridors and other courtyards were planted with bamboos and lotus flowers. The environment was quiet and peaceful. Passing through the hall, Chen Shiwen's family of 4 arrived at one of the restaurant's largest private rooms, where Mu Qingyang had already been waiting for a long time. He smiled and got up to greet them. "Good day, uncle and aunt." Chen Shiwen excitedly stretched out her right hand and leaned over. "Hello, brother-in-law. I'm Chen Shiwen's younger brother. Just call me Xiao Wen. I've admired you for a long time. I'm a big fan of yours. I wish you and my sister a happy ending and a long life together." Chen Shiwen's head was knocked by the folding fan again. No proper form. Chen Dad held the stance of an elder, nodding gently before walking to the dining table to sit down. Chen Ma was much more polite. She looked at Mu Qingyang with a smile on her face, her eyes full of satisfaction. "How nice this young man is, tall and handsome, his body is still strong, and he is a good match for Wenwen. Young man, don't stand, come sit down." Good," Mu Qingyang responded, grandly pulling Chen Shiwen's small hand and walking over to sit down. Seeing this, Chen Dad lightly coughed twice, and Chen Shiwen extremely reluctantly drew back her small hand. "Mu Qingyang, that's your name, right? When did you and our family Wenwen meet? How far has it developed now?" Before the dishes were even served, Chen Dad started the first round of questioning. Mu Qingyang nodded. "The name is correct. Then he pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Shiwen, lighting another one himself, not packaging himself as a good boy in the slightest because it was the first time he met the woman's parents. Wen and I have not known each other for a long time, 10 days or so. As for the progress, this is not too convenient to say. Humph. Chen Dad snorted coldly. A relationship of more than 10 days. What's the difference between that and playing house? I can let go of what happened between you and Wen in the past, but in the future, please stay away from her. I don't think highly of this relationship of yours. Mu Qingyang didn't pick up on this, but instead took out a beautifully packaged box from under the seat and handed it to Chen Ma. Auntie, I don't know what you like when we first meet, so I just bought a random imperial green bracelet. Put it on and see if the size fits. Chen Ma took it with a smile and discreetly wore it on her left wrist. Her skin was very white and complemented the imperial green color. It looked very good on her. Xiao Mu, this bracelet is very pretty and Auntie likes it a lot, but I can't accept it, Chen Ma said and removed the bracelet. I heard that this color of jadeite is especially rare and unusually expensive. Your good intentions Auntie heartily appreciate, but the thing is too expensive. You'd better take it back. Mu Qingyang had expected her to say this and pushed the box in front of Chen Shiwen. Then I'll just have to give it to Wen. Chen Shiwen was smart enough to know that Mu Qingyang was trying to curve a gift, and directly agreed. Okay day. Thank you brother. Mu Qingyang then fished out a few cards from his pocket and handed them over. These are all worthless things. Auntie should be able to use them. Please do accept them. Chen Ma took a look. There was a beauty salon membership card, a supermarket membership card, and a few branded clothing store membership cards. Chen Ma still wanted to refuse, but Chen Shiwen directly stuffed the cards into her bag. Mom. Just keep it. You don't want it, he's still giving it to me. Chen Mom hesitated for 2 seconds before nodding her head. Alright, then thank you Xiao Mu. Humph. Chen Dad snorted coldly once again. Is the family short of food and clothing? How can you take other people's things indiscriminately? I think Wen was taught bad by you. Chen Mom sniffed and glared at Chen Dad, who immediately didn't dare to speak. Mu Qingyang then pulled out a Lamborghini car key from his pocket and tossed it. Older brother. Like this thing? Chen Shiwen's eyes exploded with brilliance, his head nodding rapidly. Love it. I like it too much. Brother-in-law. You're my own brother-in-law. Mu Qingyang lit the key with a pop. I'll give it to you if you like it, and if I can make things right with your sister, I'll give you another real one. Chen Shiwen didn't dislike this as a lighter, still joyfully took the key. Mouth also swore. Don't worry brother-in-law. I'm here. You won't be able to get away with it. While the young people were talking, Chen Ma had already opened the RT Mart app. She entered the card number of the membership card she had just gotten in the inquiry section, and was shocked by the balance inside. $1 million. How could she spend so much money on food and drinks? If she didn't want to use it herself, she could sell it and get back several $100,000 in cash. Xiao Mu was a big spender. Chen Ma couldn't help but pass the cell phone screen to Chen Dad. Chen Dad coughed violently twice after reading it, and then picked up the tea in front of him and drank it vigorously. He was shocked by the extent of Mu Qingyang's generosity. What kind of person sends shopping cards like this? This is $1 million. I'd have to work hard for 10 years to earn it, and you just gave it away like this? What if he and Wen don't make it? Does he have so much money that he can't use it all? But after the shock, Chen's father was vaguely unhappy. What's wrong with this Xiao Mu? Why don't I have a gift? I'm not sure if you have a problem with me, but I'm not sure if you have a problem with me. Mu Qingyang took it all in, knowing that the time was ripe. He looked sideways at Chen Dad. Uncle Chen, it's inconvenient to bring the things I gave you with me. Let's go to the site after dinner. Only then did Chen Dad's heart balance out. This is the right thing to do. I don't necessarily accept it, but the courtesy must be there. But he still held the frame of an elder. Let's talk about it after dinner. Chapter 81, Mu Qingyang teaches Chen Shiwen everything Yishuyan knows. The dishes at Guiyu Shanfang were delicately presented, but the portions were extremely small, similar to Japanese food. The good thing was that the flavor was very good, and Mu Qingyang was using the dog-licking gold to settle the bill anyway. Not bad for money. So several delicious dishes were served in several portions. Chen Shiwen had already eaten his stomach round, but he wasn't overjoyed yet, taking the menu and ordering again. Caviar and avocado tartar for 5 servings, raw choked Antarctic AO shrimp for 3 servings, steamed swordfish for 2 servings, and green bean flap 9-year crystal shrimp for another serving. With the ho-hum meet and greet gift to open the way, the meal was quite pleasant, except for Chen Dad, who was still holding the accent of his old life and talking a bit stiffly. Chen Mom, Chen Di, Chen Shiwen, and Mu Qingyang had already hit it off. Brother-in-law, this restaurant is so delicious, my stomach is bursting, but I simply can't stop. Chen Shiwen giggled as she spoke. Mu Qingyang didn't have a bad impression of this brother-in-law and said after taking a sip of tea, eat slowly, it's enough, I'm going to settle the bill. By the way, give your sister a card. You want to eat in the future. Just drag her to come. Okay, brother-in-law. Mu Qingyang lit up and walked out of the private room with Hua Zi. Looking at his cell phone, his old man's gift had already been arranged. He laughed lightly as he came to the bar and directly swiped $1 million. Only when he turned around did he lightly say, "Don't look for the rest of the money, charge it all on the card." When he returned to the private room, Chen Shiwen had already eaten all the food on the table. He smiled in embarrassment. "Brother-in-law, I'm full, let's go." Chen Shiwen immediately jumped up and hugged Mu Qingyang's arm. "Where are we going next?" Mu Qingyang scraped her nose and whispered as he brought his lips to her ear. "To see your dad's second face." "Ah, what does this mean?" "You'll know when you go." At the entrance of the parking lot, Chen Shiwen stood in front of the red supercar and refused to leave. "Brother-in-law, let me sit on the passenger side. I like this car for a long time. I can't help but want to lick it." Okay. Mu Qingyang clipped him on the scalp. "I'll you if you give me any more pussy. Go to drive your sister's Continental GT. Obedient. Your sister and I have important words to say." Chen Shiwen wailed. "What important words? Can't we talk about it when we get to the place? People really want to take a ride in this car." Mu Qingyang directly offered a big move. "Do you still want a Lamborghini?" With these words, Chen Shiwen ran faster than a dog and got into the white Bentley in a puff of smoke. Only then did Chen Shiwen say with a red face, "Brother Mu, your purpose in saying this is too obvious. My brother will be 20 soon. He knows everything." Mu Qingyang smiled evilly. "If he understands it, then he understands it. I'm his brother-in-law. Bullying his sister is a natural thing. Get in the car." Inside the Ferrari, Mu Qingyang's big hand was placed on Chen Shiwen's long, snow-white and slippery legs. "One. Want to learn something new? I'll teach you." Chen Shiwen had a bad premonition. Learn. Want to. Mu Qingyang had always been very selfless towards Chen Shiwen, so he taught her all the things that Yi Shuyuan knew one by one. With only 1 kilometer left from the navigation address, Mu Qingyang exhaled a long breath. After continuing to travel for another minute or so, the naked eye could already see the destination. It was an exceptionally luxurious antique building, with the words Shishan Yunlu Sales Department written on the plaque at the front. "This is it." Mu Qingyang had just gotten out of the car when Chen Shiwen jumped out from the public seat next to him. "Brother-in-law, you're driving really slow. We've been here for quite a while." Mu Qingyang looked at Chen Shiwen. "Your brother said you're slow. You still need to practice more." Chen Shiwen's pretty face blushed as she blanked him. "It's clearly your problem, okay? I'm already working hard." Chen Shiwen was a bit puzzled. "Which one of you actually drove the car? Ah, it's a pity that such a good supercar fell into your hands." Without chatting for 2 sentences, in the antique building came out a professional beauty wearing an OL suit overskirt, legs covered with black stockings. It was the real estate consultant who sold Mu Qingyang's Xianghanglan No. 1 villa. The smile on her face wasn't professional at all. It could be seen that it came from the heart. As she walked up to Mu Qingyang, she bowed slightly. "Hello, Mr. Mu. It's nice to see you. It's all picked out according to your requirements. Please follow me." The career counselor finished making a please gesture to the commuter car. Mu Qingyang greeted the 4 members of the Chen family. "Let's go. The stuff is inside." There was a very large lake inside the Shishan Cloud Lodge, with a few rockeries dotted around the lake, and the banks were full of valuable seedlings, making for a very beautiful environment. Chen Shiwen looked around. "Brother-in-law, which scenic spot is this? The scenery is so nice. Look at the cicadas chirping and birds chirping. How suitable for a walk to take a break." "Or brother-in-law, you're considerate." Mu Qingyang's head was filled with black lines. Can this also be an embarrassing boast? But he didn't retort. "The scenery on the periphery of this is okay, but it's still not comparable to the inside. You'll be even more surprised when you get to the place." Although Chen Dad saw what was written on the plaque when he entered, he didn't think about buying a house at all. Just kidding. Looking at the luxury of this villa area, any set of them would be worth a small target, right? Although Xiaomu was generous, it was most likely a swollen face, and his real financial strength was definitely not enough for these places. Chen Dad only thought that he had some small offsets, so he was able to bring them in for a visit. The good thing was that he liked this environment of birds and flowers and didn't say much about it. After turning a few corners, the commuter car stopped at a courtyard. The real estate consultant enthusiastically pulled open the car door. "Mr. Mu, the destination is here. Please get off and visit." Chen Dad and Chen Mom were stunned to see the scenery in front of them, both letting out exclamations of surprise with their eyes wide open. This. There's still this kind of place in Jiangnan City? Chapter 82, Being a Mu family woman, enjoying a happy life. The real estate consultant pointed to a cloud-shaped luohan pine in the entry courtyard and introduced. "This tree is the treasure of Huizhou Nursery. The pole diameter is thick, beautiful form. The market price is conservatively estimated at 7 figures. Chen Shiwen secretly smacked his lips. "It's enough to buy a supercar." Which size lovely? Would spend so much money on a tree? Mu Qingyang awkwardly pinched the bridge of his nose and ignored his brother-in-law. Instead, it was Papa Chen who shook his fan and explained, can that realm be the same? Buying a car is for fun. Buying a tree is a sentiment. I have some research on seedlings. This tree in all aspects are called the best. Millions should be able to value. Good thing Chen Dad does not know that this is his own things. If you know, this tree where all can be called the best, less than 10 million will not be sold. The real estate consultant smiled politely, and led a few people to the courtyard. Without walking a few steps, a step appeared in front of them, and by the side of the step was a waterfall with a drop of 5 or 6 meters. The people stepped on the steps made of stone and stepped down. The water vapor stirred up by the waterfall pounced on their bodies and cooled them, making them feel very comfortable. The water source of this waterfall comes from the mountain spring water on the mountain, rich in minerals, and can be drunk directly. Chen Shiwen curiously cupped a handful and sent it into his mouth. Really yeah. Sweet sweet sweet. Much better than Nanfu Shangquan. Chen's father nodded his head in praise. The waterfall falls down to create a small stream. The moss in the stream is green, and occasionally you can still see the stream stone speckles swimming in it. This landscaping seems to come from nature. The design of the courtyard should come from a master's hand. Connecting the steps was a courtyard covering an area of close to 2 acres, which surrounded a small antique 3-story building in the center. Without waiting for an introduction from the career counselor, Chen's dad wandered around on his own. These potted plants are amazing. There are real cypresses, ancient plums, and 9-mile incense, all rare things. The only one I've ever grown is this golden bullet, but the quality is nothing like these. Dad, you mean those little plants on our balcony? Why don't they look the same to me? These little trees are all hanging with golden-colored fruits, and our homes is bare. Chen Shiwen asked with a crooked brain. Ahem. Chen Dad was a bit embarrassed. The golden bullet is hanging fruits every year with October. It's very ornamental. That's why I planted a few of them. But our family's is the variety that doesn't work. It's not that your dad and I are bad at raising them. The stocking sales immediately changed the topic to diffuse the embarrassment. A few of you please follow me. The view of the wigwam fish pond in front is also very beautiful. Walking dozens of steps to a pavilion. The pavilion is surrounded by a wigwam made of Taihu Lake stone. The wigwam surrounded by a circle. Inside the circle is a wink of light blue water. The water source is exceptionally clear. You can clearly see the yellow and red pollen floating down to the bottom of the pool, and dozens of koi carp that are as fat as pigs are leisurely picking up food. Stocking sales pointed to the large fish of varying colors. These are all koi imported from Japan. Each one is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Chen Shiwen's eyes rounded. What the hell is so expensive? How much does it cost per catty? Chen Dad smiled. Not just this fish. Even the black pines that can be seen everywhere around the wigwam are all $1,000,000 level superb goods. Which tycoon owns this garden-like residence in the back of the royal palace? How come we don't see anyone living in such a good house? The real estate consultant was a bit surprised. This courtyard was originally kept by the developer's boss for his own use, but it was just renovated when the project's funds went awry, so it's been bought by Mr. Mu. Didn't Mr. Mu say he wanted to give it away? Wasn't it given to a few people? Give it away. Give it away? Chen Dad's tongue was a little tongue-tied. Give it to who? A lady named Chen Chiwen. The title has already been transferred to her name. Ha! Chen Dad, Chen Mom, and the Chen siblings collectively exclaimed in shock. Chen Chiwen's legs almost went limp and she almost knelt down for Mu Qingyang. Brother-in-law, is this true? You slap me twice and tell me this isn't a dream. Chen's mom pinched Chen's father's middle. Old Chen, what's wrong with you? Wake up. Don't scare me. Mu Qingyang took out his huazi and lit it, finding a random rock to sit down. Didn't I say I'm going to give Uncle Chen a gift? Is it okay to let you live in this house for the rest of your life? Chen Dad immediately woke up. He has completely lost the calmness he had during the visit just now, frantically rubbing his hands and gulping his saliva. Yes, 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 yes. Xiao Mu, Uncle is not materialistic. Uncle really likes these flowers and plants. Mu Qingyang exhaled smoke and stood up. Then you see the matter between me and Wenwen. Chen Chiwen immediately jumped out showing his teeth. Brother-in-law, whoever dares to interfere with you guys will first step over my dead body. Chen Dad could no longer hold his elder stance as he piled on the smiles and said, this kid Chiwen has no form all day long. But there is a saying that is true. Young people should be free to fall in love. In the past I was a bit too lenient in my control. Chen Chiwen was on the verge of tears when she heard this. She stepped her head deep into Mu Qingyang's chest and sobbed. Brother Mu, this gift is too expensive. Ooh, thank you for doing so much for me. Ooh, I love you so much. Chen Chiwen favorability plus 10. Current favorability 80. Mu Qingyang patted her beautiful back. Be a Mu family woman and enjoy a happy life. You deserve this. After placating Chen Shiwen, Mu Qingyang looked sideways at his brother-in-law. Little one, you're good at licking people. Who did you learn it from? Chen Shiwen scratched his head. Brother-in-law, it's also my first time doing this. Maybe this is talent. Mu Qingyang wanted to laugh. Your sister is also quite talented, but I like it all. He continued. Seeing that you're so up for it, brother-in-law will buy you a 911 first. I'll transfer the money to your sister. Let her take you there when it's empty. Thanks brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you are my god. Little brother is willing to follow you forever. Stocking sales looked sour. She wanted to ask Mr. Mu if he still liked women, but then instantly lost her confidence when she looked at the female companions around him. People are really angry compared to people. Originally, selling a mansion worth more than $200 million and getting a commission of hundreds of thousands of dollars was already very satisfying, but compared to the person who was given a house, it wasn't even a drop in the bucket. However, she quickly gathered her mood and pointed at the back garden of the other house and said, "Everyone please continue to follow me, the courtyard is only halfway through." Chapter 83, You're right, I have a bag in my head. Stepping up a few steps along the left side of the front garden led to the back garden of the special courtyard. The back garden was sloped and frighteningly large, looking like a small mountain. The property consultant pointed to the lasagna stones and yellow wax stones everywhere and said, "More than 2,000 tons of stones alone were used in the renovation of this compound, and hundreds of trucks pulled them back from the stone factory overnight, so the whole environment looks very close to nature." The more Chin Dad looked, the more satisfied he was. His fan shook fast. He never dreamed that he would be able to live in such a luxurious villa in his life. This level of house. I'm afraid that even the company's president is still almost far away, right? Now the more he looked at Mu Qingyang, the better he looked. It's Wen's fault for not making it clear before, causing me to misunderstand little Mu for so long. Chen Ma didn't care much about this. She pointed at a huge tree and said, This is a longan tree, right? Can it bear fruit?" The real estate consultant smiled slightly. "This is a 10-year-old Julian longan tree, the best variety of longan. It can produce several hundred pounds of big and sweet fruit every year. Your family probably won't be able to eat it all." After saying that, he pointed to another one. "That one is the jaba tree, producing fruit worth several $100s a caddy. Very rare." Halfway up the mountainside there are also carrion trees, peach trees, sunshine rose grapes, and various other fruit trees, ensuring that you can eat green and fresh fruits every season. Of course the back garden is large enough to grow some vegetables. Chen Ma's mood at this moment was the same as Chen Dad's when he learned that this villa was gifted to his daughter. However, it was good that she wasn't so excited that she needed Chen Dad to pinch her, but she was also overly excited, causing her voice to warble a bit. "Great! I've long wanted a place to grow fruits and vegetables, and this is 10 times better than my dream yard. I love it so much." Chen Shiwen happily took Chen Ma's hand. "Mom, this must have been carefully chosen for us by Brother Mu. He must have put in a lot of effort to get your approval. You have to be nice to him in the future." Good. Chen Ma smiled from ear to ear. "Actually, Mom has always been very supportive of you guys. Even without these things, I will still treat him well. After all, a son-in-law is half a son." Mu Qingyang awkwardly pinched the bridge of his nose. He did put some thought into it, but it was only limited to saying on the phone, "Find the best set. No upper limit on the budget." But this is not important. As long as Chen Shiwen can be happy, he did all this is worth it. However, it was more than $200 million of dog-licking gold, which was only converted into cash of more than 2,000. But what he got was a whole 10 points of goodwill. This deal was considered a win-win situation. But after only a short interval, Chen Ma became worried again. "How can I manage such a large yard by myself? Even if I spend all my time on it, it won't work, right?" The property consultant smiled politely. "You're worrying too much about this. This set of private courtyard is equipped with gardeners. Just leave these things to them." Chen Ma smiled a bit stiffly at her words. Mu Qingyang knew what she was thinking and added, "Don't worry about the money. I'll transfer it to Wen." Ha. Chen Ma laughed heartily. "That's great, Xiao Mu. This house is huge. Why don't you move over and live with us?" Chen Shiwen looked at him with a hopeful face. "Brother-in-law, come on. I want to play with you." If it were before today, Chen Dad would never approve of the matter of cohabitation before marriage, but he was selectively deaf in both ears at the moment and was enjoying the flowers and trees, already acquiescing to the matter. Chen Shiwen smiled shyly and looked at him with drawn eyes. However, Mu Qingyang slowly shook his head. For one, he was used to being alone and clean, and suddenly living with elders would be unaccustomed. Secondly, how else could he take care of the other girls if he was stuck with Chen Shiwen every day? See, King wouldn't tie his own hands. Living in Wan Yi's villa was the optimal solution. Not only can they play freely, but they can also do sex whenever and wherever they want. Wouldn't it be great? He had to tell a well-intentioned lie. I've been quite busy lately, needing to fly all over the country. It's fine to stay for a day once in a while, but not often. Chen Shiwen smiled thoughtfully at him. It's okay, brother Mu. You can be at ease and busy with your career. If you miss me, come here to find me. Mu Qingyang patted her head. Good. The beautiful saleswoman waited for the owner to finish chatting before introducing again. This is the back garden fish pond, filled with mountain spring water as well. You can raise some edible fish. The lake in our villa area is free for owners to put fishing. The fish species inside are very rich. Many owners will go to fish a few rods in their free time. This is good. This is good. The smile at the corner of Chen Dad's mouth could barely be suppressed. I like fishing when I'm not doing anything. It's great to have this resource in the neighborhood. On this side is the swimming pool with massage and surfing, and next to it is the open-air grill bar. All the cookware and equipment in the grill bar are imported from Europe, so it's very convenient to grill ingredients. Chen Shiwen is most attracted to this area. If you ask 3 or 5 friends to drink and chat here, you don't know how cozy it will be. Further over is the entry gate to the back garden. I'll take you in to see the decoration. Everyone was stunned when the beautiful saleswoman pushed open the thick dark golden wooden door. It really proved an old saying, don't dare to speak out loud for fear of scaring the people in the room. The picture is really a bit shocking. Into the eye is for a person cannot hold the whole teak wood in the entrance hall. The top covered with ink black antique glazed tiles, then the general's mansion on TV more grand. At the end of the foyer hangs a painting and an ink drawing. The beautiful saleswoman introduced. This is Zhang Banqiu's Red Bridge Cultivating Purification poem scroll. The auction price is over $5 million. This is Qigong's orchid in bamboo drawing, also worth around $5 million. Chen Shiwen carefully touched it. Is this also included in the house? Yes sir. TSK TSK TSK. Chen Shiwen shook his head while smacking his lips. Spending money on these things, really have a bag of brains. Saying this he seemed to have thought of something and snapped his head sideways to look at Mu Qingyang before gently slapping himself. Blah 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 blah. I'm a mountain pig who can't eat fine chaff. These things still have to be read by people with taste like brother-in-law. I'm purely playing nonsense. Mu Qingyang patted his shoulder. You're right. Those who buy these things, their brains are more or less a bit baggy. I can't understand it at all. After turning into the living room, the eyes were full of wooden decorations and furniture. The beautiful saleswoman continued to introduce. All of the wood in this special courtyard is not colored. It's the original small leaf rosewood, wanwali and big red sour branch. Each piece is worth a lot. Mu Qingyang picked a sofa and sat down. The physical feel was far from the leather sofa of the Balsam Forest 1 villa. Moreover, the armrests of the wooden furniture are hard and can only sit but not lie down. Completely unsuitable for Mu Qingyang who likes to be paralyzed. This kind of house still has to be an authentic bookish family to live in order to be appropriate. However, Chen Dad was exceptionally satisfied, nodding his head vigorously and praising the good. But it was understandable. His kind of old system people who have worked in state-owned enterprises for decades, more or less a little bit of literati disease, but also most like to attach to these things. P.S. The house is okay, right? Wish all brothers could own one. Chapter 84. It's fine if you're pregnant with someone else's child. Give birth and I'll raise it. Papa Chen sat on the large red acid branch seat, his palms lovingly floating over the wood grain. The urgent ringing of the phone brought him back to reality from his intoxication. Picking it up, it was from Xiao Lu, the very person he was going to introduce to his daughter on a blind date. Father Chen wanted to just hang up, but everyone was looking at him curiously. He thought about it and still pressed the connect button. The voice on the other end of the phone was both humble and polite. Uncle Chen, have you eaten yet? The weather is nice this afternoon. Come to my place for a cup of tea. Chen Dad's cell phone call volume was so loud that everyone could hear a great deal of it. With a little thought, he knew that his daughter must have already told Xiao Mu about this matter, so it would be better to greatly put it on the table and say it. So he simply turned on the amplification. Little Lua, I guess I'm not available this afternoon. Let's talk about it some other time. Uncle Chen, didn't you say that you really like that big terrace in my house? I specially transformed it into a tea room. Convenient for you to come and drink tea in the future. The intern I brought under my hand gave me a box of Longjing the day before yesterday. The quality is quite good. You'll love it. Chen Dad raised his head and looked out the window. The rockery with flowing water, pavilions and all kinds of valuable plants were right in front of him. The tiny terrace no longer had any appeal. As for the tea, the back garden was so big that he could plant any kind of tea tree he wanted, and he was even less able to raise any interest. Xiao Lua, your heart Uncle Chen received, but really do not have time today. I'm accompanying important guests. Oh, it's fine. I'll keep the tea for you. You can come anytime when you have time. Then I'll see you at dinner tonight. Chen Dad sneaked a glance at Chen Mom's face. Chen Mom directly skimmed her head. With a look of you made your own mess to end it yourself. I'm not going anyway. Chen Dad took another look at his daughter. Her mouth was almost pouting to the sky, obviously very unhappy. The youngest son, on the other hand, had a look of hatred, shaking his head while pounding his chest in pain. He finally looked at Mu Qingyang, finally being ruthless. Little Lua, Uncle Chen said to you last time there is a change in the matter. Don't think in that direction. I will personally explain the situation to your parents when I'm empty. The phone caller obviously panicked. What's going on? What's changed? Uncle Chen, you can't be kidding me. Deciding to let him completely die of this, Chen's father said directly, my daughter is pregnant with someone else's child. This matter is over. Uncle Chen will introduce you to another one. Lu Chang was struck by lightning. He thought that his own conditions are very good. His parents are both executives of state-owned enterprises, earning millions of dollars a year. He graduated from a prestigious university, 178 tall, good looks, decent work, can be considered a rich man. Usually pursue their own girls countless, but he cannot see. But since the old Chen's cell phone to see her daughter's video, he was sure he fell in love. It was a beautiful girl he had never seen before, and her every expression and every action was so mesmerizing. Even restrained as he was, he couldn't help but sneak himself in late that night. After that, he immediately led his parents to help matchmaking, but also as expected will meet the time about today. He did not think about the meal. Looking forward to the stars and the moon finally looked forward to this day, and now tell him yellow? Lu Chang cannot accept this result. He thought of the girl's knitted brows, smile, chest on a burst of pain. I absolutely can't give her to someone else. Lu Chang's tone was very firm. It's okay, Uncle Chen. This society is too fickle nowadays. Pretty girls will inevitably meet some bad people. I definitely won't mind if you let her abort the child. Chen Shiwen could barely hold it in, but he didn't dare to laugh when his brother-in-law didn't. Chen Shiwen looked at Mu Qingyang speechlessly, thinking how could there be such an outrageous person. Chen Dad's forehead was furiously sweating coldly. He had forgotten that he had a fan and wiped the sweat with his cuffs. Little Lua, this daughter of mine is very stubborn. She has to give birth to the child. I can't persuade her. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. It's fine. Give birth and I'll raise it. Mu Qingyang snorted a laugh out. This person is great. Happy to be a father to do? Chen Dad is afraid to push back a few more words. He can follow the child's surname. Chen Shiwen could not hold back any longer. Laughed out loud. He covered his stomach and approached the receiver. Little Lu, you'd better forget about it. When your family can afford to grow a few $1 million a tree, then come back to hit my sister's idea. Lu Chang's voice was urgent. Uncle Chen, who's talking? What is the meaning of this? Father Chen hurriedly turned off the amplification and pressed the phone to his ear. My daughter has someone she likes. Our whole family is very supportive of her. Count Uncle Chen as sorry. Forget about this matter, and cancel the dinner tonight. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chen Dad looked at Mu Qingyang apologetically. Little Mu, this is a confusing thing I did a few days ago. Don't be angry. Mu Qingyang wasn't much angry. Beautiful women would be chaste no matter what era they were in. This was an unchanging law for the ages. People were creatures that tended to avoid harm. They would all choose what was more favorable to them. It was instinctive, and there was no excuse for what Chen Dad did. Mu Qingyang didn't want the cheerful atmosphere to be spoiled by this phone call, so he took the initiative to flirt. When one has a lot of charisma, what's with my damn sense of crisis? You don't want to run off with someone else. Chen Shiwen glanced at him flirtatiously. I'm the one who should be worried, right? You're so tall, so handsome and so rich. Even a few of my girlfriends want to grab you, not to mention other women. You can't fail me. Mu Qingyang pinched the bridge of his nose. Can't, I will always be good to you, the beautiful saleswoman said at the right time. Mr. Mu, the Aliyah has been introduced. There's nothing else, I'll leave first. This Chinese villa already belongs to Miss Chen Shiwen. You guys can move in at any time. Okay. Mu Qingyang waved his hand, then looked at Chen Shiwen. Are you moving in today? Everything is readily available here. Just buy some living supplies. Chen Shiwen nodded. It's a bit whiter here, so you can live here if you come over. And I want to take advantage of the afternoon to fill in the missing things. Mu Qingyang felt it was very good. He favored it. Okay, little one ate so much at noon. Let him move things to kill his appetite. By the way, the property fees here, the gardener's salary and so on are quite high. I'll transfer some money for you to use first, and ask me for more when you run out. Then what are you doing this afternoon, Brother Mu? I'm going to talk about a several $100 million project. I'll contact you after I'm done. Chapter 85, Does your brother Mu still lack a bed warming maid? Mu Qingyang decided to go back to Balsam Forest Villa to catch up on his sleep. After drinking last night, fighting with Li Zhili until late, and just now draining off some of his energy in the car. Even if he is a body made of iron, he can't handle it at the moment. Pushing open the door, Ruan Yi was sitting quietly in the living room reading a book. Mu Qingyang shamelessly sat down next to her. What did you have for lunch? Ruan Yi gently flipped through the pages. Fried a few green vegetables. Do you want to eat? I'll heat it up for you. Mu Qingyang waved his hand. I've eaten. Just caring about you. Won't you be bored staying home alone? You can call your friends to come and play. Ruan Yi smiled faintly. Being alone makes me feel more comfortable. Of course I don't exclude staying with you. Mu Qingyang yawned. Just do it the way you like. I'm a bit sleepy. I'll go upstairs and rest for a while. Do you need me to accompany you? Ruan Yi's expression was serious. Not like she was joking or deliberately saying this to choke him. Mu Qingyang was surprised. He had thought that even if Ruan Yi would not be angry with him over the bedsheet thing, he would at least be secretly sad for a few days. This was considered repaying a grudge with kindness? A trace of guilt arose in Mu Qingyang's heart, but it had just sprouted when he mercilessly stifled it. Looking at this super beauty in front of him, who had transformed from a village girl into a city beauty, Mu Qingyang's oil-depleted body gave birth to a steady stream of energy again. As soon as he carried Ruan Yi across his arms, he entered the room with a few big strides. Soft bed. Mu Qingyang looked at the beauty lying obediently with fiery eyes. Ruan Yi's face was blushing, a look of letting the king have his way. Mu Qingyang undid the restraints in 3 or 2 strokes, and Ruan Yi kindly reminded at this point, are you still in good shape now? If you're tired, it's fine to wait for the night. Mu Qingyang froze for a moment. He did feel that his body was in deficit. It would be best if he had time to buffer. Anyway, Ruan Yi had already fully accepted doing that with himself, so there was no need to monkey around. Now that he had money, time and women, he had to take good care of his body. This kind of thing like 7 times a night. It's better to talk about it after getting the iron kidney skill. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyang bent down and burrowed into the quilt. He hugged Ruan Yi's soft body as a whole, his head leaning against the nape of her neck. Her light body fragrance mixed with the smell of shampoo was very nice. Mu Qingyang had a light smile on the corner of his mouth. His expression was very peaceful, and he fell into a deep sleep in a short while. At the same time, Chen Shiwen had already finished purchasing her daily necessities. She lay on the big bed with pink sheets and sent over a selfie to Mu Qingyang. Finally done. Does Brother Mu like the room I decorated? After a long time, there was no reply. Chen Shiwen thought he was busy, so she didn't bother anymore, and backhandedly sent a message in the 4 Golden Flowers group chat. Today, this girl is super happy and decided to treat you all to a KTV to get high. CC. Getting moisturized by your brother Mu again? See how pleased you are. Huang Fei. Good things have to be shared together all in one. Didn't you say that Mu Qingyang is terribly strong? Let us try it one day. Tong Tong. Does that mean your father agreed to you guys being together? Congratulations to your sister for marrying into a rich family. Sprinkle flowers. 1-1. I can't say it all in a sentence or two. I'll tell you guys more about it when we get to the place. A black Volkswagen had been parked at the entrance of the Shishan Cloud Lodge's sales department, and after seeing Chen Shiwen come out, the person in the car dialed a phone. Zhao Xiao. That extremely beautiful woman came out. Continue to follow? On the other end of the phone was Zhao Mangan's voice. Follow. Did that old man Mu come out? No. He drove into the Balsam Forest Villa area. The security there is very tight. We can't get in. Forget about him first. Let's collect some interest on Chen Shiwen today. Without that eyesore, I'll see who can still stop me. Royal One Business KTV private room. The 4 girls sang the song Today is the Day. The song ended and Huang Fei raised her glass. Congratulations to the most beautiful of our 4 golden flowers for getting married to Mr. Mu Fu and moving into the big villa. Cheers! Cheers! Chen Shiwen smiled incomparably sweetly and drank most of her glass of red wine in one go. 1-1. You're living in a villa and driving a Bentley now. All of a sudden you're living the life of a rich wife. It feels like we're not even in the same world anymore. Tong Tong said sourly. Yes, 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 you damn plutocratic wife. You make me so jealous. CC concurred. Chen Shiwen put her wine glass down and said arrogantly, it's fine, this girl won't forget her sisters when she's rich. In the future, you guys will come to the villa to be my personal maids. This little master won't treat you badly. Huang Fei touched Chen Shiwen with her shoulder and half-joked. Who wants to be a personal maid nah? Ask your brother Mu if he is short of bed-warming maids. As long as he opens his mouth, I can work now. Chen Shiwen glared at her with milky ferocity. You're thinking beautifully. No hitting on brother Mu's idea. Huang Fei continued to flirt. You can protect against us, but can you protect against the vixens outside? Think about it. If you have a few sisters to help you squeeze Mu Qingyang dry, will he still have the heart to go out and spend money? Sisters won't compete with you for favor, but the other demonic ES won't necessarily. CC and Tongton are much thinner-skinned. If they were usual, they would definitely retort to Huang Fei, but this time, they both tacitly kept silent. Chen Shiwen was actually really thinking seriously. She felt that Huang Fei's words were not unreasonable. but a little too ridiculous. Only after a few seconds did she shake her head in hindsight. What kind of strange idea am I having? What kind of girl would take the initiative to help her boyfriend find a woman? Faye, no more jokes like that. I won't share Brother Moo with anyone. A barbecue restaurant next to Royal 1 TKD. Zhao Mangan and a few tattooed social workers were drinking and jerking off. A fat man with a gold chain couldn't get enough of it. Young Zhao, where did you find such a pretty beauty? I reacted when I just saw her get out of the car. It's really the best of the best. Fatty. The face of the person who greeted Fatty was pitted like the surface of the moon. His eyebrows were arched upwards, and his face was extraordinarily vicious. Don't even think about that girl. He belongs to the Fierce Brothers tonight. We just take the money. Fatty still refused to die. He smiled lewdly and approached Zhao Mangan. Zhao Xiao, you play first. Play the rest, let me taste the flavor, okay? Although Zhao Manong had a little money, he didn't dare offend these people. They are all Jiangnan City famous gangsters, ruthless, even their own mother to beat. Help him to do things purely on the face of money. Brother Fat, you can choose any of the other 3 girls, but not that one. This way, I'll add another 50,000 to you after it's done. Deal. The ferocious man agreed in a single breath. I'll keep an eye on Fatty, make sure he doesn't dare to mess around.